The origin of this magical world is from a novel I wrote. It all started when I received an email from a reader wanting to adapt my novel, long after I had stopped updating it. When I agreed, I unexpectedly found myself in the world of my novel, with a face marked by a question mark. After 2 weeks, I started getting used to it. It was only after these 2 weeks that I confirmed I was not dreaming, but had reincarnated as a minor character in my own novel. After much thought, I guessed that the way back would be to follow the main storyline. Once it reached where I stopped updating, the novel would end, and I might have a chance to return. However, given the length of the story, it would take about 10 years. As this world is filled with various dangers, I decided to attend the school where this body belonged. This school is the Cube Academy that trains heroes. In the main setting of my novel, among the many students with special talents, only a handful of elites can become students of the Cube. Since the original owner of this body was able to join, he must have had some special qualities. Although I don't know the talents of a minor character, I hope to be of some help. My class at the Cube is the core location in the novel, where the main characters, both heroes and villains, are in the truth class. I will have various encounters with these geniuses in this class. Thinking about spending 10 years with them makes me feel somewhat uncertain about the future. When evening classes ended, I returned to the dormitory. There was a package at my door. I thought it belonged to the original owner of the body, Kim Chun-dong, but to my surprise, when I opened it, it was my laptop. Its appearance shocked me. The laptop then automatically turned on and prominently displayed synchronization beginning. Accompanied by a dazzling bright light, everything about the character Kim Chun-dong began to synchronize to Kim Ha-jin, which is me. These were all settings I had created when writing the novel. I was curious about who could have sent the laptop to me. After synchronization was complete, the laptop suddenly turned off. I had acquired exclusive powers. I was no longer Kim Chun-dong, but had returned to my original form. However, due to the synchronization, all my attributes were reset. I slowly placed the laptop on the desk and could clearly see my own face on the screen. I could see multiple windows, and I think this is what I defined as enlightenment in my settings. It's an awakening phenomenon that appears when one surpasses their own limits. In this world, people call it enlightenment. After enlightenment, one can understand their own data and talents in a numerical way. Strength 1.2, endurance 1.3. Simply put, you can see your own status window. After resetting my abilities, my values are clearly lower than Kim Chun-dong's. The status bar has many options. Novice consideration, a talent can be written for 10,000 SP, but the most conspicuous among them is the settings intervention power. I do not remember writing about this ability, and I can gain corresponding SP points by increasing my presence in the world. 1,000 SP points can be exchanged for 1 ability point. It is undoubtedly asking me to intervene in the main storyline of this world. Just when I thought it was absurd, a status window suddenly appeared, but it was all question marks and could only be unlocked after the main storyline ends. Fortunately, I was already prepared to get involved in this world. If I could get connected with the main characters, maybe I could find a way to leave. Given this, I also need to enhance my strength to smoothly complete the storyline. I then used my points to enhance my abilities. In the novel I wrote, there is no concept of leveling up. Heroes become stronger by obtaining ability points. My recent allocation was used entirely to increase luck. Luck in my novel is an overpowered ability, but as it is a fixed ability, it was set to be unenhanceable with points. However, if I convert my points to SP points, I can do so. So I quickly prepared to try it out and converted the 10 points I had just gained. I used 9,000 SP points to raise luck to 9. Then I unexpectedly triggered a mysterious luck, which was a pleasant surprise because my luck value has now reached 9.1. The main character, Kim Suho, has a magic ability value of around 9.0, so this is a spectacular result. I plan to use the remaining SP to enhance my perseverance, as I still need to endure the extreme training at the Cube. With the help of my extremely high luck, my perseverance reached an unexpected 7.2. Just when I thought I could continue to exploit this, the system detected a serious error, so from now on, I cannot use SP to modify fixed ability values. Although somewhat disappointed, I took the opportunity to increase my luck and perseverance. I still have 10,000 care SP points given by the system, but I will wait until I have thought it through before spending these points. The next day after morning training, our class's instructor for the coming year took the stage to speak. His name is Kim Soo-hyuk, and according to the classifications of various associations, he is an upper middle class hero. After introducing himself, he moved on to today's main topic, and our first task today was to select our main weapons. Soon, under the instructor's guidance, we entered the large equipment warehouse of the Cube Academy. There were many ancient weapons there, and while all the students were attracted by the dazzling array of equipment, the instructor hurried everyone to choose their weapons. Once a main weapon is chosen, it must be used for at least 6 months before it can be changed. The students chose their favorite weapons based on their individual situations, and the equipment warehouse had all kinds of weapons available. Watching the main characters smoothly select their weapons, I then began looking for a weapon suitable for myself. With my current attributes, I simply couldn't use the weapons other students could. Moreover, I am not familiar with those swords and knives, so my selection criteria were clear: one that I could could quickly get the hang of, and another that I had come across in my original world. Glancing around, I soon determined my target, but my choice caught the attention of my classmates. Hearing the murmurs, the instructor just looked forward, surprised by the weapon I chose, because I had picked up a small handgun. Many even couldn't help but laugh. The instructor was also puzzled, curious about why I used a sword at my previous military school. To this, I calmly stated that I wanted to switch to a different weapon. Hearing this, the instructor said no more. The cube supports the autonomy of its students in all their choices, but regardless of the outcome, we must take responsibility for ourselves. Some already suspected that I wanted to draw attention, and others were preparing to teach me a lesson during the simulated duels, to show me the difference between weapons. To this, I was also helpless. After all, it was my own setting, and although in this world, guns are also excellent weapons, this is only for ordinary people who cannot manipulate magic. In the novel's setting, guns use magic bullets, which are stronger than metal bullets, but even so, guns are not popular among heroes. The first reason is the limit. No matter how strong the users are, the destructive power of a gun does not change. Secondly, this world has materialized myths and legends, and weapons from those myths truly exist. Therefore, the older the history and the stronger the origin, the higher the weapon's level. That's why heroes favor these ancient weapons, as they can use them to break through their limits and enhance their strength. However, all this has nothing to do with me, since I am not the protagonist of a manga, nor have I really used weapons like swords. How could I possibly compete with the cube students? For me, a gun is the best choice. Now that I have chosen a weapon, it's time to acquire a talent. Talent is also called a special ability, which is the foundation of a hero's strength. Typically, a person only has one talent, but there are a few exceptions. Kim Suho, besides his displayed sword saint talent, he has other talents that have not yet been revealed. Elsewhere, after leaving the equipment room, Kim Suho went to the training room. He called the girl ahead, Chai Nayun. Seeing the bow and arrow in her hands, Kim Suho then remembered that the truth class had just gained another sharpshooter. However, his words made Chai Nayun quite upset, as she doesn't consider me as a true sharpshooter and even suspects that I have given up on becoming a hero. After returning to the dorm, I began to organize my thoughts. I then planned to think of a talent suitable for myself, and when I set the first talent, I would also be given an additional 10,000 SP points, so I casually typed the talent on the computer, Master Sharpshooter. Immediately after, I used SP points to finalize its setting. Unexpectedly, after consuming the points, the status bar was automatically modified based on what I had written. The description of Master Sharpshooter is capable of proficiently using all types of ranged weapons, not only can see far distances but also can use the ability 1,000-mile eye. This effect is quite good. In the future, besides guns, I could also use bows and arrows, and from the introduction of Master Sharpshooter, it appears to be an evolving talent. After some thought, I decided to choose Master Sharpshooter. It would now depend on this talent to carry me through to the end of the story. Time quickly moved to the next day. Today the teacher was lecturing on strategies for towers and dungeons, but possessing the talents of observation and browsing, I didn't need to pay close attention to grasp the content of the theory class easily. The observation and browsing allows me to observe people within my field of view, even see the contents of their smartwatches, and also enables me to read information on a computer at any time without a medium. After class, the teacher reminded everyone not to forget to review, as there would soon be a written exam. Once the teacher left, Chai Nayun couldn't help but complain about why we had to learn all this theoretical knowledge. Shouldn't we be showing our skills in real combat? It seems her words became reality. The next second, the doors of the truth class were pushed open, and it turned out to be the instructor notifying everyone to gather in the square in 20 minutes. Upon hearing this news, Chai Nayun was ecstatic. Just as she hoped, the instructor was sending everyone to participate in practical training. Arriving at the training ground, the instructor didn't elaborate much and immediately started forming groups. Each team consisted of 4 members, and for fairness, students with lower rankings were paired with those with higher rankings. Moreover, these groups would remain until the midterm exams. After explaining the basics, the instructor displayed the groups on a big screen. I didn't care about the protagonist's team, but to my surprise, I was grouped with Yuyona. Just like all classic tropes in novels, the protagonist always has a group that collides with him and then drives the plot forward. In the original setting of my novel, Yuyona was one of the main characters. She is the heir to the strongest guild in the country, Essence of Straight, and also a descendant of the prestigious family. In the early part of the novel, she stands on the opposite side of the protagonist, Kim Suho, but eventually they become comrades with shared ideals. Although I don't know why she is in my team, considering my situation, it's crucial to get involved with Yuyona. The more significant my role in the plot, the more SP points I earn. I secretly resolved to find a way to attract Yuyona's attention. At that moment, Yuyona, who was resting, heard someone calling her. Turning around, it turned out to be fellow team members Jin Hozung and Izuki. Although the two were very pleased, Yuyona didn't notice they were teammates at that moment. Once she confirmed it, she immediately changed her attitude and became very polite. However, they seemed to only have 3 people. Hearing Yuyona wondering who the other teammate was, I took the initiative to step forward. She had no impression of me, but I couldn't act timidly immediately because I knew Yuyona despised weak people. I hadn't even introduced myself when Jin Hosung next to me immediately recognized me as the person who chose the handgun in the equipment room. He mentioned that my reputation among the first years had already spread. However, seeing that we were still chatting, the instructor immediately appeared and interrupted. After sending the coordinates of the monsters each team needed to kill to their smart watches, today's practical training officially began. Yuyona and her team, after long-term training, had very high ability values, and their progress was swift. But I was different. When we were almost at the destination, I felt like I was about to die. Although my physical attribute was definitely higher than that of ordinary people, compared to the cube students, I could only be the tail of the team. After reaching a seaside, we arrived at the training area's 8th beach. The monster in this area was the black hump octopus, whose ferocity was unquestionable. When I also arrived, Yuyona organized a battle plan. The black hump octopus is a lower mid-level monster. However, its own attack power is not strong. The key is the tumor on its head that can shoot out 10 small octopuses. These small octopuses have a terrifying blood-sucking ability, which is also their most lethal part. Hazuki and Jin Hosung thought that to quickly handle the 10 octopuses, assigning this task to me, as an archer, was best. However, Yuyona disagreed. She insisted on dealing with the small octopuses herself, while Jin Hosung and Hazuki preserved their strength. The black hump octopus has a strong self-healing ability, and they needed to strike its fatal part in one blow. Yuyona's plan was clearly to keep me out of the training. Following orders, Jin Hosung decisively knocked on a large rock, initially to lure the monster to the shore. This plan was successful. Seeing the humans on the shore, the black hump octopus swiftly swam over. Yuyona was ready to strike. The black hump octopus, coming close, did not hide at all and immediately released the blood-sucking octopuses from its head. These little monsters were incredibly fast. Even when Jin Hosung saw the attack, he could not dodge. Fortunately, Yuyona acted in time as planned, her whip successfully killing each octopus, and Yuyona made it look easy, using hardly any effort. Seeing this, Jin Hosung was thoroughly convinced of why Yuyona was ranked 7th among the cube's freshmen. After thanking Yuyona, he quickly withdrew from the battlefield, leaving Yuyona to handle the direct confrontation temporarily. Just as she dodged an attack from the black hump octopus's tentacles, I saw an opportunity to act. A wriggling small octopus appeared behind Yuyona. Even if Hazuki spotted it in time, the distance was just too close. At that moment, Yuyona couldn't dodge in time. To Yuyona's surprise, accompanied by the sound of a gunshot, the crisis was instantly averted. The shooter was none other than me, standing not far away. With the enhancement of Master Sharpshooter, my handgun could almost be said to never miss. The astonished Yuyona couldn't believe that Kim Ha-jin, whom she had looked down upon, had saved her at a critical moment. Hazuki and Jin Hosung also couldn't believe how timely my intervention was. Yuyona was originally stubborn, saying, "Didn't I tell you not to act?" But before she could finish, the black hump octopus launched its next round of attacks. This time, the octopuses were different from the information because there were not only 10 anymore, but dozens that even Yuyona couldn't handle. I wasn't panicked by this. Despite the large number of monsters, they weren't smart, and their movement patterns were easy to capture. This moment was the best time to show my skills, as my Master Sharpshooter had a special skill, bullet time. It could slow the flow of time for 3 seconds. The only thing I had to do next was to quickly shoot through each blood-sucking octopus. 3 seconds is not long. In the eyes of Yuyona and the others, it was almost just a few breaths. But when they looked back, they suddenly found that the numerous octopuses had all been shot into a sieve. Despite everything being so shocking, Yuyona quickly realized the situation on the battlefield. Without the small octopuses, the black hump octopus's weakness was no longer shielded. In just an instant, her whip flew out and tightly wrapped around the black hump octopus's vulnerability. Simultaneously, Yuyona swiftly urged her teammates to attack. Hazuki and Jin Hosung didn't hesitate for a second and leaped onto the monster's head. The next moment, both unleashed their magic power, and under their powerful combined attack, the black hump octopus was unsurprisingly killed on the spot. The real combat mission of Truth Class Team 5 was thus completed. Seeing that everything was finally resolved, I no longer continued to exert myself and lay down. Using bullet time for the first time had nearly exhausted all my energy. Hearing the announcement that Team 5's total time was 58 minutes and 58 seconds, Yuyona appeared very disappointed because this result only ranked 16th. It wasn't until returning to the classroom and confirming the times of all teams from the big screen that Yuyona realized she hadn't misheard. Although the academy would calculate individual scores separately, as drones filmed the entire course, what made her unhappy was losing to Chai Nayun once again. Nayun's team ranked 4th. When Yuyona arrived at the Cube Academy, she had resolved to outperform Chai Nayun from the start, but she lost during the first training session. What made it even harder for Yuyona to accept was that a boy nearby kept looking at Chai Nayun. Yuyona stormed over to Chai Nayun, but just as Nayun sensed someone approaching, Yuyona changed her demeanor and greeted Nayun very gently. Hearing that Yuyona came to inquire about the practical training, Nayun couldn't help feeling regretful, as her team only placed 4th. But when Nayun heard that Yuyona's team ranked 16th, she still praised them for being quite impressive, noting that achieving this result with a drag like a gunman was commendable. Yet Yuyona was conflicted inside. As Nyan mentioned, they could have reached their destination in 10 minutes, but because of me, 50 minutes were wasted. However, in the subsequent battle, I played a significant role. Being able to kill dozens of blood-sucking octopuses with magic bullets, she became increasingly curious about who I really was. In the days following the practical training, I went to train my body, only now remembering to check the gains from the previous battle. Currently, my talent's proficiency has increased by 20%, triggered by luck. My perception has increased by 0.03, and both my vision and hearing have improved. My sensory abilities will be enhanced in the future. Meanwhile, by getting involved in Yuyona's storyline, I also gained several hundred SP points. During this time, by exercising, many of my abilities improved. After reviewing all the recent gains, I concluded today's training. In the evening, in the luxurious area of the student dormitories, Yuyona was staying up late looking at her computer. The content was my performance during training. She repeatedly watched it and finally arrived at a shocking figure. I had fired 60 magic bullets with my handgun in just 3 seconds. Yuyona wondered if a human could really pull the trigger 20 times in 1 second, or does my handgun have a burst fire button? After observing me all night, she found too many suspicious aspects about me. Despite such a standout performance in battle and her familiarity with various talents, she had never heard my name before. At this moment, Shinjonghak, the boy who had been staring at Chai Nyan during the day, sent her a message. Watching Shinjonghak ask what she was doing, Yuyona happily stated that she was reviewing the footage. To her surprise, he also expressed curiosity about the gunman and her team. Since the cube's practical training is fully recorded, essentially everyone in the academy and external major organizations can watch. Thanks to being in the same team as Yuyona, some people also watched our team's playback, but more people started paying attention to our team's performance. The focus was still on the protagonist, Kim Suho, including the deputy guildmaster of the creator's sacred grace, Yun Sun-ah. She was extremely fond of Kim Suho, impressed by his superb swordsmanship and extraordinary cutting force, realizing that the top guilds in the country would compete to recruit him, and she was no exception. Such a clean, sunny, and handsome talent was someone Yun Sun-ah wanted to recruit by any means necessary. But as she continued watching the footage of the practical training, she noticed a student using a gun. The assistant commented that because of Yuyona, many people had clicked on the video, and this gunman had also sparked a lot of discussions. With just a handgun, he had achieved unbelievable results. The assistant also told Yun Sun-ah that after entering the cube, I had changed my main weapon from swords to a handgun. Upon hearing this, Yun Sun-ah immediately understood that I must have successfully enlightened. There had been similar cases in the past, where after enlightenment, the individual replaced their originally proficient main weapon with a weapon that suits their talent. Enlightenment at 17 was surprisingly fast for her. Unfortunately, if the main weapon was a firearm, she thought it was not as appealing. After all, as time goes on, the disadvantages of modern weapons would become increasingly apparent. Time quickly passed, and 3 days later, the academy introduced a new training module. This time it was a simulated duel, typically conducted in pairs with training-specific weapons that do not cause significant injury. However, in the first year at the cube, one person was an exception. Then the instructor loudly called me to get up, but by now, I had already been thoroughly defeated 18 times. Unlike others, my opponent was one of the academy's instructors. The reason was that the training firearms were still being made, and using real guns could easily injure first-year students. Therefore, my simulated duel involved the instructor as my opponent. Although I had the 1,000-mile eye effect of the master sharpshooter, which allowed me to see the instructor's attack trajectory clearly, it still depended on whether I could keep up with the speed. After the training, I was completely exhausted. Just as I was about to drink a Coke and rest, I saw Yuyona. Given our previous experiences, our first impressions of each other were not good. Although she was a character I created, her temper was indeed terrible. But suddenly, I remembered the settings I had written for Yuyona, so I decided to test whether they were accurate. I called out to Yuyona and then threw a can of Coke her way. Caught off guard, she didn't understand my intention, but she instinctively caught the Coke. Realizing what was happening, Yuyona wondered if this was a provocation. To this, I said that the last training had benefited from her, and this was a gesture of goodwill. Of course, I had another purpose, which was to test how many SP points I could gain from conversing with members of the protagonist group. After hearing my words, Yuyona gently touched her hair and then threw the Coke back to me, telling me not to act like we were familiar. This was her first warning to me. Immediately after, Yuyona turned and walked away. However, as she was walking, she suddenly noticed something was off. Yuyona felt that her handbag seemed heavier, so she stopped and opened it. Inside was another can of Coke, which I had just slipped in. Angered, she initially wanted to throw it into a trash can, but looking around and seeing no one, she decided that the Coke was innocent and put it back in her bag. Of course, I saw all of this. This is also a part of the character setting I created for her. Yuyona likes to eat Coke, burgers, and similar foods, but due to her pride, she never shows this in front of others. I didn't expect that using a lesser-known setting about about Yuyona, and a few conversations with her would only earn me 4 SP points. It seems that I still need to get involved in the main plot to make a significant impact. The next part of the story is the attack on the National Weapon Museum by a jinn. A jinn refers to a human who has made a pact with a devil, exchanging their soul for great power. This incident was also triggered by an assassination attempt by the jinn. Coincidentally, the protagonist group was visiting the museum and ended up dealing with the jinn, which also sparked the group's interest in Kim Suho. However, only Kim Suho and Chai Nayan will act this time, as the early jinns are relatively weak. This is good news for me as I feel fully able to participate in this part of the story. First, I need to find an opportunity to have them take me to the museum as well. At this moment, the instructor told me to quickly go back to the dormitory. Hearing this, I hurriedly packed up my computer and left. What I didn't notice was that at that moment, an email suddenly arrived on my computer. Soon, the opportunity one was looking for arrived. It was an activity organized by one of the clubs at the Cube. These clubs, run by the students, involve a variety of activities including academic and martial arts directions. According to the setting, there are over 100 clubs within the Cube. Participating in club activities is not only a process of self-development, but also an opportunity for students to interact with each other. The club I am joining today is named the Travel Club. The reason for this, of course, is that members of the protagonist group have also joined this club. Seeing many top first-year students gathered, the senior member who is the head of the club is somewhat trembling, but after regaining his composure, he introduces them to Kim Suho and others. The purpose of the Travel Club is relaxation, so they use portals to leave the Cube for trips about twice a month. To welcome the new members, today's travel destination is chosen to be nearby and is the extremely bustling S-City, close to the Cube. From this part of the story, it appears to be no different from what I originally wrote. Once the plot unfolds, I will have more opportunities to get involved. I thought I could easily earn SP points by getting involved a bit, but the senior member said we would be splitting into groups for a draw, which surprised me. Did I remember the plot wrong? What surprised me even more was that once again I was put in the same group as Yuyona. She didn't hesitate to tell me that it would be enough for her and me to act alone. Naturally, I agreed, as I had intended to act alone when I came. Soon, we arrived at the S-City Weapons Museum. There were even more types of weapons here than in the Cube, and the place was bustling with visitors. Chai Nayan even took a liking to a bow and arrow there. Since she was here, it meant that Kim Suho was nearby. Seeing me approach, Kim Suho then noticed me. I introduced myself as Kim Ha-jin and started chatting with him. Hearing my name, he then remembered I was the one who had chosen the handgun. There had been too many people before, and Kim Suho hadn't noticed that I had also joined the travel club. He mentioned that there was a firearms exhibition hall nearby and asked if I wanted to check it out together. But before I could respond, a huge tremor came from the museum, followed by an emergency broadcast. Monsters had appeared around the museum perimeter. The repeated announcements gradually instilled fear in the people inside. When heart-wrenching screams came from outside, everyone started to panic and rush to escape. During the chaos, a little girl was accidentally knocked down, but just then, someone smashed the glass protecting an exhibit. The piercing noise momentarily quieted everyone, and they were all shocked by Chai Nayan's action. Kim Suho, who had just saved the little girl, also didn't expect her to suddenly act. Finally, Chai Nayan spoke up. She told everyone to calm down, saying the resident heroes would surely arrive soon. If they ran out now, they would only end up as food for the monsters. After speaking, Chai Nayan took the weapon from the display case. At that moment, the museum's security system activated instantly, and the exit doors closed. Chai Nayan reminded Kim Suho to also grab a weapon. They would have to protect the people until the heroes arrived. Suddenly, a series of crisp footsteps approached. Chai Nayan immediately sensed this unusual presence, the power emanating from the newcomer quickly putting her into battle mode. This was the invading jinn, the villain I had designed to propel the protagonist's growth. As soon as the jinn saw Chai Nayan, he attacked her, while Kim Suho had already taken the sword he had seen earlier. According to the original plot, Kim Suho's strength should easily handle him. The next moment, the two collided, but the outcome was beyond my imagination. Kim Suho was sent flying by the jinn. Looking at the injured Kim Suho lying beside me, I was momentarily stunned, as the plot was not supposed to develop like this. I clearly didn't write this kind of plot. In the novel, although Kim Suho initially hides his strength and seems to be at a disadvantage, once he releases his restraints, he crushes the jinn. But now, Kim Suho, who was hiding his strength, was directly injured by the jinn with one strike. Hearing my and Chai Nayan's inquiry, Kim Suho shakily said he was fine, but his condition was not good. I had to find a way to buy him time, and Chai Nayan had already positioned herself in front of Kim Suho. To her arrows, the jinn didn't even bother to defend. After firing more than 10 arrows, Chai Nayan realized that, although her attacks hit, the jinn seemed not to feel any pain. This was not a special ability, nor was it a regenerative effect. Chai Nayan understood that the jinn was enduring the damage through willpower alone. Seeing this, I quickly warned Chai Nayan to get away, but the jinn's claws were about to pierce her. At the critical moment, Kim Suho intervened in time to block the jinn. However, his weakened strength couldn't hold against the jinn's transformed state for even a moment. The next second, again. He was smashed into the ground by the powerful Jin. Chai Nayan shot again. This time her magic-infused arrows had an effect, but her attack also angered the Jin. The Jin abandoned its attempt to kill Kim Suho and turned to try to kill Chai Nayan instead. The Jin's claws were too fast. Chai Nayan couldn't dodge. Chai Nayan couldn't avoid in time and was pinned against the wall. Knowing that continuing this way would definitely result in death, I quickly told everyone else to scatter. Facing the Jin's sudden increase in strength, I forced myself to remain calm despite the fear. Next, I had to do something to give Kim Suho and the others a chance to breathe. Ordinary magic bullets surely wouldn't cause damage, but since the opponent was still a character from my novel, I assumed the major aspects of the character settings were the same. That is to say, this Jin must be of a dark attribute. Immediately, I began to use my ability to change the attribute of the magic bullets. Changing their attribute required spending over 1,000 SP points. After setting it up and using the points to save, my magic bullets changed attributes. The reason I wrote the attribute counter setting was also to allow the heroes to exert greater power. Quickly loading my handgun, I aimed it at the Jin. The next second, I loudly told Kim Suho to get out of the way. The modified magic bullet turned into a light bullet, which is the light attribute that counters the dark. Bullets of the essence of light can cause tremendous damage to the body. As soon as Kim Suho dodged, I immediately pulled the trigger. At close range, the shot hit the Jin's arm instantly. From the light bullet, dazzling white light emitted, and the Jin's arm was purified into ashes. The intense pain made him howl uncontrollably. Chai Nayan, who was controlled by the Jin's claws, was thus saved, and I successfully bought some time for Kim Suho. After activating his Sword Saint mode, Kim Suho's demeanor was completely different from before. His magic turned into flames that blazed fiercely on his weapon, and the Jin suddenly realized that it was probably going to die. The Sword Saint's magic could cut through anything in the world, and this time, the battle truly ended. Kim Suho's all-out strike split the Jin in half instantly. Along with the Jin's death, the first segment of the main plotline was also completed. Kim Suho stood up shakily, as using that sword now was his limit once a day. Meanwhile, a clear-headed Chai Nayan couldn't stop retching. The close brush with death had left Chai Nayan in agony. Kim Suho, trying to comfort her, was harshly pushed away by the panicked Chai Nayan. Seeing this, Kim Suho did not attempt to approach further. He knew Nayan needed time, but I nonchalantly said, "Don't worry, her Appa will come soon to console her." After all, that's how I wrote it in the novel. However, as soon as I spoke, I felt the air suddenly become tense. Both Chai Nayan and Kim Suho looked at me with extremely horrified and puzzled gazes. Chai Nayan trembled even more and then couldn't hold back any longer and vomited. Soon, the monsters outside were almost completely eradicated, and many heroes from S City had arrived, including Yin Sun-ah. At this time, a member of her guild came to inform her that a Jin had appeared in the museum, but was fortunately dealt with by 3 students from the cube. Yin Sun-ah was quite impressed by this news, and then asked which students were involved. Hearing that Kim Suho had participated and personally killed the Jin, Yin Sun-ah quickly rushed to the museum. She was excited inside, not expecting to encounter Kim Suho here, and didn't want to miss this chance to build a closer relationship. Just then, I also came out from inside. Recognizing me in the cube uniform, Yin Sun-ah came up to greet me. She was about to ask where Kim Suho was when I preempted her by telling her that Kim Suho was inside. But soon after entering, Yin Sun-ah sensed something was off. How could I have known her purpose? Unfortunately, when she turned back to look, I was already gone. Yin Sun-ah talking to me really startled me. Could this also be related to changes in the novel's plot? After resting for a while, I began to think about the reasons for the changes in the novel. Although this world has an additional character named Kim Ha-jin, my part should be minimal. But soon, I realized a point that had been overlooked, which is that this novel now, including myself, should have 2 authors, so today's events might be the doing of the co-author. It seems I have entered a world where someone else's adaptation of the novel is taking place. If that's the case, the situation is completely different now, which means all the predictions I made based on my own novel are futile. Just as I was panicking about the unknown, my computer suddenly rang with a new message. It was a comment from the co-author, who was a former reader of mine. He thought that every time the protagonist and his companions faced no real threats, it made the story too boring, so he took the liberty of rewriting it during this period. The first plan was to strengthen the villains. By evening, the incident was wrapped up. The instructor then called me and Kim Suho, having already been briefed on the situation, and told us to head back to school to rest. Kim Suho also asked about Chai Nayan's condition, and the instructor said she had taken medical leave and her family had taken her to the hospital. Seeing that we were okay, the instructor then left. At that moment, Kim Suho suddenly called my name, wanting to know why I had said those words to Nayan. Seeing my confusion, Kim Suho asked why I had mentioned her appa. Now I finally understood the reason for their odd behavior then. Could there be something wrong with Chai Nayan's appa? My expression made Kim Suho suspect whether I was feigning ignorance, but his head was hurting too much, and he said no more. However, I was very concerned about this matter. Quickly after returning to the dormitory, I began to look up Chai Nayan's family situation. Her father is Chai Shin-hyuk, and her brother is Chai Jin-hyun. After reading a lot of information, I found that their situation was exactly as I had set it up. But why would they react that way? Just then, a news article caught my eye, boldly stating, Chai Jin-hyun successfully rescues comrades in the Operation Fires Park, falling into a coma as a result. The content of the report was unexpected. In the original plot, Chai Jin-hyun gained high honor from this battle, and at 13, Chai Na-hyun, watching her appa hailed as a hero, felt incredibly proud. This was the setting I had written. Another new message came in, a notice reminding me that the modified settings would only be provided in message form after I noticed them myself. Chai Jin-hyun, the late-stage powerful ally of Kim Soo-ho in the novel, no longer existed. Considering the protagonist had too many helpers, the setting was changed. 4 years ago, after becoming a hero, Chai Jin-hyun was marked by a demon's brand, tragically turning into a demon seed, but no one is currently aware of his condition. Meanwhile, Chai Na-hyun was sitting silently on her bed, feeling very downhearted. Just then, a man pushed open the door of the hospital room. It was Na-hyun's father, Chai Shin-hyuk. He was too worried about his daughter's condition and had hurriedly come to S-City to visit her. After telling her father she was okay, Chai Na-hyun said she wanted to see her appa before being discharged. Hearing this, Chai Shin-hyuk was somewhat surprised. He then agreed to go with her. However, back in the dormitory, I was now in considerable pain. A demon is a higher entity than a jinn, and they can brand humans to turn them into demon seeds. Once the seed passes its latent period and germinates, the human becomes a powerful demon. I had set the latent period of the jinn seed to 5 to 6 years, meaning Chai Jin-hyun's latent period was already half over. In such a short time, if he successfully turns into a jinn, it would inevitably cause widespread disaster. The only solution to the current situation is to kill Chai Jin-hyun before the jinn awakens, but this is extremely difficult. First, his security system is definitely top-notch, and no mercenary would take on the task of assassinating a wealthy young master. Second, the germination of the seed shows no signs, so I have no evidence to report him. Once the latent period passes, Kim Soo-ho's strength will definitely not be enough to fight the fully blossomed demon. Even sending current powerful heroes would inevitably result in many casualties. I can't just watch this happen, because they still have to contribute in the later part of the novel. So, the only one who can kill Chai Jin-hyun is me. On the other hand, Chai Na-hyun's visiting time has ended, and now someone is telling her it's time to leave. After saying goodbye to her appa, Chai Na-hyun closed the room door, but she can't forget what happened before. That guy named Kim Ha-jin. On the night I and Kim Soo-ho killed the jinn, Yoon Sung-ah, after reviewing the situation at the museum and meeting with Kim Soo-ho, actually came to the Hero's Tower. This place holds the records of all the nation's talents. Her guild members were worried about being discovered, as this is an act punishable by law. Yoon Sung-ah didn't care. She said she was just checking the records of today's attack. Yoon Sung-ah came because she found light attribute mana on the corpse of the jinn at the scene. The existence of such a person would inevitably be the nemesis of the jinns, so she must find this person and recruit them into her guild. Soon, after watching the video, Yoon Sung-ah confirmed that the person she was looking for was one of the 3 The Cube students who killed the jinn, but she was already keeping an eye on Kim Soo-ho and Chai Na-hyun, and the remaining person, Yoon Sung-ah, was hearing about for the first time. However, the name Kim Ha-jin seemed familiar to her. Days later, I was still participating in school activities as usual, and I recently realized something new, that other people can't see my laptop. Thanks to this, I could confidently verify everyone's current settings without reservation. My computer also acquired a new function that can automatically detect real-time setting changes. For example, Damien, who was just crushed by Rachel, now has significantly reduced confidence. The specific function of this feature is that within a 30-meter radius centered on me, if there are settings that differ somewhat from the original novel, the computer will pop up an information window to alert me. Compared to the co-author information that comes after I sense something is amiss, the computer's function is undoubtedly more efficient. As I was thinking, Chai Na-hyun came up behind me at some point, her face gloomy, wanting to spar with me. Of course, I understood the purpose of Chai Na-hyun's visit and immediately refused her, but Chai Na-hyun was relentless, saying that the previous insult to her appa couldn't just be overlooked. However, I still refused, saying that my handgun was loaded with live ammunition, and if someone got hurt, the instructor would scold us. My words only made Chai Na-hyun even angrier. Fortunately, the instructor noticed the situation here in time, told me that I couldn't spar with other students for now, and immediately asked Chai Na-hyun to return to her place. I also feel very sorry for what happened before. I had thought about apologizing, but once I knew about the jinn seed, killing Chai Jin-hyun became my most pressing goal. For this reason, I have been desperately training to become stronger recently, so even if I manage to ease the relationship with Chai Na-hyun, when that day comes, she will only hate me more. After training, there is a large welcoming party in the evening, organized by Yoon Hyun, the head of the academic club. Their club's goal is to analyze monsters and research tactics, and they organize a discussion activity every week. Looking at the elegant and handsome Yoon Hyun on stage, many younger female students couldn't help but blush, but his charming appearance and gentlemanly demeanor are all just the abilities of a demon. The Cube, as the main stage of the early part of the novel, has witnessed student disappearances, monster invasions, and various other incidents, and Yoon Hyun is the master mastermind behind these events. His ability, Charm, was obtained through a pact with the demon Lilith, which means Yunhyan is actually a jinn. He is currently greedily eyeing a target. Similarly, I joined this academic club also for that person, Yuyona. Today is the welcoming party, and Yunhyan expressed that he wanted the new students to get an early understanding of their discussion activities. Then he introduced a mid to high level monster, the Mountain Tyrant. Whether inside the magic school or external organizations, information on high level monsters is extremely valuable, with the information on vital parts alone trading for at least several $100 million. Yunhyan suddenly asked where the Mountain Tyrant's weak point is, specifically asking Yuyona to answer. Although surprised, Yuyona answered, "So far, no one has found the Mountain Tyrant's weak point," and that was the correct answer. Yunhyan said that discussing these issues is one of the pleasures of the club. At the end, he said that students who want to exchange ideas should definitely stay for the follow-up activities. The welcoming party soon ended, and watching Yuyona stand up, I asked her if she was going to participate in the activity, but Yuyona acted as if she couldn't see me and turned her head to leave. So I spoke up again. "Miss Yona, are you also going to participate in the after party?" This time she finally responded to me. She said she would participate. Maybe she would find some useful information. Hearing this, I roughly guessed Yuyona's purpose, then casually said, "Are you planning to pass the information to the raid team of the Essence of Straight?" My words forced Yuyona to turn back. Essence of Straight is one of the major guilds established 50 years ago during the outcall. Founded around Yuyona's family, they have now become a large guild capable of influencing the country. However, the deputy guildmaster is currently gaining momentum, and even the legitimate heir feels threatened. I continued to speculate, guessing that Yuyona's unusual participation in the activity was probably for this reason. She didn't understand what I meant by saying so much, so I clarified my intentions. "I can tell you the weakness of the high-rank monster, the Mountain Tyrant." This surprised Yuyona, even making her speech a bit stuttered. Without any hesitation, I told her, "The Mountain Tyrant has a small blue emblem on its heel. Attacking there will immobilize it. However, this information isn't free. Once the task is successful, I want you to get me a Desert Eagle from the Essential Armory. After all, your guild owns that armory." Yuyona was curious about my basis for this, or if there was any corroborating data. To this, I calmly smiled and said no. Instantly, Yuyona fell silent, regretting why she even bothered with me, feeling it was a complete waste of time, but I still called out to her, insisting she must trust me. In the blink of an eye, Yuyona had left. If she would trust me just once, she would become my ally in the future. After leaving, Yuyona didn't go to the event. Instead, she went to a secluded place and contacted the guild secretary, instructing them to convey a message to the Mountain Tyrant strategy team. During this operation, pay close attention to the blue emblem on its heel. It might be a vital spot. After saying this, Yuyona felt completely insane. Days passed in a blink, and I was thinking of seeing if I could get some advance payment from the school, but when I opened the Cube Bank, I found myself deeply in debt. I owed the school $300,000, a number that made me break out in a cold sweat, as $300,000 is the maximum loan limit for the Cube students. I was curious what Kim Chundong had done to spend down to just $3,000 from $300,000. At this rate, not to mention returning to my original world, just repaying the debt would keep me here for a lifetime. It seems I have no choice but to make money while becoming stronger. Right now, I have two legitimate ways to make big money. One is investing in towers and dungeons. To this day, towers and dungeons continue to appear around the world, and guilds that discover and successfully conquer them can enjoy treatment equivalent to companies. Investing early in a guild shares, if they go public, will yield astronomical returns. Although I know which guilds will go public in the future, I don't have the capital to invest, so I'll have to leave this method for later. Thus, my only choice is the second route. Go to hunting grounds to hunt monsters for materials to sell. Unlike towers and dungeons, hunting grounds are known dangerous areas where selling monster carcasses can quickly earn money, but my current ability level has just surpassed that of an adult male, and even using SP for enhancement, my training handgun is not capable of dealing with those tough-skinned monsters. As I was pondering solutions, a new message popped up on my computer. The dormitory doorbell suddenly rang, and the delivery person outside said that Yuyona had sent me a package. This surprised me. Why would she send me something? I immediately went out to check. Outside was a suitcase, and after slowly opening it, the contents inside surprised me. Indeed, because of what Yuyona sent. The next day I went to the hunting grounds in G Province. I didn't expect the staff at the hunting ground transfer point to be so polite after I reported my identity as a Cube student. After coming out of the transfer portal, I was directly in the official G Province hunting ground. The hunting grounds here are generally low in danger level, so they are popular all year round, with foreigners from all over the world coming to hunt. Walking down, the street was full of people looking to form teams or trading after their hunts. Seeing the scene in front of me, I remembered that I needed to find an agent to maximize my profits when selling monster materials. I thought I might as well just find someone nearby. Just then, a man approached me proactively. When he heard that I was indeed looking for an agent, he quickly handed me his business card. I only glanced at it, but his name caught my attention. Park Soo-hyuk of SH Entertainment. He would not only become become the best agent in each country in the future. But most importantly, in the original story, he was Kim Soo-ho's agent. Park Soo-hyuk honestly said, "We just opened." I smiled and greeted him, not expecting to sign a contract with him the next second. This world is still in the early stages of the novel, and forming good relationships early with those who will be famous in the future is also a good investment. Having found an agent, I then went on a hunt, and to my surprise, Park Soo-hyuk chose to come along. Normally, agents without cars would choose to wait outside the hunting grounds. Along the way, he identified a hobgoblin from just a footprint, listing its characteristics and market price, but the hobgoblin's market value was not high. Then I pointed to the steel wild boar below us and asked Park Soo-hyuk about its price, which scared him with its sudden appearance. He then told me I probably couldn't handle it because normal firearms couldn't even penetrate its skin. Hearing this, I happily prepared to try. The weakness of the mountain tyrant I had provided to Yuyona. She had actually followed my information. Yesterday, I also received the new weapon, a desert eagle, that she sent, and I had also used SP points to add a certain setting. The next second, I fired at the steel wild boar without hesitation, and the shot easily pierced through the monster. Looking at the steel wild boar lying on the ground, Park Soo-hyuk's eyes were filled with disbelief. And the setting I had written was this: the destructive power amplification ability is multiplied each time the desert eagle kills the enemy in a single blow. I didn't expect the new weapon to perform so well, which pleased me greatly. My precise shooting instantly earned Park Soo-hyuk's admiration. I briefly responded to him, but the next second, I turned around and continued firing. Park Soo-hyuk didn't understand why I was doing this, but following the direction I was shooting, the black pelican above the distant cliff had already been shot down. Park Soo-hyuk wondered if I could really see that far. Confidently, I told Park Soo-hyuk that seeing from miles was now quite easy for me. Having killed 2 monsters, that was it for today. It took a lot of effort, but we finally gathered the 2 monsters together. I wondered how to transport them outside the hunting grounds, and Park Soo-hyuk didn't disappoint me. He had already thought everything through. He would pay for a rescue team to come and transport them and would give me the payment tomorrow. Hearing this, I confidently left the matter to Park Soo-hyuk and decided to only work with him in the future. When I first came here, I told Park Soo-hyuk it was my first hunt, and now he was curious about what I planned to do after receiving the payment. Unexpectedly, I seriously said I wanted to invest, which left Park Soo-hyuk astonished. He realized I didn't seem like a typical teenager. That evening, when I returned to the dormitory, the first thing I did was use the remaining money to buy all the shares that I could of a guild called the Pack Horse Master. This investment cost me the remaining $3,000 I had. According to my original setting, the founder of this guild was a djinn, playing a significant role in the novel. Of course, my focus was on whether they could go public in the future. In a while, the Pack Horse Master would conquer the Devil Nest in X City, after which they would successfully go public and their value would skyrocket. After searching around, I didn't find any other guilds to invest in, probably due to the lack of public information. It seems I'll have to search in the violet banquet of the dark web. Remembering the setting of the dark web, I couldn't help but recall a major antagonist team from later in the story, the mysterious organization called the Chameleon Troop. The identity of each member is a mystery, known only to me as the author. Although the Chameleon Troop are antagonists, they are very resistant to jinns, so if there's a chance to connect with them, they might become a powerful ally in eliminating Chai Jin-hyun. According to the original storyline, there's still one spot open in the Chameleon Troop, and they should be starting to act soon. Just as I was about to continue checking the settings, my computer suddenly went dark, which made me very anxious. In my mind, the computer is now more important than anything else as it is crucial for my return. Fortunately, after some waiting, the computer finally lit up again, displaying some messages. A month has now passed, and the laptop's functions are currently updating. Meanwhile, Yuyona and Shin Jong-hak seem to be waiting for someone. They originally had a group called the Noble Society and were planning a gathering now. Seeing that Shin Jong-hak was annoyed by gatherings, Yuyona asked him to bear with it. Soon, the door of the restaurant was finally pushed open, and the person who arrived was Chai Nayun. Seeing her, Shin Jong-hak immediately brightened up, showing no sign of impatience. However, compared to his enthusiasm and concern about her hospitalization, Chai Nayun felt he was making too much of a fuss. Hearing the two continue to chat, Yuyona looked very gloomy beside them. They soon started their discussion for today, but during it, Chai Nayun suddenly brought me up. Seeing this, Yuyona was surprised. Why did she want to learn about this person? Immediately, Chai Nayun did not hold back and recounted the incident at the museum. She found it highly suspicious that I destroyed a djinn's arm with just a training handgun, which was completely different from my performance at school. At that moment, Chai Nayun remembered that Yuyona was in the same group as me, so she asked if Yuyona knew about my situation. Yuyona had investigated me, but she only knew about my background from the orphanage and the debt of 300,000. Comparing this with what Chai Nayun said, she realized I must have hidden my true strength, but Yuyona still said outwardly that there was nothing worth noting. Chai Nayun suddenly suggested that Kim Ha-jin might be a djinn, which silenced the others. Then Yuyona dismissed her guess. Shin Jong-hak asked Chai Nayun if she disliked Kim Ha-jin, and after a moment of silence, Chai Nayun thought of what I had said and then remarked, "Indeed, that could be said." While they were discussing, my computer also completed its update. The next second, the light emitted by the computer made it hard for me to open my eyes. When the light faded, I suddenly felt a sharp pain on my arm, and by then, my left sleeve was already soaked with blood. A message then appeared on the computer, informing me that I had acquired a stigma, one of the creator's powers, accompanied by a flood of information into my mind. The mental strain and the severe pain in my arm were too much for me, and I collapsed to the ground. My computer displayed a new message about this update. It had added a sub-talent book of truth for me, and had enhanced my original observation and browsing abilities. The next day, when I attended the S-City recognition ceremony, my hand was still tingling. After fainting yesterday, I woke up in the morning. After receiving the notification, I came here. Although I had received the stigma, I was not clear about its specific effects yet. What surprised me was that I was merely thinking in my mind, yet suddenly Chai Nyan said I was disturbing her. This kind of troublemaking behavior left me speechless. I then calmly told Chai Nyan, "You shouldn't forget that I saved your life a few days ago." Hearing this, she became even angrier and said that was a different matter, but our conversation was indeed disturbing to Kim Suho, so he pulled Chai Nyan away to switch places. After sitting next to me, Kim Suho thanked me, understanding that if it weren't for me that day, they definitely wouldn't have beaten the Jin, so he was very grateful. To this, I responded, "Even if I hadn't been there, you guys would have definitely won. Maybe you would have awakened even stronger powers." After all, Kim Suho is the main character in my novel. Facing those hardships and dangers, his strength always grows. After waiting for a while, the recognition ceremony finally began. The ceremony officially started, and the presenter of the awards was Yu Shi-yuk, ranked 37th among heroes. He is known as the Wolf of Valhalla, a high-ranking hero. When the host called the awardees to the stage, the three of us went up. Yu Shi-yuk presented the award to Kim Suho first, and with just one look, he understood why everyone in the industry was eyeing Kim Suho. However, while handing over the certificate, Yu Shi-yuk whispered in Kim Suho's ear, advising him that it might be better not to join an association and to remain a free hunter instead. The so-called hero's responsibility is everything, which Yu Shi-yuk found boring. But Kim Suho is not someone who is easily swayed. Even if it's as boring as others say, he still wants to be a real hero. Hearing this, Yu Shi-yuk sighed helplessly and said no more. When it was Chai Nyan's turn, he noticed her. Chai Nyan awkwardly called him master, but Yu Shi-yuk said that an archer is not his disciple. Although Chai Nyan's father asked him to look after her, Yu Shi-yuk had no interest in Chai Nyan becoming an archer. When it was my turn, Yu Shi-yuk was somewhat puzzled, as he hadn't even heard my name. Although being ignored made me feel uncomfortable, fortunately, the Jin expulsion unexpectedly came with a reward of over 10,000, so I happily had an extra meal to celebrate. After the awards ceremony, I received the prize money, totaling 15,000, which made me very satisfied. This money could be used to purchase more shares of the Packhorse Master Guild, but for now, let's check the laptop's updated functions. First was the stigma, which likely was the wound that appeared on my wrist yesterday, possibly added by the other author. The explanation of the stigma was somewhat ambiguous, only knowing that magic could be manipulated at will by my mind. As I thought about it a bit, the stigma on my wrist suddenly appeared, but it was accompanied by pain. It wasn't convenient to check in the restaurant, so I decided to go back and confirm it later. The next update was that the laptop's network had been activated. I clicked through and saw that there were several sites I could access, which seemed to be the focus of this update. Among them, the importance of Violet Banquet, a highly reputable private website, was significant. It offers information, weapons, bounties, and contract trading. Almost every hero has used Violet Banquet during their development. Joining this site requires a high fee, but I only need 200 SP points to create an account. Just as I was trying to log in, Yun Sun-ah unexpectedly approached me. She said that after the awards ceremony ended, she noticed I was missing and came looking for me to give me her business card. Receiving Yun Sun-ah's business card was very significant. It represented that Yun Sun-ah was officially trying to recruit me to her guild. After she sat down, she said she wanted to ask me a question. Although Yun Sun-ah presents herself as a friendly image to the public, I am well aware of her true nature. She is a strong woman who adheres to the principles of survival of the fittest. Even now, as she warmly recruits talent, if they later fail to meet her expectations, Yun Sun-ah would certainly discard them without hesitation. Establishing a relationship with her could be very beneficial for future development, but not right now. So when Yun Sun-ah just started asking how I defeated the Jin, I immediately refused her. Yun Sun-ah, who was rejected, introduced her identity again and then expressed her interest in me. Hearing this, I appeared somewhat indifferent and then thanked her for her attention. It's likely that Yun Sun-ah approached me because she saw me using light attributes, but currently, she is just interested, so I decided to play hard to get to increase her attention towards me. Thinking this, I stood up to say goodbye, and Yun Sun-ah, still not reacting, could only watch as I left. After returning to the dorm, I immediately started to investigate the specific effects of the stigma. The laptop indicated that the stigma's magic could change at my will and would not cause fatigue during use. The magic of the stigma can be manipulated freely, so I imagine the stigma's magic taking the form of a short sword. sword, and indeed, the next second, the stigma on my wrist began to glow, and a small short sword appeared in my hand. It seems, then, that the stigma's abilities are quite strong. The magic inside the stigma can be used in many flexible ways. I thought I would be unconnected to magic when I suddenly came to this world, but I didn't expect to be able to use magic in this form now. The next thing to check was the newly appeared Book of Truth. Using the power of the stigma, I displayed the Book of Truth with magic. At that moment, a mechanical voice indicated that the book contains the truth and, within the range allowed by magic, can answer any question. I asked the Book of Truth how tall I am, and sure enough, the answer it provided was very accurate, while also costing me a bit of SP, probably because I don't have magic of my own, so it used points instead. Just then, my smartwatch suddenly received a notification, an urgent message from the Cube Academy. A student from world class, Jin Ha-jong, has gone missing. Seeing this message, I immediately understood. This is the start of the second main storyline, the Cube Missing People Incident. Just like the name suggests, a total of 6 students will disappear, and the perpetrator leaves no clues. This storyline is very important because the final target of the perpetrator is Yuyona. But I thought of another possibility. If an accident happens again like in the museum, I might as well catch the perpetrator first. But I quickly dismissed this idea. Rashly interfering with the storyline's development might lead to unexpected events later. So, I decided to just observe for a while. In the following days, I continued training as usual, maintaining vigilance about my surroundings. During this period, a different situation occurred. Someone always came to mock and insult me. Just as Kim Suho was about to rest, someone called him to look ahead. That's when he saw that a student nearby was unabashedly calling me useless, saying I couldn't even lift such a light barbell. Seeing this, Kim Suho was visibly angry, but a man beside him advised him to stay calm and said there was no need to intervene. This man was the class president of the truth class, Lee Yang-han. His advice puzzled Kim Suho. Lee Yang-han explained that these people were Shinjong hacks, and Kim Ha-jin must have offended him. Moreover, Lee Yang-han believed I was acting. After all, Kim Suho had said that I had disabled a Jin's arm. Such a brave record should not be bullied by Shinjong hacks people. But under everyone's gaze, I really couldn't lift the barbell. Seeing me unable to stand up, Kim Suho angrily went forward and soon got into an argument with the mocking group. The noise at the training ground finally drew the instructor. The instructor stopped everyone and then gathered everyone together. A few days ago, we had a small test on the analysis of phenomena, and now the results were out and soon posted on the wall. Many people went to check if they had failed. Looking at the test rankings, I was indeed first. After all, as the author, coupled with the effects of observation and browsing, this result was naturally expected. But then there was the sound of a long sword falling to the ground behind me. Rachel was incredulous about the ranking, and I also remembered her setting. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis, a princess from B country, ranked 3rd in strength among new students at the Cube, just behind Kim Suho and Shin Jong-hak. Since entering the Cube, she had never missed being first in any test, no matter the size. She was determined not to let down the honor of the royal family she came from. But today was the first time Rachel had been defeated in ranking. During class, the teacher gave high praise to my exam. After some thought, Rachel also understood that it would be difficult to shorten the gap between us by midterms. Phenomenon analysis is a complex and difficult subject at the Cube, and now Rachel was even more curious about what I usually study. In fact, I have never seriously listened in class. After class ended today, as usual, I went back. Having acquired the Book of Truth, I was ready to make good use of it. So, I created an intelligence agency on Violet Banquet. Although it doesn't have much credibility now, as long as I find an opportunity to get started, coupled with the use of the Book of Truth, it will definitely attract a steady stream of clients. After registering the agency, next I decided to spend the SP points I had recently accumulated. The start of the second main storyline meant that the Cube was no longer a safe haven. With my current capabilities, I was not strong enough to face Jins alone. Thanks to the group led by Shin Jong-hak always bullying me, my SP points were maxed out due to increased attention on me. First, I wanted to enhance my weapon, adding a transformation feature to the Desert Eagle to allow it to morph into a sniper rifle. Although this seemed far-fetched, it was necessary to increase power. This modification was also expensive, costing 250 SP. After saving the settings, my Desert Eagle quickly transformed into a sniper rifle. I thought if I took it out, everyone would be surprised. For now, I let it remain in its pistol form. Next, I needed to set my skills. If talents are based on supernatural phenomena powered by magic, then mastery are formed through acquired training. As a marksman, survival and assassination are crucial. I thought of a suitable mastery and wrote a simple description, then used points to create it. The computer soon provided a mastery called parkour, which cost over 300 SP. Fortunately, the effects of parkour were exactly what I needed. It would increase my agility and flexibility. Before I could test it, my watch rang. This time it was about the disappearance of a word-class student, the second victim. In the novel, until Yuyona was kidnapped, those missing students were hunted by the murderer. Although I knew who the murderer was, I was still a bystander as students disappeared one by one. Even in the world of the novel, I was confused, unsure whether to intervene ahead of time. time. The next day, many students gathered at the cube's outdoor training ground. The instructor announced that today's combat training would be different from before. Behind us, in a cave, was an artificial dungeon crafted by the cube, inhabited by monster dolls mimicking real monsters. Today was a simulation of dungeon raiding. The instructor warned us not to take it lightly, as even the dolls posed a threat to life. Due to the large size of the dungeon, today's training was a joint session between the Truth class and the Cultivation class. Teams temporarily formed between the two classes. The cube's artificial dungeons were full of traps, some of which were secretly set by jinns. Just in case, I had prepared several bullets with attributes. Just then, a pop-up suddenly appeared on my computer, followed by 3 notifications of setting changes. I began to look around for the person causing these changes. It turned out that Jo Yuna, teamed with Kim Suho, had become more aggressive, and Jaden from the Cultivation class had enhanced growth potential. Another was with Chai Nyan's team, a man named Sven, whom Chai Nyan had apparently seen in another club before. Sven's change was a worsening of his mental fortitude. The likelihood of him being eroded by a jinn's minion significantly increased, which left me stunned because this change seemed a bit extreme. But of the two I needed to pay attention to, the first was Jaden on the same team. His character was bullying the weak and despising everyone, but the window indicated his potential for growth had increased, leaving me puzzled about what it represented. During the temporary team merger, both team leaders introduced their members, but Yuyona mistakenly pronounced my name wrong. Jaden seemed normal for now, but the key person was Team 3's Sven, a student from abroad enrolled at the cube. Like many students, Sven admired Chai Nyan and aspired to be among the top talents of the cube. However, contrary to his wishes, faced with the more exceptional prodigies of the cube, he remained just an average student. Repeated failures made him feel inferior and frustrated. Eventually, to gain power, Sven sold his soul to a jinn in exchange for strength. However, the Windows alert just told me that in this dungeon raid, Sven might prematurely awaken as a jinn. Next, we started entering the dungeon for the simulated raid. I needed to stay vigilant, especially about Sven's movements. In such an environment, any anomaly could lead to severe consequences. You can't let your guard down like this in the dungeon. I briskly swatted off Jaden's hand. Seeing this, Jaden seemed to understand, commenting on my bad temper and how it's no wonder many rumors were circulating about me. Hearing this, I felt a surge of anger. Recently, my reputation at the Cube Academy had been very poor, mainly due to rumors from the world class claiming I used my student status to intimidate and threaten others outside, and other rumors about my indulgences in city pleasures every weekend. I knew all these were the doings of Shin Jong-hak and his group. Although I gained a lot of SP because of this, the team members treating me as if I were invisible was probably due to these reasons. As we waited for the team ahead to enter, everyone in the team seemed cheerful, except for me. The dungeon was as vast as the instructor had described, and after a few minutes of walking, everyone stopped due to many forks in the path. Yona and Jaden were discussing on the spot. Jaden originally wanted their team's sharp-sensing archer to choose, but I had already suggested taking entrance number 6, which displeased Jaden. Unexpectedly, Yona decided to listen to me and immediately chose the 6th path, telling Jaden, although Kim Ha-jin might not be much, his eyes are still pretty good. I didn't mind. Thanks to her, I could finally enter the fork that would lead to encountering Chai Nyan's team as I wished. If Sven really makes a pact with a jinn here today, Chai Nyan alone won't be able to withstand it. If she gets into trouble, all subsequent plots will be thrown into chaos. Eventually, Jaden also agreed to take Route 6. Along the way, he quietly mocked me for seeking attention, but I simply told him, you should think about how to deal with the monsters ahead instead. As soon as I said this, everyone was puzzled because it was pitch black ahead and nothing could be seen. At that moment, another archer in our team stood up and shot a light arrow into the interior. Under the illumination, a low intermediate ranked monster, a salamander, was indeed ahead. The students quickly formed a battle formation. Jaden asked if anyone could use water attribute attacks, since the salamander was a fire attribute. Hearing his words, I didn't respond. The magic within the stigma was limited, and I had to save it for the most critical moment. Seeing no one in the team had water attribute magic, Yuyona proposed a direct frontal assault. She took the initiative against the monster, and just as the salamander tried to spit fire, it was swiftly bound by her whip around the mouth. The warriors in the student ranks followed up with attacks, and with everyone's cooperation, the monster was killed within seconds. Yuyona's power was indeed increasing quickly, and the lightning emanating from her whip indicated that she was on the verge of enlightenment. We continued on, and as we moved closer, I could feel the atmosphere ahead becoming increasingly eerie and tense. I had to stay alert, especially as we neared the route leading to Chai Nyan's team, where any anomaly could have severe consequences. I suddenly pushed Yuyona aside, successfully preventing her from getting hurt. A trap was activated. Unaware of the situation, Yuyona coldly told me to let go. Sensing her intent to kill, I quickly stepped back. Just as Yuyona was about to deal with me, other team members noticed an arrow that had penetrated the wall. That was why I had pushed Yuyona. Moreover, when I fell, I saw a new alert. It was an arrow laced with neurotoxin. Compared to Yuyona's luck, Team 3's Sven was not so fortunate, as he was accidentally hit by the poison arrow. arrow. Carrying Sven, Chai Nayan was puzzled. In the midst of the battle, an arrow had suddenly flown at them, which couldn't possibly be part of the training. Moreover, Chai Nayan noticed that although it was supposed to be a training dungeon, the monsters inside were abnormally powerful. Meanwhile, my team continued fighting against the monsters. After the salamander, there were many peanut flames, but with everyone's combined effort, the lower tier monsters posed no threat. We soon cleared the area, with only that one poison arrow trap along the way. Just as everyone was ready to charge ahead, intense heat suddenly rose from behind us, startling me with its lethal threat. Turning around, I saw the salamandra we had defeated earlier had revived, and it was about to unleash a firestorm. Before others could react, Salamandra's attack was already launched. However, having sensed it earlier, I immediately acted, channeling all my will through the stigma. The power of the stigma quickly converged, and I transformed the magic into a water barrier in front of us. The flames crashed into the barrier with great force, but the barrier held, shielding Yuyona and the others. The monster, already near death, had little magic left to fuel the flames, and with the fire extinguished, Salamandra truly died this time. Such formidable power sent Hazuki and others into a state of shock. The team guessed that the Salamandra was definitely not a mere monster doll, feeling the intense heat, even without being touched by the flames. Just when I thought things were over, Jaden erupted in anger. He shouted, asking why I hadn't stepped forward earlier when looking for someone with water attributes. Even explaining that it was due to my equipment didn't convince him. Fortunately, Yuyona stepped in to stop our argument. Then someone asked why there were real monsters here, and Yuyona speculated that this was the ideal dungeon environment where real monsters could indeed evolve. She then motioned for everyone to keep moving forward, but her suspicion rose when I had just claimed it was the equipment's effect. After all, I couldn't afford even a desert eagle, so how could I possibly afford magical equipment? Yet aside from Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak, no new student could imbue magic into equipment. And not only did I know the weakness of the mountain tyrant, but I also had the ability to imbue magic properties, yet I deliberately hid my strength. Yuyona couldn't help but recall what Chai Nayan had said, wondering if Kim Hajin really was a djinn. A while later, Chai Nayan's team had already found a place to rest, but an intermediate level 5 monster, the magma golem, was gradually closing in. The enemy might well be the dungeon's boss, and the difficulty felt overwhelming to Team 3. With Sven also urgently needing treatment, it seemed impossible to defeat this type of monster. Despite everyone's reluctance to abandon their own, Sven felt very guilty, blaming himself for carelessly getting hit by the poison arrow. Ever since arriving at the cube, Sven had never had a smooth day, causing him great inner turmoil. At this moment, a seductive whisper resonated within Sven's mind, promising him unmatched power if he made a deal with it. This was exactly what Sven longed for. He didn't want to continue being useless, especially not in front of Chai Nayun. Thus, uncontrollably, Sven accepted the pact with the djinn. The next second, he screamed in pain, causing his teammates to panic, not understanding what was happening to Sven. Seeing their inability to control the frenzied Sven, Chai Nayun instructed other team members to hurry over, but they were too terrified by the monster to move. After searching for a while, the magma golem finally located its prey, causing everyone to scatter in panic. The magma golem's attack burst forth instantly. Fortunately, Chai Nayun and her team reacted quickly enough to escape the calamity. However, due to the large attack range of the monster, 2 students were unfortunately knocked unconscious. In an instant, Team 3 mostly dispersed. Chai Nayun, carrying Sven, fell to one side. Falling to the ground, Chai Nayun couldn't stop coughing. At this moment, Sven's body began to undergo dramatic changes, twisting grotesquely as the djinn's power corroded his body. As she recovered, she turned around only to find that the magma golem had targeted her. The monster in front of her was nothing like the monster dolls described by the instructor. Chai Nayun realized it was a real monster. She had never imagined that she might die in a training exercise. Just as the boss monster's molten lava was about to erupt, a bullet imbued with ice had struck the magma stone golem's neck accurately. The ice magic permeated the monster's body, temporarily freezing it. Chai Nayun was stunned for a moment, and behind the magma golem, the shooter was none other than me, who had arrived just in time. Just a few minutes before, our teammate continued forward only to find no way out, blocked by a tall stone wall. Jaden, somewhat angrily, asked me, "Didn't you say that the end of this path leads to the boss monster?" I was puzzled too, because when I used my 1000-mile eye earlier, there had been no wall, but I still asserted that the boss was behind it and suggested that Jaden try to break the wall. Though unhappy, Jaden swung full force at the wall to get out quickly. The result was obvious. The strong recoil numbed his hands. Even though the attack was imbued with magic, it was ineffective, indicating that the wall was very thick. Just then, Hazuki suddenly called everyone. It turned out there was a crack at the top of the wall, so I suggested crawling through it, but the wall was over 10 meters high, and Jaden complained that it was impossible. I went first to try, as the situation on the other side might not be good. Using my parkour mastery, the rugged wall was like flat ground to me. In no time, I had climbed to the crack. Once I crawled through, a huge vibration suddenly came from the surrounding space, making Jaden even more curious about what was happening on the other side of the wall. Back to the present, the ice on the monster was slowly evaporating, and it had only been a few seconds. Unexpectedly, it was already starting to move again. I quickly shouted at Chai Nayun, telling her not to just sit there, as the pain monster had now targeted me. At that moment, 2 attacks interrupted the magma stone monster's actions, coming from the recently dispersed Team 3 members. Seeing her teammates arrive, Chai Nayun finally rallied. She quickly took up her bow, began to draw it with power, and told her teammates to buy her some time. Hearing this, the other students fought valiantly, and unexpectedly, Sven, who had been poisoned, reappeared and even managed to injure the magma golem. With several teammates helping each other, the monster couldn't interrupt Chai Nayun's charge. Finally, her killer move was fully charged. Instantly, Chai Nayun released her arrow, powered by strong magic, struck directly at the core of the magma golem. The monster screamed, and its body began to crack and finally turned into a pile of rocks, completely dead. Students couldn't believe they had managed to defeat a magma golem. After the battle, Chai Nayun waved to check if anyone was injured, while Sven praised her, saying she could even defeat such a strong monster. But I was surprised by his condition. Sven hadn't transformed into a djinn, but I knew he had made a pact with one, and it was only a matter of time before he would be exposed. Seeing me sitting alone to the side, Chai Nayun slowly approached me, looking very shy, and said, "No matter what happened before, thank you for saving me." I was surprised by this new side of Chai Nayun, and I didn't even react at first. Seeing my shocked expression, Chai Nayun immediately became even more embarrassed. I hadn't expected her to apologize to me. On her 6th birthday, Chai Nayun had seen her mother die at the hands of a djinn, which is when she resolved to become a hero, and so, she began training intensely from a young age. Her childhood experiences made it difficult for Chai Nayun to form close friendships. She didn't want to show her vulnerable side to others. Therefore, it was rare for anyone to hear Chai Nayun personally say thank you. She almost never did. Instead of thanks, Chai Nayun often said sorry. That's the character I wrote for her. To avoid an overly awkward moment, Chai Nayun started a conversation. She wanted to know, if I'm so strong, why do I let Shin Jonghak and his group bully me? When I admitted that I indeed couldn't beat them, Chai Nayun was puzzled, given the impressive power of the gun just now. Then I took out the Desert Eagle. This is a personal weapon, not comparable to the school's training guns. Seeing me use such a weapon, Chai Nayun quickly checked to see if anyone else had noticed. If the school authorities found out, it would surely lead to suspension. I wasn't worried, because I had learned to conceal weapons within my stigma. Even if discovered, no one could find the weapon. Although I used a special weapon, Chai Nayun still felt I was very strong. Then she guessed that I must have the talent to enhance firearms. Seeing that I didn't respond, Chai Nayun walked away with a look of I knew it, saying she wouldn't tell anyone about my use of personal weapons. But halfway through, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, "Don't you have anything else to say to me?" I understood what Chai Nayun meant, but I still said directly that I had nothing else. If I apologized to her now, Chai Nayun would surely forgive me for insulting her brother. But I couldn't do that. It's better to continue being someone she dislikes by her side. When the time comes, Chai Nayun might feel a bit better. After all, I have to kill Chai Jin-yoon. Seeing Chai Nayun return, others were curious whether she and I were close, which upset Sven. Not long after, a broadcast informed the students to stop the dungeon assault and quickly evacuate. Since the start of this exercise, the dungeon's cameras had malfunctioned, and the presence of real monsters wasn't detected in time. Fortunately, there were no casualties, so instead of a thorough investigation, the academy chose to calm and compensate the students. In other words, the djinns in high positions at the academy successfully covered up the incident. In the original storyline, a full investigation wouldn't start until after the second plot ended. I need to focus on Sven's condition. The side effects of a pact with a djinn are amplified emotions and obsession. If Sven continues to have chances to be alone with Chai Nayun, he might erupt due to his emotions getting out of hand. To prevent any issues, I decided to use my computer to monitor Sven and Chai Nayun's movements. I began by checking Chai Nayun's chat history. Conversations with others were normal, but I soon found a useful piece of information. Chai Nayun and Sven's hunting club planned to travel to G province this week. In the original story, Sven made his pact and went berserk during this trip, so I decided to accompany them this week. Just as I made this decision, my watch received a call from someone unexpectedly, Kim Suho. He asked if I was free on Friday and wanted my help with something. Before handling these two matters, I planned to obtain 2 top-tier items from the novel. The next day, I set off directly for Gari Mountain in G province, referred as the Mecca of training for martial artists. Gari Mountain also attracts treasure hunters and adventurers because of its rare items, particularly its famous ginseng. The adventurer introducing me to Gari Mountain is one of them. Even though I tell him my purpose isn't to find ginseng, he remains skeptical. As I walked in, I tripped on a root, but when I looked back, I discovered a ginseng hidden beneath the roots. While this seemed absurd, given my extraordinary luck, it seemed plausible. As I climbed Gari Mountain, I ate the ginseng roots. With my ability to modify settings, eating the root temporarily increased all my improvable stats by 2 points. However, eating part of the ginseng prematurely was somewhat wasteful, as selling the whole root could have easily cleared my debt. But with more pressing matters at hand and needing a boost in strength, I crossed the steep cliffs and reached the hidden Undead dungeon in Gari Mountain. The boss boss monster was a high intermediate rank level 1 monster, the Death Knight. Although I had already used the ginseng to temporarily enhance my abilities, I probably can't withstand a single strike from it. However, I'm not afraid, as my target today is not the dungeon boss, but the hidden levels within the dungeon. I only need to deal with some low-level undead. With the effect of bullet time, many undead do not pose a significant threat to me. After slaying a swath of them, I used Thousand Mile Eye to check the route, and then it was a merciless slaughter. The growth type equipment ether and Evangel seed. In my original novel, these two items helped the Jin Tomer become an executive of depravity. There is no item better than ether to help me grow quickly right now. Soon, I arrived in front of the hidden level. Through the effect of Thousand Mile Eye, I spotted a giant withered tree ahead, under which the witch Evangel sat alone. She is still in her child form and poses no threat. Evangel's appearance is somewhat harmless, but I know that even if I don't act, when the Jins come, the outcome will be the same. Since the witch in her spiritual form is hard to kill with firearms, so I used the stigma to conjure a light attribute mana spear. With the enhancement from the ginseng, I felt like I had become a master like Yuyona and others. As the spear struck the young witch, I noticed she didn't immediately disperse. It took a few minutes for the witch to slowly fade away, finally dissipating into light before me. However, this does not mean that the witch's life has ended completely. The remaining seed is the key item that can give birth to the Witch of Despair Evangel. Next to the seed is the growth type fluid equipment ether. After securing the items, I returned the same way I came. By evening, I had finally returned to the dorm. After successfully equipping ether, due to its ownership effect, all my upgradable abilities increased by 0.6, and this equipment cannot change its owner, an effect that I am very satisfied with. Now I have finally reached the basic level of the cube student. Next, I plan to list the remaining ginseng on Violet Banquet, as I am still quite short on funds. Today's journey was indeed fruitful, with the biggest gain being the Evangel seed right before me. Although the Despair Witch sounds like a villain, if I nurture her properly, she can definitely become a great ally. The method to sprout the seed is simple. Just use a small amount of fresh blood instead of water. However, the witch's temperament is determined by whose blood it is fed, so I must consider carefully. But getting blood from the protagonist group is too difficult, so sprouting will have to wait for now. Exhausted from the day, I prepared to sleep, as there is likely to be a tough battle tomorrow. The next day, members of the hunting club gathered at the mineral spring in Chi province, and naturally, I was among them. This club organizes a hunting trip monthly, targeting harmful birds and beasts. I'm also somewhat uncertain about today's scenario, mainly because I had only narrated the general ending. The original storyline involved Chai Nyan being seriously injured, while Sven dies in the aftermath of a demonic human's rampage. This scenario was designed to make Kim Suho pay more attention to Chai Nyan. When many people start to believe that the Jins are targeting her, it's also when Yuyona gets kidnapped by a Jin. However, this guy Sven hasn't shown any signs of going berserk yet. He can even control a bit of the power of a demon, and I'm almost certain I couldn't beat him with my current strength. If Sven could just die like in the original today, I wouldn't have to worry anymore. While I was keeping an eye on Sven, Chai Nyan also noticed that I must be watching them. Even though I had previously seemed indifferent, now I'm conspicuously hovering around them. Chai Nyan couldn't help but wonder if I had feelings for her. Seeing this, Sven suddenly reminded her to be cautious, as disappearances had been frequent recently. But when Chai Nyan said she didn't think I was that type of person, Sven's look changed instantly. Soon after, the hunting action started. Sven and Chai Nyan had a bet on who could catch more, and the winner could make a wish from the loser. When they separated to hunt, Sven finally stopped hiding his abilities and used demonic powers to rapidly devour creatures. Shortly after, Chai Nyan's voice carried over. She carried today's trophies, thinking she had won, but upon seeing the prey behind Sven, Chai Nyan's eyes widened in shock. Helplessly, she had to honor the bet and then asked Sven what his wish was. Unexpectedly, he suddenly confessed his feelings to Chai Nyan. Without any hesitation, Sven's wish was to date Chai Nyan. Watching from the shadows, I wasn't surprised at all. The demon Sven made a pact with his one of lust, and his desires had surged since becoming a Jin. When Sven confessed his feelings, Chai Nyan decisively rejected him. She explained that anyone would refuse a confession from someone they've known for less than a week. Hearing this, Sven appeared very disappointed. Chai Nyan added that she prefers someone stronger than herself, hence she could never accept Sven's feelings. As Chai Nyan turned to leave, Sven could no longer control himself and suddenly attacked the unsuspecting Chai Nyan. After his frenzied assault, Sven thought he had succeeded, but I arrived in time and blocked most of the damage with an ether shield. I initially wanted to check on Chai Nyan's condition, but the demonized Sven was too fast for me to react. Watching me being taken away, Chai Nyan attempted to save me, but her bow had already broken. In a moment of crisis, Chai Nyan used her hands as a sword, rapidly concentrating magic between her palms. With Sven fully demonized in front, Chai Nyan finally stopped hesitating. With her action, powerful magic covered the entire area. In my novel, there are occasionally characters with great potential who fail to realize their abilities due to choosing the wrong weapons, and Chai Nyan was one of them. Chai Nyan's talent was never meant for the bow. If she used a sword, she would be comparable to Kim Suho. Angrily, Chai Nyan swung her terrifying energy sword, and with that strike, the demonized Sven was obliterated, leaving only remains. Chai Nyan was also frightened by her own power, and I was curious about the technique she had just used. She didn't know herself. Then she asked how I was, and upon hearing I was okay, Chai Nyan finally smiled, but the next second, she felt dizzy and then collapsed in front of me. Later that evening, Chai Nyan slowly woke up, still somewhat groggy. She was startled to find herself on my back. Seeing that she was not waking up, I had decided to carry her down the mountain. Now awake, Chai Nyan fussily asked me to let her down, but as soon as she tried to stand, she felt weak and collapsed again. She panicked because she couldn't control her legs at all. Confused, I asked if she had never experienced magic exhaustion. Chai Nyan looked bewildered, so I simply explained that her magic was depleted and it would be difficult to move on her own for a while. Following my suggestion, I ended up carrying Chai Nyan back. On the way, I asked if she would continue using a bow and arrow, especially given today's events. Chai Nyan must be aware that her swordsmanship far surpasses her archery. If she could switch to swordsmanship, with her magic talent surpassing Kim Suho's, she would surely become an absolute dominant force in large-scale wars. However, judging by Chai Nyan's angry cursing, convincing her to give up the bow and arrow she had trained with for years seemed unlikely. After a while, we arrived at the transport point. I mentioned I needed to get back before the dormitory curfew, and seeing this, Chai Nyan hurriedly asked me to take her along since she still couldn't move freely. The next day, the news of Chai Nyan being attacked by a djinn quickly spread throughout the school. After class, I went to keep my appointment. Upon opening the classroom door, Kim Suho, who had asked me to come, was already waiting, but he wasn't alone. Kim Horak, Shin Jonghak, Yuyona, and finally Lee Yanghan were there too. It seemed all the major characters have gathered together. The day before the hunting club incident, when Kim Suho asked for my help, he explained that due to the recent increase in disappearances at the cube and the institution's desire not to involve outsiders, they decided to select a few students from each grade to investigate. Although the school would conduct its own thorough investigation, considering that the perpetrator was likely a student, it suggested an internal investigation by students for quicker results. The representatives chosen for the investigation were Kim Suho, Shin Jonghak, and Chai Nyan, who could also invite others to assist. Kim Suho chose me because he knew I had sharp eyesight, and he mentioned Chai Nyan had recommended me. Thinking of the SP I could earn, I agreed to help Kim Suho. Now that everyone had almost arrived, except for Chai Nyan, who couldn't come due to her injuries, Kim Suho began to share his theory on the case. He first suggested that the perpetrator of the disappearances and the djinn who attacked Nyan were not the same. Kim Suho's casual reference to Chai Nyan sparked Shin Jonghak's displeasure. At this, Kim Suho sighed and then used her full name. Overall, Kim Suho believed that the djinn's next target was likely Chai Nyan. He asked us if we had any suspects in mind or had noticed anyone behaving strangely recently. Initially, I wanted to observe how the story unfolded without deliberately disrupting the pace, but with 3 disappearances in 2 weeks, much faster than in my original story, I knew the co-author had made modifications. If this continued, the number of victims would multiply beyond expectation. After my recent experience with Chai Nyan, I decided I could no longer ignore the situation for the sake of the plot. So, I took the initiative to voice my suspicion that the president of the academic club, Yoon Hyan, was suspicious. The room fell silent instantly. Kim Suho mentioned that Yoon Hyan was close to the first victim and had already been investigated, proving his alibi. I was explaining that he could have used hypnosis magic to lure the victim to him when Shin Jonghak immediately countered my point. He does not think a mere hypnosis magic could make the elites of Magician's Cube obediently listen. At this time, Yuyona turned the tables on me, finding it odd that despite Yoon Hyan having an alibi, I persisted in my suspicions. Moreover, Yuyona felt that compared to Yoon Hyan, I was more likely to be the djinn. Her words left me incredulous, and Kim Suho also came to my defense, pointing out that I had teleportation records during the previously assumed times of the crimes. Yuyona then used my earlier mention of hypnosis magic as an example, arguing that teleportation records could easily be falsified. Behind us, Kim Horak stood up, ready to physically test me himself. He believed that by beating me up, I would either speak up or transform. Except for Kim Suho, no one objected to this approach, seemingly agreeing with Kim Horak's method. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sneer, and soon I was physically clashing with Kim Horak. Kim Suho quickly intervened to stop us. Once calmed down, I told everyone that if they didn't trust me, they could simply ask Chai Nyan, as we had both attended the hunting event that day. However, this brought about Shin Jonghak's displeasure. He was angry about why I would associate myself with Chai Nyan. While we are all working together to eradicate the djinn, you guys can only play boring pranks. At this, Shin Jonghak flew into a rage, and Lee Yanghan quickly calmed him down. After reiterating that Yoon Hyan was a likely suspect, I turned and left. But to everyone's surprise, Kim Horak suddenly attacked me, holding nothing back. Fortunately, my instincts allowed me to dodge the crisis. Turning to face Kim Horak's arrogant demeanor, I drew my pistol, ready to teach him a lesson. Just as we were about to fight, Kim Suho intervened to stop us. He was clearly displeased with Kim Horak and also told Yuona that if there were doubts, they might as well ask Chai Na-eun directly. After a moment of silence, Yuona went to contact Chai Na-eun. I left the classroom without looking back. At that moment, Yuona shared the suspicions with Chai Na-eun. Hearing that they suspected me, Chai Na-eun confidently stated, Kim Ha-jin couldn't possibly be the Jin. When I stepped outside, it was already dark. The events of today had completely stirred all my emotions. Being embroiled in my own fictional world was one thing, but to argue with the characters I had crafted was another. I've been in this world for some time now, missing my parents and friends, longing to return to my home. And if time in the original world was synchronized, how heartbroken my parents must be at my absence. The most critical question was whether I could return at all. In my moment of sadness, a notification popped up saying my resilience had increased. Seeing this, I couldn't help but lament how inappropriate the timing of this message was, but it also reminded me that my resilience had indeed improved. Otherwise, I might have given up searching for a way back by now. They only made me more determined to return home. On the other side, after watching me walk away, Kim Suho slowly returned. Yuona asked Kim Horak if he had used his ability to attack. A marksman like me dodging a close-range ability attack is highly suspicious no matter how you look at it. Just then, Yuona's watch received a message. It was an invitation from Yoon Hyun asking her to come to the study room before tomorrow's academic discussion to talk about something. Yuona, confident in her abilities, agreed to go, unaware that on the other side, Yoon Hyun was eagerly anticipating their meeting. The next day, I came to terms with it and didn't dwell on yesterday's events anymore. However, Kim Suho and the others seemed quite concerned about my situation, which made me feel somewhat awkward. I decided not to quibble with my characters anymore. Finding a way back home was the key focus. This morning, Chai Na-eun was already back in class. Seeing her walk with some difficulty, Kim Suho and Shin Jong-hak both rushed to help her, though she refused them both. Soon, it was time for class. The instructor announced that there was less than a week until the midterm exams. The written test would be immediately followed by a practical exam, which consisted of two parts: one-on-one student duels and battles against magicians, summon beasts. Both parts of the exam would be significantly harder than the regular coursework. The written test was not a problem for me, but I anticipated trouble with the duels. In the dueling exam, students each have 3 nomination tickets to choose their preferred opponents. The cube has a scoring system in place. High-ranking students do not gain points by defeating lower-ranked students, but instead lose points. However, some individuals, like Kim Horak, ignore the penalty system. I'm sure he'd love to use his nomination ticket to thrash me. Lately, something else has been on my mind: the presence of Rachel sitting beside me. She usually doesn't talk to me, but ever since the last written test, she's been hovering around me. Previously, Rachel would sit at the back of the class studying alone, occasionally sneaking glances at my notes. So, I decided to tease her a bit. Missing my parents lately, I wrote their names in my notebook, confusing Rachel, who was peeking. By evening, Yoon Hyun had messaged Yuona again. Thinking it was another typical club discussion, Yuona thought little of it. Upon opening the study room door, she found Yoon Hyun indeed waiting inside. Noticing no other members were present yet made Yuona curious. Yoon Hyun assured her they would arrive soon. That's when Yuona noticed the lit aromatic candles, which Yoon Hyun passed off as something to enhance concentration. During their conversation, Yoon Hyun suddenly asked about the Jin investigation as he was a second-year representative. Yuona was about to say there was no progress when she blurted out some rash comments instead. Interested, Yoon Hyun merely waved his finger, prompting Yuona to spill everything about my suspicion that Yoon Hyun was a Jin with psychological magic. Hearing this, Yoon Hyun immediately asked if there was any evidence. This question brought Yuona to a moment of clarity. Realizing his mistake, Yoon Hyun too sensed his error. Yuona then became wary, understanding that an innocent person's first reaction isn't to worry about whether there's evidence against them. She recognized that something was definitely off with Yoon Hyun. With the cat out of the bag, Yoon Hyun no longer pretended, expressing regret while stating, "It was supposed to be a few more people before it was your turn." Suddenly, Yuona felt dizzy. When she regained consciousness, she found herself bound. Observing her surroundings, she was shocked to discover she was in the second-year students' dormitory. She finally understood that Yoon Hyun was indeed the Jin behind the student disappearances, and I hadn't been making baseless claims. After calming herself down, Yuona tried to use her watch to call for help. However, she only struggled for a short while before Yoon Hyun returned to the dorm. Fortunately, within those few seconds, Yuona managed to send a message, but surprisingly, she sent it to me. Seeing the number 9 she sent, I was initially confused. Yoon Hyun, who had just snatched the watch, saw my name on the message and assumed I was the one who had uncovered his identity. Yuona warned Yoon Hyun that if anything happened to her, the investigation team would find out soon enough, but Yoon Hyun didn't care. He planned to leave the cube immediately after today. His words infuriated Yuona to the extreme, but her expression seemed to please Yoon Hyun. Yoon Hyun revealed that he was following the instructions of the demon Lilith, which is why he targeted Yuona. Meanwhile, I had realized Yuona's intention, so I quickly activated the Book of Truth, found Yuona's location, and set out immediately. 10 minutes later, under the continuous influence of Yoon Hyun's psychological magic, just as Yuona seemed about to succumb, she would firm her resolve once more. Yoon Hyun couldn't help but marvel that despite his efforts, he hadn't brainwashed her yet. Although Yuna struggled every time she awoke, Yoon Hyun still believed that under Lady Lilith's power, she could never escape. However, in the next second, Yoon Hyun was suddenly shot. Unlike ordinary magic bullets, this one caused him immense pain. The sudden turn of events raised Yuna's hopes, while Yoon Hyun writhed in agony on the ground. Finally, my voice slowly came through the smartwatch. I wanted to know how Yuna felt now, reminding her that she had doubted me before and now she was the one captured. Yoon Hyun, also hearing my voice, cursed at me. Realizing he was trying to delay to heal his wound, I playfully reminded him not to waste his effort, as the bullet that hit him had special effects. Yoon Hyun thought I was hiding and attacking from the shadows, so he started attacking wildly around him, inadvertently injuring Yuna in the process. Seeing Yoon Hyun continue his frenzy, I calmly told him no need to look further. I was in a place far from him. Several more bullets hit Yoon Hyun. At that moment, I was hundreds of meters away in the bushes, with my Desert Eagle transformed into a sniper rifle. Long-range shooting was indeed good. I also loudly told Yuna that the bullets she had given me were probably going to run out today, and if she had any conscience, she should prepare better ones for me next time. While speaking, I reloaded, and Yoon Hyun tried to flee. After emptying all my reserves, I finally relaxed. I asked Yuna if she was alright and told her to take a nap, as the investigation team would arrive soon. Hearing this, Yuna no longer forced herself to stay awake and soon fainted. Her last words seemed to be a thank you to me, but spoken so softly that I couldn't hear them from afar. The next morning, Yuna slowly opened her eyes. She found herself in the academy's medical room and noticed Kim Suho sitting by the bed, peeling an apple. Suddenly sitting up, Yuna curiously asked why he was there. The investigation team is taking turns looking after you. Yuna didn't understand why they all came. Hearing this, Kim Suho explained that he and Shin Jong-hak felt responsible for Yuna's injuries. In short, they felt they hadn't protected her well enough and the investigation team was sorry. But Yuna didn't see it that way, thinking the incident was her own fault. She then inquired if that person had come. This puzzled Kim Suho, unsure who she was referring to. Seeing this, Yuna quickly turned her head away, not mentioning my name. At noon, I received a message from Yuna. She expressed her gratitude and assured she would repay the favor. After eliminating the Jinn, I also earned a large amount of SP, completing the long-range shooting task, and my Master Marksman reached Mastery Grade 7. Compared to previous actions, this time I gained the most SP. Personally, eliminating a main storyline antagonist yields a substantial reward. Although I used many SP to enhance my ability for long-distance shooting of Yoon Hyun, the most important thing was that I successfully rescued Yuna. At that moment, someone called my name in the restaurant. Yesterday, I had contacted Park Soo-hyuk to meet. Unexpectedly, as soon as he approached, Park Soo-hyuk immediately knelt down. He worried I wanted to cancel the contract and pleaded for me to reconsider. Seeing this, I helplessly explained that wasn't the case. I had called him today for one reason only. I saw great potential in SH Entertainment, so I planned to invest money in them. Hearing this, Park Soo-hyuk was still slow to react. As for the money I put forth, it was from the ginseng I had sold on the Violet Banquet for a whopping $400 million. I split this money into two parts, using most of it to continue purchasing shares of the Packhorse Masters and planning the rest for investing in SH Entertainment. After all, their potential, in the long run, is no less than that of the Packhorse Masters. Seeing me ready to invest $150 million, Park Soo-hyuk was very flustered, stating he couldn't shamelessly accept such a large sum. Again, I insisted Park Soo-hyuk take it, emphasizing that investing this money was also about growing together. I also advised him to buy a decent magic bag and a high-utility vehicle when he returned, to better facilitate their work. After discussing the cooperation, as it was nearly afternoon, I then parted ways with him. At the same time, in an abandoned factory somewhere, a phantom-like shadow slowly emerged from the ground, finally revealing a young boy. He asked the leader what to do next now that the Packhorse Masters had gone public. The leader above him had only one answer: to grab the item and ignore the rest. The boy also had some news to share, including that someone had been continuously buying up shares of the Packhorse Masters. The second piece of news was that there were several new interesting homepages on the Violet Banquet, and the boy found one called the Truth Agency suspicious because it claimed to answer any question. He wondered whether to try posting a commission, but was stopped by the leader. From the leader's mouth, it was learned that the boy's name was Drun. Seeing the leader appear somewhat irritable, Drun changed the topic and then mentioned the upcoming midterm exams at the Cube, noting that the Chameleon Troupe needed to pay attention to Kim Suho and Shin Jong-hak, and the leader herself wanted to personally observe to see if there was anyone useful. As days passed, the Cube's midterm practical exams finally arrived. The campus would be fully open to various guilds and associations and employers to observe, and the students' parents would also attend. With people from around the world gathered inside, the vibrant atmosphere resembled that of a festival. Many high-ranking students of the Cube had many followers on social media, and these people would also come to watch, so seeing any type of person on campus wouldn't be strange. I then picked up the drone given by Park Soo-hyuk to start monitoring the school school, also as a precaution. After the drone flew out, someone accidentally bumped into me. Just a glance at her startled me because I recognized her as the captain of the chameleon troop. I knew the captain would come to today's exam, but I hadn't expected to run into her. However, I had been pondering the captain's setting for too long. I had to say something, otherwise, I would appear very suspicious. Struggling to find words, I blurted out. I regretted it immediately after saying it, and the captain just rolled her eyes at me. Fortunately, she didn't say much and quickly turned and walked away. But things didn't go as smoothly as I thought. It wasn't long before the captain contacted Drun, because the person who had just brushed past her seemed immune to the perception-blocking item. Seeing her true face directly, the captain instructed Drun to investigate my identity. Unfortunately, I was unaware of this on the other side. Many people come to recruit students in the novel's storyline, but the chameleon troop only targeted 2 individuals. Ultimately, after observing, Kim Suho found their beliefs different, so the people from the chameleon troop noted Shin Jong-hak and left. Their infiltration into the cube wasn't a serious issue, but I worried that if the storyline changed again and they encountered the exam security heroes, it wouldn't just be a few people dying. There are many security heroes inside the cube, some even top-tier heroes. Oh Jun-hyuk and Seo Yangji have already patrolled the cube several times without spotting anything suspicious. Oh Jun-hyuk didn't believe anyone would dare cause trouble during this time, but after the 2 walked past, a man, also a member of the chameleon troop, stepped out beside them. Hearing that someone could ignore the siren necklace's perception blocking intrigued him. After watching a stream of seemingly fragile students, the man was utterly bored. Just as he thought about meeting up first, Drun internally scoffed at his simple-mindedness. As for the captain, she stopped the man because the confrontation was about to start, and there was no need for a test to know the other party's strength. This morning, the second day of the competition, Kim Horak used his nomination ticket, and naturally, he chose me as his opponent. As I was entering the arena, someone called out to me. It was Yuyona. At that moment, she ordered her subordinate to bring over a box containing 100 of the highest quality bullets. Although they weren't needed for the exam, she told me to take them home and use them freely and to contact her anytime if I needed more. Yuyona also mentioned that mere bullets were not enough to repay the debt of saving her life. They were just a small gift she was giving me today. Moreover, when the school authorities asked her to provide testimony about the death of the Jin, she didn't mention my supporting fire. I was very grateful to Yuyona for keeping my secret. If the news of my shooting in Hyan had spread, I might have faced trouble since none of Lilith's Jins are ordinary. At this moment, Yuyona also said she knew I had my reasons for hiding my strength, but continuing to hide it would make it difficult to pass the practical exam. Seeing my confusion, Yuyona curiously asked if I didn't know who my opponent was. I had guessed as much when I arrived, and I was prepared to settle things properly with him. Meanwhile, Drun had already clarified my situation for the captain. In this world, Kim Ha-jin comes from an orphanage with no parents or close friends. He entered a military academy at the age of 6 and came to the cube with a mediocre performance and a debt of $300,000. These were all the details Drun found out. After hearing the report, the captain was even more puzzled. Such an ordinary person, why could he look directly at her true face despite the perception-blocking item? As the captain pondered, another member of the chameleon troop finally found her. The man was Cheek Jungyang of the chameleon troop. Hearing the captain say he was late, Cheek Jungyang quickly explained that he had been scouting for talent as instructed. When the captain asked about the results, Cheek Jungyang said they were all weaklings. Any one of them would be knocked out with a flick on the forehead. His response left Drun speechless because the captain was interested in potential, and this year's most promising talent was in the first year. So Drun suggested that the captain and Cheek Jungyang check it out themselves, especially since the first year Kim Ha-jin's contest was about to start. Remembering the previous encounter where she was seen through, the captain took Drun's advice. As the grand opening ceremony took place, the arenas of the cube were bustling with excitement. Oh Jun-hyuk and Seo Yangji, who were in charge of the second arena, had now arrived at the observation stand. As they chatted, Seo Yangji suddenly sensed something unusual originating from Cheek Jungyang sitting at the opposite side of the arena. She hinted at Oh Jun-hyuk that the man seemed to be smiling at them continuously. Oh Jun-hyuk thought he was just a fan and didn't pay much attention. After the ceremony, the contest officially began. The first to enter was Kim Horak of the combat department, ranked 19th among first-year students. Although far behind the top 6, his overall strength was also commendable. Seo Yangji was surprised to see that Kim Horak's opponent was Kim Ha-jin, ranked only 934. Looking at the fiercely determined Kim Horak, I couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't you looking a little too fierce? Let's take it easy. Hearing this, Kim Horak became even angrier. His main skill was protective energy, which could release magic power from his body to form a transparent shield, so the training bullets couldn't harm him at all. The most important thing was to keep Kim Horak at a distance, because if he got close, I would indeed be in real danger as he was a formidable close-range fighter. The match started, and Kim Horak charged at me instantly. His tactic was correct to close the distance between us. The next moment, I activated bullet time. After a period of diligent training and enhancement, bullet time had extended to last for a minute, allowing me me to keep up with Kim Horak's movements. However, his tremendous destructive power made me realize he was like a tank. Next, Kim Horak chased me frantically across the platform, while I utilized thousand-mile eye and bullet time to seemingly narrowly dodge his attacks time after time. As he continued to pursue, I suddenly pulled out my handgun and aimed. Kim Horak seized the opportunity to get close, and at the same time, my bullet also fired. But he didn't care at all. He thought I was foolish to think his protective energy would fail. He believed he could easily deflect such bullets and didn't even need to defend. However, things went far beyond his expectations. Not only did he fail to block the shot, but the bullet also successfully penetrated his protective energy. The sudden change in the arena made the audience disbelieve their eyes, as the well-known protective energy was pierced by a mere training handgun. Kim Horak on the platform was stunned, only the severe pain in his shoulder making him realize that his energy had indeed been penetrated by a small bullet. The next second, Kim Horak reacted because he heard the sound of my trigger pull. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Facing my rapid fire, Kim Horak had to protect his vital body parts, and this was exactly the method I had thought of to deal with him. Kim Horak thought he could deflect bullets. He was very wrong, because I had infused the bullets with the power of my stigma, and they were also bullets with anti-demon power. Now that Kim Horak's offensive had ended, he faced my relentless barrage. After dodging all the way, Kim Horak finally couldn't stand it, using his full strength to try to use debris to make me lose balance. This strike seemed to slow down my attack, but as I jumped to dodge the debris, I suddenly warned Kim Horak that I was about to throw a knife next. Seeing this, he didn't dare to take it head-on and didn't use the opportunity to close in on me. Fearing the knife might also have a special effect, Kim Horak chose to dodge directly. I smirked and said that was actually just a bluff. During his dodging, I had already rapidly reloaded my handgun, and then came another round of quick shooting. This time, Kim Horak had absolutely no room to dodge or defend, and just like that, he took all the damage. After a round of shooting, he was already kneeling on the ground in severe pain. I approached at a leisurely pace, stopped, and then raised the handgun on the spot. Without his protective energy, Kim Horak was like a lamb to the slaughter. This spectacular fight made the audience even forget to breathe. Finally, under everyone's gaze, I pulled the trigger of the handgun, but the sound of an empty gun echoed through the entire arena. Kim Horak's eyes were filled with disbelief, and the audience finally took a breath. Oh Junhyuk, in surprise, could it be that Kim Ha-jin has no bullets left? At this moment, Kim Horak was also covered in wounds. As everyone wondered who the winner of the fight was, Kim Horak finally stood up, deciding to make a last stand. At this, I just smiled slightly. Thinking this was enough, I threw away the handgun and told the referee that I surrendered. My voice echoed in the silent arena. The people on stage did not react immediately until the referee stutteringly declared the duel over, and the victory belonged to Kim Horak. Compared to the shock of the audience, my demeanor was calm. Kim Horak was furiously cursing, demanding I come back, while I turned around and left without looking back. At this point, Oh Junhyuk asked his companion what they thought. Seo Yanji's view was simple. She thought I performed very well, whereas Kim Horak was too hasty and did not use martial arts to approach step by step, instead opting to use the energy-consuming protective energy to respond. My performance intrigued Seo Yanji because my firing speed was beyond normal, and my dynamic vision was too exceptional, capable of tracking the movements of a martial arts student. She was also surprised that I could surround bullets with compressed magic. Oh Junhyuk and Seo Yanji concluded that this was why the bullets could penetrate the protective energy, but I was just a student, and yet I could compress magic to this density. Various guilds and organizations were hurriedly contacting their superiors to report my performance. By evening, all the duels for the day had pretty much ended. After leaving, Cheek Jungyang contacted his partner, saying he didn't like that guy named Kim Ha-jin, a little guy who hides far away and shoots. He didn't understand why the captain would want him to pay attention to such a person. Didn't you notice the anti-magic power? Cheek Jungyang told him that this has nothing to do with strength. Hearing this, Drun finally realized that he just simply disliked shooters. In Cheek Jungyang's eyes, a real duel is about fighting to kill the opponent, staking one's life. Drun didn't bother to argue with Cheek Jungyang and instead inquired about Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak's matches. For these two, Cheek Jungyang acknowledged their strength. Shin Jonghak's savage spear technique made a deep impression on him, with no probing but direct attacks aimed at the opponent's vitals. He said he liked Shin Jonghak. As for Kim Suho, Cheek Jungyang found him a bit special. Kim Suho's swordsmanship also surprised Cheek Jungyang. It was indeed as elegant as rumored, like a sword dance refined over countless years. But after watching the match, Cheek Jungyang always felt that Kim Suho was hiding his true colors. However, the current strength of Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak was not enough to make his hands itch. At this time, Drun asked him to also make a note of Kim Ha-jin. Although dissatisfied, Cheek Jungyang complied because the captain had requested it. Just then, a security guard from the cube spotted him and began to drive him away. The next second, Cheek Jungyang suddenly flicked his finger at the guard's head. Hearing the commotion over the phone, Drun asked if he had killed the person. Cheek Jungyang casually admitted it and asked Drun to keep it a secret for him because if the captain found out, he might get killed. As for the captain, she had already Zoe arrived at a deserted place, recalling past events and the betrayal she had suffered, as well as the vow to avenge someone. The captain, having come to her senses, contacted Drun to have him investigate Kim Suho and Shin Jong-hak, and also Kim Ha-jin. As for me having the anti-magic power capable of breaking through magic constitution, the captain put me first on the list to investigate, but Drun thought it inappropriate to act on such scant information about me. The captain reassured Drun, because tomorrow she planned to meet Kim Ha-jin herself. The next match was between seed players, with the first match featuring Rachel versus Chai Na-yoon. Even more spectators than on the first day attended, including the top guild from each country, Creator's Sacred Grace. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the battles between seed players, and naturally, I was among them. However, today's match is supposed to end in a disastrous defeat for Chai Na-yoon. After all, the bow and arrow really didn't suit her talent, so she couldn't possibly defeat Rachel. As the battle began, Chai Na-yoon appeared confident. Her recent training had significantly boosted her abilities. After releasing her magic, Chai Na-yoon shot an arrow that instantly transformed into a myriad of light arrows aimed at Rachel. But Rachel was quick, easily dodging most of the light arrows, and the last one was blocked with her sword. Watching her all-out attack effortlessly neutralized, Chai Na-yoon couldn't believe it. Rachel then gradually closed in on her using her movement techniques. While I was thoroughly enjoying the match, someone came up behind me and sat next to me. The arrival of the captain was a surprise. She is a notorious blacklisted wanted criminal of the Hero Association. She's the infamous leader of the Chameleon Troupe, a formidable individual who hides behind countless names and identities. But in the next second, the captain was doused with cola when a man behind her stumbled. This scared me half to death. If the captain lost her temper, it would be the end. After Rachel's victory on stage, the captain also took my handkerchief to dry her hair. Hearing her say thank you, I hurriedly said it was no problem. Shortly after, the captain explained her purpose. She had watched my duel with Kim Horak and wanted to get to know me, then handed me her business card. But looking at the name on it, Li Xiaofeng, I knew it wasn't her real one, just one among her many identities. I curiously inquired about the captain's intentions, but she didn't tell me and got up to leave. The captain said if I wanted to find her, I could contact her directly. Watching the captain leave, I couldn't figure out why she would seek me out. In the afternoon, Kim Suho's match also ended. He easily defeated the 8th rank Yohei. On the way out, many people were still discussing today's matches. I retrieved the drone I had released and prepared to return to the dorm to check if anything unusual had occurred in the school today. However, on my way back, I suddenly heard someone quietly crying. Looking down at the bushes next to me, it turned out to be Chai Na-yoon, who had hidden and quietly cried after losing the match. This is part of the storyline. In the original story, it was Kim Suho who happened to pass by and comforted and encouraged her during her moment of despair. It was this incident that began to endear Chai Na-yoon to Kim Suho. But now that the antagonists have all been strengthened, the light encouragements in the novel like Kim Suho's to not give up are of no help to the current Chai Na-yoon. In Kim Suho's life, giving up is not in his vocabulary. He never persuades others to give up, so until the end, Chai Na-yoon never gave up on archery. Just then, I thought of a way to give advice to Chai Na-yoon without disrupting their encounter. I decided to send some messages to console her. Seeing the message was from me, Chai Na-yoon was initially puzzled, but the content made her eyes widen because I directly told her that swords suited her best, recommending she give up the bow and arrow she had persisted with for years and consider changing her profession, just like me. Initially, Chai Na-yoon thought I would comfort her, so she was taken aback for a moment. By the time she finished reading the message, Kim Suho and others had found her. When Kim Suho tried to comfort her, he found that Chai Na-yoon was infuriated by my words, as my message ruthlessly denied her years of effort. Thus, the first subject duel of the Cube midterm exams came to an end. Back in the dorm, I opened the drone footage and saw Cheek Jungyeon's brutal actions. He didn't hesitate at all when he struck, purely to amuse himself. In this world, there are indeed such people who can do such things, but unlike ordinary lawbreakers, they possess powers far beyond ordinary humans. I can no longer just be wary of the villains from the original novel, as the novel has been adapted by the co-author, and new villains could appear at any time. The next day, the midterm exams monster battle began. The examiner this time was one of the magicians, Jin Jua. Next, we would battle the magical creatures she summoned in the arena below. These creatures have the same attacking power as monsters and won't disappear immediately even if the summoning is cancelled, so she reminded everyone to surrender immediately if they feel unable to continue the exam. The assessment isn't necessarily about defeating the creatures, but is scored based on how long one can last and how calmly one can handle the situation. After explaining the rules, the groups were formed. Soon, the first group went down to wait for their test, but the students not undergoing the test were not idle. The examiner told everyone to analyze the battlefield and write a report about this monster battle. Just then, someone's smartwatch rang, and immediately, the examiner asked everyone to turn off their smartwatches. Lastly, Jin Jua stated that the reports would also account for a part of the written test score, thus everyone should take it seriously. After finishing, she announced the start of the monster removal battle. The first group, Suzuki, was ready to face her challenge. The creature assigned to her was an advanced ghoul. As Hazuki fought, the students on the platform watched closely. When the first group's test ended, it was time for the second group of students to take their turn. Unlike the battles of Hazuki and others, the top-ranked talents like Li Yanghan directly defeated the summon monsters upon releasing their magic power. Chai Nyan's battle was also easy. Finally, after some waiting, it was time for my group 10, to enter. I was assigned a Chrome Wolf. Facing this close combat powerful summon monsters, I chose the most conservative tactic. Just when I thought I could finish smoothly, sudden vibrations echoed through the examination field. Oh Junhyuk, patrolling nearby, heard the situation inside the arena too, and Seo Yangji in the monitoring room told him to be more attentive, given that a security patrol had been murdered before. Hence, they remained very alert for the rest of the exam. The heroes speculated that the source of the vibrations within the examination field was the seabed in the sea area near Oh Junhyuk. Just as he was about to investigate, he suddenly sensed a killing intent from behind. Cheek Jungyang of the Chameleon Troop had not evacuated. He was still inside the cube. Oh Junhyuk informed him that entry was forbidden to outsiders. Initially, Cheek Jungyang wanted to chat, but he suddenly rolled up his sleeves in a challenging manner, looking ready for trouble. Oh Junhyuk immediately drew his weapon. Just as they were about to engage in combat, the earlier vibrations occurred again. Feeling a formidable pressure, both turned to look at the sea, where a huge water tornado had risen, containing a terrifying monster. Meanwhile, inside the examination field, the examiners paused the exam, instructing all students to go outside for safety. I was also quite surprised, as this event did not occur in the original novel's storyline, and the summon monsters I was supposed to battle had not been recalled yet, so I loudly called for the examiner, but no one was there. I immediately realized this was not a simple accident. It's very likely that one of the dispatched magicians was a jinn. Jean Jua definitely wasn't responsible, as she had already been seen, and there were no notifications of changes to the setting. However, I quickly remembered that my computer had not detected any character changes in this exam from the start. If that's the case, it meant that a completely new storyline appeared today. Meanwhile, in another part of the exam field, a man appeared in front of Rachel. He greeted her faintly, even calling her Princess Highness. The man's appearance completely surprised Rachel, indicating a new plotline that I was unaware of. The man's name was Sir Lancaster. After regaining her composure, Rachel asked him where he had been since the incident in L City years ago. Lancaster did not answer but instead lifted his eerie eyes. Instantly, Rachel understood, and she accused Lancaster, the former Imperial Guard captain, of selling his soul to a jinn. Lancaster smiled and said that he had dedicated his soul to his country for his entire life. Finally, he was tragically betrayed and abandoned. He has found refuge with a new lord. Hearing this, Rachel no longer spoke much and immediately charged at Lancaster, intending to arrest him and take him back to her country. However, Lancaster did not dodge Rachel's attacks. Where the blade passed, only an illusionary smoke was left. Regretfully, he told Rachel that his body was elsewhere, and today he had only come to bring some gifts. Lancaster mentioned that the outside was very chaotic now, including the invading monsters, and the examiners had all gone out to face the enemy, so no one would come to help her. In B country, the royalty is always given priority for protection, but here, Rachel is just an ordinary person. He wondered if Rachel could survive on her own, starting his revenge for past tragedies. Although he wanted to talk more with the princess, he was out of time, and Lancaster turned and left directly. As he faded away, a terrifyingly powerful assassin had emerged. Upon meeting, the assassin instantly drew his sword and approached so quickly that Rachel could barely react. The assassin was very strong, and Rachel tried to distance herself, but the speed of his sword strikes was too fast to see clearly. Even if she barely blocked a few, Rachel still suffered multiple cuts. After the exchange, she realized she could not defeat him head-on, so she gambled on finding a weakness. She calmly observed the assassin's movements, looking for an opportunity. In an instant, she dodged using her agility. The blade's edge grazed her shoulder, but she also managed to leave a deep gash on the assassin's side. Taking advantage of the assassin's momentary hesitation from the pain, Rachel quickly created distance, gasping for breath, ready for the next round of attack and defense. Rachel knew that only by finding his weakness could she completely defeat this formidable enemy. Soon, the assassin's blade overwhelmed her defenses, and even her sword was knocked away. Just as the assassin prepared to finish Rachel, her hand secretly moved. Unknown to the assassin, Rachel's sword was connected by a thin wire. The next second, as the assassin struck, she controlled the sword to block this attack. At the crucial moment, the wall behind them was suddenly breached, distracting both. Seeing another person from a different field emerge, the assassin immediately abandoned the now defenseless Rachel and turned to kill the one who had broken through the wall. Seeing this, my power instantly activated, and I spent SP to convert my Desert Eagle into shotgun mode. At such a close distance, combined with the special effects of my terrifying shot, the assassin was instantly obliterated. The bullet that hit him consumed 250 SP, and its power was as expected. Looking at my figure, Rachel also recognized that it was Kim Ha-jin, her classmate. Confirming there was no danger, I approached to inquire about her condition. premonition. Even without Rachel speaking, the wounds on her body told me it was serious. Fortunately, I carried first aid supplies, so I began to bandage her up. During this, she couldn't help but cry out in pain, and I reminded her to endure a little longer, as her hand might never wield a sword again if not treated promptly. After finishing, I looked at the blood-stained bandage and suddenly realized that I had unwittingly obtained the blood of a top student from the cube. While Rachel was thanking me, I hurriedly hid the bandage behind me. After resting for a while, it seemed the outside battle had ended, and the examiner Jin Jua also rushed over. She was about to take us up when another magician hurried over to inform that 2 students were seriously injured in the neighboring examination room. Hearing this, Jin Jua's expression turned grave, realizing that there was foul play behind this accident. By evening, the incidents at the examination site had largely been resolved, but Oh Junhyuk was sitting disheartened by the sea. Seo Yangji successfully found him and, confirming that he was unharmed, she inquired about the sudden occurrences. Oh Junhyuk was unclear about the reasons, but he mentioned he had been driven away by the invaders. Although unsure who had angered them, Chichu and Jing had repelled the monsters with brute force, which had also frightened Oh Junhyuk. He speculated that this person was likely the killer of the security guard. This exam involved not only mysterious invaders, but also numerous high-level monsters. Oh Junhyuk realized that the cube would probably be held accountable by various parties. The next day, news of the cube exam incident spread globally. The midterm exams were consequently postponed due to the administration needing to explain externally and repair the venues, leading to the cancellation of scheduled exams and classes, giving the students an unprecedented 10-day holiday. As the instructors scolded everyone for only caring about discussing the holidays, a notification finally arrived on my computer in my backpack. The co-author's change notification was regrettably late. It had increased the capabilities of a character, Lancaster, setting him up as a more dangerous figure. His adjustment included increased probabilities of attacking Rachel and an enhancement in strength. Lancaster was a character I had designed related to Bee Country, intended to overturn the entire country. Originally, Lancaster was supposed to appear later as a significant antagonist, but now he had made an early appearance. Not only had he appeared much earlier, but he had also become stronger. However, yesterday's events turned out to be good for me, as I had obtained Rachel's blood. I was thinking of feeding it to Evangel when I returned, when suddenly someone elbowed me in the head. Turning around, it was Chai Nayun, who appeared quite smug, clearly doing it on purpose. To other students, our friction seemed commonplace, and I didn't take Chai Nayun's actions to heart. Now in her dorm room, her mood significantly improved, even calling me a coward, clearly provoking me despite not daring to confront her directly. At that moment, Chai Nayun's smartwatch received a message. It was the analysis report of the exam. She eagerly opened the reports, many of which discussed her. Kim Suho was the first. His comments on Chai Nayun were very inspirational. He believed that despite many factors recently diminishing her confidence, he still saw her as a talented archer. Kim Suho was confident that if Chai Nayun continued to believe in herself and improve as she did during the exam, she would eventually become the best hero. Watching Kim Suho's lengthy encouragement, Chai Nayun read it all and ended up feeling quite shy, as it was the first time someone had encouraged and praised her like this. Chai Nayun decided, no matter what others say, she would steadfastly remain an archer. Chai Nayun continued to read other people's reports. However, the next one was anonymous and also quite lengthy, so she happily started reading. When she saw the content, Chai Nayun was initially stunned, then her whole body trembled with anger because this anonymous comment was written by me. Unlike Kim Suho's encouragement, my lines were full of criticisms saying she was completely unsuitable for archery and her performance in the exam was full of flaws. After reading, Chai Nayun exploded in rage, loudly cursing me in the dormitory. Meanwhile, in another part of the dorm, I had placed Evangel's seed on the bandage, which soon began absorbing the blood on it. Seeing this, I thought the seed should grow well. If fed with human blood, it could nurture the real witch Evangel. Rachel comes from a great bloodline, so I think the witch hatched from her blood wouldn't turn out to be a villain. I just have to wait for Evangel to grow quickly, so she can help me in the future. But as I was imagining her future appearance, my heart suddenly began to beat violently, accompanied by pain on my wrist. Unexpectedly, the second stigma chose this moment to appear. The pain of the stigma's etching made me scream in agony. The next morning, I contacted Park Soo-hyuk to go to the hunting grounds early, still in severe pain in my wrist and looking quite haggard from the lack of sleep the night before. Seeing this, Park Soo-hyuk was curious about what was wrong with me. After telling him it was nothing, we started talking about the recent business. Park Soo-hyuk mentioned how, thanks to me, having a hunting vehicle not only made running errands more convenient than before, but also reassured the clients a lot. Upon arriving at the entrance to the hunting ground, I noticed it was crowded with many people, mostly from guilds. The crowd of onlookers was also attracted by these guild members, who represent the essence of straight, and leading them was none other than Yuyona. Seeing her, I was also surprised. She must have brought her guild members to scout the hunting ground. Noticing someone staring at her, Yuyona turned her head and saw me in the car. She then approached me, curious about what I was doing at the hunting ground. Yuyona coming over to greet me was unexpected, and I told told her I was here to earn some extra money, and I was with my agent Park Soo-hyuk. Hearing this, Yeona turned to look at Park Soo-hyuk. In the original story, Park Soo-hyuk becomes Kim Soo-ho's agent. After learning this, Yeona invested a lot of money in SH Entertainment, which turned out to be very successful, leading both to successful careers. But that's the content of the original novel. Without the banner of Kim Soo-ho, SH Entertainment probably doesn't hold much value in Yeona's eyes. It seems I've become an obstacle for Park Soo-hyuk now. At that moment, realizing I was actually here to hunt, Yeona suddenly pulled open the car door and sat next to me. She thought, since I was here to hunt, she might as well come in and have a look first. Despite my confusion, I agreed to go to the hunting ground together. On the way, I wondered what Yeona was up to, but she spoke first, asking if I had considered my future. Hearing me say it was too early to think about it, Yeona explained it wasn't too early at all, since we had just finished our midterms, and by the third year we would leave school to become trainee heroes, so we should start planning for graduation as soon as possible. Then she finally revealed her purpose, which was to invite me to join the Essence of Straight. Yeona was very sincere, stating that although the Essence of Straight couldn't compare to the creator's sacred grace, she believed that once she became the leader, she could make the Essence of Straight the top guild. If I was willing to join, she could provide any resources I needed, from high-end weapons to well-known agents. Yeona thought these offers were attractive enough since I was still a student, but I changed the subject, telling Yeona that contacting prospective heroes in advance could result in a fine. Hearing this, she laughed and said, "Do you think I can't afford that little amount of money?" The hunting vehicle suddenly braked hard, causing her to bump into the seat. Immediately, Yeona angrily asked why the sudden stop. Park Soo-hyuk stammered that we had reached the area where monsters lurk. His comment surprised Yeona. She hadn't expected an ordinary agent to know about monster hotspots. Park Soo-hyuk explained that April is when monsters in the deeper parts of the hunting ground get restless, forcing the weaker ones to flee to the periphery. He considered my skills as a sharpshooter and specifically chose this hunting spot. This information was from Park Soo-hyuk's personal field research, and he said it could be trusted. I also took the opportunity to boast to Yeona that Park Soo-hyuk was an excellent agent. After greeting them, I went down to start hunting. As for Yeona, her guild members would soon arrive here too. As I got out of the car, Yeona came back to knock on the window and also asked for Park Soo-hyuk's business card. During the holiday, I continued my training as usual until school resumed classes at the end of the break. By then, the written exam results were out. As expected, I topped my class, and Rachel remained in second place. Moreover, since I had taught Kim Horak a lesson during the practical exam, that used to bully me became much quieter. This period was probably the calmest I've had at Mage Cube. Just then, Chai Nyan punched the wall next to me, threateningly asking if I was the one who wrote the anonymous report about her performance. I initially thought of denying it, but Chai Nyan was sure because the tone was unmistakably mine. I explained that I wrote those things for her own good, but Chai Nyan was furious. Both of us being marksmen, she felt I had no credibility to backseat her, always advising her to give up. She even challenged me to a bet, asking me to experience the difficulty of archery for myself. Surprisingly, I immediately agreed to her challenge. The bet was that if I won, Chai Nyan would have to give up being an archer. However, she needed to give me time to train in archery. Chai Nyan readily agreed, curious to see how I could beat someone who had trained for years after just a few days of practice. I was confident about the bet. My master sharpshooter talent proficiency is currently grade 7. If I could raise it to grade 6 in the remaining time, the bet will be as good as mine. She mistakenly thought her archery talent was comparable to her swordsmanship. Slow persuasion wasn't working, so I thought the bet was a good idea. After the midterm exams, the club activities resumed. At this point, everything was quite similar to the original story. Therefore, the next scenario should be the assassination event involving a billionaire in P City of F country. And today the travel club's activity location was exactly P City. The event began with a murder notice from an assassination organization addressed to the billionaire Bethel. His personality is gentle and frugal, so the incident caused quite a stir. These were all facades. His real identity was Burbot, a heartless swindler and irredeemable villain. Despite his efforts to conceal his identity, the organization The Footstep of Darkness targeting him had decided to genuinely attempt to kill Burbot. In the original story, the disguised Bethel was very scared after receiving the notice. Luckily, at a gathering, Bethel overheard the travel club president Han Hyun planning to bring students to P City. Hearing that they hadn't found suitable lodging yet, Bethel promptly invited the Mage Cube students to stay at his house, actually intending to use them as bodyguards. At this moment, my computer received a message. It was from the Violet Banquet. Someone had come to my truth agency to post a commission, my first ever, so I immediately perked up to check the client's request. The client needed me to find out the current location of a con artist who was extorting their family. Looking at the information sent by the client, I realized the swindler was none other than Bethel. Meanwhile, at the Chameleon Troop's secret hideout, they were collectively watching the Mage Cube midterms, currently viewing my showdown with Kim Horak. Those who saw the anti-magic for the first time were startled by this mysterious power. Some members felt I could be useful, while others wondered why they were analyzing someone new to rope in. One member felt there was a good chance I would join, pleased by the fact that I had no family or significant other. A person so isolated could be easily swayed with wealth. The chameleon troop's primary goal was to capture and execute traitors, and my anti-magic could play a role, so most agreed on recruiting me. At this point, a woman objected. You can't assign the color black to that newcomer, which is reserved for the strongest. The last owner was the man who betrayed the previous boss. Hearing this, Cheek Jungyang suddenly stepped forward, proposing that he take over the black role and pass his red role to the newcomer. This was met with opposition from many, who thought Cheek Jungyang was too stupid and not the strongest. With opinions divided, Drun suggested they vote as usual, letting the minority comply with the majority. When the team leader initiated the vote on whether to recruit Kim Ha-jin, the result was as she expected. Drun summed up 8 in favor, 2 against, so the chameleon troop would start recruiting Kim Ha-jin. After the meeting, the team leader handed an invitation to a woman named Jane. It was a VIP party invitation in P-City, with the mission to steal a ring. Jane readily accepted the task, as she was the yellow of the chameleon troop. The day after Jane accepted the mission, the members of the travel club were also transported to the activity location in P-City. Once I arrived, Hanhyun organized everyone to draw lots for teams. According to the original storyline, Yona would end up on the same team as Kim Suho. As for who I teamed up with, it didn't really matter to me, but unexpectedly, Chai Nayan drew the lot to be with me, and she was visibly displeased. Just then, someone nearby exclaimed. Turning around, I saw Hanhyun was warmly embracing a girl. Everyone finally understood why he had chosen P-City for the activity. It was to meet his girlfriend. After the affectionate greeting, Hanhyun introduced his girlfriend, Natasha, who would also serve as the accompanying doctor for this trip. The following period was free for sightseeing before gathering to head to the billionaire's mansion. Chai Nayun, who had been grouped with me, asked where I wanted to go, which surprised me. I suggested we grab some food first and wondered why she wanted to stick with me. Aren't we in the same team? Aren't we supposed to stick together? I couldn't help but remark that she was different from someone I knew. Chai Nayun looked around, unfamiliar with the surroundings and unsure of where the restaurants were. I told her to just follow me, as I had already briefly checked on my smartwatch upon arrival. Along the way, Chai Nayun mentioned her picky food preferences. After a short walk, we entered a grand, opulent restaurant that even surprised Chai Nayun with its splendor. When we sat down, she asked how I managed to book such a place. I didn't specify, actually using the effect of the Book of Truth. When ordering, I handed the menu to Chai Nayun. Being from a wealthy family, she should be able to order for herself. I enjoyed the view outside. Unexpectedly, I spotted a familiar face and quickly stood up, told Chai Nayun to wait for me, and then rushed outside. The presence of the person walking by, Yun Sun-ah, the deputy guildmaster of the Creator's Sacred Grace, suggested a possible plot change. After catching up to her, I curiously asked why Yun Sun-ah was in P-City, but she pretended not to recognize me and hid behind a man accompanying her. Just as I was about to press further, I received a notification on my computer, so I apologized, admitting I mistook her for someone else. Outside the restaurant, I opened my laptop. It contained a change notification from the co-author. Due to someone's report, a conflict between Jane and Yun Sun-ah was imminent, so her appearance in the current plot was necessary. After reading the change, I understood why Yun Sun-ah came to P-City. Once, Jane and Yun Sun-ah were both members of the Creator's Sacred Grace, sharing many missions and dangers, surviving together and becoming friends. But at a critical moment, Jane betrayed Yun Sun-ah for fun. After that incident, Yun Sun-ah found out that Jane's real identity was Jane Valorine, the yellow of the chameleon troop, a villain skilled in disguise and theft. After being recognized, Yun Sun-ah left with her subordinate, Yorin. They had unexpectedly received a letter, learning that Jane might appear at a party in P-City. Yun Sun-ah was skeptical, but she knew Jane enjoyed such parties, especially since the party's banquet hall would feature a mythical item, Homer's ring. Meanwhile, Chai Nayun and I had finished eating and came out. I suggested we split up because she might have her own places she wants to see. But actually, the special party was starting at 5 p.m., so I needed to find a spot for a good inside view. Hearing this, Chai Nayun agreed and turned to leave. I reminded her not to get lost. After a long wait, the party officially started. Guests disguised themselves and gradually entered. In the banquet hall, Yeona and Kim Suho were also present. Kim Suho's attire was very dashing, drawing many guests' attention. As for me, I was outside the party mansion, estimating that Yun Sun-ah would soon arrive. At a masquerade party held in an ancient castle on the outskirts of P-City, my task was to ensure the plot proceeded as originally intended. I then used Thousand Mile Eye and spotted a magical teleportation point nearby. Such teleportation points can only be artificially created by powerful jinns, indicating that a powerful jinn capable of opening portals was hiding at this party. The computer pinged again with a message from the co-author. They told me that it's a mistake to think that not many would be after a mythic item just because it hasn't awakened yet. The jinn organization Evil Society planned to steal the ring. The Evil Society is a powerful jinn organization in my writing, led by a character named Kim Hakbyo. The disputes over relics and terrorist attacks around the world are mostly linked to the Evil Society. The co-author had decided to involve this dangerous group, suggesting that today's plot plot would not go smoothly. I then used ether to make a mask to disguise my true face. Next, I began to track Jane's location. With the effect of Thousand Mile Eye, I easily spotted a man in the banquet hall's secret room knocking down a guard and entering the room housing Homer's ring. As the man excitedly reached for the shining ring in the safe, Yun Sung-ah entered the room. It appeared the man was actually Yorin. As he wondered why Yun Sung-ah was there, she suddenly grabbed him. Yun Sung-ah coldly stated she would not be fooled by the same person twice. The next second, she gave the false Yorin a violent judo throw, shattering the room instantly. Such devastating power caused panic in the banquet hall. Quickly, a figure emerged from the dust, unharmed. It was Jane, running and wondering why her perfect disguise had been detected. Yun Sung-ah was furious, remarking that she could not possibly fail to distinguish the tone and posture of a trusted person. Jane continued to taunt, noting that Yun Sung-ah hadn't been so meticulous before. Jane's betrayal clearly left a deep impression on Yun Sung-ah. Mentioning the past only fueled her rage. Just as she was about to strike again, a whip blocked her attack. The newcomers were Yuyona and Kim Suho, unaware of the current situation, merely trying to stop the disruption at the banquet. But Yun Sung-ah had only one goal now, and suddenly her magic transformed into flames, turning Yuyona's whip to ashes, which pained her greatly. In the moment Yun Sung-ah destroyed the whip, Jane tried to sword strike her from behind, but Yun Sung-ah narrowly dodged. The two then unleashed their magic and began a frenzied battle in the banquet hall. While blocking Jane's attacks, Yun Sung-ah was gathering magic to blast Jane away, shattering her gear. As Jane was stunned, Yun Sung-ah quickly moved in to deliver a fatal blow, but Kim Suho intervened just in time. Continuously interrupted, Yun Sung-ah was furious. Jane, meanwhile, was sweating profusely from fear. Their fight had injured many in the banquet hall, and Kim Suho could no longer let them affect others. Yet seeing an opportunity, Yun Sung-ah wouldn't give up and chose to physically break through, kicking Kim Suho away. But when she looked back, Jane had already made a quick escape. This infuriated Yun Sung-ah, while Jane cheerfully said goodbye. But just as she felt a moment of joy, a massive Jin energy appeared behind her, growing increasingly intense. Taken by surprise, Jane found the ring was already in the grasp of a demon claw. The arriving Jin was Silison from the Evil Society. The situation in the banquet hall was complicated, and under no circumstances could the ring fall into demonic hands. Meanwhile, Chai Nayan was utterly lost. Even following her smartwatch map, she couldn't find her way back and thought of complaining to the manufacturer, only to realize it was her father's company. She tried contacting Yuyona, but got no response to her calls or texts. In the banquet hall, everyone was startled by the Jin's appearance, but Yun Sung-ah quickly regained her composure. She pointed her sword at Silison, unleashing her full magical power and demanding he drop the ring. In response, Silison scoffed, saying it wasn't something they were worthy of owning, so it should belong to the Evil Society. With Thousand Mile Eye and my observational skills, I surmised that even if everyone present worked together, they likely wouldn't be able to retrieve the ring. Fortunately, I was prepared for the worst. I then transformed my ether into a long rope, swiftly coiled it, and threw it toward the ring in the Jin's hand. In the banquet hall, Silison's attention was entirely on Yun Sung-ah and the others. While she was still smug about it, my ether rope precisely ensnared the ring and, with a strong tug, I snatched it from his grasp. Silison paused, stunned, then flew into a rage. At that moment, Yun Sung-ah and Yuyona quickly reacted, taking advantage of Silison's distraction to launch a full-force attack. I quickly secured the ring, ensuring its safety while preparing for Silison's counterattack. Suddenly, I felt a surge of powerful magic. The next moment, a terrifying explosion occurred on the castle walls where I was. Thanks to my sense of imminent danger, I wasn't harmed by the blast, but another Jin appeared, blocking my way. I hadn't expected two Jins to show up today, and the newcomer happily introduced himself as Sidious, also a member of the Evil Society. He admired my technique of stealing the ring, managing to do so unnoticed by Silison. Sidious's goal was clear. He wanted me to hand over the ring. Seeing me tuck the ring into my clothing, Sidious didn't hesitate and immediately pulled out his weapon. As he wielded his magic, Sidious's hand suddenly brandished a laser sword. Without any warning, he decisively swung the sword at me, its destructive power outrageously high. Even though I dodged in time, the aura emanating from the sword slash still left me quite intimidated. The Jin proudly boasted about his weapon, saying it was a magic sword worth hundreds of millions, its power increasing with the user's magic level. Because the power surge was a privilege Jins gained through contracts. In other words, if I could deal with his sword, I might have a chance to win. Then I thought of stalling, telling him to hand over the ring now. Sidious found it laughable, as he could just kill me and take the ring anyway. He realized I was just trying to delay his attack and didn't care. He had understood right away that I was much weaker than those who fought indoors, curious why I would dare confront a Jin with just a broken handgun. But he wasn't interested in more talk and prepared to strike me down next. But suddenly, Sidious's magic sword malfunctioned, bringing a surprising quiet to the air. He struggled to activate the magic sword, unable to understand what had happened. Seeing the information on the window, calmly told Sidious that his sword wouldn't work for today. The information showed that a lucky effect had triggered, weakening the magic sword's function. Sidious definitely didn't believe it. it. He thought it was normal for such equipment to malfunction. He confidently said that even without a weapon, he could easily kill me in seconds. I told him that wasn't so certain now. I quickly converted all the magic in my stigma into bullets of light mana, and at that moment, my handgun transformed into a shotgun. Seeing my little maneuver, Sidious sneered, thinking it was just a desperate struggle. He immediately launched an attack, lunging at me. However, I quickly aimed at his chest and pulled the trigger. A flash of light passed, and the bullet of light magic hit Sidious squarely, and with a loud gunshot, the battle came to an end. After a while, unable to find her way back, Chai Nyan chose to wait for someone to find her. Since the beginning, she had noticed many police cars heading in one direction, unsure what had happened. Moreover, none of her messages were answered. Chai Nyan felt a bit disappointed at this moment, but soon she wondered why she was feeling disappointed. While she was sulking, she turned her head and saw me sitting next to her, startling her. She was surprised why I was there, completely drained. Just told her I wasn't feeling well, and then, due to exhaustion, I fainted. Chai Nyan urgently asked me what was wrong, but could never get a response. In my sleep, I had a dream where I returned from an exam on a snowy day and saw my parents coming to pick me up in the heavy snow. It had been so long since I'd seen them that when I woke up, my eyes were blurred with tears. But once I cleared my vision and saw my surroundings, I knew I hadn't gone back and wondered exactly where I was. Just then, Kim Suho and others opened the door. Seeing me awake, Chai Nyan, still looking listless, complained about the trouble she had gone through to transport me back to the mansion. But soon, Chai Nyan noticed traces of my tears and couldn't help but laugh, thinking I had cried because of the pain. As Chai Nyan talked more and more energetically, and since it was getting late, Kim Suho suggested she should head back. I finally had the chance to ask where I was. Through the explanation of the accompanying doctor, Natasha, it turns out this is the mansion of the wealthy Bethel, and now I am in a room with Kim Suho. Looking at the clock on the wall, I also breathed a sigh of relief. The plot of the assassination of the rich man should start soon, and it's good that I woke up in time. After Chai Nyan and Natasha left, Kim Suho also peeled some apples for me. While chatting, I opened my watch and then saw the news about the appearance of Jins in P City, which also reported on Kim Suho and the others. In the end, both Silicon and Sidious were not caught. I wanted to ask Kim Suho about the details of what happened, but he said he couldn't tell me, just that it was nothing serious. The Jins ran away after the heroes arrived. Then he handed me an apple. However, while eating, I noticed many scars on Kim Suho's hands, so I reminded him to take care of his body, as he is the protagonist and cannot be seriously injured. He had blocked the murderous Yun Suna today. If not for the arrival of the Jin, he might have been seriously injured. Kim Suho is a purely good protagonist, but now the plot has been changed by the co-author, and I am very worried whether he can overcome this twisted and chaotic plot, and also whether Kim Suho can help me successfully return to the original world. To my words, Kim Suho somewhat denied it because, in his view, if he is the protagonist, then I should also be the protagonist, or rather, everyone in the world is the protagonist. I was somewhat surprised by his response, but it seemed to fit what Kim Suho would say. At this time, Kim Suho mentioned the report I wrote for Chai Nyan, feeling it was a bit too much. No matter what, it was Chai Nyan's choice, and persuading someone to give up, in his view, wasn't good. My response was firm. If a path is clearly a dead end, I cannot encourage her to continue. I also told Kim Suho that simply going along with others cannot solve issues. If Chai Nyan persists until the end only to find it was wrong, no one would take responsibility. Kim Suho then asked me how I could be so sure that Chai Nyan's talent was not in archery. I simply stated that I have put a lot more thought into this, and I have been observing Chai Nyan the longest, so I understand her better than anyone. My words surprised Kim Suho. Just then, a noise suddenly came from outside the door, interrupting our conversation. After using Thousand Mile Eye, I found that Chai Nyan had been eavesdropping all along. Having just heard what I said, she hurriedly ran away. She returned to her room with flushed cheeks, not knowing what I was talking about. As for Yuyona, who was still sleeping, she was also awakened by the noise caused by Chai Nyan. After Chai Nyan said it was nothing, they both turned off the lights and went to sleep. Chai Nyan, tucked into her blanket, thought she just needed to continue ignoring as usual, but she couldn't help but remember what I had just said. While Chai Nyan was muttering softly, a piercing scream suddenly came through. Yuyona thought it was Chai Nyan who had screamed, but after explaining, she realized that there was a problem downstairs. At the same time, in the main bedroom on the first floor, the maid who came to deliver items was terrified to discover that the mansion's owner had been assassinated. Hearing the commotion, the students all came out to check, and upon learning that it came from downstairs, Kim Suho immediately jumped down. Being the first to go down, he was the first to open the master bedroom door, but the scene in front of him shocked Kim Suho, as Bethel, lying there, had his entire bed soaked in blood. Everyone felt sad for him, and Natasha also came to check the situation, quickly concluding that Bethel had unfortunately passed away due to significant bleeding from a stab wound in the abdomen. The butler and maid were even more heartbroken, certain that someone who had previously had conflicts with their master was responsible. As everyone was paying their respects, Natasha asked everyone to go back and wait for the police to arrive. However, I suddenly turned on the lights, which surprised everyone who was dazzled by the brightness. I then walked nonchalantly to Bethel's bedside. Natasha hurriedly approached, asking me not to disturb the scene, but I decisively pulled out a pistol. Kim Suho and Han-hyun were dumbfounded on the spot, and Chai Nyan thought I was crazy, but I didn't care about any of that. I took a deep breath, looking at everything before me, prepared to uncover the truth behind this assassination. I then calmly stated that Natasha was lying, because Bethel was not yet dead. In the novel, the villain Burbot, having escaped assassination by faking his death, became the great schemer for the Jinns. Since this was a villain character I had only improvised, removing him now was the best option. In the chat with Kim Suho, I had already made up my mind. Since the plot had already been twisted and uncertain, there was no need to worry because Kim Suho will be able to overcome that uncertainty. So I told everyone that Bethel was currently in a state of feigned death. Hearing this, Natasha hurriedly objected, asserting that her medical judgment was more accurate than mine. To this, I listed the doubts. First, the wounds on Bethel's body, which were too shallow to seem like someone had stabbed down from above. Next, he had bled too much, with fatal wounds only at the heart, yet the blood had soaked the entire bed and even flowed to the floor. As for the last doubt, I pulled out an international wanted list of the con artist Burbot, then told everyone that the two looked too similar. Hearing this, Natasha was flustered, immediately asking the butler to contact the police and ambulance, while stating that we should not speculate wildly and wait for experts to investigate for an accurate result. But I didn't answer her and instead raised the pistol, aiming it at Bethel on the bed. The sound of the gun loading made Natasha freeze, stunning everyone. I said coldly, "I will count down from 3 and then shoot directly. After all, everyone has confirmed Bethel's death, so another shot shouldn't matter." Hearing this, Natasha urgently asked the students to stop me, but I had already counted to 1. Just as I was about to shoot, Natasha suddenly screamed madly and then jumped onto the bed to shield Bethel. She begged me not to shoot, revealing that Bethel was actually her father. At this revelation, Han-hyun was incredulous. The butler tried to sneak out, but I fired a shot to stop him the next second, then ordered the butler to contact the heroes immediately, reporting that we had captured a wanted criminal. Once the heroes arrived, they confirmed Bethel's identity as a wanted criminal. Natasha was taken away for orchestrating this fake death scene with him. The assassination was a farce directed and performed by Bethel, aka Burbot, who has committed severe crimes and is wanted throughout the Northwest region. It happened that Natasha brought in the gullible students from the cube, so he concocted this plan. Despite the costly drug that induces a state of feigned death, Natasha, being a doctor at the cube, easily obtained this medicine. They also bribed all the police in the suburban areas of P City, planning to replace Bethel with a prepared similar corpse later. They expected the police to be fully convinced of Bethel's death after the students' statements, but now everything had changed, the plan completely exposed. The students discussed all this amid shock and unease, while I sighed in relief, having finally dealt with this complex situation. After the incident, I also completed the employer's commission from the Truth Agency. To build a reputation, I didn't charge a fee. Thanks to the employer, the credit of my Truth Agency was enhanced. Yuyona curiously asked if I was Sherlock Holmes, suggesting that I could completely open a detective agency. But what she was most curious about was how I remembered so many criminals and recognized the person similar to Bethel. Hearing this, I became very aloof. It's a family matter. Mentioning this made me realize that I didn't know the family background of the character Kim Chundong. Meanwhile, Silison was reporting to Kim Hakbyo that the ring had been stolen by a stranger wearing a leopard mask, and Sidious had also fallen at the hands of the same person. After hearing this, Kim Hakbyo instructed them to investigate my identity. Just as Silison thought she was off the hook, Kim Hakbyo suddenly became angry, criticizing Silison's appearance for proclaiming herself a Jin. Subsequently, Silison hurriedly reverted to her original appearance. Finally, Kim Hakbyo inquired about the whereabouts of the magic sword, but at that moment, the magic sword was already in my hands. After the incident, we were transported back to the school. This sword is of no use to me, so I just set it aside for now. Next, I need to examine this ring. To activate it, a certain amount of magic power must be injected. However, using SP to modify a sentence is all it takes. After activating Homer's ring with SP, its hidden effects are revealed. The ring, inheriting Homer's abilities, enhances the wearer's intelligence and magic power. Moreover, it's not a bound item. It can be gifted to others. My magic is not sufficient, but if someone like Kim Suho or Chai Nyan were to use it, it could exhibit even greater power, especially for Chai Nyan, who has more magic power than Kim Suho. Lately, my ability scores have increased. While the archer's skill requires practice, it has improved with increasing familiarity. I now face a progression barrier, and I anticipate that breaking through this limit will require great effort. Fortunately, with my current strength, I should be able to win the archery bet against Chai Nyan. I also remembered to investigate Kim Chundong's situation. The co-author would not leave his past unexplained. Although in my novel he's just an extra, in this world, he must be an elite. It's highly likely that his parents are not insignificant figures. I chose an office in Violet Banquet, run by the investigative expert Yu Jin-hyuk. He is a top expert in the industry, capable of thoroughly investigating a person's background, which is why his fees are quite high. Just as I was about to place an order, I remembered that I had run run out of money due to recent investments, so reluctantly, I decided to wait until I had the funds. At this moment, Evangel was shaking vigorously. It was her feeding time. Simultaneously, Yuyona suddenly made a phone call, contacting her uncle, Yujinhyuk. Yuyona is also very interested in my family background, so she plans to have her uncle investigate. The decision to do so was also because, on the way back, Yuyona speculated about me. She thinks my ability to remember so many criminals' faces stems from experiencing some terrible tragedy but not knowing who the main culprit was, hence firmly memorizing the faces on the wanted list. Combined with my background of being born in an orphanage, it's very likely that my parents or relatives were murdered. Although these are her assumptions, Yuyona thinks that if she can help uncover the truth about my hidden past, the likelihood of successfully recruiting me into her guild would significantly increase. Meanwhile, Yujinhyuk also received a call from Yuyona. Hearing his niece's voice, he was both happy and surprised. Yuyona expressed her desire to commission her uncle to investigate someone, and she proceeded to provide some basic information about me. Yujinhyuk possesses the ability to delve into the past, so investigating someone's background shouldn't be a problem. A few days later, I teleported to Country Inn, ready to face new tasks and challenges. The entire area is now covered in heavy snow. I was still enjoying the beautiful scenery when suddenly, a big snowball hit me in the face. The culprit was Chai Nayun, who loudly declared that it was intentional. The reason we came here is that, after the club activities at the Cube resumed, the hunting club took everyone to a villa in the valleys of Country Inn to commemorate the return of club activities. The club has also prepared a small event, with flags bearing rankings hidden throughout the snowy forest, each tied with corresponding rewards. Next, we drew lots for team formation, and once again, Chai Nayun and I ended up in the same group. On the way, Chai Nayun wondered why I was only wearing a thin coat. I explained that it's a functional coat made by the UK Imperial family artisan, capable of self-regulating its temperature. Of course, such a luxurious item was beyond my reach after my investments, and this coat was a gift from Rachel as thanks for saving her during the midterms. She's truly kind-hearted. If only I could have created more characters like Rachel. Continuing our walk, Chai Nayun soon spotted a flag on the peak, and it was the flag for the first place in the event. I thought no fool would climb up there, but not only did Chai Nayun climb, she also beckoned me to join her. Seeing this, I sighed and then took out a dagger. Chai Nayun was curious about what I was about to do. I concentrated the magic power of my stigma on it, then threw the dagger forcefully upwards. No matter which direction the knife flew, as long as I slightly manipulated the magic on it, I could easily knock down the flag. Chai Nayun was dumbfounded by this. Slowly walking up and picking up the flag, she excitedly ran up to see what the reward was. Tied to the flag was a note, and the reward was one favor from Yun Sung-ah and her phone number. Compared to Chai Nayun's excitement, I was left speechless, expecting something better. I then handed the reward to Chai Nayun, which surprised her, as it was the phone number of Yun Sung-ah, the Deputy Guild Master of Creator's Sacred Grace. I told Chai Nayun I had no use for it, and then handed it over to her. Holding the note, Chai Nayun was silent for a while, then handed it back to me. If you also have no use for it, then let's forget it. When we returned, we also found the 4th place flag. In the evening, everyone gathered to eat, and I took on the task of barbecuing. In the world I came from, I had helped out at my aunt's barbecue shop, so I was quite skilled at it. During our chat, we touched on the fact that the first-year students were about to have their final exams, and a second-year senior warned us not to trust anyone during the exam period because the difficulty was very high, and she had seen many people break down because of it. They continued to warn everyone to be wary of the Cube's repeater classes. Those folks are dangerous. As the senior said, the repeater class consists of students who failed to progress to the next grade. In the novel, 20% of the repeater class students make pacts with jinns, making them a high-risk group. According to the plot, they will cause major disturbances during these final exams. With the co-author's interference, the percentage of those making pacts with jinns might even be higher. After the barbecue, everyone started playing Mafia. Throughout the game, everyone kept saying Chai Nayun was the Mafia, looking at me as if I were the mastermind, which annoyed her. In the evening, I went outside alone to enjoy the view. It had been a long time since I had felt this happy. Just then, a new message arrived on my computer. Apparently someone had posted a commission at my office. I then used the Book of Truth, and a multitude of messages flooded into my mind. Always a painful process, but fortunately, it was successful in obtaining answers. The client was also very prompt with payment. After shutting down the computer, I sat quietly alone, occasionally gazing at the distant scenery. I used to have the habit of smoking when I was alone in my rental, and I almost unconsciously raised my hand before remembering I had quit smoking after entering this book world. But my habitual gesture was noticed by Chai Nayun behind me, who used it to tease that I must have been a little delinquent before. Chai Nayun wanted to know if I really had the confidence to beat her. I countered by asking if she would have the confidence to give up archery if she lost. She didn't answer because she didn't believe she would lose. I told her to go back to sleep, and as she left, Chai Nayun immaturely scoffed at me before departing. The next day, near an orphanage, Yujinhyuk used his abilities and waited in hiding. Just as his magic was about to run out, he finally saw a figure at the orphanage door carrying a baby who was gently placed at the doorstep. Yoo Jin-hyuk wanted to continue watching, but his magic had run out, preventing him from maintaining the vision of the past. He discovered that this student named Kim Ha-jin had a very dense history, too dense for his magic to handle for long. Back in reality, now puzzled, Yoo Jin-hyuk didn't understand what was so special about me. Having exhausted his magic for the day, Yoo Jin-hyuk returned to his office. When asked by an employee, he mentioned that this investigation target was quite unusual, but when pressed further, he excused himself to the restroom. In the restroom, he organized the minimal information he had gathered and decided to delve deeper when he was more refreshed. Although it was a request from his niece, he realized this investigation might not be straightforward. He hadn't expected it to be so troublesome, especially since he was helping for free. Yoo Jin-hyuk felt it was a loss. Hearing his words, the employee who had just opened the door remarked that even at a loss, the investigation must continue because the office had received another commission, also requesting an investigation into Kim Ha-jin's background. Moreover, the client was a top-level Red Diamond patron from the Violet Banquet Haze, the same level as Yoo Jin-hyuk. Looking at the impolite commission email and the absurdly high deposit, he immediately concluded it was from the Chameleon Troupe. Now Yoo Jin-hyuk was even more certain that Kim Ha-jin was truly no ordinary person. Time flew by and it was already Friday when the instructor notified everyone that the final exams were just 4 weeks away. This final exam would be fundamentally different from the midterms, he warned, urging everyone to prepare thoroughly. Unlike the midterms, the final exams would not take place in a well-equipped arena with an audience. Instead, it would be held in private. The specific location was on a remote island within the country, populated with countless monsters and wild beasts, where students would undergo a week-long survival test. Thinking about the possibility of the co-author meddling in this, I prepared myself for a radical change, especially with those repeaters involved. The instructor also mentioned that he couldn't reveal the details of the exam yet, but many instructors and middle-tier and upper-tier heroes had been invited to ensure our safety, so we shouldn't worry about that aspect. Today marked the beginning of the weekend, and I was just about to pack up and head back. Chai Nayan stopped me. "You haven't forgotten our bet. Remember to give up archery if you lose. Don't cry when you lose." We then headed to the archery range inside the cube. Soon we both picked up our gear, but I was puzzled by the large number of spectators. Li Yanhan joked, "A bet like this needs an audience to feel right." Meanwhile, Shin Jong-hak angrily asked me, "Can you drop out of the cube if you lose?" Chai Nayan shooed them away as the competition was about to start. We had agreed to shoot at high-speed targets. The target launcher was right beside us, starting at a distance of 100 meters. Each time we hit the target, the distance would increase by 50 meters until one of us missed. Chai Nayan thought I would back down knowing the difficulty, but I found it simpler than I had expected. As the competition started, Chai Nayan and I both drew our bows and shot. When she signaled the start, her arrow swiftly hit the center of the flying target at 100 meters, which was child's play for her. But when she turned around, she was stunned to see my reaction. I explained, "I was startled just now and didn't shoot in time. Give me another chance." This scene caused laughter among the students behind us, and Shin Jong-hak even told me to step down quickly. Hearing my request, Chai Nayan was speechless but agreed to give me another chance. After all, my posture was a mess that it wouldn't make a difference how many times I shot. At her words, I drew the bowstring again. Naturally, Chai Nayan's posture was much more correct than mine, but in this world, proper posture and years of practice are just bonuses. Talent is the key. As the target flew out, I shot my arrow immediately. With my archer talent, I was destined to surpass Chai Nayan in archery. As the archer's skill assisted my shot, the arrow perfectly hit the target's center. Seeing this, the others outside the range could hardly believe it, and Chai Nayan was equally shocked, especially since I had just been struggling with my posture. Once I got the hang of it, I told her the competition would continue. Chai Nayan was called a prodigy by everyone during her childhood, thanks to her swordsmanship talent, and Yoo Shi-hyuk even gifted her an expensive magic sword. However, hearing that his disciple wanted to switch to archery, Yoo Shi-hyuk initially thought it was because of Chai Nayan's mother, but he was quickly rebutted. She said she simply wanted to change directions and claimed that a genius like her could top the archery ranks immediately, while also apologizing to her master. Yoo Shi-hyuk was angry about Chai Nayan's choice, saying he didn't have a disciple who changes their path in life so easily. But after his anger, Yoo Shi-hyuk didn't stop her. Instead, he asked if this was really her own decision and advised Chai Nayan to think it over so she wouldn't regret it. As time passed by, my and Chai Nayan's competition had reached a distance of 400 meters. After she successfully hit the bullseye, I also succeeded in hitting it. The other archers from the truth class were amazed because I could keep up with Chai Nayan's pace. Someone analyzed that this wasn't just keeping up. If it had happened once or twice, that would be one thing, but every time Chai Nayan hit the target, I would follow immediately and shoot without hesitation. This was a competition, and the pressure on Chai Nayan was surely increasing, even to the point where she could lose. However, feeling the anger of Shin Jong-hak, the others quickly stopped analyzing. Unexpectedly during this round, Chai Nayan missed the bullseye for the first time, which made her look very upset. My voice followed, stating that I had always said she wasn't suited to be an archer. Chai Nayan thought I was scared and making such provocations, then immediately told me to shut up and concentrate on the competition. But I knew her personality like the back of my hand. Chai Nayan is not a calm person. Even a slight provocation could anger her and shake her confidence. Clearly, this temperament is not suited for an archer. Yet she continued, out of fear. Are you afraid of fighting with a sword? These words completely infuriated Chai Nayan. You were just rationalizing it to yourself, trying to believe that even with a bow, you could become the most formidable hero. Considering you switched to archery midway, your performance has been quite excellent, but with your current skills, you would struggle to even kill a jinn, not to mention avenge your family. My words disturbed Chai Nayan's mind, causing her to miss the target with her next arrow. Chai Nayan was still unable to react, while I immediately followed with another arrow and successfully hit the bullseye. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't expect this to happen. After the bet ended, Chai Nayan quickly fled the scene. Everyone was worried and went to look for her, and finally, Yuyona found Chai Nayan on a bench in a corner. She looked very dejected, and Yuyona was surprised to hear Chai Nayan cry. Kim Ha-jin used to help me. Although she knew our relationship wasn't very close, she had always thought I wasn't as bad as the rumors. But why always target her? Regarding this, Yuyona didn't understand either. That what would I even gain from saying such things about Chai Nayan's family? But then, Yuyona's brain worked rapidly. She realized that both me and Chai Nayan are prospective talents, and if our relationship worsens, she would not be able to recruit the both of us to her guild. Immediately, Yuyona started discussing some of my background. She suggested that, having heard Kim Ha-jin was an orphan, his actions might stem from a shared experience with you, making him empathize deeply. Also, Yuyona shared her suspicion. Kim Ha-jin causing such a stir to awaken you might be because he wants you to live a better life. After speaking, Yuyona prepared to leave. She knew these words needed time to be pondered. Continuing to sit for a while, Chai Nayan recalled her childhood. Initially, her brother was also curious why she wanted to become an archer. Although Chai Jinhyun trusted his sister, he made her promise to seriously consider what she truly wanted to do once she was ready. Chai Nayan realized she had long forgotten the promise made with her brother. Meanwhile, a notification on the window puzzled me because it stated that my relationships had changed. As for Chai Nayan, she now intended to revert to her true self, while taking a path different from the one I depicted. The next morning, Yu Jinhyuk shared the current findings with Yuyona, but did not mention the chameleon troupe. He also expressed that I might be involved with some serious crime syndicate and asked whether to continue the investigation. To this, Yuyona declared she had decided to definitely recruit me to join the essence of the straight. Hearing this, Yu Jinhyuk was taken aback. Misunderstanding, he hurriedly stated that as an uncle, he would definitely put in extra effort. Since the day many people watched my competition with Chai Nayan, the event had spread throughout the school. Even an instructor found me for a private talk. The reaction was so overwhelming that I now dared not enter the classroom. I also came early in the morning to prepare for training, thinking no one would be around at this time. Yet the scene in the training room surprised me, because Chai Nayan was already training alone, and not only that, she was practicing swordsmanship and had even cut her long hair short. At that moment, she noticed me and quickly hid her sword. Curiously, I asked why she was training so early, to which Chai Nayan retorted, "What of it?" Then I mentioned her hair. Hearing that I thought she had cut it because she lost a bet, Chai Nayan immediately became flustered and then explained it was cut due to the heat, insisting she wouldn't dwell on such trivial matters. I happily commented that the hairstyle suited her well and asked if she felt cooler. Knowing I meant no harm, Chai Nayan weakly responded to me. Then I took my leave as I was also about to go train. Chai Nayan pondered what it must have felt like for Kim Ha-jin, a swordsman, to give up years of sword practice to switch to a different weapon. And this brief reflection made Chai Nayan's magic power grow stronger. She infused her magic into the sword, increasing the length. It could even touch the ceiling now. Recalling what I had said before, Chai Nayan couldn't help but wonder, did I know everything from the start? In the evening, I bought some tents in preparation for the final exam. Although personal items will be checked when entering the exam venue, it's mostly to search for private defense weapons and such. Thus it should the purchased items should be fine. Evangel's seed is urging me to feed it, and lately, the seed has grown bigger. I think it's about to be born. A newborn Evangel looks like a 3 or 4-year-old child. As long as I use witch's power to change her form, she should be able to live in the dorm with me. Thinking about this, it made me look forward to her birth even more. Meanwhile, in a hotel in City S, the captain wanted to disguise herself as a student to infiltrate the final exam, so she asked Jane for help. She wants to enter to confirm someone's strength and also to pick up something from the exam venue. Seeing the captain had made up her mind, Jane didn't stop her and started using her skills. Afterward, Jane shared the disguised identity information with the captain and reminded her to memorize it all. Looking at Jane's worried face, the captain couldn't help but smile. Pretending to be a student is not that difficult. A few days later, the captain successfully disguised herself. Now facing the closeness of 2 female classmates, she finally understood what friendship meant in the information. However, this wasn't too difficult for her, and she cheerily acted like a teenage girl. However, when I appeared and saw this scene, the captain's composure disappeared. I immediately fell silent, using observation observation and browsing, her disguise couldn't fool me. The captain knew from my look that I had seen that embarrassing display. Staring too long, the other two girls noticed me, and I quickly turned around and left. After reaching my seat, I still didn't understand the situation. The captain's appearance surprised me, and she continued to be around the school in the following days. Many days later, after the written exam at the end of the term, it was now time for the final practical exam. I had been observing the captain recently and disguised as COE Jean. I thought the captain, like in the original story, would disappear after midterms. Although I don't know the reason, I better keep an eye on her, and I could also earn SP points in the process. Even though I've been trying to get close to her these days, all I got was a bottle of cola. I guess the captain is probably here to deeply investigate Kim Suho and Shin Jong-hak. Once everyone gathered, the instructor began to announce the rules. The rules of the final exam were simple. Essentially, it involves surviving 5 days on a distant island and earning points during this period. Points can be obtained by eliminating monsters on the island or stealing from other students. Students can also trade points among themselves. You can also steal the examiner's badge, which is worth 200 points. Of course, I think no one would want to challenge that, as all the examiners are active heroes. Next, we were assigned to specific places on the boat. Before long, everyone had also landed. I found Rachel in the crowd and immediately asked if she wanted to team up with me for the final exam. I did this because she got off with me, and I think this is not a coincidence. With the recent changes by co-authors, she is likely the most endangered person in the final exam. My invitation surprised Rachel, but being used to fighting alone, she still refused. This was also within my expectations. Just in case, I'll share my location with you. Seeing this, Rachel accepted my kindness. When the exam progressed to that evening, Chai Nyan was still hunting. Facing a monster's sneak attack from behind, she wasn't the slightest bit panicked and killed it instantly with her sword. At this moment, Chai Nyan's strength had greatly improved. As for the bow, she also carried it with her, but after killing the monster, Chai Nyan wasn't happy because, as someone who gets lost easily, she now couldn't find her way out of this place. She seemed very dejected, having been relentlessly killing monsters since arriving on the island, yet unable to find any place for food and rest. Continuing this way, she realized she might be the first to be eliminated due to starvation. After walking some more, Chai Nyan finally saw a light, and the closer she got, the stronger the smell of food became. She happily rushed over, thinking someone must have found something to eat. When Chai Nyan came through the bushes, I also saw her disheveled appearance. Seeing it was me, Chai Nyan could hardly believe it. I reminded her that students couldn't attack each other until after 12 hours. Fortunately, Chai Nyan wasn't there to trouble me. Her eyes were fixed on the roast meat in the pot. Hearing that I had prepared it early, she proudly complimented me, but soon her stomach started growling, making her blush with embarrassment. I told Chai Nyan to give me half of the points she had earned in exchange for the food. Hearing my demand, Chai Nyan was startled, but with her stomach growling again, she had no choice but to agree. I had thought the first person I would encounter would be Rachel, but instead, I saw Chai Nyan first. Next, I hacked into the drone server with my computer to check on some of the students' situations. Through one of the cameras, I saw Rachel had also found a group of students with food. She wanted to buy food from the people ahead, but they said she didn't need to give any points, as everyone was classmates and there was no need to trade points for food. But I understood that the group in front of Rachel was actually the students from this term's remedial class. When I woke up from my sleeping bag the next morning, I quickly realized that today seemed to be a polar night, as it still hadn't gotten light. Chai Nyan was still asleep, and the evangel seed next to her was throbbing, looking hungry in the morning. The appearance of the evangel seed made me involuntarily praise how cute she was. After feeding her, I put her in my pocket. As I was about to move locations, I called out to Chai Nyan, indicating that I was going to take the tent, but she seemed still asleep. Seeing this, I didn't continue to disturb her, as taking the tent wouldn't affect her since she had a sleeping bag. From today, students can start fighting each other, but they cannot kill anyone. So even if I suspect those students are jinns, it's useless, as they probably aren't technically jinns yet. A jinn who signs a contract with a jinn and a jinn who signs a contract with the devil are different. The former is treated as a card that's disposable, but because they're supplemented with magic power from another jinn, they can run away because their contract is loose. On the other hand, the latter is treated as a core power, but there are only a few like that due to large complications. Ju Yeo-hoon is the only cadet on this island who has overcome those complications. With this in mind, I prepared to go to a higher ground. My first destination was the world tree on this island, and I quickly headed there. But just after I left, Chai Nyan's sleeping bag moved slightly. Shortly after, I arrived at my destination, but someone was secretly watching me. Just when they were about to make a move, Yuyona stopped them. She warned her teammate Rose not to provoke me. The girl beside her was stunned, as I was ranked 934. Yuyona confidently said, "You can't beat him." I then walked under the world tree. Seeing the jumping pose I made, Rose wondered if I really intended to jump up there. But just as she thought, even the towering world tree could be quickly scaled using parkour. Seeing this, Rose finally believed it. Yuyona also reminded her not to tell others that Kim Ha-jin is strong, because he might become part of her group in the future. Hearing this, Rose instantly understood and promised to keep it a secret. Just then, Yuyona received a message, and the person contacting her was Coe Jean. Soon after, Yuyona took Rose and left. As for me, after climbing to the middle of the world tree, I activated my 1,000-mile eye to observe. After observing for a while, I suddenly spotted someone, stayed on them for a while, and quickly figured out how to deal with the remedial class students. I then carved specific content and coordinates on a branch and threw it with force. I imbued the branch with the power of Stigma's mana, and it quickly landed precisely on the ground. The person was Shin Jonghak. He picked up the branch and quickly turned to see who had thrown it. Unfortunately, at such a distance, it was impossible for Shin Jonghak to find out. Next, all I needed to do was quietly wait for things to unfold. Meanwhile, back at my previous camp, Chai Nayun, confirming that I had left, finally crawled out of the sleeping bag. It turned out she had just woken up but mistakenly thought that my comment about cute referred to her. The thought of being called cute by me made Chai Nayun's face turn red instantly. Although she had often been praised since childhood, it puzzled her that I would say such things to someone that's asleep. Chai Nayun didn't understand what I was up to. She thought maybe a stray cat or dog had gotten into the tent, or perhaps I was just praising myself. But ruling out these possibilities, she really believed that my comment was directed at her. If that was the case, Chai Nayun didn't know what to do. Time passed, and Rachel and the group of remedial students had already begun slowly exploring the forest, but now she was feeling increasingly uneasy. Since last night, she had been moving with Ju Yohun and his group. Although they shared food with her without needing points and took care of her at every turn, there was something odd about traveling with them. Rachel found these remedial students very strange. Unlike other students who were working hard to earn points, the remedial students had no intention of earning points at all and kept an occasional discreet watch on her. Rachel felt that, more than points, they seemed more interested in her. These suspicions made Rachel realize she had to find a chance to leave. While she was considering this, Ju Yohun suddenly called out to her, saying he had found a grizzly bear worth 10 points and wanted Rachel's help to catch it. Hearing this, Rachel agreed, thinking that helping with this task would naturally create an opportunity for her to leave. They hadn't walked long when Ju Yohun pointed out a large bear ahead, but when Rachel looked, standing at the edge of the cliff was clearly a djinn, just like during the midterms. As for Ju Yohun, he continued to feign ignorance, puzzled that the other party seemed not to be an examiner. Noticing the djinn's murderous intent, Rachel pushed Ju Yohun away. Sure enough, the next second, the djinn's attack came swiftly. She asked Ju Yohun about his condition, but he pretended to be severely injured and screamed Jin in terror, then immediately ran away. Seeing this, Rachel was helpless. Such poor acting was unbearable to watch, and now she understood why that group seemed so suspicious. Students from the cube actually helping a djinn, Rachel coldly stated. She had miscalculated. The djinn in front then immediately attacked, and in the next instant, spikes of rock surged rapidly towards Rachel. She quickly dodged, and the djinn took advantage of the dust to attack. Although the opponent's destructive power was strong, but Rachel knew she could handle it, and she immediately launched a fierce counterattack. In the ensuing close combat, Rachel found an opening exposed by the djinn, but just as she was about to strike, she found her foot ensnared and couldn't move. Another djinn appeared behind Rachel, catching her in a pincer attack. Rachel knew she probably couldn't dodge this time. Just as the new djinn made its move, the sky flickered with a rapid light, and the next second, a bullet pierced the djinn on the spot. Watching the suddenly fallen djinn, Rachel was still unsure what had happened, but the death of its companion enraged the battling djinn, who then unleashed its full magical power in an attempt to kill Rachel. At that moment, the crisp sound of a sword being drawn rang out, and Kim Suho, who had arrived just in time, blocked the djinn's attack. While calling for Chai Nayun to take action, the djinn hurriedly turned back, but Chai Nayun's charged arrow had already been shot and hit the djinn too quickly for it to dodge. Seeing that it was the classmates from the truth class who had come, Rachel finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chai Nayun and the others hurried over upon hearing the battle, and fortunately, Rachel was not seriously harmed. She was very thankful for her classmates' help. Kim Suho checked the cliff and found that the opponent had not died. Instead, they had escaped down the cliff before they were hit by the arrow. At that moment, Kim Suho suggested that Rachel move with them, and they could split up after leaving the area. Soon after, the group left from there. However, just as they started moving, Rachel noticed something on the ground. Curious, she looked down and found a large caliber bullet submerged in the mud. Rachel picked it up, and the presence of the bullet at the battle site made her wonder if the initial attack hadn't been launched by Chai Nayun. Meanwhile, I was observing Ju Yohun, who was fleeing. Considering someone would naturally handle him, I didn't intervene directly. Before long, they found a place to rest. During this time, upon hearing Kim Suho ask if Chai Nayun had decided to bring a sword to the fight, Chai Nayun quickly explained that the sword was just a secondary weapon. The finals are important. Relying solely on a bow makes it too difficult. As for Rachel, she was still pondering the origin of the bullet. She had a theory, but was puzzled about how Kim Ha-jin knew she was in danger and why he would come to help her. Most importantly, he helped without showing his face. But just as she was thinking about this, her train of thought was interrupted by a nearby voice. Chai Nayun said that since she and Kim Suho had no teammates, everyone could could collaborate. However, Rachel refused. She apologized and then got up to leave. Kim Suho suggested she stay longer, saying it was dangerous to go out alone right now. Rachel still decided to leave because she needed to meet someone. At the same time, on the other side, I had just finished hunting some monsters, and with the points given by Chai Na-yoon, I already had 22 points. But to be safe, I probably needed another 50 points to pass the exam smoothly. If it were just up to killing monsters, it would take a lot of time. As I was reflecting on this, I looked up and was startled. The captain, disguised as Coe Jean, had found me. I couldn't help but suspect she might be here to fight, but how could I possibly be her match? However, thinking that the captain was probably just observing, I calmed down. So I asked her what's up, only to find that the captain had suddenly drawn her sword. This made me inwardly wince. I hadn't expected her to be serious. The captain coldly told me to pick up a weapon, but I pretended to be confused to buy time, while subtly activating the ether in my clothes. Seeing this, the captain told me not to play dumb. Seeing me continually stalling, the captain wondered what I was really up to, but this time, I didn't answer her, and the captain took it as my consent to start. However, she didn't notice that the ether rope I controlled had already untied her watch. After achieving my goal, I also breathed a sigh of relief, while the captain was confused about what I was doing with the watch. Was I planning to surrender directly? Upon hearing this, I told her the watch wasn't mine. Stunned for a few seconds, the captain then looked at her wrist and suddenly exclaimed, "You should know, in a duel between students, the person who snatches the watch first is considered the winner, because pressing the fingerprint lock on the watch will eliminate its original owner." The captain furiously accused me of trickery, but I tossed the watch back to her, smugly saying, "I'm letting you go just this once. Got it?" With that, the captain was even more flabbergasted, but before she could ask, I decisively turned and ran away. After being silent for a while, the captain contacted Jane, but Jane had just been distracted and hadn't seen what happened. Once calm, the captain began to analyze. Although she had lost half her perception due to Jane's talent, she regretted her oversight now that a 17-year-old student had shown such meticulousness. I found a suitable place for camping to rest. Just after escaping the crisis brought by the captain, I prepared to enjoy a meal before earning more points. But then, suddenly, there was a rustling sound nearby. Turning to look, I didn't expect Rachel to have found me, and she indeed came looking for me on purpose. Rachel was about to ask about earlier, but because she hadn't eaten for most of the day, her stomach couldn't hold out any longer and started growling. I then invited Rachel to sit down and eat together, and the shy Rachel hurriedly said she would give me points. While waiting for the food to cook, Rachel wanted to know what I had been doing alone. After telling her I had been earning points, I realized what Rachel was really curious about, but now felt embarrassed to openly say it was me who saved her. Meanwhile, I also noticed the scars on her neck, which seemed to be from fighting a djinn. At that moment, Evangel in my pocket was wriggling continuously. In the next second, she jumped out on her own and even stuck to Rachel's wound. Evangel moved so quickly that I couldn't stop her, and Rachel didn't know what was happening. When she cautiously felt it with her hand, the wriggling sensation on her neck scared her to tears, and she couldn't help but scream. After removing Evangel's seed, Rachel finally calmed down a lot. She thought it was some kind of bug, and I quickly apologized, then explained that it was my pet seed. Hearing this, Rachel handed Evangel back to me. To ease the awkward atmosphere, I had quickly invited her to eat. Rachel, feeling somewhat uneasy, expressed that although it was a bit late, she wanted to team up with me, just like cooperating in action. I agreed to Rachel's proposal and added, "You sound just like Chai Na-yoon." This made Rachel mistakenly think that Chai Na-yoon had approached me to form a team first. After I explained that wasn't the case, Rachel remembered her previous team. Knowing it was Ju Yohun's team, I reassured Rachel that it was okay to leave that team, especially since they would likely be eliminated soon. Shin Jong-hak showed no mercy, and those remedial students were all severely injured. When Ju Yohun returned, the scene before him puzzled him. He didn't understand what had happened or why Shin Jong-hak was there. Seeing Ju Yohun, Shin Jong-hak suddenly flashed a sinister smile, then threw a branch he was holding. Ju Yohun slowly turned his head and saw provocative content and coordinates written on it. Realizing the situation, he quickly explained that he hadn't sent it. It was all a misunderstanding. Shin Jong-hak casually replied that it didn't matter. His words also sent a chill down Ju Yohun's spine. Picking up his long spear, Shin Jong-hak stepped forward, indicating that it didn't matter who sent it. He just couldn't stand vermins. People from the remedial class who overestimated themselves always genuinely disgusted Shin Jong-hak. Meanwhile, inside the examination tower located in the northwest part of the island, one of the examiners, Yun Sung-ah, was deep in thought. Seeing this, a colleague curiously asked whom she was thinking about. Hearing Yun Sung-ah answer Kim Ha-jin, the man was a bit puzzled because wasn't she most fond of Kim Suho? Hearing this, Yun Sung-ah smiled and said that of course, she thought of Kim Suho first. However, she had recently obtained a report in which Yona's evaluation of Kim Ha-jin was more special compared to Kim Suho's. Given the prior Jin incident involving the light mana, Yun Sung-ah didn't care whether the report was true or not. Taking this opportunity to get to know Kim Ha-jin better seemed like a good idea. Her colleague was curious about how she planned to verify his abilities. To this, Yun Sung-ah pointed to her badge, indicating it was the perfect bait. The The next morning, Rachel stayed alone at the camp. She was now sure that I was the one who had protected her, but she didn't understand why I hadn't admitted to it, and was even more curious about how I knew she was in danger. As for today's ambush, Rachel knew it was arranged by Lancaster. Thinking about this, her heart grew heavier, and a terrible thought occurred to her. On the other side, I was continuously hunting. Today's yield had basically met my expectations. Rachel was supposed to come along, but she wasn't feeling well that morning. Fortunately, after feeding her some meat, she recovered some energy and would likely be able to join the hunt soon. Just then, a flashing light nearby caught my attention. I immediately pushed aside the trees and tiptoed towards the light source. Unexpectedly, behind this patch of forest, there was a huge lake. I estimated there might be high point monsters in there, possibly crocodiles. To get a clear view inside, I used the stigmata to conjure a sphere of light. Just by shining it on the lake's surface, no monster could hide, but a voice from behind startled me. After loudly questioning with no response, I understood that the person must have been tracking me for a long time and was highly skilled at hiding. However, since I had detected them under the 1,000-mile eye, any invisibility skill would leave traces. But recognizing the person as someone familiar, I fired a shot next to her instead. Startled, Chai Nayan quickly stood up. Seeing her ready to get angry, I took the initiative to confront her, wanting to know why she was following me. Chai Nayan hurriedly denied it, but I continued to press her. If not, then what was she doing here? At this, Chai Nayan stuttered, unable to speak clearly. Then she changed the subject, asking about the move I had thrown into the water. I insisted Chai Nayan explain why she was following me first. In her frustration, she spilled everything, revealing that she was actually after Yun Sung-ah. Hearing this, I again confirmed if it was the Yun Sung-ah I knew. Though my question sounded somewhat offensive, Chai Nayan confirmed it. I then turned to pull out my computer, asking her to wait a moment. I was preparing to check the drone footage. In the novel, Yun Sung-ah had been observing Kim Suho for the past 2 days, then switched to other potential candidates. But now, she had found me. From the drone surveillance, I also located Yun Sung-ah. Indeed, nearby, her actions pretty much confirmed that I was also on the list of potential candidates. Chai Nayan quickly asked if I had just created the sphere of light. I admitted it, but immediately told her not to ask further, with a smug look telling her to shut up if she understood. Chai Nayan was quite annoyed, saying I was out of my mind, and she wasn't that interested in knowing more. Not wanting to argue with Chai Nayan any longer, I told her I had been here first and suggested she go hunt somewhere else. After sending Chai Nayan away, I breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, I couldn't let her continue asking because explaining the power of the stigma would mean telling her this was all part of a novel's world. She'd probably think I was crazy. 2 hours after parting with Chai Nayan, I hunted many monsters, all low-medium grade, but I also quickly earned 15 points. However, now I had a new problem because Yun Sung-ah, who had been tracking me, stopped observing from the shadows and approached me to say hello. Seeing my cautious demeanor, she explained that she was testing the students' strengths and handing out benefits along the way. The rules of the event were simple. Yun Sung-ah stated she would stand still and allow me to attack, using only her left hand. If I could effectively hit any part of her body other than her left hand or make her move her feet, she would give me an examiner's badge worth 200 points. This enticing offer seemed not difficult, and it was indeed very tempting for a student. Although the opponent was the famous hero Yun Sung-ah, securing the badge would almost guarantee first place. Yun Sung-ah wanted to know if I would try or give up. At this, I slowly moved my hand to my gun. With such a chance to earn a large number of points, how could I pass it up? The next second, I decisively fired, but Yun Sung-ah simply waved her hand, and the bullet fell to the ground. This strike also made her realize that I indeed had strength. I had previously formed a sphere of light, and now even with a regular handgun, I had exerted such force. However, after feeling the shot, she just smiled and said it was quite painful. Seeing this, I knew the gap was too large. Yun Sung-ah hadn't even used magic, just bare skills. I threw a throwing knife. After easily dodging it, Yun Sung-ah still complimented me, while I took the opportunity to fire continuously. But even the continuous enhanced magic bullets were all blocked by her in an instant. Yun Sung-ah guessed I must have some talent related to firearms, while I used the stigma to control the throwing knives towards her. At such a close distance, I thought she wouldn't be able to block them with her left hand. But even if she hadn't noticed the changing direction of the throwing knives in time, just the release of her magical aura was enough to snap the 2 knives. Seeing her formidable strength, I understood that winning was impossible. As for Yun Sung-ah, she was quite surprised that I could use magic to alter the path of the throwing knives, even comparing me to an onion, that I had many layers to me, and she was curious about how I did it. Yun Sung-ah also wanted to know my other abilities, but at this point, understanding I couldn't win, I didn't want to waste time. Seeing me turn to leave, Yun Sung-ah appeared very puzzled. I firmly told her I decided to give up. Yun Sung-ah still wanted to keep me there, and this whole scene was being watched secretly by the captain. Once I was completely gone, Drun sent a message to the captain. He felt that operating separately from the friends of whom she was imitating would invite unnecessary suspicion, but the captain really couldn't stand it. Suddenly, the entire island shook. The captain understood that the vibrations signified the awakening of the butterfly larvae. At the same time, somewhere on the island, a huge purple insect egg egg emitted a heavy heartbeat, and it was the egg capable of breeding the butterfly sapling. This was a type of sprite-like monster that parasitizes trees. In my original story, after the appearance of the butterfly sapling, they would be killed by the protagonist group. Kim Suho would then obtain the butterfly's dust, and Rachel would gain a hint about her enlightenment. Now that Rachel is in my team, to help her awaken, we would have to face the butterfly sapling. I had to lead her into battle, but the problem was that I hadn't written down the exact location of where it would appear. Rachel came out with me, and although we had been hunting for most of the day, she started to wonder why I was just circling around the area. Hearing this, I remained silent, not knowing the exact location to start the battle, and could only wait for the right moment. After a while, on the other side, Kim Suho's team had already cooperated in hunting many monsters. Now it was the 4th day, with only 20 hours left until the end of the exam. What do you think about Kim Hajin? Hearing this, Kim Suho was puzzled, not knowing why she suddenly brought up Kim Hajin. Chai Naeun explained that from the initial museum to P-City, she thought I had too many secrets. Hearing the word secrets, Kim Suho immediately associated it with what I had said during the tycoon incident. Understand her, misunderstanding my relationship with Chai Naeun. Seeing Kim Suho's expression, Chai Naeun thought he had inside information, so she quickly urged Kim Suho to tell her. To this, Kim Suho laughed and told her to ask me herself, but in the next moment, a terrifying root suddenly burst from behind, sweeping across the entire island with countless roots. On the other side, I finally felt the changes in the island. Other students also encountered the attacking roots, with sounds of fighting and cries echoing through the forest, and huge tremors occurring all around. Knowing that the time had come, I told Rachel that next, we needed to go to the source of the tremors to catch the monster. In the area where the monster was, I needed her protection. Although she didn't know what I was going to do, Rachel quickly agreed. Feeling the earthquake, the students would likely head towards the butterfly sapling, and I couldn't let anyone else seize this opportunity, so I immediately rushed with Rachel towards the source of the tremors. The situation on the island had already been discovered by the examiners, and an examiner thought this monster wasn't part of the exam, so he asked if they should pause the exam, but Yin Sung-ah thought it was unnecessary. With the current students in the exam area, they were fully capable of dealing with the butterfly sapling, and she believed these future heroes would not disappoint her. On the island, Chai Naeun, faced with huge roots, decisively took out the sword she had recently started practicing with. Her talent ensured that even without years of practice, she was still very strong. Seeing Chai Naeun slice through the largest root with one move, Kim Suho and Yi Yanghan were very impressed. However, while praising her, Kim Suho suggested that if the sword energy was closer to the sword, it would be sharper when cutting monsters. After fighting for a while, Yi Yanghan found that the roots seemed endless. Realizing this, Kim Suho noticed that since cutting the roots was useless, they had to find the source. Then they decided to confront the root's main body. Nearby students discovered that a tree ahead looked strange, and something seemed to be moving inside the cocoon on the tree. However, the cocoon was quickly torn open, and what emerged was a beautiful large butterfly. The students below did not recognize this strange creature. After flying out of the cocoon, the large butterfly sprinkled many specks of powder in the air. These glowing specks slowly enveloped the entire forest. When Chai Naeun and the others arrived, they also noticed the glowing specks in the air, curious about what they were. When Chai Naeun suddenly found it very difficult to breathe, accompanied by a feeling of weakness all over her body. The surrounding students were also affected, and within a few seconds, she could no longer hold herself up and collapsed. Fortunately, Kim Suho caught her in time and checked on them. He found they were only asleep, not showing signs of poisoning. He had also held his breath in time after sensing something was wrong, which spared him from the effects. But Kim Suho knew he couldn't hold his breath and act indefinitely. Before inhaling the powder, he couldn't be sure he could subdue the butterfly in the air. Just then, Kim Suho suddenly heard rapid footsteps, and looking up, he saw two figures leaping out from the bushes. Surprised to see it was me and Rachel, he was quite astonished. When I arrived, I handed Rachel the prepared mask I had, so she was unaffected by the butterfly dust. Watching one student after another collapse by the roadside, Rachel couldn't help but wonder, had I anticipated this situation all along? But before she could ponder further, I had already identified our target, and I then told Rachel that I would soon confront the butterfly monster above us, and during that time, I needed her to cover me from the tree roots. After receiving Rachel's response, I quickly picked up my pistol and fired repeatedly at the butterfly sapling in the air. After being hit in the wings, the pained butterfly sapling emitted a huge cry and then summoned more tree roots. Fortunately, with Rachel's protection, these roots were easily severed, but the next second, Rachel was startled as roots from beneath the ground attacked me. Without hesitation, Rachel pushed me aside, successfully dodging the butterfly sapling's attack, but her foot was caught by the roots and she was thrown heavily to the side. Seeing this, I urgently called out to Rachel, wanting to know her condition, but in just an instant, many more roots targeted me. Just as I thought I was about to be severely hit, Kim Suho, enduring discomfort, blocked the attack for me. He confirmed that he had inhaled some of the powder. Noticing Kim Suho's poor condition, and with Rachel apparently unconscious on the ground, I didn't know what to do. Just as I was frantically pondering, Evangel's seed inside my clothes dogs, suddenly jumped out, looking very happy, and quickly attached herself to Rachel. Seeing this, I really wanted to pull Evangel's seed back, but I had to deal with the monster first. Kim Suho told me he could still help me for a while, but he probably wouldn't last much longer. My stigma's mana could only produce 3 fire attribute bullets, and I needed to kill the butterfly sapling before the bullets ran out. I then shared my plan with Kim Suho. Although the butterfly sapling were sprite-type monsters and very agile, to deliver a fatal blow, I would need to aim from a close distance. I planned to get close to the monster and needed Kim Suho to distract the butterfly. Hearing this, he immediately agreed. Then Kim Suho held nothing back and completely released the Sword Saint's magic power. Seeing the strong power he emitted, I realized that compared to the last time at the museum, Kim Suho had become much stronger. He was also observing me, and he remarked that no matter what secret techniques he showed, I always appeared calm. Not only that, I had even previously noticed Chai Nyan's abilities. Sometimes he even felt as if I knew everything in the world. Kim Suho's words momentarily enlightened me. After speaking, he went to attract the butterfly monster. In his Sword Saint state, these roots were hardly a challenge for him. I also quickly moved towards the monster. My momentary daze was due to Kim Suho's perceptiveness, but I couldn't tell him that this place was actually a world I had written about in my novel, and I had become a character I had never written before. After quickly reaching the highest point, I fired a flaming magic bullet. This shot accurately hit the butterfly sapling's vital spot. Seeing the creature burning fiercely in the sky, Kim Suho was surprised because it was a fire-type attack. He was already struggling to stand. Fortunately, seeing me take action, Kim Suho thought it should be over soon. However, the butterfly larva in the air was still struggling violently, and the fireball did not kill it completely. The creature then controlled the roots to catch itself. Seeing this, I realized that the firepower was still insufficient, so I decided to fire another shot. However, before I could act, the butterfly larva was struck by a bolt of purple lightning. This time, the creature finally fell without resistance. The person who intervened surprised me. I did not expect the captain to come in at the critical moment and deliver the final blow. This made me suspect that she was after the butterfly's dust. Down below, Kim Suho looked at the creature, now on its last breath, and with one swift sword draw, he finished off the butterfly larva. Seeing the creature breathe its last, Kim Suho could no longer hold on and collapsed on the ground. At this moment, the captain approached the large butterfly, intending to collect the butterfly's dust, but I sternly stopped her from behind. I couldn't just watch the captain take it away. She still didn't know the specific functions of the butterfly's dust. It seemed the captain was here because the byproducts of the sprite could fetch a high price, but the butterfly's dust was crucial for Kim Suho. It could enable him to confront formidable enemies that would appear later, so I had to ensure he received it. Hearing my voice, the captain also halted. She glanced around. The other students had already been put to sleep by the butterfly powder, although the sleeping effect weakened after the butterfly's death. As a student, I should have difficulty resisting the effects, but I had held on until now. Thinking this, the captain reaffirmed the mystery of Kim Ha-jin and decided to observe me more closely. I have been using the owner defense function of the ether to withstand the butterfly's dust, but I'm reaching my limit, so I intended to put on my mask. But the captain suddenly attacked me, catching me off guard. As her magic enveloped us, a huge spherical barrier suddenly appeared around us. Inside the magic barrier, she revealed her true face and asked if I recognized her. Hearing this, my mind raced, and I feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Are you Li Xiaopeng?" At this, the captain was momentarily confused. She searched her mind for this name and soon remembered that it was a false identity she had used to get close to me before. The captain wanted to know when I had found out. I was about to say just now when she coldly threatened, "If you lie, I'll kill you." But before she could finish saying kill, she changed it to beat you to death. Startled by her threat, I quickly said it was when we were fighting for the watch. Although this was also untrue, it was probably within what the captain would accept. I told her that I sensed something was off when we were in close contact, as my eyes are quite sharp. Yet the captain knew that Jane's ability could not be uncovered simply by having sharp eyes. Recalling that I could see through the perception blocking item in Jane's talent, she couldn't help but wonder if my mana was anti-magic. If so, that would make sense, because with inherent anti-magic, as long as the power is concentrated in the optic nerves, it indeed can be easily accomplished. If her guess is correct, then I am an invaluable talent that the chameleon troupe cannot afford to miss. After she finished speaking, the captain lifted the magical barrier. As she slowly approached, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Unexpectedly, the captain reached out to give me the butterfly dust. Then she said, as a price, I needed to compensate, but she fell silent, unable to speak, as she didn't know what to ask for. At this point, Jane became anxious in the call and asked the captain to take her time to think. Quickly, she gave a perplexing answer, simply asking for my contact number. I had thought I was nearly in mortal danger, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Fortunately, I achieved an important goal. However, I now needed to find a way to give this to Kim Suho naturally. Once the captain left, I suddenly realized I had almost forgotten about Rachel and Evangel. When I turned around, I saw Rachel under the big tree, radiating golden light emanating from her chest. I immediately understood what it was. This was a sign of Evangel's birth. The next second, the immense golden light light made it impossible for me to look directly. At this moment, the sleeping Rachel was thinking about quickly eliminating the spirit. However, the sudden bright light brought some consciousness to Rachel. In her dream, she saw a child and gently embraced them. The warm feeling seemed to be healing her wounds. Moreover, there was a familiar feeling about the child in Rachel's arms. If she were to describe the smile she saw, Rachel thought it was like her own in childhood. She seemed to hear the little girl speaking, but couldn't make it out clearly. Rachel wanted to ask her again, but the current Rachel was simply too tired. After fainting, she was still softly inquiring what Evangel had just said. The words Rachel wanted to know, I heard clearly, because Evangel affectionately called Rachel mommy and even recognized me as daddy. Sometime later, when Chai Nayan woke up, she just happened to find the examiners, and I was moving the fainted Kim Suho and others. After the chaotic fourth day passed, it was the fifth day. All students were safely sent back. Thus, the dreaded final exams ended as scheduled. The appearance of the butterfly sapling also caused a stir among the examiners. After consultations, they unanimously decided to allocate the killing points to 4 students who successfully repelled the monsters. I've been waiting on the ship ever since, but the captain didn't contact me, making me curious why she was interested in me. While I was pondering this, Chai Nayan suddenly interrupted me, wanting to know how I finally managed it. It turned out that Chai Nayan learned from Kim Suho that it was I who had broken the butterfly's wings. How could a small handgun possibly do that? Hearing this, Chai Nayan agreed. She initially wanted to ask about what happened at the end, but I was the first to ask, why did you use a sword instead of a bow and arrow at that time? Chai Nayan was completely shocked. Wasn't it you who told me to use it? I explained that using a weapon she was not proficient with in actual combat could be very dangerous. Chai Nayan told me not to worry because she was not so clumsy that I would need to worry. Next, I wanted to know how she felt after using the sword. Seeing Chai Nayan turn her head away, I couldn't help but question, it seems you are still a bit scared, aren't you? She hurriedly defended herself in a panic, but it was clear that Chai Nayan was lying. I then smiled faintly. Practice more in the future and you won't be scared anymore. After all, you are a natural-born swordsman. A few days after returning to the academy, Yuyona, while eating in the cafeteria and hearing about Chai Nayan's experiences with me, also expressed surprise. Kim Hajin must like you. Then she also asked for Kim Suo's opinion. He also thought that Yuyona made some sense. The continuous teasing from the two made Chai Nayan feel her whole body heat up. Yuyona was asking her what she planned to do next when she turned around and saw me buying something. Hearing Yuyona call me, Chai Nayan hurriedly turned her head to dodge. Seeing it was Kim Suho and the others, I also greeted them. After glancing at Chai Nayan, who was visibly uncomfortable, I turned and left. But just that one look made Yuyona reaffirm her thoughts. Chai Nayan also didn't know what to do about it. A little while later, I returned to the dormitory. Hearing that I had come back from shopping, Evangel hurried towards me, happily calling out Daddy. I told her not to run around in the room. Evangel wanted to know where I had been, so I told her I went to buy food. After picking up Evangel, I discussed with her whether she could stop calling me Daddy and call me Hajin or Uncle instead. However, little Evangel did not agree. As for why she was in the dormitory, it all starts from the day she hatched. At that time, Evangel asked me why Mommy was asleep again. At first, when she called me Daddy, I was wondering who she was calling. It turned out Evangel was calling me. Just then, the examiners came to check on the aftermath of the battle, and I asked her if she could turn back into a seed. Evangel wanted to ask about Rachel's condition, so I tricked her a bit, and she obediently turned into a seed. Just like that, I successfully brought her to the dormitory. Evangel is very well behaved when eating, looking indeed like a miniature version of Rachel. After letting her eat quietly, the next step was to deal with the butterfly's dust. Butterfly's dust can adhere to things with magical properties. It helps awaken their hidden potential. Simply put, whether it's people or objects, butterfly's dust can activate their potential. It should have naturally ended up with Rachel and Kim Suho, but because of the captain, now I had to find an opportunity to pass it on to them. Meanwhile, in Rachel's dormitory, she kept thinking about the child she saw. She could clearly feel the other person, and even after waking up, her hand still retained some warmth. Rachel thought it might be a creature like a tree sprite, or perhaps it was just a hallucination. But recalling the smile from her dream, she couldn't help but feel happy, continuously reminiscing about that warmth, as if it was telling her that they would meet again someday. A few days later, the school sent out a message about a guild tour, that students that are included in the list given by the guild will be contacted via their smartwatch. During the holiday, they could visit the guilds and observe the work of current heroes. High-ranking domestic guilds have the right to specify the students they want, but each guild can only choose 3 students from first and second years. Therefore, it is difficult for first-year students ranked outside the top 300 to get an experience opportunity. I was also curious about what heroes do on a regular basis. Besides the missions I had written about in the original novel, they must have other things to do. Unfortunately, my school ranking is very low, and even if I do well in the final exam, I can't break into the top 300. So, this guild experience probably isn't going to happen for me. Just as I was thinking this, the ringtone from my watch made me quite puzzled. Surprisingly, a guild contacted me. After slowly opening the message, I saw an invitation from the Essence of the Strait. After the holiday, Yuyona was waiting for someone on the road. Soon after, I also arrived there. Seeing me, she was very happy, having thought I would refuse. Yuyona mentioned there was another person, but they would be a bit late, so she suggested we go ahead. I then followed Yuyona to set off. On the way, she commented on my good performance at the finals, but in the end, I only scored 67 points. After driving for a while, Yuyona announced that we had arrived. I couldn't take my eyes off the building above us as I slowly looked up. Yuyona then welcomed me to the essence of the strait. Entering the building, there were many people inside, all busy with their own tasks. Although it's nominally a hero experience project, some work still needs to be done indoors. More challenging tasks require analysis before they can be strategized. I understand now why a low-ranked person like me still received an invitation from a major guild. It seems to be Yuyona's decision. As the guild leader's daughter, she would have that authority. We soon arrived in front of an office, precisely the analysis room of the essence of the strait. The person who brought us here is Park Sang-ho, an intermediate and advanced grade hero and the left hand of Yuyona. He heard that I ranked first in theoretical scores, so he brought me to the analysis room. However, although Park Sang-ho appears to be a gentleman, he is actually a sinister person and will later betray Yuyona. At that moment, a woman's voice came from behind. The newcomer was Lee Jina, another intermediate and advanced grade hero, who spoke sarcastically, saying it's surprising that a student ranked 934 could experience the essence of the strait. Lee Jina's remarks were aimed at Yuyona. She aligns with Young Hoseok, the vice captain of the essence of the strait, while Yuyona, being the guild leader's daughter, is the rightful successor. Naturally, Lee Jina sees her as a thorn in her side. This is only temporary, as she will later become a subordinate of Yuyona and eventually rise to the position of vice captain. However, her current remarks are still annoying. Lee Jina then looked at some documents in her hand and came up with an idea. She challenged me to solve a problem in the document if I was confident, and even called me kid. Lee Jina succeeded in provoking me, so I asked her for a few sheets of paper to use. She continued to mock and snicker. Just then, Yuyona received a message that the last person had arrived. They then went out together to meet them. As for me, I started reviewing the documents. They contained variables that could occur when raiding a dungeon. I possessed the talents of observation and browsing, and such problems can be solved in a matter of seconds for me. Next, all I need to do is write the final analysis conclusion, and this document will be completed. But just as I was about to finish, Lee Jina disdainfully took the documents away, urging me to give up and leave already. But I went downstairs anyway. Unfortunately, I hadn't written the conclusion yet, and I definitely wouldn't tell Lee Jina if she later asked me for it. When the elevator doors opened and I had just stepped out, I unexpectedly ran into Chai Nayun. The next second, she finally reacted and then asked Yuyona why I was also here. Then I understood that the last person was Chai Nayun. But why hadn't Yuyona told me? Meanwhile, in Yu Jin-hyuk's office, he looked very troubled because after a whole month of collecting, he only had a few pages of information about Kim Ha-jin. Yu Jin-hyuk hadn't anticipated the difficulty of the task. No matter how he spied during these days, he couldn't dig deep into who I had contact with before, not even knowing who my parents were or why I became an orphan. But one thing he found during this period caught his attention. Elsewhere, after everyone had arrived, Park Sang-ho took us to experience an activation mission. Before receiving the activation orders, we needed to wait here for a while. At this time, he also asked Chai Nayun why she was late. Hearing that Chai Nayun had gone to visit her grandfather, Park Sang-ho was very excited because her grandfather was the great hero Chai Jukyo. Yuyona received a message and said we should go on ahead, needing to take a call first. After reaching the restroom, Yuyona picked up the phone, and the caller was her uncle Yu Jin-hyuk. She then inquired about the status of the last investigation. Since the results were too scant to save face, Yu Jin-hyuk evasively claimed he hadn't started the investigation. His words also made Yuyona very angry. Following this, Yu Jin-hyuk wanted to know why his niece wanted to investigate the parents of Kim Ha-jin, or rather, if Kim Ha-jin really wanted to find his parents. Hearing this, Yuyona told her uncle that she thought so, given that Kim Ha-jin had memorized the wanted list, speculating that maybe my parents were involved in some criminal case. Upon hearing this, Yu Jin-hyuk went silent because he associated it with the matter that concerned him. He then found a casual excuse to hang up the phone. Yuyona wanted to ask him when he would start the investigation, but the phone had already been hung up. On the other hand, Yu Jin-hyuk was very somber, wondering if Kim Ha-jin was really related to that incident, a 16-year-old case. At that time, at the Gwango Fortress area, 87 civilians who took refuge in a shelter, along with 9 heroes who were protecting them, were all killed. A few years ago, when Yu Jin-hyuk investigated this matter, he was caught and subsequently driven out of the Yu family. Although the final interpretation of the incident was that it was the work of Jins, who personally investigated, understood that 3 significant figures were involved. One was the leader of K-country at that time, Kim Seoko. Another was the chairman of the Daehun group, Chai Jukyo, and Yu Jin-hyuk's own elder brother, also Yuyona's father, Yu Jin-yong. Instead, they hired assassins, reflecting the trivial extent of their concern for the incident. The more Yu Jin-hyuk thought about it, the deeper his concern became. If Kim Ha-jin was a surviving victim now embarking on a revenge revenge plot. It would be too dangerous. He understood that this matter needed to end here. If the investigation continued, once the crazy old man Chai Juk-il noticed, Yu Jin-hyuk would die a terrible death. Back at Essence of the Strait, after waiting for a while, we finally received the order to eliminate the appearing stone golems. Due to their speed, Park Sang-ho noticed I had disappeared. Regarding this, Chai Nyan told him not to worry, saying I would catch up on my own. As for Yuyona, since coming back, she had been gloomy, and she was very upset inside due to her annoyance with her uncle. Soon, several people arrived at the scene, where many golems were already causing massive destruction. A couple who couldn't escape were about to be killed by the golems. However, Yuyona's whip arrived in time, and seeing this, Park Sang-ho immediately stepped forward and then threw his spear at the golem. The next second, the golem was shattered into pieces. Just then, I finally arrived at the scene, and Chai Nyan had also found her target. Quickly making a decision, Chai Nyan decided to challenge this golem with a sword. She already knew the golem's weakness, so she aimed at the monster's ankle, but the distance was too close. The golem's reaction was unexpected, and before Chai Nyan could strike the weak spot, she was hit in the abdomen by the golem. The powerful blow threw her to the ground. Struggling to stand up, Chai Nyan didn't expect the golem to move so fast, and its attack was not over yet. I urgently told her to get away, but with a loud bang, I was stunned because I had already pulled Chai Nyan towards me using ether. That reaction was instinctive, and now I had to say something, otherwise it would lead to misunderstandings. Next time you can keep some distance. After all, your sword can become longer than a spear. Hearing this, Chai Nyan admitted that she had let her guard down and asked me to watch carefully next time, but then she also said thank you. The reason Chai Nyan serves as a swordsman is because her mana capacity is several of times that of a normal hero. Chai Nyan's talent, known as the Mana Sea, even surpasses Kim Suo's magic. When she uses a sword as a medium, her output has no limit. In the evening, we had dealt with all the petrification golems. After the rescue team arrived, we prepared to leave, but at that moment, I suddenly sensed someone watching from behind, and using my 1000-mile eye, I saw her face clearly. Her features also allowed me to recognize her instantly. It was Tomer. Hearing Chai Nyan and the others telling me to leave, I did not stay any longer. I felt only a moment of regret. As in the original story, the ether should have belonged to her. That night, in the office, Lee Jina finally finished her work. She picked up the document I wrote, ready to evaluate it. However, after only a brief look, Lee Jina was stunned. She hadn't expected me to do so well, but not having the analysis results made Lee Jina very curious, and she directly contacted me. I want to talk to you, but knowing how the guild operates now, I have no more business there. So, I messaged Park Sang-ho that I couldn't go over. Seeing him ask why, I decided to tease Lee Jina, and then sent Park Sang-ho the reason for not going. Someone mocked me as a low-ranking nepotist. After seeing the message, Park Sang-ho knew it was Lee Jina's doing. Seeing him upset, Lee Jina quickly explained that she didn't intend for this to happen. I could almost picture Yuyona blowing up at Lee Jina. Having run around a lot today, I was also quite tired. Evangel had already fallen asleep early. There was still one thing I needed to do, and it was perfect timing while she was asleep. After covering Evangel with a blanket, I started to deal with the next task. I took out the previously obtained butterfly dust. Looking at the full bag of powder, it was clear that there was a lot more than I had anticipated. I divided the butterfly dust into 3 equal parts. Kim Suho and Rachel were certainly important, but I had to look out for myself too. I needed to seize this opportunity to become stronger. Tonight, I plan to use my share. Given my potential, using it on myself would be a waste. I plan to use this pile of butterfly dust to enhance the potential of the ether. Slowly pouring the powder down, the ether gradually absorbed it. All that was left was to wait patiently. Just then, my watch received a new message, unexpectedly from Chai Nyan. She came to thank me again for today, but seeing Chai Nyan say a but, I wanted to know what she would say next. After waiting a full 10 minutes without a reply, I took the initiative to ask her. Chai Nyan was puzzled, so I simply told her to go to sleep, ending the conversation. This inexplicably bizarre chat initially felt like a waste of time, but on second thought, it was quite novel. It seems I have now transitioned from a mere bystander to a character with a role in the story. Meanwhile, Yuyona was still working late into the night. Even at night, there was still much to handle. She decided to create her own information guild. Rather than waiting on her lazy uncle, Yuyona thought it better to take action herself. After writing the recruitment notice, she also received a call from Chai Nyan. It turned out that next Tuesday, she and Kim Suho were going to a seminar, so she asked if Yuyona wanted to join. Yuyona was about to decline, but upon hearing that Shin Jonghak was also going, she changed her mind and said she would go. Chai Nyan had something else to ask. She inquired if Yuyona had seen the video of herself with the golem. Yuyona said she had. I saw clearly how you fell into Kim Ha-jin's arms. Hearing this, Chai Nyan became anxious and threatened that if the video were spread, she would never forgive Yuyona. After teasing Chai Nyan, Yuyona happily hung up the phone. As for Chai Nyan in the dormitory, she didn't expect that scene to have been exposed. While continuing to work, Yuyona soon received another message, learning that I had given up the guild tour because of what Lee Jina said. Yuyona immediately became angry and told Lee Jina to answer the phone right away. way. Because of their attention, I unexpectedly gained SP. The SP I've recently acquired are also quite substantial. When it's time for the ether to be activated, I plan to use up all the SP on it. In terms of physical strength, even though I work hard, I will inevitably fall behind others, so I need to enhance the power of my weapons as much as possible. Using the SP, I set up a skill called Random Enhancement System that can strengthen recognized equipment. Although the name Random seems unreliable, with my top-tier luck, this skill is absolutely amazing. However, it's just uncertain whether it can be set successfully. As I spent SP and pressed the confirm button, the status window indicated insufficient SP, reducing the quality of the skill. But before I could be disappointed, my powerful luck once again played a role. In the next second, the random enhancement skill was successfully set. The only downside is that the upper limit of the enhancement power decreased. Although the result was not perfect, considering the incredible effect, it was good enough that it could be set successfully. The reason I am in such a rush to get stronger is also because the main story will soon start once again. In the blink of an eye, a week of summer vacation passed, and I spent it all in hellish training. Although I invested all my SP in weapons, it doesn't mean I plan to give up physical training. After the ether was enhanced by butterfly dust last time, it unlocked some of its potential. After recent practice, ether had fully matured. Overall, after the potential of the ether was enhanced, my physical strength value increased by 0.7. Not only that, but it also added a feature for more realistic transformations of items. Overly complex structures take more time. I then materialized a dagger to thoroughly test it. Examining the ether dagger in my hand, both its appearance and feel are the same as a normal dagger, but as soon as I use the random enhancement skill, its power becomes formidable, easily capable of splitting the ground and breaking rocks. Although it falls short compared to ancient relics, its ordinary appearance is key. It can make people let down their guard. After all, no one would expect such high power from a dagger. Time quickly came to the day of the travel club activity. I told Evangel I was going out and would buy her something delicious when I returned. I also told her that she can only make animals with the spirit friend, and she mustn't make any humans. Hearing this, Evangel had no choice but to agree. After putting on the coat Rachel gave me, I said goodbye to Evangel. I then headed straight to the gathering. Meanwhile, in the palace of Country B, a butler named Henry told Rachel that she could rest easy from now on. After negotiating with the Cube, it would send reliable officials to the training camp for protection. Regarding the person who saved Rachel, Henry inquired if the princess would mind if the Royal Guild contacted him separately. Rachel gladly agreed, knowing my strength was definitely not limited to my current ranking, and other guilds might have noticed me already. Although the Royal Guild isn't as famous as those in Country K, their advantage is having the right to early access, and Rachel also wanted to recruit me into her own guild. Meanwhile, Hanyan noticed that everyone had arrived, so he called everyone to head to Country B. On the way, Chai Nayan was completely overheated since she came in her school uniform today. However, noticing me, she wondered if I wasn't hot in a jacket in such warm weather. I replied that I'm totally comfortable. After teleporting, we arrived in Country B. Everyone was curious about the surroundings, and Hanyan introduced today's destination, the soaring Clancy Islet in the sky, which could also be reached by teleportation. Clancy Islet, unique to Country B, is made of floating stone and concentrates various money-related activities, such as various entertainment auctions and new product launches for investments and enterprises. It is undoubtedly Country B's Golden Island, and the main story will also unfold here. After arriving on the island, Kim Suho asked us if we had been here before. It was my first time here, while Yuyona nodded yes to the question. As for Chai Nayun, she had been here once with her brother when she was 11 years old. Seeing Chai Nayun's mood shift from happy to downcast, Kim Suho asked her if she could introduce us to the place. Hearing this, Chai Nayun suddenly felt motivated. Soon after, Hanyan informed us that there was a major event on the island at 7 p.m. today, and the organizers were very welcoming of the Cube students. Before the event started, he let us go have fun on our own. Chai Nayun raised her hand to ask a question, and learning that it was okay to visit the casinos, she urged us to go together. Quickly, our group arrived at the destination, which was filled with an air of luxury. Seeing everyone else exchange money to play, I also followed to the front desk, but the reason I waited for them to leave was that the server in front of me was Jane in disguise. After casually chatting with her, I left. I was aware of the coming of the Chameleon Troupe. After all, at 7 p.m. a major event would feature the appearance of something special that would capture the world's attention. I've always been excited to come here because, with high luck and the 1,000-mile eye, making money here is a piece of cake. The incident will occur at 7 p.m., and I still have plenty of time. However, after making a considerable amount of money from playing around, I noticed Chai Nayan sitting at a table. The person across from her must be the scammer Vert. Chai Nayan was about to leave when she was provoked by Vert calling her a kid, so she decided to keep playing. According to the original story, in the next 2 hours, Chai Nayan would lose all her money and end up crying in a hotel room. She would lose because everyone else at the table were con artists, subordinates of Vert. This guy is quite a significant character. Watching the frantic Chai Nayan, I couldn't help but lament this easy mark. Actually, I don't really care how much this this rich girl loses. What matters is that I've got my eye on something of Vert's. So, I took the initiative to approach and told Chai Nayan to let me take her place. Not wanting Chai Nayan to continue being an easy mark, someone beside pretended to have something to do and left. Then we sat down together. At the game's start, the man beside me was curious why I wasn't looking at my cards. I didn't respond because I didn't need to flip the cards to see them clearly. On the other side, Jane was reporting to the captain and wondered if she had exposed herself. Hearing this, the captain thought not, as she believed I needed to concentrate mana on my optic nerves to see through Jane's ability. Considering this, Jane also thought it made sense, since she hadn't felt any mana flow. Meanwhile at the table, as the betting rounds added up, my chips were quickly running out. Then Vert offered to bet my ring, recognizing it as a magical artifact, which was exactly what I had hoped for. Vert wanted to know what the ring was. Hearing this, I feigned a serious look and said it wasn't something I could discuss. Seeing this, Chai Nayan, remembering my orphan status, thought it was a remnant left to me. So, she suddenly stood up and said she didn't want to play anymore. She didn't want me to lose the ring. I reluctantly pulled Chai Nayan back down and reassured her just to watch, as I was definitely not going to lose. I declared the ring was precious, and if he wanted it bet, he'd have to wager his own bracelet. Hearing this, Vert happily agreed, thinking he had a winning hand, but it ended in his defeat. An irate Vert tried to accuse me of cheating, but after security confirmation, Chai Nayan mocked him instead. After the affair, I successfully obtained the bracelet, an artifact that could restore magic. The true value of the bracelet was still unknown to Vert. By evening, Kim Suho and others had been waiting for a while. Yuyona was visibly upset when we finally arrived, but then noticed I had changed my attire, with Chai Nayan carrying my things. Curious about where I got the money, Chai Nayan eagerly shared the recent events with them. Just then, a man approached from behind, recognizing Chai Nayan. Surprised to see him here, Chai Nayan hadn't expected it. Yuyona curiously asked if the man was Kim Junwoo, a hunter from the Light Source Guild. Happy to be recognized, Kim Junwoo joined in our conversation, while the captain silently observed, then called over Jane. The next second, Jane emerged directly from the wall, and they were about to officially start their operation. Soon, many people arrived on Clancy Islet for an event hosted by the Webtoon Corporation. The most attractive part of the event was the legendary white crystal. As the host gradually introduced the guests, the girl's arrival captured everyone's attention. It was Princess Rachel of Country B, who was elegantly dressed for the occasion. After passing through numerous media interviews, Rachel entered the event hall. She breathed a sigh of relief, not fond of the journey's noise. Just then, someone called her from behind. It was Zealand, the current CEO of the Webtoon Corporation. His presence visibly upset Rachel, but she still inquired if preparations against the magic beings were in place. Zealand assured her that Clancy Islet was the safest place now to host the party. The Webtoon Corporation had dispatched many top-tier heroes. Zealand arrogantly claimed that as the Royal Guild's biggest sponsor, they ensured this event would elevate the guild to new heights. At that moment, Zealand's malevolent grin was unmistakable, leaving Rachel increasingly worried. We had already entered the venue, and there was half an hour until the event started. Now I was puzzled. Why would the Webtoon Corporation hold an event in such a dangerous place? In my story, they are one of the most corrupt corporations. Although there are no jinns among the upper echelons, there are many villains as bad as jinns. The white crystal would be a disaster in anyone's hands. 3 significant jinns will appear: Silicon, responsible for the fight; Nade, in charge of transport; and the evil society's Kim Hakbyo. With my current strength, trying to snatch the crystal is impossible, so I'll just watch the plot unfold from the sidelines, as other organizations will also join the battle. Just then, the captain approached to speak with me. Seeing her, I quickly greeted her. The captain said she was here to serve as a security hero. Jane, on the other end of the call, congratulated her on finally meeting her secret crush, which instantly enraged the captain. Seeing her reaction, I was startled. The captain explained that it was just her teammate speaking nonsense over the earpiece, but I had heard it too. While chatting with her, Kim Suho noticed the new arrival and asked me who the captain was. I told him the fake info I had about the captain and introduced them to each other. However, the recently arrived Kim Junwoo stepped forward, introducing himself first, then immediately wanting to know how the captain knew me and asking which organization's hero she was. Before Kim Junwoo got an answer, the event officially started. People turned their attention to the center, giving the captain an excuse to leave for her security duties. I wondered if Kim Junwoo had sensed something. After the captain left, we continued our conversation. Rachel noticed where I was and also saw the clothes I was wearing. She hadn't expected me to wear the gift she gave me. The first act of the event was Zealand's appearance. He introduced the precious treasure, the white crystal. This crystal, naturally formed by magic, had 480 pieces discovered so far, but its full power had never been harnessed. Excited, Zealand told everyone that the Webtoon Corporation would demonstrate the true use of the white crystal. Meanwhile, Rachel kept observing the hall. Since the beginning, she had noticed unnatural men in black suits moving around. Initially, Rachel thought they were security personnel, but as their number grew, her suspicions increased. With so many people inside, she couldn't act rashly. Just then, my getting up caught Rachel's attention. With the event still going, Rachel was puzzled by my departure. She couldn't help but think that I always appear at the scene of the crime, always giving off an unusual vibe. So, Rachel sent her bodyguards to monitor suspicious persons in the hall. After dispatching 2 guards, she slowly picked up her necklace. In the next moment, Rachel used this magical artifact to perfectly conceal herself. She planned to follow me first. In the hall, a man quietly listened to his subordinate's report. After investigation, the crystals in the Clancy Hall were confirmed to be genuine. This man was Kim Hakbyo from the Evil Society. Listening to Zealand's grand promotion on stage, he couldn't help but marvel at how desperate the other was for money, wanting to prove to the VIPs that the crystals were genuine, then trigger a surge in stock prices for greater profit. Of course, Kim Hakbyo understood that the Roten Corporation was very confident about the island's security. After all, it was an island formed by magic, inaccessible to jinns via conventional portals, and the only portal was heavily guarded. But in Kim Hakbyo's eyes, these preparations were inadequate, as they had also mobilized aerial transports today. He then ordered everyone to commence their operations. Elsewhere, I was slowly heading to the top floor of the hall, with Rachel increasingly curious about my destination. Soon, I reached 2 large doors, but they were locked. Rachel didn't understand the significance of me going to the rooftop, especially since it required a key to open the doors. She thought I might be persuaded to turn back. Unexpectedly, I pulled out a small hammer, leaving Rachel, who was hiding, dumbfounded. Weapons were prohibited on Clancy Island, but these tools were allowed. Rachel couldn't understand how such a hammer could smash through an alloy door. However, as the sound of the door shattering echoed, she was shocked silent by the scene before her because I had smashed the door into scrap metal without even using magic. But before Rachel could recover, there were many screams from downstairs. The hall was now in complete chaos. Guests were being brutally attacked by jinns, and Zealand had been captured by members of the Evil Society. He hadn't anticipated that jinns would drop from the sky. Nade, having obtained the crystal, mockingly thanked Zealand, but as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a danger behind him. The next second, a violent explosion erupted in the hall. The high-ranking hero Jin Xianjun was surprised, as the opponent not only dodged his attack, but also had the annoying ability to clone himself. He had expected the Jin to confront him directly, yet Nade immediately fled with 8 clones. Seeing this, Jin Xianjun was baffled and reluctantly chose one to pursue. The captain, watching everything from the shadows, saw not only Jins emerge, but many monsters as well. Kim Suho and Chai Nayun were struggling to defend themselves. Someone called out to Chai Nayun, and turning around, she saw it was Hunter Kim Junwoo. The hall had been too chaotic, and they had been separated to deal with different Jins. Finding Chai Nayun and the others, Kim Junwoo also tossed a sword to Kim Suho, which he had taken from a fallen Jin. While they fought, I stood alone on the rooftop watching. According to the story, Nade would split into 8 individuals to escape. The first was being pursued by a hero in the east, but that clone didn't have the crystal. The south was covered by Jane, disguised as a Jin, but the crystal wasn't there either. Only one person was still pursuing a clone, the captain in the north. According to the original story, the crystal was indeed with the northern clone. As the captain pursued, she was ambushed by members of the Evil Society, attacked by multiple Jins. She calmly raised her hand and launched a magic sphere towards them. The Jins didn't take the seemingly fragile sphere seriously, but it voraciously consumed them upon contact. Hearing their comrades' screams, the other Jins realized they had kicked the iron plate, but it was too late to flee. The captain's move was both eerie and brutal. Nade, seeing his comrades consumed to debris, couldn't hide his terror, but in just a moment, he was hit by the captain's attack. From the rooftop, I witnessed this one-sided battle. Although the captain was a character I created, her powers were indeed too brutal. Just when I thought the crystal would end up in the hands of the chameleon troop as per the original storyline, the Nade killed by the captain turned out to be a clone. The captain below was also perplexed. She had thought her judgment was correct. This scene made me unable to sit still, so I immediately opened my computer to see if the settings had changed, but I didn't receive any new messages, which meant that everything that had happened so far had simply led to a variation in the plot. Thinking quickly, I soon thought of a way to find the crystal, although I had never tried it before. However, there was no time to wait. I directed the stigma at my eyes, gathering magic power into them, and used Thousand Mile Eye to its full potential. Just as I expected, with the magic enhancement, Thousand Mile Eye was truly worthy of its name. I quickly scanned the entire scene, but still, I couldn't locate the crystal. Fortunately, a speeding car caught my attention. Upon closer inspection, I spotted the crystal inside, but then, the image suddenly blurred, and my eyes started to hurt intensely. I realized this was the result of pushing Thousand Mile Eye to its limit, but with time pressing, there was no chance to rest. I immediately started to pursue. After jumping down to the ground, I spotted a parked motorcycle. Silently apologizing to the owner in my mind, I rode off on the motorcycle. Meanwhile, the battle inside the hall was spilling outside. Chai Nayun and the others were protecting guests as they left. As I rode by, I shouted out to Chai Nayun. Seeing she had no weapon, I threw her the magic sword I had acquired. Confused, she looked at it. I quickly explained the effects of the magic sword and reminded her to be careful before riding off without waiting for her to ask more questions. The special equipment stolen from Sidious changes its of power based on the user's magic, so I figured the magic sword would perform far beyond demonic powers in Chai Nyan's hands. As I rode, I used 1000 Mile again. Judging by the other's speed, I should be able to catch up soon. A few minutes later, the Jin on the vehicle had already arranged for a transport plane to pick them up, but just when they thought they were safe, I crashed the motorcycle into their car. The powerful impact flipped the car. After successfully stopping the Jin, I took a brief breather. However, a Jin inside the car wasn't hurt and kicked the door open. He came out arrogantly declaring my demise. Seeing the Jin signaling for help to the plane above, I realized he had backup. Consequently, I decisively took out my computer, checked the transport plane's number, and spent SP to alter the setting, making the plane return. The modification just completed. The Jin in front was dumbfounded as the transport plane flew away. Now no one could stop me. Next, I was ready to take the white crystal, but a whistling sound from behind made me instantly sense danger. In the next second, a terrifying magic power suddenly appeared and an explosion erupted at the Jin's location. When I could see through the dust, the Jin from the evil society was already dead. The newcomer was Cheek Jungyang from the Chameleon Troupe, here to snatch the white crystal. Cheek Jungyang's arrival made me very uneasy. Just as I was considering how to secure the crystal, the situation became even more complicated. I suddenly realized something was amiss because Cheek Jungyang was carrying Rachel on his shoulders. Now I understood the situation had gotten even worse. Immediately, I quietly let ether slip out and then snatched the white crystal from the ground. Seeing this, Cheek Jungyang told me to put the thing down, but I demanded he release Rachel first. Hearing this, Cheek Jungyang finally realized I wanted the girl on his shoulder. He had thought Rachel was also there for the crystal, so he had brought her along. Cheek Jungyang was curious, is this girl that important to you? However, after saying that, he suddenly became interested and asked me whether it would be faster for him to twist Rachel's head off or for me to shoot the box. To this, I coldly stated, it doesn't matter who is faster, but if you don't put Rachel down now, you'll never get what you want. Cheek Jungyang hadn't expected me to be so tough, and immediately he threw Rachel to the ground while telling me to give him the item. Seeing this, I also threw the box over. After all, the white crystal was not something I could handle. The best option originally was to hand the crystal over to Rachel so it could be in the possession of the imperial family. But now, the only choice was to use it as a bargaining chip for her release. I was curious about how Rachel had been captured, and I was waiting to ask her when she woke up, but Cheek Jungyang suddenly charged at me. All this happened in the blink of an eye, and I had no time to react to his attack. Cheek Jungyang did not hold back at all with his punch, but to my surprise, his strength stopped abruptly. At this moment, Cheek Jungyang was quite astonished and couldn't help saying, interesting. In Cheek Jungyang's eyes, I was very brave. Facing his punch, I didn't even blink. Moreover, from the beginning, Cheek Jungyang had noticed that I was observing his movements, which undoubtedly matched the posture of a warrior in his mind. He withdrew his fist and said that I was not a hopeless case. As he turned to leave, Cheek Jungyang also expressed his admiration for me. As for me, I didn't say a word. Only when I was sure he had really gone far away did I finally allow myself to collapse to the ground uncontrollably. I had almost died just now. This was the closest I had ever been to death. Cheek Jungyang's attack caught me completely off guard. If he had been even slightly dissatisfied with my response, I think my head would have already been blown off. In any case, I dodged a bullet this time. Just then, Rachel also woke up. The first thing she did was ask about the enemy. After I told her that the enemy had left, Rachel seemed confused. So, I recounted everything that had happened and asked if she was also after the crystal. Unexpectedly, Rachel had followed me here. She showed me a bullet and asked if it was mine, saying she had found it during the final exam. Upon hearing this, I realized it was a shell that had fallen during a long-range sniping, and I admitted it was mine. But just as I was about to take it back, Rachel pocketed it. She put the bullet in her pocket. She had come along this time because she was worried I might encounter the same kind of Jin ambush she had. However, the enemy turned out to be much stronger than expected, which frustrated Rachel because she hadn't been able to help at all. After a brief silence, Rachel couldn't help but ask why I had helped her. If the midterm might have been a coincidence, this final exam was completely different. She could feel that I had been watching her ever since we disembarked. I couldn't tell her the real reason, so I made up my mind and then told Rachel, because I am your fan. She was totally not expecting that. To make my story more believable, I even pulled out evidence of joining Rachel's fan club with a membership count of 10,000 people. Although this excuse was too fake, it was better than saying directly, you are a main character in the novel, and I can't just watch you die or get injured. If you are a fan, does that mean you like me? Hearing Rachel's counter question stunned me. After some time, the jinns and monsters outside the hall had been dealt with. Looking at her damaged hair, Yuyona sighed deeply. Just then, Chai Nyan hurriedly ran up, wanting to know if Yuyona had seen that thing outside. This inexplicable question left Yuyona unsure of what Chai Nyan was referring to. In this battle, she indeed saw a lot, including the most eye-catching Hunter of Light Source Kim Jung-woo, who could blow up everything with his bare hands, and the Sword Saint Kim Suho, who could sever anything. He effortlessly sliced through all enemy attacks. Chai Nyan was even more surprising. After receiving the magical sword I gave her, Chai Chai Nayan who completely wiped the battlefield. She was also very satisfied with the magical sword I gave her. However, after hearing that Chai Nayan was referring to Kim Ha-jin, Yuyona finally snapped back from her shock. She knew very well what Chai Nayan meant. Yuyona had seen me riding a motorcycle out. While the two were still wondering where I had gone, Kim Suho hurriedly brought news that Rachel was missing. Chai Nayan also remembered. After the fight started, she hadn't seen Rachel. Yuyona even suspected, could it be that the Jin's initial target was Rachel? Indeed, taking Rachel as a hostage, they could completely demand that Country B transfer Clancy Islet to them. Thinking this, Yuyona couldn't help but curse the evil society as despicable and shameless. However, at that moment, someone saw a motorcycle approaching, and on it was the missing Rachel. Seeing her safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But Chai Nayan noticed that this was the motorcycle Kim Ha-jin had just ridden. Considering this, Yuyona thought, while everyone was dizzy from the accident, I had ridden the motorcycle to another place. Afterwards, Rachel came back riding that bike. Doesn't that mean I single-handedly defeated the Jins and then rescued Rachel? She couldn't believe it was true. There were many experts among the Jins, and I was so tired I just wanted to go back to the dorm to rest. And thus, this part of the main story had concluded. There was a dinner planned for the next evening. At that moment, Chai Nayan was waiting for someone. When I arrived, I only saw her alone and learned upon asking that I had come too late. The others had already gone to the restaurant. Chai Nayan urged me to hurry over, as today she was treating everyone to a meal. I found this quite curious, wondering if something had happened. After walking for a while, she suddenly stopped, her face showing an unusual tension. Chai Nayan stopped me. She had a question she wanted to know, which was whether it would be okay for us to be friends. Chai Nayan's words caught me off guard, but after thinking it over, I replied that it wouldn't be possible and told Chai Nayan that we couldn't be friends. Hearing this, she clenched her fists and then said she was just speaking off the cuff. Chai Nayan also thought that I looked down on her. Seeing her leave angrily, all I had left was silence. After all, we really couldn't be friends, because sooner or later I would have to leave this world, and I would need to kill her closest person. So, becoming friends was out of the question. Another day passed, and we returned to the cube. Seeing that I had finally come back, Evangel ran to greet me, bouncing around and asking if I had brought something tasty. After receiving the 2 fried chickens I bought, she happily thanked me, and seeing this, I felt a wave of relief. This feeling of peaceful times was nice. With something to eat, Evangel should be quiet for a while. With only 3 days left of the holiday, I needed to wrap up the unfinished business. The first step was to start with the linked smartwatch, as having to open the laptop to check every time something unexpected happened was too troublesome. I had refrained from modifying it before to save SP points, but after Cheek Jungyang's recent appearance, I had gained enough SP, and today was perfect for syncing the laptop and the smartwatch. With that done, only one important task remained. When I returned to school, I contacted Park Soo-hyuk. I asked him to get me a motorcycle. At that time, Park Soo-hyuk found the best performing bike, and I told him to go for the top configuration. Although Park Soo-hyuk was shocked because the top model is very expensive, after I confirmed again, he said he would order it right away. I won a lot of money on Clancy Islet, so the money for the motorcycle was not a big deal. Besides, the Pack Horse Masters is about to raid the Den of Devils in City X, and once they go public, the stocks I bought before will skyrocket. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but feel happy. On the 4th day, the 1-month summer vacation also ended. When I came back, I heard everyone talking about social media, and I remembered that it had been a long time since I had checked the main group's social media accounts. I used to follow their updates in real time. Shin Jong-hak's posts are very exaggerated. He is just showing off, basically flaunting his daily workout routine, enduring the tough days and looking forward to a better tomorrow. The key is that he gets a lot of likes, but after looking at it, I started feeling nauseous. As for Kim Suho and Yuyona, they rarely use social media. Rachel's account is managed by the royal family, and Chai Nayan's last update was from Clancy Islet. It seems my rejection saddened her, but I think she should be able to overcome it on her own. After observing for a while, there was nothing unusual with everyone. During class, the instructor announced the start of the 2nd term. He told everyone that not only would the rankings change, but there would also be new transfer students. Yesterday, there was a ceremony for placing the transfer students. This is among the top 10 magic academies in the country. If someone wants to become a hero, they would join the cube as a transfer student. Each class gets 20, totaling 200 mages transferring in, of which I remembered those who play a significant role in the plot. After the instructor finished introducing, he let the transfer students come in, but while checking how many important characters were in our class, I suddenly recognized one of them, and her face surprised me, for she was Tomer, originally the owner of Ether in the novel. Although her skin color and hair color were different, that face was unmistakably hers. Sure enough, when I opened my watch, I saw new setting changes. Co-author thought Tomer's introduction was too abrupt and her power baseless, so they decided to establish a bond with the main group from the early stages of the novel. After reading the setup, I felt quite helpless because this was purely adding trouble for me. After all, Tomer is no pushover. With the new term starting, my first task was to move into the new dormitory. Seeing the room, several times more luxurious than before, Evangel became very excited. The room had become more spacious. I thought she could live more comfortably too. Being assigned to this dormitory was also because my ranking had improved. The cube assigns accommodations based on rankings, and I was in the upper middle ranks, which I was quite satisfied with. The previous dormitory was too small, and I was worried that Evangel was feeling too confined. As for how to deal with Tomer next, I could only start thinking slowly from now on. The first class of the school year was outdoor training, also meant to bring the original class students and the transfer students closer. The school had even given a code name to this training, called Dangerous Mountain. There are no dangerous monsters in the mountains, but there are various traps and mechanisms. The instructor told everyone to be extra careful, as carelessness could lead to injuries and hospital stays. Next, everyone entered the mountain in pairs. Each group's entrance was also arranged. After the instructor gave the command, all students collectively enter the mountain. However, as they went deeper into the mountain, the weather gradually turned dark and cold. Kim Suho reminded everyone to be careful. If what the instructor said was true, traps could be encountered at any time. However, just after he finished reminding, a magician transfer student was caught in a trap. Kim Suho and the others reacted, but the traps were too fast, and many people were bound into the air. After successfully rescuing the students, Chai Nayun and the others prepared to move locations. But as they moved forward, a creature resembling a female ghost appeared. In just an instant, Chai Nayun and Kim Suho were scared and turned to run away. After reaching the outskirts, they sat down to rest. At this moment, everyone was still shaken by the recent encounter with the female ghost. When they regained their composure, Kim Suho and Chai Nayun praised each other's performance. However, Chai Nayun suddenly thought of something and asked Kim Suho if they were friends. Upon hearing this, Kim Suho said of course. While curious why she asked, Chai Nayun understood Kim Suho's reaction was normal, but I had said we couldn't be friends. She couldn't help but consider another possibility. Could Kim Ha-jin want to cross the line of friendship and move towards a more intimate relationship with her? At this thought, her face turned a shade redder. Just then, I also noticed them. The two groups started interacting. Our team's highest ranks were Lee Jian at 20th and Simon Dellick at 41st. Simon Dellick said they encountered an illusion barrier and got lost for a long time until Kim Ha-jin stepped forward to lead the way. Initially, he found it odd, but unexpectedly, I had accurately found the exit. Subsequently, they also discussed the team activities for the second term and asked Kim Suho and Chai Nayun, who hadn't settled on teammates yet. At that moment, Lee Jian said she wanted to try teaming up with Kim Ha-jin. Since teams are chosen based on performance, Lee Jian thought since she had to team up with someone with a lower ranking, Kim Ha-jin would be the best among those with 3-digit rankings. Her words surprised both Chai Nayun and Simon Dellick, but for some reason, Chai Nayun suddenly said that Kim Ha-jin was actually very cold and picky, so she wouldn't recommend Lee Jian choose him. However, Chai Nayun also felt conflicted inside, not knowing why she would say that. Hearing Chai Nayun mention my flaws, Simon Dellick took over the conversation, saying I had many negative rumors, such as often leaving the cube to indulge in pleasure. Upon hearing this, Chai Nayun and Kim Suho were clearly unhappy, but Simon Dellick didn't notice and continued saying there were violent organizations trying to bribe me. Simon Dellick's words completely angered Chai Nayun. Did you witness any of these yourself? Seeing Chai Nayun's furious demeanor, Simon Dellick stuttered his reply that he hadn't seen them. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, then don't say such things. Kim Suho believed I'm not that kind of person. Immediately after, Kim Suho ended the topic. Now that everyone had rested enough, they began to continue climbing the mountain. By evening, today's training had also ended. Meanwhile, Yuyona tested the voice-changing effects of her equipment, then put on the prepared outfit. Today was the first meeting of Yuyona's information guild, Falling Blossoms. Falling Blossoms, an essence of the straight, each formed a faction, and only those confirmed as her subordinates could become members of this guild. After arranging things over the holiday, the meeting finally began. Yuyona had already confirmed some of the personnel. It was the first meeting, and everyone was excited. Next, Yuyona outlined the specific direction of the guild. She divided Falling Flowers into 3 main sections. Team 1 was responsible for collecting plans or intelligence on competitors, with the primary target being the top-ranking domestic guilds. Team 2 specialized in investigating any new dungeons or the locations of new upper intermediate grade or above monsters. Team 3 was responsible for executing deeds that must be kept out of the light, such as background checks, kidnappings, etc. When necessary, they even had to carry out assassination missions. Yuyona issued the first task for the third group to investigate the pasts of these 5 people, but they must not be detected or harm them. After all tasks were assigned, the first meeting of Falling Flowers ended. In this background check, the other 4 were just incidental. Yuyona really wanted to know only one thing: what exactly had happened in my past. The next morning, just after I woke up, I found Evangel had run into my room. Seeing her still sound asleep, I didn't disturb her, just stroked her head, and then walked out. At this time, the kitten at home had also woken up. It's a spirit created by Evangel, not an illusion or a temporal form, but an actual kitten made by Evangel's powers. Although its current role is just to be cute, it will definitely give me a great advantage later on. Thinking about this, I cheerfully went to the cafeteria for food. On the way, I suddenly heard someone calling me. Turning around, I didn't expect it to be Uyona, who had just finished exercising. She was curious about what I was up to, and upon learning I was heading to the cafeteria, Uyona decided to come along. On the way, she asked me again if I had thought about the future, as now there's just over a year left before I start my internship as a hero. After telling me time was short, Uyona once again invited me to join the Essence of the Straight. Honestly, joining Uyona's guild is practically stepping onto the path of success, but I have a place I fancy, and I immediately told her I was more interested in the Hunters of the Light Guild. Hearing this, Uyona wasn't angry. Uyona said she would definitely make me change my mind, as long as she brings back what I have been searching for. She believes my thoughts might change. Hearing this, I was taken aback, not understanding what she meant. I asked Uyona, but she wouldn't tell me. Just like that, we chatted all the way to the cafeteria. During the conversation, she also mentioned that Lee Jaina had been punished. After eating, it was time for class. Lately, I've been keeping an eye on Kim Suho. He seems to be preparing to venture into a dungeon. In the original novel, on his way to Gamok Mountain after the summer vacation, attracted by the resonance of energy, which drew him to find an undiscovered dungeon where Kim Suho obtained a very important weapon. However, that weapon needs the power of the butterfly dust to awaken, and the problem is that the butterfly dust is still in my possession. With co-author's intervention, this dungeon might change. Considering Kim Suho's safety, I must accompany him. After all, I am well aware of how harsh this world can be on Kim Suho, and perhaps I could find something valuable inside. Time flew by, and today's classes also ended. I had planned to think of a way to deal with Tomer before venturing into the dungeon, but now it seems I have to postpone that. Currently, she has not fully sided with the Jins. As long as we find Tomer's father, there's still a chance to win her over, because Tomer's only goal is to find her missing father and kill him herself. However, I also don't know where Tomer's father is. Plus, with insufficient magic power, using the Book of Truth yields only vague information. I hadn't considered Eugene-hyuk. He is primarily responsible for domestic intelligence. Tomer's father is abroad, so he likely won't be able to find anything. But soon, I thought of someone who could help me, the only friend of Kim Chun-dong and a graduate from a prominent military academy's intelligence course. Thus, I called Kim Hozab in the evening. Kim Hozab then realized it was me, as we hadn't been in touch since the entrance ceremony ended. At that moment, I didn't conceal my intentions and directly expressed my desire to hire him with a substantial reward to find someone. On the other hand, Kim Hozab agreed to help me, though his voice was very soft. Just before hanging up, I asked him if he was being bullied by his superiors. Upon hearing this, Kim Hozab was curious about how I knew. I guessed from the way his voice suddenly became quieter. So, I told Kim Hozab that if he was planning to resign soon, I could refer him to a guild where he would surely receive good treatment, given his capabilities. I also told Kim Hozab that the guild was called Falling Blossoms. After the call ended, I couldn't help but think that introducing such a talent to Uyona, she should really thank me well. Late at night, Kim Suho was practicing swordsmanship alone. His sword skills had reached perfection, but suddenly Kim Suho stopped his movements. I came out from behind. Seeing me, he then put away his wooden sword. Seeing you work so hard, you aren't planning to raid the dungeon alone. Hearing this, Kim Suho asked me not to tease him. However, the next second I directly mentioned Gamok Mountain. He didn't understand how I knew. Seeing this, I told Kim Suho not to worry, saying I just happened to see it while I was out, as my eyes are always sharp. Afterwards, I also explained my purpose, asking him to take me with him to that dungeon, and at that time, I only needed 1/10 of the reward, and if we got a branch, a few leaves would do. Seeing that I wasn't hiding my intentions at all, Kim Suho also admitted that he indeed discovered a dungeon last week. Originally, he planned to raid it alone. I told him that going alone would definitely be difficult, no matter how you look at it. In response, Kim Suho also said that going alone would be dangerous, but whether he could fully trust me to cover his back was another matter. Immediately, he took off his jacket, wanting to personally verify whether I am truly trustworthy. He asked if he could test me briefly. This development caught me off guard. The gap between Kim Suho and me is too great, and even if he used only one hand, I couldn't guarantee a win. So I said that the open terrain here is disadvantageous for a shooter, and the weapon greatly affects me, making a fair test difficult. But Kim Suho didn't care. He wasn't planning to test my weapon performance. He also stated that he didn't need me to win, just that he would stop when he was satisfied. Seeing this, I had no choice but to agree, as it seemed he had wanted to spar with me for a while. Thus, I began to think about how to deal with Kim Suho. Although he was holding a wooden sword, as long as it was covered with magic, my bullets would be useless. A direct confrontation would only lead to a disastrous defeat, thus lowering his opinion of me. To meet Kim Suho's expectations, I had to try a different method, and the clothes he took off gave me an idea. Just as Kim Suho said to let him know when I was ready, I took the opportunity to quietly modify some settings. After quickly writing, I said we could start. Hearing this, he responded that the fight had begun, but no sooner had he spoken than Kim Suho had already approached me. Fortunately, I used bullet time just in time to clearly see the trajectory of Kim Suho's wooden sword and dodged his attack. Kim Suho then reversed his sword handle and continued to chase after me as I evaded. The speed was very fast, and even though I saw the trajectory, I was still slashed by the sword edge. I couldn't keep passively taking hits. Doing so would definitely not earn Kim Suho's approval. Immediately after, I pulled out my pistol and decisively fired. His reaction was quick, slightly shifting his body to dodge my bullet. Fortunately, this also gave me a breather. Kim Suho was very fast, and I could barely dodge his attacks using bullet time, so I couldn't drag this out. Otherwise, once the effect of the skill ended, I would have no chance at all. Next, I needed to gradually guide him into a trap I had set. While I was preparing to shoot, Kim Suho once again swiftly moved behind me. This time I truly didn't react in time, and I quickly used ether, wrapping it around a large tree in front of me to escape Kim Suho's attack range. To this, Kim Suho was not surprised. He said I indeed could still dodge such attacks, but now I had no way out, and Kim Suho wanted to know how I would respond. I was now gambling that his landing spot would be on the jacket I had taken off. The next second, I won the bet. As the trap I set was triggered, Kim Suho was catapulted away, and when he landed heavily on the ground, I had won this test. The jacket I had modified into a trap would push away anyone who stepped on it powerfully, and the effect would disappear after one trigger. At this moment, Kim Suho straightforwardly admitted his defeat. He was seriously observing me, his eyes seeming to see through to one's soul. He happily agreed to take me with him. Seeing this, I also breathed a sigh of relief, assuring Kim Suho he could trust me with his back. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory in City X, Cheek Jungyang was heartbroken as he smashed a relic because it was very valuable. Drun reassured him that if they used the item brought back from Country B, he could find a way to recover more than twice the money. After speaking, Drun began using a white crystal. Soon, a beam of light shone on the shattered relic, and under the effect of the white crystal, the fragments began to gradually repair themselves, even transforming each fragment into a complete relic. After the production was completed, Drun stated that these swords were replicas made from the fragments, requiring no other steps except the crystal to create some of the relics. After testing, their performance far exceeded that of low-level relics. One relic could produce about 30 swords, and based on the magical volume of the crystal, Drun estimated that about 600 more could be made. Pricing each sword higher than a low-level relic, it would be around 700 million each. If there were 600 swords, they would gain a terrifying amount of wealth. Drun's demonstration was approved by everyone. After praising Drun, Jane also mentioned that besides the white crystal, there was another important matter. The Pack Horse Masters had begun raiding the Den of Devils in City X. The opposition was the next target of the Chameleon Troop. The captain told all members that the goal of this mission was to plunder the Pack Horse Masters. After some time, and after we parted ways, Kim Suho analyzed the recent fight. My movements seemed incredibly slow, yet I always managed to dodge all attacks, including that mysterious final blow that sent him flying, something Kim Suho couldn't figure out how I did, but he soon let it go. From this contest, Kim Suho guessed that I usually hide my power, probably as a way to protect myself. He originally thought he was the only one who behaved this way, but unexpectedly, he now met a kindred spirit. As he continued walking, Kim Suho suddenly heard a voice nearby, and upon checking, he found Chai Nayan still practicing with her sword. He then went over to say hello, which ended up startling Chai Nayan. Kim Suho asked her if she was practicing swordsmanship, to which Chai Nayan defensively replied that she was just exercising. She then asked Kim Suho what he was doing so late at night. In response, Kim Suho decided to tease her, saying he just met Kim Ha-jin and talked about her. Chai Nayan's face turned bright red. Seeing her strong reaction, Kim Suho quickly said he was just joking, afraid he might alert others. He then admitted that we sparred briefly, and Chai Nayan didn't understand why he would practice with someone as weak as me. But this time, Kim Suho didn't tell her. Not getting an answer, Chai Nayan turned around to continue her training. Kim Suho then advised her to try not gripping the sword so tightly because doing so could make it difficult to cut through things that could normally be cut. He then demonstrated it for Chai Nayan. Seeing his technique, Chai Nayan wanted to see it again, but Kim Suho told her to relax her grip first. After a while, Chai Nayan also returned to her dormitory. Just now, Kim Suho had mentioned that he could train with her in the future. Now she thought she needed to practice more to find the feeling of relaxing her grip. The more she thought about improving quickly, Chai Nayan suddenly felt a lot of pressure. If she needed to decompress late at night, the only way was to play video games. In this world, there is a very popular game among heroes. Many current heroes use it for imaginary training. The game's name is Gladiator of the Century, and its popularity is quite exaggerated. The special feature of this game is that it contains no leveling or item enhancements. Players must rely solely on their instincts and control over their bodies in combat. After logging in, Chai Nayan didn't go for ranked matches. She was just there to vent stress, so she looked for someone easy to bully. Quickly, she found her target, someone named Extra 7, with a record of 43 wins and 43 losses, and just a platinum rank. No matter how you look at it, Chai Nayan felt this opponent was easy to bully, so she decisively sent a duel request. Unexpectedly, the one called Extra 7 accepted instantly. In the few seconds of preparation before the fight, Chai Nayan carefully observed, needing to see how her opponent would make his move. As the sound sound signaling the start of the match rang out. The battle between the two was about to erupt. Extra 7 charged forward without observing, catching Chai Nayan somewhat off guard. Just as she was preparing to counterattack, she found that her opponent had grabbed her clothes and used a dirty trick. It was just a sweeping leg kick, but it made Chai Nayan lose her balance, and then Extra 7 took advantage to strike again. The next second, the system displayed Chai Nayan's defeat, which infuriated her. Defeated in such a manner, she couldn't easily accept defeat, so she initiated another duel. What Chai Nayan didn't expect was that she would lose the match again. Unwilling to accept defeat, she continued to challenge, and Extra 7 did not refuse. But after many consecutive matches, Chai Nayan ended in a disastrous defeat every time. Eventually, she realized that she really couldn't beat this newbie. Knowing she would still lose, Chai Nayan still asked to play one more game. This time, Extra 7 refused, using sleep as an excuse. Seeing this, Chai Nayan hurriedly asked if he always logged on at this time. After getting a confirmed answer, she asked Extra 7 to fight with her every time they meet. Unexpectedly persistent, Extra 7 reluctantly agreed. After logging out, I took off the gaming headset in the dorm. The person I encountered in the game was overly obsessed, which led me to win 7 consecutive matches. I had just logged on to see if random enhancements were effective in the game, and I didn't expect to encounter a battle maniac right away. At this time, I didn't know that person was Chai Nayan. After this test, I also realized that the random enhancement system was better than I had imagined. After enhancing the gaming system, even the virtual characters in the game got stronger. I was about to go to sleep, but then I turned around and found that Evangel was still eating cake. I quickly took the cake away, as eating too much would definitely upset her stomach. When the cake was taken away, Evangel immediately started crying softly. She said she hadn't had enough and asked me to give it back. Even though I told her she could eat more tomorrow, Evangel didn't agree. I didn't expect her to have learned how to be so stubborn now. After putting the cake away, I picked up Evangel and told her that I would bring something tastier in the morning as compensation. Hearing this, Evangel finally stopped crying. After getting her to sleep, I received a message on my watch. When I checked it, it turned out to be a scheduled time from Kim Suho. He had set the day for the dungeon visit to next Friday. So, I replied to Kim Suho that we would meet at the place where we had our contest on that day. The following days were quite mundane, filled with training, attending classes, and the newly added nighttime gaming. Since I had arranged with the player in the game last time, I would log on regularly to spar with her. Today's practice session is over, and it's time for me to go to sleep. Seeing this, Chai Nayan happily said goodbye to me. Recently, playing games has also become a routine part of my day, partly because the other player is very polite. Initially, when she challenged me to a fight out of the blue, I thought I had encountered a weirdo. Now I suddenly remember, I still don't know how to read her gaming nickname. Thinking carefully about the strange name, and seeing 2 characters similar to Nayan, I couldn't help but associate it with Chai Nayan. However, I quickly dismissed the thought, as it seemed a bit far-fetched. Time quickly moved to next Friday, and today Kim Suho watched Chai Nayan's training. Kim Suho also praised her movements for being much more natural than before. Chai Nayan mentioned that she had been playing a game recently, which helped improve her swordsmanship. Kim Suho had heard of the game. Chai Nayan also said that she met an expert in the game who not only was willing to train with her, but also had strong close combat skills. Kim Suho thought that to receive such praise from Chai Nayan, the person might be an active hero, but Chai Nayan said she had asked, and the answer was no. At this moment, I arrived there too, and hearing my voice, Chai Nayan turned around. I was curious what the two of them were doing. Kim Suho was about to say that he had been practicing swordsmanship with Chai Nayan recently, but Chai Nayan quickly stopped him and said it was just a chance encounter today. Her words left Kim Suho quite puzzled, but seeing Chai Nayan's demeanor, he didn't continue. Then I told him we could depart. Hearing this, Chai Nayan was curious about where we were going, but we didn't tell her. After saying goodbye to her and encouraging her to keep up her training, Chai Nayan suddenly realized something was amiss. Noticing that Kim Suho and I seemed to have become quite familiar, coupled with Kim Suho's earlier mention of a conversation about her, Chai Nayan grew even more curious about what exactly we were going to do. Very concerned, she secretly followed us and eavesdropped on our conversation. However, when she heard me asking Kim Suho about her recent status, Chai Nayan was startled, and her face turned red on the spot. She even dared not listen to what I was about to ask. Before long, we entered a nearby restaurant. During the meal, Kim Suho and I confirmed the location of the dungeon, since it was within the bounds of City X. He reminded me to be cautious as it was one of the most dangerous areas in the country. When a magical explosion occurred, much of the area's terrain turned into steep mountains, so the western side of City X is strictly off-limits to ordinary people. Gamik Mountain happens to be near there. While I am the one who designed this world, there are a lot of undiscovered hidden pieces. There are many key items that must not fall into the hands of villains, but due to the dangers, there are still several places I do not have the courage to search alone. But if Kim Suho helps, we might be able to secure it before the villains do. At this stage, he should already be stronger than an intermediate grade hero. If we take away what should belong to the villains beforehand, we can avoid a lot of trouble. That would make things safer in the future. Thinking this, I find myself myself increasingly approving of Kim Suho. During the meal, we considered what to bring, but Kim Suho probably doesn't have much money, so I need to prepare extra equipment and food. At that moment, a person wrapped up tightly also came into the restaurant, and her outfit immediately caught my eye. After noticing my gaze, she quickly turned around and then went to pick up her pre-ordered food. I recognized who it was and decided to play a trick on her. Thus, I called out Yuyona's name. Hearing this, she hurriedly claimed I had the wrong person, but upon hearing the voice, Kim Suho also recognized it was Yuyona. We invited her to join us for a meal, but Yuyona didn't want others to know she really liked hamburgers and rice soup. After being discovered, she was completely flustered and quickly left with her food. However, Yuyona ran off so fast that she forgot to pay. Seeing the bewildered look on the owner's face, I said I would pay for her. This incident had a big impact, and Yuyona didn't dare to make eye contact with me for 3 days. After we were ready, today we officially set out to raid the dungeon. After teleporting to City X, I met up with Kim Suho. He then led the way personally. Soon, we entered the region of Gamik Mountain, but after a long walk, we still hadn't reached our destination. I remained vigilant all along the way, as Gamik Mountain is near the restricted area. After climbing further for a while, Kim Suho stopped. Then he told me we had arrived. This place is very hidden, and even knowing the location, it's hard to find. Moreover, the entrance is narrow, so escape would be difficult if there were any dangers inside. Kim Suho wanted to know if I was sure I wanted to go in. Naturally, I intended to, and I told him not to underestimate my shooting skills. This time, just in case, I specifically spent SP to create light bullets. However, if there are upper intermediate grade boss monsters, it would likely be up to Kim Suho to handle them. When it was time to enter, I asked him to hold my hand. Kim Suho was puzzled why we needed to do this, and I explained that it was very dark inside, and rashly turning on a flashlight could provoke spirit monsters. Hearing this, he understood my intention. We then decisively entered the cave. Unlike the narrow entrance outside, it was actually quite spacious inside. After walking for a short while, I suddenly sensed something was off and stopped. Using Thousand Mile Eye, I discovered another passage leading into the cave, meaning the dungeon had another entrance, but I didn't remember this setup. So I continued deeper to investigate with Thousand Mile Eye, and unexpectedly, in the distance of the other passage, I saw 2 people slowly walking towards us. Kim Suho was curious about what was happening, but I asked him to stay quiet as I needed to concentrate fully on observing. From their appearances, it was hard to tell who they were, but the aura they emitted was definitely not that of the good guys. After a short wait, sure enough, I received a new message, a change notification from co-author. He thought that the rewards of the Gamik Mountain dungeon were too generous for its difficulty, so he changed this dungeon to a hidden level connected to the Den of Devils of City X. After reading the notification, I understood the current situation. The dangerous Den of Devils, which was originally unrelated, was now connected to the Gamik Mountain dungeon. I then asked Kim Suho what today's date was, and after learning it was the 14th, I finally noticed something was off. Since today was the day the Pack Horse Masters was fully raiding the Den of Devils, these 2 must be scouts from the Pack Horse Masters, likely here first. Seeing my expression change, Kim Suho quietly asked what was happening. This time, I told him that someone was coming towards us. Upon hearing this, Kim Suho found it hard to believe, while I became even more worried. The Pack Horse Masters is a relatively strong entity within the Jin organizations, and they usually use false identities that are at least intermediate grade heroes. Even with Kim Suho's current strength, it would be difficult to handle. As I considered whether to continue raiding the dungeon, those 2 seemed to be considering returning. After they finished discussing, they began to head back the way they came. Seeing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. All we needed to do was quickly defeat the boss monster. To find the boss's location quickly, I immediately used the power of the stigma to activate Thousand Mile Eye. Looking deep into the dungeon, I then saw a wall with writing on it, which should be the location of the boss monster. I told Kim Suho the route and suggested we make a quick decision as those people might return. Kim Suho agreed decisively. Meanwhile, in the Den of Devils of City X, the Pack Horse Masters' team was almost done with their raid. The chairman, Kim Jin-kyung, was asking others if they had found anything else. At that moment, the 2 individuals mentioned over the phone that they had reached a secret passage to Gamik Mountain. Hearing about a hidden level, Kim Jin-kyung became interested and instructed them to continue exploring and not to regroup. He and the others would head over immediately. After the call, Kim Jin-kyung informed the other members that the scout team had found a hidden level and they were going to clean it out completely. Upon hearing this, one man was curious about where the scout team was currently. Hearing that the others had gone ahead to search, the man simply remarked, "Missing 2 people?" Seeing him still standing there, the other members urged him to hurry up and take action. Unexpectedly, the next second, the man suddenly opened a teleportation channel. The chairman was puzzled about what he was doing and why he was opening an artificial teleport point. Hearing the chairman's question, the man appeared somewhat angry, as this wasn't a Jin's teleportation, but a power that could connect to nearby spaces, called phase shift. Kim Jin-kyung was also angry that his subordinate hadn't closed the teleportation yet. However, the man in question was actually an undercover agent in the Pack Horse Masters, his real identity being Khalifa of the chameleon troupe who possesses a blue card. Just as Kim Jin-kyung was about to confront him with a gentle wave of Khalifa's hand, the next second, the other members froze as a black long spike suddenly appeared from the teleportation channel and pierced through Kim Jin-kyung's head. Immediately after, his body began to slowly melt. Before the people of the Pack Horse Masters could react, their chairman was dead on the spot, even turning into a bizarre cloud of smoke and dispersing. The person who struck was the captain of the chameleon troupe, her power as brutally strong as ever. However, the captain did not finish off the remaining people, but used her power to knock all the jinns unconscious. She did this also for the sake of stock prices, so she had to spare their lives, considering the chameleon troupe also held many shares in the Pack Horse Masters. Next, Khalifa was about to check out the hidden level, but the captain told him to just wait here. Khalifa was curious if something unexpected had happened. The captain told him that recently, 2 people had entered the hidden stage. Both were candidates from the chameleon troupe. Upon hearing this, Khalifa understood. It seemed they were preparing to test the others. Following this, the captain's body began to liquefy, and in the next second, he swiftly moved towards the hidden stage. Meanwhile, Kim Suho and I were dealing with the monsters on the road, which were mid to low 9th grade undead creatures. Although numerous, they posed no threat to Kim Suho and me. What surprised Kim Suho was that, in such a dark environment, I managed to hit the monster's weak points accurately every time. Thus, he once again acknowledged my strength. Perplexed by this, I suggested we speed up. At every crossroads thereafter, there were monsters, thankfully of consistently low level. Finally, not long after, Kim Suho eagerly called out to me. Upon hearing him, I rushed to a place marked with text, knowing we had reached our destination. Following Kim Suho to a wall, the text above puzzled him. Kim Suho tried to translate it using his watch, and I promptly scanned the text with mine. After getting the explanation, he understood that it was a puzzle. In the original story, even after Kim Suho translated the text, he couldn't solve the puzzle and eventually sent it to Yona, who then consulted the Intelligence Guild for the answer. However, pressed for time, I couldn't let him follow the original plot, so I decisively stated the answer was lightning. The next second, the wall burst into a dazzling light, and the text vanished as the cave shook violently. The stone wall in front quickly began to descend. Seeing this, Kim Suho curiously asked, "So the answer was lightning?" This was actually a story I had heard elsewhere, which I had casually turned into a puzzle. Kim Suho didn't expect me to solve it so quickly, and once again praised me as a genius. Next, we were to officially tackle the dungeon's boss monster. Unbeknownst to us, the captain, who had arrived earlier, had witnessed everything. She was very pleased, appreciating not only my strength but also my clever mind. Although it was just a hidden stage, the fact that I had led Kim Suho here in under 10 minutes proved my abilities were strong. Given that I also possessed the power to subdue jinns, the captain had made her final decision to recruit me into the chameleon troupe. But there was one last thing she needed to confirm: whether I could kill an enemy without hesitation. Just then, the 2 individuals from earlier, having received orders, returned to the hidden stage, albeit a bit lost. Upon discovering the presence of a demon lord, the captain thought I was unaware that the opponent was a jinn and came up with a good plan. She decided to use these 2 jinns to test me. On the other side, Kim Suho and I had reached the boss room. The creature seated in front was instantly recognizable as the dungeon's master, the Chaos Knight. The monster also noticed us and opened its tightly closed eyes. In that moment of eye contact, Kim Suho seemed to see something, and the Chaos Knight suddenly appeared before him. The monster even spoke to Kim Suho. Caught off guard by the monster's speed, Kim Suho was about to draw his sword in retaliation when I loudly called his name, urging him to focus. Regaining his senses, he realized the creature was still seated. Kim Suho couldn't help but wonder, had the monster used teleportation? But he soon understood the reason. It was the opponent's aura that had caused him to see an illusion. From the mid to high levels, humanoid monsters generally can speak. Kim Suho understood that the opponent's strength far exceeded that of any monster they had encountered before. At this moment, the Chaos Knight drew a sword, laughing mockingly, asking if Kim Suho was scared. I was about to remind him when I noticed that Kim Suho had instantly regained his composure. Seeing this, I realized that knowing the opponent was also a swordsman had restored his confidence. Kim Suho's talent is that of a sword saint, destined to stand at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. No swordsman could be his match. I reminded Kim Suho that the monster's true form was the sword it held, and that the voice had also emanated from the sword. What stood there was merely a corpse. He could have reached this conclusion during the fight himself, but there was no time to waste. I told Kim Suho not to attack the monster's body, but to aim directly at the sword instead. I would cover him. Just as Kim Suho was responding that he trusted me, the monster took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The sudden development caught me off guard, and before I could warn Kim Suho, a terrifying explosion erupted in the cave. The resulting smoke obscured my vision, but the sound of clashing weapons reassured me a lot because Kim Suho had timely blocked the strike. After another intense collision, the 2 distanced themselves. Kim Suho took the opportunity to charge at the monster, and the monster also swung its sword with all its might, but to its surprise, its attack missed, and Kim Suho had already reached its back. By the time the monster turned its head to see, Kim Suho had fiercely stabbed, aiming aiming precisely at the sword in its hand. Unfortunately, the Chaos Knight blocked the strike with its arm, which surprised Kim Suho. He tried to stab further, but found he couldn't penetrate at all. The monster was now very happy, evilly thanking Kim Suho for bringing its body from afar. When Kim Suho found he couldn't continue stabbing, he quickly prepared to draw his sword, only to find it stuck as well. At that moment, the Chaos Knight's killing move was already on its way. At a critical moment, I intervened with a powerful magic bullet, stopping the monster's attack. With my help, Kim Suho finally drew his sword. I told him that the monster had likely guessed from the beginning that we would target its true form. Hearing this, Kim Suho took a deep breath and confidently stated that he would be even more cautious in his next attack. The monster ahead kept laughing, puzzling Kim Suho. What pleased the monster was the burst of power Kim Suho had just unleashed. It had been a long time since it had encountered such a perfect body. What the Chaos Knight most wanted was to quickly possess Kim Suho. After laughing, the monster's arm injury also instantly healed. Seeing this, I was not surprised. Attacking its flesh would have no effect as its true form was the sword. Seeing this, Kim Suho was not only undaunted but charged again at the Chaos Knight. Subsequently, a great battle ensued between them. The sword energy produced by their clashing swords even made me feel as though my skin was being cut. I believed that Kim Suho would surely win, but prolonged fighting was unproductive. In the presence of the Demon Lord's people worried me. At this distance, neither a shotgun nor a sniper rifle would be useful for support. Only a handgun could be used. Kim Suho became increasingly adept in his fight against the monster, and soon the monster's sword emitted a shattering sound. The Chaos Knight found it hard to believe that it was gradually being overwhelmed. More importantly, the ordinary sword in Kim Suho's hand was able to damage its true form and remain intact. This was the power of the Creation Saint magic spell. Realizing that it would lose if the fight continued, the Chaos Knight became instantly enraged. Kim Suho's condition wasn't great either. His hand was numb from the monster's power, but he still managed to smile. With each clash, he became more certain that he was the ultimate winner of this battle. After all, he had a trustworthy teammate. Just as the Chaos Knight was preparing to continue fighting with Kim Suho, I shot its sword-holding hand from the side. As long as the monster's actions were stopped, I believed Kim Suho would not disappoint me. Although this monster was much stronger than expected, Kim Suho swiftly knocked the sword out of the monster's hand and quickly approached the magic sword in the air. In just the blink of an eye, Kim Suho completed his attack. Until he landed, the monster hadn't reacted, and the magic sword could no longer withstand it, immediately disintegrating into pieces. With its true form severed, the monster in front turned to ashes and scattered. Having dealt with the boss monster, all that remained was to collect the reward. At this time, Kim Suho finally relaxed quite a bit, but when he looked toward the place where the monster had disappeared, he froze completely. Curious, I approached him and asked what was wrong, only to find out he had seen a fallen branch. After checking the surroundings, Kim Suho confirmed that the dungeon's final reward was indeed just an ordinary branch. At this, Kim Suho was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe all their efforts had yielded nothing. Seeing Kim Suho's dejection, I understood the cause of his frustration. Just as I was about to tell him that this branch was a valuable item, voices suddenly came from behind us. This familiar voice startled me, and turning around, indeed, it was the djinns from the Masked Demon's Master. Their return was quicker than I had expected. After spotting me and Kim Suho, the two began to interrogate us. The bald djinn was angry about the intrusion, while the blonde djinn said their guild had long since applied to conquer this dungeon, and our entry was against the rules. Hearing this, I apologized to them first and explained that we were cube cadets, just passing by, and had looked inside and incidentally killed a monster. But while I spoke, I secretly hid the branch behind my back. At this moment, the blonde djinn wanted to know what the reward was, to which I replied that no reward had spawned here. Seeing this, the blonde djinn called their guild leader to report, but before he could finish, Kim Jin-kyung's voice came through, ordering our execution. Kim Suho and I also heard this command. The blonde djinn coldly said that our curiosity had doomed us. Immediately after, his magic power erupted, separating me and Kim Suho with a barrier of red magic. Once I could no longer see Kim Suho, I realized it was an isolation barrier. While I was worried about Kim Suho, the presence of the bald djinn also made me uneasy. The two axes emblazoned on his clothing indicated his hero level was intermediate. Pretending not to know he was a djinn, I challenged the bald djinn, questioning why a hero would attack a cadet. But the bald djinn considered me as good as dead, feeling no need to explain. As his magic was released, the overwhelming power quickened my heartbeat. The bald djinn's strength far surpassed mine. Killing me would be effortless, but that didn't mean I had no way to win. Seeing me reach behind, the bald djinn grabbed his axe to defend himself, but to his surprise, I pulled out a small stone. At first, he was completely confused and then couldn't help but laugh, thinking I was about to pull out some secret weapon, but it was just a small stone. However, I smiled and said, "This would be more than enough to deal with someone like you." At these words, the bald djinn became instantly angry. He was curious why I was so confident despite apparently having no magic power. Thinking I was scared, the bald djinn was taken aback when I threw the stone directly at him. Although he dodged successfully, the string attached to the stone puzzled him. Seeing his confusion, I knew the time was right, so I forcefully pulled the ether. When the bald Jin realized something was amiss, the stone had already hit his head. This stone had been randomly enhanced, and its powerful force knocked the bald Jin out instantly. Watching him crash heavily to the ground, I breathed a sigh of relief. The day's battles had drained too much of my physical and stigma magic energy, and I was now extremely exhausted. Fortunately, the Jin had let his guard down, or else this move would have been difficult to execute. I slowly approached, preparing to end him with a shot. Jins recover quickly, so I had to act fast. Although a shotgun would have been ideal, my magic power was nearly depleted, so I chose an enhanced magic bullet instead. As the gunshot sounded, the situation before me was shocking, as the bullet capable of shattering rocks did not penetrate the Jin's head. The bald Jin had already woken up, and this had all happened in just a few seconds. Seeing this, I aimed to fire again, but the Jin merely roared, and his powerful magic sent me flying. The sudden change caught me off guard. Despite having etheric defenses, I still sustained severe injuries. A mere sound from the opponent had such tremendous power. I had completely enraged the bald Jin. He had not intended to reveal his true identity, but now that he no longer underestimated me, he directly used the Jin's special ability, demonification. Watching his displayed form and stronger aura, a sense of despair suddenly rose in my heart. Meanwhile, Kim Suho was also facing the blonde Jin. Going back to when we were separated, Kim Suho tried to call out loudly to me but couldn't hear any response. At that moment, he realized he was completely isolated. With no way to retreat and facing an enemy full of killing intent, Kim Suho had no choice but to draw his sword and prepare for a fight to the death. The blonde Jin's name is James, and he actually knew Kim Suho, the top-ranked student at Magic Cube. If he could be recruited into the guild, he would be a great help. However, since the guild leader had already ordered his elimination, James couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. The next second, he instantly attacked Kim Suho. The enemy was too fast, and Kim Suho barely had time to react. Although he narrowly avoided a fatal blow when James swung his sword, he was still slashed across the cheek. After steadying himself on the ground with his hands, Kim Suho attempted a side kick, but before he could make contact, James had already disappeared. Fortunately, this strike gave Kim Suho a chance to catch his breath. However, seeing James land in the distance, Kim Suho was greatly surprised, as the enemy's speed far exceeded his own. Before he could think of a strategy, Kim Suho suddenly felt a sharp pain. Looking down, he realized his leg had been slashed. This meant that in a very short time, the opponent had not only dodged but also counterattacked with his sword. James' speed made Kim Suho even more cautious, unsure if he could keep up with the enemy's pace, but he had to try. Kim Suho began to focus and observe, and at this moment, James attacked him again. This time, Kim Suho successfully saw the enemy's movement and reacted in time to block the attack. After successfully blocking this strike, Kim Suho engaged in an intense battle with James, but always reacting passively was not a solution. If he could attack the enemy's vulnerabilities in close quarters, he might have a chance to take the initiative. Soon, James' sword blade slashed Kim Suho's face. Seeing this, James was dissatisfied, as what was meant to be a fatal attack had not even caused serious injury. But the next moment, James sensed something was off because he saw a cold sword light. Kim Suho had intentionally allowed himself to be injured to swing his sword at close range. Even with James' speed, he could not completely evade it. After being slashed on the thigh, James was greatly shocked. Watching the enemy again distance himself significantly, Kim Suho felt it was a pity he hadn't caused a serious injury. After several exchanges, Kim Suho could feel that the person before him was not as powerful as the Chaos Knight. Yet, it was difficult to find the opponent's weak points. At this moment, he couldn't help but think that if I were also there, we could definitely defeat the enemy before us. However, assumptions were useless, as this was his own battle. Kim Suho's talent made him almost divinely skilled in swordsmanship, and now that his opponent was also a swordsman, he had a way to win. To defeat the formidable opponent before him, Kim Suho finally stopped holding back and unleashed all his magical power. Suddenly, the special magic of a sword saint enveloped the entire area. This power startled James. Even knowing that Kim Suho was the top student at Magic Cube, he had still regarded Kim Suho as just a child. But now, James dared not take him lightly and decided to end the battle with the next move. Kim Suho had the same idea, concentrating all his magic into his sword. However, the next second, he heard heartbeat sounds, but these were not from the enemy. Soon, Kim Suho remembered this feeling was the same as when he first discovered the dungeon, as if someone was calling to him. The branch nearby, bathed in the sword saint's magic, even reciprocated energy to Kim Suho. Meanwhile, my situation was dire. After the bald Jin transformed, his power grew even stronger. At this moment, the magic left in my stigma was too weak to counterattack. Looking at the grimacing Jin, I realized I had no chance of winning and couldn't even run away. The Jin suddenly lunged at me, ready to kill me. Just as I closed my eyes to accept, I felt droplets of blood hit my face, but I felt no pain. When I opened my eyes, the scene before me was unbelievable because the demon had been killed by a black spike. As the demon fell, a beautiful figure slowly appeared. Unexpectedly, the person who saved me was the captain. A common branch that Kim Suho had despised turned out to be a legendary god-slaying weapon. Just Just when I was about to be killed by the demon, the captain suddenly appeared and saved me. I was curious why she was here, as it was too coincidental. At this time, the injured part of my body was still in severe pain. In my current state, if the captain wanted to attack me, I had no ability to defend myself. According to the setup, the chameleon troupe indeed intersects with the masked demon's master, but she shouldn't have appeared before me. Moreover, this wasn't the first time the captain had actively sought me out. She then approached and slowly extended her hand, a gesture I didn't understand. She also formally said she was pleased to meet me. I had thought the captain had come with malicious intent, but it turned out otherwise. After calming down, I smiled and mentioned that we really must have fate, always meeting like this. The captain firmly stated that our meetings were inevitable because she had been keeping an eye on me. She candidly told me why. Hearing that the captain had been focusing on me, I was very puzzled and curious about her intentions. Just then, an undead suddenly launched a sneak attack on the captain. I quickly warned her of the danger, but the next second I knew my warning was redundant. I didn't even see her move, and the undead was instantly reduced to ashes in front of me. After this brief incident, the captain suddenly said she had something to tell me, then came closer and revealed her purpose. In just a few words, I finally remembered what was amiss. Because in the original story, there is this plot, but it was intended for Shin Jong-hak to coax him into joining the chameleon troupe. But now, it seemed that because of my actions, the original storyline had been completely disrupted. I was about to confirm this with the captain when she turned her head and noticed that the Jin's barrier had disappeared. To avoid being discovered, the captain prepared to leave. Before leaving, she left me with a phrase to consider, then transformed into a purple liquid and quickly departed from the area. The sudden turn in the plot left me completely unresponsive. Fortunately, Kim Suho's voice woke me up. The barrier had disappeared because he had dealt with the blonde Jin. Hearing that he had defeated his opponent, I felt much more relieved. With Kim Suho's support, I managed to stand up from the ground. Today's exertion was especially tremendous, and now Kim Suho asked me how we should handle the people behind us. Looking at the blonde man, he seemed to have been merely knocked out, with no signs of demonification. After thinking it over, Kim Suho felt we should report the opponent to the association. Hearing this, I quickly said they had legally entered the dungeon, and since we had sneaked in without declaring, if we reported it, we might also be punished. Fortunately, Kim Suho thought what I said made sense. Otherwise, things would have been difficult to resolve. My money was mostly bet on the masked demon's master, and if it were discovered that the blonde man was a Jin, all my previous investments would be ruined. On the way, Kim Suho wanted to know where the person I had dealt with had gone. Regarding this, I didn't expose the captain, but said that the person had escaped. By the time we got down the mountain, it was already deep into the night. As Kim Suho helped me sit down to rest, he also carefully looked around. The backlash from the first time exhausting the magic power of the stigma made it difficult for me to walk. At this moment, Kim Suho seemed to have something on his mind. He took out the branch from before and then told me that it was not an ordinary item. I then remembered that I had forgotten about this when we left. Now Kim Suho said that he had felt the power of the branch during the fight. It seemed to be calling to him. However, Kim Suho couldn't understand that state, nor did he know how to describe it. I told him I understood because this thing looked very powerful. As the dungeon's completion reward, this seemingly ordinary branch actually had a terrifyingly significant background. I asked Kim Suho if he had ever heard the story of the Mistiltine, a legendary weapon in mythology that transformed into a sword to slay the god of light. Hence, the Mistiltine is also known as the Godslayer stick. Hearing this, Kim Suho was incredulous. Could the branch before us be a mythical item? To this, I nodded affirmatively, adding that to make a divine weapon reveal its form, it first needs to awaken. At this, Kim Suho also understood that the branch was not in its complete form. I hadn't expected that Kim Suho, relying only on the unawakened Mistiltine, could defeat a demon on his own. Although in my setting, it indeed is a powerful weapon. Kim Suho wanted to know how to awaken the Mistiltine, so I asked him to place the branch on the ground. Seeing me looking for something, Kim Suho was puzzled about what I was doing, but when I took out the sapling powder, he was instantly captivated by the shimmering powder. I told him it was an artifact that might come in handy. Seeing this, Kim Suho thought it was a very precious thing. The sapling powder was already something he had, but it wasn't easy for me to obtain it from the captain. Then I pondered how to make Kim Suho more grateful to me. The next second, I jokingly said it was my parents' relic. As soon as I said this, Kim Suho was immediately stunned. Seeing his petrified expression, I realized the joke had gone a bit too far. Seeing his teary-eyed look, I quickly explained I was just joking. I just wanted to express how important this thing was to me, while also explaining the benefits of the sapling powder. Whether applied to people or objects, it can accelerate the unlocking of potential. In short, if the powder is applied to the Mistiltine, it will surely cause a unique transformation. After explaining, I prepared to begin, but Kim Suho was initially startled. Then he reached out to stop me. He felt that gaining something so precious without giving anything in return left him feeling bewildered. Hearing this, I thought that now was the time to make full use of it, especially since it would be hard to get such a mythological weapon in the future. As I slowly poured the sapling powder onto the branch, blue lights soon began to emerge from it. Under our watchful eyes, the surface of the small branch started to crack. Once the Mistiltine completely completed its initial metamorphosis. The originally dry ordinary branch sprouted several new tender leaves. After Kim Suho picked up the Mistiltine, he couldn't believe what I said was true. This was the first awakening of the god-slaying stick. Afterward, as long as Kim Suho continues to defeat enemies, it will gradually transform into the shape of a sword. After everything was done, I stood up. According to our previous agreement, I took the leaves of the Mistiltine, while the branch itself belonged to Kim Suho. I asked him if he had any objections, and of course, Kim Suho agreed. But along the way, he asked me many times, feeling it was too unfair to me, and even suggested we share the weapon. Out of necessity, I told Kim Suho that I completely dislike close combat. For me, having the leaves is enough. The leaves of the Mistiltine, a byproduct of its awakening, not only strengthen the body but can also be made into a formidable weapon. After checking the effects of the leaves, I felt very satisfied. As for how to use them, that can be considered later. Just then, I accidentally tripped over a root and fell to the ground. Already exhausted, being tripped by the root instantly worsened my mood. However, this familiar scenario reminded me of my previous encounters. Hearing the noise, Kim Suho came back and asked what had happened. I told him it was nothing, just that I had accidentally fallen. Now my mood was even happier because my backpack unexpectedly contained an expensive wild ginseng. Meanwhile, in the Jin's den, Jane was watching my battle process. It was recorded by the captain. Seeing how I could still exert powerful force with a small stone despite being out of magic, Jane couldn't help but admire my prowess. But what pleased her most was my extremely rational judgment during the battle. Jane and the captain had originally thought I would be frightened by the opponent's demonic form. Nevertheless, I maintained unwavering intent to kill, which both Jane and the captain highly appreciated. Jane commented that the captain had good judgment this time, and Kim Ha-jin is definitely a promising talent. At this point, the captain called Jane to leave, but Jane wanted to watch the entire video. She wanted to see what the demonization looked like. The captain then expressed that she didn't like the demon's appearance. As for the reason, she thought it was too disgusting. After a while, I finally arrived at the academy's dormitory. As I pushed open the door, I was so exhausted mentally and physically, and my body ached all over. If I don't rest now, I think there's a high chance I might actually drop dead. I had just walked in, not expecting Evangel to get up sleepily. I felt sorry for disturbing her sleep, and then I held Evangel in my arms. There was too much that had happened today. It would have to wait until tomorrow to be digested. At that moment, I was drawn to the full moon in the sky because Kim Suho's words had also made me think of my family again. Just as he and I arrived at the X City platform, Kim Suho told me to go back to Magic Cube first. Since he had already come this far, he planned to visit his family first and then return. As we were parting, Kim Suho suddenly stopped me, thanking me again for my help. He knew that without me coming along, he definitely couldn't have conquered this dungeon. In my heart, this experience with Kim Suho made me trust him even more. Kim Suho is a perfect protagonist. He never compromises and is the most righteous hero in the world. In reality, people like Kim Suho are extremely rare, but originally, I was still full of hope when I created him like this. Because with Kim Suho, a savior who protects the world, I thought surviving in this world should not be difficult. He is also the person I trust most in this world. A few days later, on a deep mountain in South Hamgyong of the neighboring country, there was a secret cave, which was a shelter for one of the demonic organizations known as Nine Evils. In my novel world, the English Association marked a group of demons as 9 sources of evil, a term meant to be pejorative, yet the demons gladly accepted it. Defiance, the top ranked among them, even established a corresponding demonic organization, considering this title a praise. Tomer had returned to the shelter, which surprised the other members. Usually, at this time, Tomer would not be in the office because she wasn't very interested in the organization's missions. Just as someone was discussing whether Tomer was really a djinn or not, a man suddenly opened the door. Seeing him, the other members quickly bowed their heads to work. The man who walked in called out to Tomer. Hearing the call, Tomer knew there must be some troublesome task for her to do. As she expected, the man handed her some documents, stating that even though Tomer's strength was elite, it would be troubling for her to be consistently excluded from missions. Listening, Tomer realized she couldn't avoid it this time, so she took the documents and asked for the information about the mission. The man asked her to check the documents herself. To Tomer's surprise, the task seemed not too difficult because it was just an observation mission. The object of observation was a student from the Magic Cube's class of truth. Meanwhile, I was running errands off campus, and after waiting a while, someone behind me called my name. The person asked if I had booked a magic imprint. After confirmation, the man smiled slightly and then introduced himself. The man's name was Jin Hosung, a 4-star magician responsible for imprinting me. A 4-star magician in the field of magic tool imprinting is basically the highest talent ordinary people can encounter. Having him do the imprinting, I felt indeed very lucky. But soon, I noticed something was off because Jin Hosung kept sizing me up. After scanning my attire, his attitude suddenly changed, and he coldly told me to follow him. Before coming, I had guessed that magicians would judge by appearances, so I had dressed up specially, but it seemed I still couldn't meet their standards. After entering Jin Hosung's office, he asked me what kind of magic imprint I needed. When I mentioned that I wanted wanted an imprint to enhance my physique or related to defense. Jin Ho-sung quickly snapped his fingers, and several options appeared behind him for me to choose from, but I wasn't satisfied with any of them. This time, I was here to have an imprint made on a bracelet I had won previously. I needed a magic imprint that required a lot of magic power but was extremely effective. I was about to tell Jin Ho-sung my requirements when I noticed he was nonchalantly drinking tea. His attitude had become very poor since the beginning. It seemed he had judged from my attire that I couldn't afford expensive magic imprints. At this rate, I worried he wouldn't take care when imprinting, so I coughed a few times to get his attention. I told Jin Ho-sung that I wasn't here for minor imprints but needed a powerful one that required strong magic to activate, like enhanced protection energy or instant awakening with dual attributes. Just as Jin Ho-sung was about to say it was possible, I suddenly asked, "Is this too difficult for a 4-star magician?" With that, Jin Ho-sung was taken aback, feeling underestimated. The next second, I stood up, ready to leave, indicating that I was in a hurry and would have to come back next time if it wasn't possible. Seeing me question his capability again, Jin Ho-sung quickly waved his hands to explain that he could indeed imprint such magic, but he was worried that the customer couldn't afford the price. Seeing that I seemed very angry, Jin Ho-sung quickly asked about my budget. I explained my requirements and budget in detail. After hearing my budget, magician Jin Ho-sung was instantly excited, completely captivated by the money. He not only had his staff bring me a new cup of tea, but also said he would show me a higher grade imprint catalog later. The day after the affair was concluded, I returned to Magic Cube. Before class today, everyone was buzzing with conversation. I was also in a good mood. The dungeon at Gamik Mountain was conquered. Kim Suho had obtained a Mastiltine, and I had entrusted Jin Ho-sung to make the imprint. Although each matter had its twists and turns, fortunately, everything went smoothly, so I was very happy. Once the instructor started the class, everyone quieted down. The instructor announced a new notice. Starting today, we would be re-teaming, forming groups of 5 for upcoming activities. I wasn't surprised by this. At the beginning of the new term, the school usually has everyone form teams to complete homework, then carry out raids on mini towers, or have class clashes and bonding trips. The instructor asked everyone to find teammates according to their needs and submit the list by next Wednesday. If not decided by then, random teams would be formed. As someone who was basically isolated in the class, I could only wait for the random teaming next week. While I was sitting quietly alone, I heard a tapping sound from behind. Although other students were enthusiastically inviting each other, I still heard this subtle sound. The person tapping the desk was Rachel, looking troubled right behind me. Seeing this, I remember that her situation was probably similar to mine, but there was a difference. After all, I was simply ignored, whereas Rachel's princess status created some distance. Then I thought this could be an opportunity to form a team, especially since I still needed to give Rachel the butterfly sapling's dust. According to the original plot, she should have received a hint to open her eyes during the last term's event, and delaying could affect her strength. So, I drafted a message, preparing to invite her to team up with me. After sending it, I nervously turned to look at Rachel. She sighed in her seat first, but the next second, she received the message I sent. This was my second time actively inviting her, and I didn't know if Rachel would continue to refuse. Just as the message popped up, Rachel hadn't seen it yet, and someone called her name from beside her. I was very surprised to see the person who came, because Tomer, of all people, was inviting Rachel to team up with her. Seeing it was an unfamiliar magician, not only was Rachel puzzled, but the surrounding students were also confused. For a while, many people were discussing why Jamer wanted to team up with Rachel. Jamer is an alias of Tomer, and her behavior exceeded my expectations, and she specifically sought out Rachel because Tomer's organization Situational Evil functions like a mercenary group among demons. Given the recent situation, it is highly probable that someone was directing this from behind. As for those who would target Rachel, I could only think of one person, the former captain of the Royal Guard of England Imperial family, Lancaster. Rachel was indeed surprised by Tomer's sudden invitation. However, there was still plenty of time, so she said she needed to think about it first. Hearing this, Tomer also smiled and agreed. After she left, Rachel finally remembered to check the message she had just received. Upon opening it and seeing it was from me, she turned to look at me. Seeing me looking uncomfortable and worried, Rachel suddenly shifted her gaze away, no longer looking at me. Just when I thought I was going to be rejected again, Rachel's message came through. Like her response to Tomer, she said she would think about it before deciding. Seeing this, I calmed down. It wasn't a direct rejection like before, so I might as well wait patiently. But what I hadn't noticed was that after sending the message, Rachel no longer appeared dejected but seemed very happy. At this time, many people had already found their teams, but Chai Nyan was still struggling to choose. She had already found 2 teammates the day before, but choosing the next candidate left Chai Nyan deep in thought. The remaining ones had to be chosen from students ranked below 100. Although there are bonus points for teaming up with lower ranked students, rarely are they powerful. If she had to choose, there was actually only one who met her expectations. This teaming was also somewhat beyond my expectations. Originally, I was largely ignored in class, but now many students came to ask me to team up. Some even offered museum tickets to entice entice me, inviting me to see the handguns there. Those who wanted to team up with me brought various gifts, all very enthusiastic. Although in Chai Nayan's view, my popularity was only limited to the teaming phase, in her heart, her choice was also me. After all, having me on the team could also compensate for her theoretical classes. Chai Nayan thought that if she personally approached Kim Ha-jin, it shouldn't be difficult, but the reason she hesitated and hadn't actively approached yet was because she worried that if she took the initiative, I might think she was interested in me, although she really just wanted to complete the team formation ordinarily. Just then, the voice from behind interrupted Chai Nayan's thoughts. Seeing it was Shin Jong-hak telling her not to fret, she told him to mind his own business. Shin Jong-hak didn't mind and said that the remaining choices were all more or less the same, just pick a few at random and train more later. Hearing this, Chai Nayan didn't take his advice, saying she had her own plans. Upon hearing this, Shin Jong-hak became curious about her plans, so he suddenly snatched her notebook. By the time Chai Nayan rushed over, he had already flipped open the notebook and read aloud the list of candidates Chai Nayan had written in front of everyone. Soon, the next name made Shin Jong-hak stop in disbelief, and he called out my name in surprise. Due to Shin Jong-hak's loud voice, it caught the attention of other students. As for Chai Nayan, she was so embarrassed that she was practically petrified on the spot. I also noticed their situation, and when I heard people discussing me and Kim Ha-jin, Chai Nayan's face instantly turned red. On the other side, Shin Jong-hak was very confused, since she had previously said she disliked me. Before he could continue to inquire, Chai Nayan, now furious, punched Shin Jong-hak and then snatched back her notebook, admonishing him not to snoop around in other people's stuff. After speaking, she stormed back to her seat, but upon realizing that I was also looking at her, Chai Nayan quickly turned her head away, avoiding further eye contact with me. Her mysterious behavior naturally left me somewhat baffled. After class, the instructor told everyone to take their time deciding on the list. While people were chatting with me in the hallway, Chai Nayan finally made up her mind. She then grabbed my arm. Seeing this, I asked her if there was something she needed. Chai Nayan was a bit stuttering and unclear in her speech. Just as she asked me if I had formed a team, Rachel suddenly appeared and told me that she had already submitted the team list. Hearing this, Chai Nayan was puzzled about what list Rachel was referring to, and Rachel told her that it was because I had decided to team up with her. Upon hearing this, Chai Nayan's mind went blank. She turned her head to look at me for confirmation, and I gave her an affirmative answer. Rachel had just finished considering and had agreed to form a team. In response, Chai Nayan spoke somewhat incoherently, asking me not to misunderstand her words. She was just afraid that no one would want to team up with me. As fellow members of the travel club, she also thought of helping however she could. After saying this, Chai Nayan congratulated me on finding a teammate and prepared to leave while patting my shoulder to encourage me. Rachel appeared somewhat worried about her unusual behavior. After walking a short distance, Chai Nayan couldn't help but overthink. Rachel, like herself, is a swordsman and has a similar physique. Excluding the theoretical parts, their achievements are not much different, but Chai Nayan didn't understand why I chose Rachel and not her. After Chai Nayan walked down the stairs, Rachel and I began discussing team matters. However, Rachel was concerned about the recent events, worried that I might suddenly go to another group, anxiously asking about it. Hearing this, I decisively said I wouldn't. Just then, the rest of the group members also came over. This included Jin Ho-sung, who was in my group last semester. He was happy that I could team up with him again. Actually, inviting Jin Ho-sung was Rachel's decision. I just respected her arrangement. The other members were Lee Bakyu and Tomer. Although I understood Tomer must have her plans, with me around, it should be fine. Jin Ho-sung suggested we all go out to eat together to foster friendship, which Rachel agreed to. As for what to eat, she wasn't picky, but I knew she had a favorite restaurant, so I suggested we dine at Hankyujong near the school. Hearing my decision, Rachel seemed very surprised. She hadn't expected that I also liked this restaurant. Jin Ho-sung also said that the food there was very tasty. After deciding, our group set off for Hankyujong. On the other hand, Chai Nayan returned to the dorm. Her team was now complete, with Hazuki among them. She thought the team was top-notch, since Chai Nayan could be the sharpshooter and Hazuki could serve as the warrior. However, Hazuki curiously asked, wasn't Kim Ha-jin invited to join the team? Chai Nayan explained that if she had wanted to invite him, he would definitely have joined. But then, Rachel's team would have been left with just a bunch of nobodies. Hearing her say this, Hazuki also thought it made sense. Once the list was confirmed, Chai Nayan submitted it. With the teaming issue finally resolved, she breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to lie down and rest for a while, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Chai Nayan now regretted not inviting Kim Ha-jin from the start, so she wouldn't have to worry about theoretical grades. She realized it was her hesitation that let others get ahead. The memory of losing to Rachel in the last midterm exam was still fresh, and this team formation was sure to affect the subsequent rankings. Thinking about this made Chai Nayan even more agitated, worried about losing to Rachel again. Of course, Rachel on the other side was unaware of this. She was still blissfully enjoying her meal. Time quickly moved to the next week, and all the team lists had been confirmed. We also had our first class after forming the teams. Today's lesson was about leading the small group group to explore dungeons. Generally, when a new dungeon is discovered, the guild sends an advance party to understand the internal situation. Our team had now been inside the dungeon for about 20 minutes. Due to the cold environment, everyone was feeling chilly. At that moment, Rachel noticed the situation ahead and quickly alerted everyone. It turned out that multiple different pathways had appeared ahead, so choosing the right path became crucial. However, Tomer randomly picked one and suggested we take it, saying it was useless to fret over choosing a path, but her choice was met with my opposition. Hearing me so certain that it wasn't the right path, Tomer seemed a bit angry. She didn't understand why I was so sure. My explanation was that my vision is quite good, and I could generally make out the correct path. As for Tomer's intentions, I didn't need to guess. She definitely wanted to lead us into a trap. Tomer, refuted by me, looked towards Rachel, hoping the team leader would make the decision. Rachel decided to trust me. Hearing this, Tomer felt a bit embarrassed and still quietly insisted on her own opinion. Eventually, I chose a path, and as we slowly moved forward, we discovered one of the monsters we needed to investigate. Everyone was surprised when we saw the Yeti, and they understood that the path I had chosen was the right one. During the subsequent exploration, even though I was obstructing her, Tomer kept leading us into danger. Despite her attempts to create situations that would trap Rachel at times, with me there, she was doomed to fail. Tomer was angry at the repeated failures. She hadn't expected it to be so hard to get someone injured and leave the team. From the start, every decision I made avoided danger. Tomer understood that with me there, she couldn't succeed. Tomer called Rachel aside, using the excuse that exploring in two groups would be more efficient, and tried to get Rachel to explore elsewhere with her, adding that always trusting me was not good. Just as Rachel was about to refuse her suggestion, I stepped forward first and told Tomer that splitting up now would only delay us further. If they followed me, we could finish the class quickly. After saying this, I grabbed Rachel and walked away, Jin Hozung and Lee Bakyu naturally following me, leaving Tomer even more infuriated. Tomer couldn't understand what made me so confident. As for the answer, I certainly wouldn't tell her. The next second, I continued using my 1,000-mile eye to scout ahead. We were now close to our destination. After determining the best route, I told everyone to continue forward. Rachel was still a bit slow to react. Before long, we arrived at the endpoint smoothly. The instructor was waiting there for each team's students. At that moment, Rachel finally called out to me, timidly reminding me about my hand. Seeing this, I quickly let go of Rachel's hand and apologized to her, explaining that I had forgotten because I was focused on hurrying. However, Rachel wasn't upset and told me there was no need to apologize. The instructor then loudly called our group to report. After telling the instructor about our explorations along the way and analyzing the dungeon's boss monster level, our team's response was affirmed by the instructor, who praised us for doing a perfect job. In the end, our group completed the course with full marks. Everyone was surprised and didn't expect to receive such praise from the instructor. Compared to everyone else's excitement and happiness, Tomer in the background seemed very out of place. Because of my involvement today, her mission hadn't progressed at all. Initially, when she received the mission, she was indifferent because all Tomer had to do was to get close to Rachel and then cause her to be injured or weakened. Once Rachel's daily life was disrupted, the rest would be handled by other key personnel. So this mission, no matter how you looked at it, seemed very simple. Tomer was confident at the base, but after the dungeon exploration, she was completely taken aback. After returning from the course, Tomer couldn't even make contact. At that moment, a key member of the Evil inquired why the mission was delayed and if there had been any complications. Hearing this, Tomer immediately flew into a rage. The mission had just started and they were already rushing her. After venting at the key members, Tomer began to consider how to proceed with the mission. She knew clearly why the dungeon attempt failed. It was all because of Kim Ha-jin. It was as if he had telepathy. Whenever she tried to make a move, he would immediately stop her. And no matter whether it was during or outside of classes, I was always hovering around Rachel. So, up to now, Tomer had made no progress. After looking through information about me for a long time, Tomer didn't find anything particularly noteworthy. She suspected I thought that by always staying by Rachel, I could win her over. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Tomer instantly believed she understood the situation. Kim Ha-jin must like Rachel, hence he kept hovering around her. Thinking of this, Tomer suddenly had a good idea. If she exaggerated the story and then spread the news that Kim Ha-jin liked Rachel, as more people came to know about it, she believed the two of them would drift apart. At that time, she could easily complete the organization's mission. The first step to spread this news was for Tomer to start building closer relationships with other members of the group. A few days passed, and today's class was on phenomenology analysis. Just before the class was about to end, the teacher asked everyone to first look at a map of a small dungeon, then analyze and present effective raid strategies. This group assignment made many people sigh in frustration, but Jin Hozun's troubles were feigned because with me and Rachel present, he really didn't need to worry. He even turned around and expressed his trust that I would surely get a high grade. Jin Hozun's praise only made me feel more pressured. When the bell rang for class to end, the class president informed everyone that there would be a team leader meeting next Wednesday, and all team leaders needed to gather in the auditorium. After the announcement, everyone everyone began to pack up and leave. Meanwhile, I suggested to Rachel and the others that we could go to a coffee shop to briefly assign tasks and then disperse to go home. Rachel agreed to this. However, Tomer suddenly came up and said, since that was the plan, we might as well chat while eating cake. Her uncharacteristically friendly attitude made me suspicious of her intentions. After I questioned her, Tomer continued to respond enthusiastically, saying she wanted to foster friendship with everyone, even turning to proactively greet Lee Bakyu and the others. Her active behavior was even more suspicious, but I still didn't understand the intent behind Tomer's change in attitude. Soon, we arrived at the coffee shop. Even though I had already used Thousand Mile Eye to check the surroundings and confirm there were no traps, I still found Tomer very suspicious. It wasn't until Rachel called me that I came back to my senses, ready to assign tasks. After some thought, I decided to send Hozung and Bakyu to find information about the dungeon, while Tomer and Rachel were responsible for calculating the magical energy density. After they sent me the results, I would summarize them and finally present them on the day the assignment was due. Everyone agreed to my assignments. Tomer said that was all for the group work discussion. Lee Bakyu had been a bit worried before, but discussing their respective tasks reassured him a lot. He then enviously remarked that not only was I good at studies, but after transitioning to shooter, my combat level must have greatly improved as well. Following that, Lee Bakyu curiously asked whether any famous guilds had approached me yet. I did not answer that question. At that moment, Rachel quietly tugged at my sleeve and whispered, "Has the England Imperial family contacted you?" I was puzzled, not understanding what Rachel meant, so she explained that it was the England Imperial Family Guild. After thinking for a while, I finally remembered receiving an email. I somewhat embarrassingly told Rachel that I don't often check my emails. Hearing that the Royal Guild had only sent one email made Rachel somewhat uncomfortable. I then opened the email to check its contents, and indeed, it was a preliminary contact invitation. However, the offer they made was quite average and, as a condition for signing early, it was not particularly good. At that moment, Rachel also wanted to see the email, but just as she had read part of it, her expression quickly turned sour. The way the Royal Guild handled things made Rachel feel they were too perfunctory. She then stood up to leave, telling me not to continue reading. After speaking, Rachel informed everyone that she had to leave early. Seeing this, Tomer was dumbfounded again. Her plans for the day hadn't even started, and Rachel had already left. As for me and Jean Hosung, we were also surprised, not understanding what had happened, as Rachel had clearly been upset just now. While Tomer was still complaining internally about how things were not going smoothly, she realized that everyone was concerned about Rachel's departure. This might be a good opportunity for her to start spreading rumors. When I also left, Tomer suddenly struck up a conversation with Lee Bakyu, quietly saying, "Don't you think Hajin likes Rachel?" The next morning, I went to the physical training room as usual for my workout. The rest period after each workout is the happiest time. Although I have been consistently exercising, unfortunately, my physical fitness hasn't improved much. Just after finishing my workout, I didn't even have the strength to open a soda can. Just as I was about to try later, someone offered me a hand. Hearing the person's voice, I was surprised because the person who helped me with the soda can was Chai Nayun. She mentioned she had something she wanted to talk to me about. Hearing this, I became interested and invited Chai Nayun to speak her mind. She seemed a bit embarrassed and stuttered for a while before she explained the reason for her visit. It turned out their group had chosen the Hongqian Mantis dungeon, and they were supposed to present it in class next Friday, so she wanted to ask if I knew anything about it. I was puzzled as to why they had specifically chosen the most difficult dungeon. Chai Nayun explained that she didn't initially want to choose this dungeon, but a stubborn sorcerer in the group strongly insisted on it. After repeated requests from this person, the others reluctantly agreed. I recalled that the magician in Chai Nayun's group was probably named Oh Junshik, known for his strong abilities but also for his vanity and lack of manners. Because of his affluent background, he was not intimidated by Chai Nayun. So, I decided to caution her and told Chai Nayun that the magician probably thought that a harder dungeon would score higher. When I asked if Oh Junshik was also the one to give the presentation, I immediately suggested that Chai Nayun urgently replace him. That guy named Oh Junshik, just from his appearance, seemed like a vain person. At the critical moment of presentation, he would surely become flustered. If he were responsible for the presentation, I definitively told Chai Nayun that her grades would plummet. Hearing this, Chai Nayun felt as if she had found a kindred spirit, as she felt the same way. She was initially prepared to turn a blind eye, but his behavior in the group was very exaggerated. Chai Nayun started to vent about Oh Junshik to me, and after a long talk, she concluded that he was the most outrageous person she had ever met. To this, I was somewhat surprised. Chai Nayun seemed quite self-aware. Next, I also advised her to hand over the task of presenting the strategy to Azuki, believing she was fully capable. While Chai Nayun also wanted to switch speakers, she estimated that Oh Junshik would definitely not agree. I continued to provide Chai Nayun with some dungeon intelligence, only to realize something odd. Had we really become so close that we could talk about anything? Chai Nayun, noticing my gaze, fell silent for a moment. Facing this awkward situation, Chai Nayun encouraged me to keep exercising and quickly left the area. Time quickly moved to the the following Friday. After several groups had presented, it was Chai Nyan's group's turn. Oh Junshik was just as I had predicted. He was so nervous on stage that he stuttered and couldn't complete a sentence. Seeing Chai Nyan fuming below, I also felt sorry for her, and in the end, they hadn't managed to replace the speaker. Soon, Oh Junshik's terrible performance ended, but he showed no shame and even happily said he was just too nervous. Hearing Oh Junshik's words, Chai Nyan and Azuki were speechless to the extreme. Seeing his frivolous demeanor, if it weren't still during class, Chai Nyan would have stormed up to beat him. Azuki comforted her not to be impulsive, but Chai Nyan decided that after class, she would definitely make Oh Junshik regret his actions. At that moment, the teacher called the next group's speaker to the stage, and I walked up slowly as it was our group's turn. As I passed by her, Chai Nyan was momentarily stunned, surprised to see me wearing glasses. Unlike Oh Junshik's panic, I appeared quite composed. My performance was very calm. After telling everyone that our investigation was of the Wasin dungeon, I began explaining the strategy plan and results devised by our group. Just a few seconds in, even Chai Nyan was drawn in. She knew my written exam scores were good, but she didn't expect me to speak so well. After a while, the teacher couldn't help but ask a question, wanting to know how I managed to deduce the magic backlash from such little information. Hearing this, I smiled confidently, then showed the calculation process and gave everyone a detailed explanation. Everyone was surprised by my performance during the presentation, and Chai Nyan listened attentively to my speech. Watching me on the stage, Chai Nyan felt a strange sensation and her heartbeat quickened slightly. Just like other students had just mentioned, Kim Ha-jin on the stage seemed to have a bit of a teacher's demeanor. After finishing my speech, I returned to my seat and happily high-fived Rachel. Sneaking a glance behind, Chai Nyan saw our group's excited scene, and at that moment, she felt envious, though she remained haughty on the surface. After today's class, Rachel went to train. She had just finished her afternoon training plan. Overall, she had a very successful day, not only scoring high on the strategy presentation, but also successfully handing over the contract to Ha-jin. Originally, at the end of today's class, everyone asked to go out for a meal, but Rachel had training plans, so she didn't go. As I was also preparing to say goodbye, Rachel hurriedly remembered she had something to give me and quickly rummaged through her bag to pull out a contract, formally asking me to accept it. After I took it from her hand, Rachel then told me that it was a pre-employment agreement from the Royal Guild. She also explained that the guild had decided just by looking at the rankings, and the actual terms would be much better than what was mentioned in the email. After explaining, Rachel formally invited me to join the Royal Guild, asking me to seriously consider it. Returning to the present, Rachel felt that her performance had been quite good earlier, and she was in a good mood. She planned to quickly take a shower and then go back to the dorm to sleep well. But just as she was about to push the door open, she overheard people talking, and the conversation was about her. The phrase "I heard Kim Ha-jin likes Rachel" immediately made her stop in her tracks. The more she listened, the more outrageous it got, with someone even saying I was about to confess to Rachel. After the shock, Rachel's pretty face instantly turned red. She couldn't help but think, does Ha-jin really like me? At this moment, Rachel's face flushed instantly, and she wondered if she had heard wrong, as it was too sudden. She didn't understand how those students could tell, but soon heard someone inside give the answer. It's because they've always been inseparable lately, so it seemed very suspicious. Hearing this, Rachel finally understood. It looked like someone was spreading rumors. Her recent closeness with Ha-jin was just because they were in the same group, and as for the matter of Ha-jin liking her, Rachel was very shaken inside. She remembered something Ha-jin had said, and even hesitated as she pushed open the locker room door. Then, another voice came from inside. He's really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. After all, Rachel is a princess. Just as Rachel hesitated whether to stop the rumors, someone suddenly bumped into her from behind. She slowly turned around and saw Chai Nyan asking somewhat angrily, "What are you doing?" Rachel could only play dumb in response, "Nothing." However, Chai Nyan was not ready to let it go and urged her to move her foot away. It turned out that Rachel had stepped back and accidentally stepped on Chai Nyan, who was walking up. Seeing this, Rachel quickly apologized. "I'm sorry." But when she saw Chai Nyan open the locker room door, she suddenly felt alarmed. If she went in now, wouldn't she hear the rumors about Ha-jin and herself? Sure enough, as soon as Chai Nyan and Yuyona walked in, the students inside immediately began to speak, and Rachel felt even worse thinking about how the rumor could spread even further. The next second, without waiting for the others to speak, she abruptly pushed open the locker room door. Seeing Rachel suddenly barge in, the other two students panicked and quickly left the locker room. However, Chai Nyan was puzzled. She had wanted to let the two finish talking before leaving, but unfortunately, they didn't dare face Rachel and had to quickly flee the scene. The situation left Chai Nyan stunned again, but Rachel breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike Chai Nyan, who was entangled and concerned, Yuyona seemed to notice something and asked Rachel if she was in the same group as that person. Upon hearing this, Rachel asked in confusion, "Who are you talking about?" At this point, Chai Nyan chimed in, "It's Kim Ha-jin." For some strange reason, Yuyona has been afraid to call Kim Ha-jin by his name. After defending herself for a few sentences, Yuyona quickly returned to the main topic. She wanted to know if Rachel had heard about Kim Ha-jin. However, seeing Rachel's confused look, Yona couldn't help but say, "Stop pretending. The news that the Imperial Family Guild has contacted him has already spread." She believed it was impossible for the Imperial Family Guild to use the early contact rights on a student ranked 334 unless the royal was insane. Therefore, Yona concluded Rachel must have seen a side of Kim Ha-jin that others do not know. Otherwise, the royal wouldn't personally recruit him. Their conversation confused Chai Na-eun. While Rachel didn't understand her meaning, "We contacted him through legitimate channels. There's no need to discuss it much with outsiders." Seeing this, Yona's attitude suddenly changed, and then she waved her hand, saying, "Never mind, I just mentioned it offhand." But soon, she advised Rachel it was best not to use privileges, as that would make enemies for the Imperial Family Guild. Upon hearing this, Rachel immediately understood Yona was warning her. That is, the other party had already set their sights on Kim Ha-jin, and now their goal was to make her give up on recruiting him. Meanwhile, Yona thought, having hinted this much, Rachel would surely give up politely. Thus, she also politely invited Rachel to her room for a late-night snack. Unexpectedly, Rachel decisively agreed. Actually, Rachel had already decided if she refused, they wouldn't continue to pester her, but she especially didn't want to admit defeat in front of Yona. Before long, the three of them arrived at Yona's room, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Unlike Rachel and Yona, Chai Na-eun was forcibly drawn into this strange, serious atmosphere. Yona looked at the situation and felt speechless. Her invitation was merely polite, yet Rachel had actually agreed outright. However, since it was her room, she felt it wasn't right to say much, so she casually asked, "Would you like some juice?" However, Rachel just responded indifferently, "No need." The atmosphere briefly grew cold, but soon, Yona stood up. Others may not drink, but she would. She didn't want to continue the standoff, and promptly opened the conversation. "How did you find out about that person's strength?" To this, Rachel replied indifferently, "I just naturally knew." Hearing this, Yona speculated that Rachel might have found out inadvertently, so she asked again, "Do you know that Kim Ha-jin is hiding his true self?" Rachel truly did not know about this. Seeing her ambiguous response, Yona smiled smugly and said, "Indeed, it's very difficult to obtain that information about Kim Ha-jin." At this point, Rachel realized she indeed knew very little about Ha-jin, but quickly, she told Yona, even if she knew, it wouldn't be of much use. "I think it's better to patiently wait until the day Ha-jin is willing to confess himself, as it would have a better chance of recruiting him than investigating on her own." Upon hearing this, Yona was stunned, as if struck by lightning, and Rachel seemed to have figured it out. She then bid farewell to the two, and before leaving, she specifically thanked Yona for the invitation. By the time Rachel closed the door, Yona was still standing in place. She had to admit, she had indeed underestimated this princess. In contrast, Chai Na-eun, who had been kept in the dark all this time, could no longer contain her frustration and exploded, but unfortunately, Yona still told her nothing. The next day, the two girls found Jamer. They knew Jamer was in the same group as Rachel, so they directly asked, "Do you know about Kim Ha-jin liking Rachel?" Seeing Jamer's surprised face, the two girls weren't surprised, as Jamer had just transferred to the school. Then, they said, "This rumor has been stirring things up in Cube recently." However, Jamer was well aware of it. After all, it was the rumor she had spread herself after learning how to make friends. At this moment, the girl with black hair pondered. Although Rachel and Kim Ha-jin were indeed always together, it could also be due to team activities. She speculated that this might be Rachel trying to curry favor in advance, especially since she would become the leader of Imperial Guild after graduation. Hearing this, the girl with brown hair immediately thought it made sense. With Kim Ha-jin's current rank of 334, joining the Imperial Guild, ranked around 60 in the world, would be just right. Their conversation left Jamer dumbfounded. This was not the result she wanted. Jamer's original plan was to guide other students to spread rumors to make Rachel disgusted with the gossip and ultimately choose to act alone. But now, hearing their speculations, she felt her plan might be falling apart. So, Jamer quickly tried to fix it, saying, however, the rumor could be true, but at this point, the two had clearly lost interest in the topic. In desperation, Jamer suddenly claimed, "I saw it with my own eyes at the last event." Kim Ha-jin was staring straight at Rachel, and his eyes were full of love. Although she felt she might have overacted, it successfully captured their attention. The girl with brown hair immediately perked up and asked eagerly, "Got any juicier gossip?" Just as Jamer continued to fabricate stories, she didn't notice that her watch had received a message. And this message, the me on the other side, also successfully intercepted them. Indeed, she came to Cube with another purpose. "Last night, when I was returning to the dorm, I ran into Jamer near the convenience store. At that time, she initiated a conversation with me, and I noticed something was off about her watch. Now, it appears it was indeed a counterfeit. It might fool others, but it couldn't escape my eyes." Next, I continued to monitor the messages Jamer received. The other party asked her to keep reporting on Rachel's situation. Seeing this, I finally confirmed that Jamer's target was Rachel. To avoid letting them discover that I had hacked into their system, this time I specifically spent 80 SP points. Soon, a new message came in about this Wednesday's class simulation fake relic competition where Jamer's informant had placed something in the lowest level B3 area. The moment I discovered this, I regretted not hacking into it sooner. But now, time is too pressing. Just then, my watch also received a message with a photo attached. I initially thought it was Rachel, but soon realized it was Chai Nayun. A few moments earlier, Chai Nayun at the library encountered a tough problem. She stared at it for a long time, but eventually, she broke down. She simply couldn't understand what the question was asking. Although she brought some problem analyses for reference, the coarse phenomenological analysis made it difficult for her to even understand the question. Sitting opposite Chai Nayun was Rachel. She seemed to have encountered a difficult problem too, but after hesitatingly glancing at her watch, she decisively gave up. Seeing this, Chai Nayun also dismissed the idea of asking. At that moment, she thought to herself, if it were Kim Ha-jin, could he easily solve such a problem? Having no other choice, Chai Nayun finally decided to send me a message. But what troubled her was, how exactly should she phrase it? After pondering for a while, she felt that none of the phrasings were quite right. After agonizing for a few minutes, she finally sent a message that looked very formal. After slowly pressing the send button, Chai Nayun consoled herself. I actually almost figured it out. I just asked for help just in case. However, 20 minutes passed, and she still hadn't received a reply. Thinking she was being ignored, she angrily stood up, ready to leave. But just then, her watch chimed with a message alert. Seeing this, Chai Nayun's anger vanished instantly, and she happily began working on the problem after putting down her bag. On the other hand, I felt somewhat helpless. Writing an explanation that Chai Nayun could understand indeed took quite a bit of time, but seeing her study so hard, it made me feel relieved. In the future, Chai Nayun will surely surpass her brother. Just when I thought of this, my heart suddenly jolted. It seems the recent days have been too peaceful, and I unconsciously forgot about this matter. Chai Jinian has now become a Jin seed and is in a coma, but once his incubation period ends, he will fully transform into a Jin. Currently, there are almost no heroes who can confront the demonized Chai Jinian, and how much longer Chai Jinian might remain comatose is still an unknown. Therefore, he must be dealt with before this happens. But the problem is, I can't get close to Chai Jinian alone unless I can perfectly disguise my identity. At this moment, I picked up a business card next to me. This business card was given to me by the captain. After she saved me that day, she suddenly proposed that I join them and handed me a business card. I was quite shocked when I received the business card, because it was a business card of the Geronimo Mercenary Group. The Geronimo Mercenary Group is one of the few modern mercenary groups and also a false identity used by the Chameleon Troupe publicly. But according to the original story, the member they were supposed to recruit was Shin Jong-hak, but the plot deviated and it became me. However, if I can get the help of the Chameleon Troupe, maybe I can really succeed in killing Chai Jinian without anyone finding out. I think this might be considered a perfect ending. However, the next second, a voice interrupted my thoughts. It was Evangel waking up. Seeing her awake, I quickly apologized. It must be that the room's light was too bright, keeping her from sleeping. So, I turned off the light, then carried her back to continue sleeping. As for Chai Jinian's matter, I decided to delay it for now. The seed's incubation period is still about a year away, so there's no need to rush. By then, I'm sure there will be other solutions. Time moved to the next day, and today's practical training officially started. The instructor told everyone that this training would simulate the relic war in this world. Generally, the country that discovers a relic owns it, but currently, many countries have been destroyed by magical explosions, so relics found in no man's land can be privatized. To fight for these relics, which contain powerful forces, battles often ensue with different guilds or jin. This battle is known as the Relic War. Simply put, the Academy is letting us experience this battle mode in advance. At this moment, the instructor was reading the test rules. This test will be divided into black and white groups. The white group is responsible for defense. The black group is responsible for offense. If a student receives a fatal injury or shouts "I surrender," they will be eliminated. After the rules were read, the instructor suddenly snapped his fingers. The next second, our vision was obscured by mana, instantly blinding us to everything around us, and the scene immediately plunged into chaos. Then, the instructor asked everyone to be quiet. This is my mana, for the purpose of random grouping. Therefore, during the next movement, the instructor covered our eyes. Although the instructor's mana is strong, it doesn't affect me much. So, I quietly activated my 1000-mile eye. Not long after, the instructor led us into an underground bunker. Soon, the candidates for the first underground level were announced. There were a total of 15 people. The second underground level had 25 students. To my surprise, Chai Nayun was assigned to the third underground level, and Rachel was with her on the same level. In addition, there were about 15 other students. Just imagining the scene of these two meeting and fighting gave me a headache. Continuing further down, I was assigned to the fourth underground level, and my clothing color was also changed to black by mana, indicating that I was on the offensive side. However, just then, I suddenly noticed the person in the next room. Following that, the instructor announced over the loudspeaker, "Currently, all members have been assigned, and the relic is being guarded or transported by NPCs. The white group is responsible for defending the relic, while the black group must try to seize it." As soon as the instructor finished speaking, he began the countdown, accompanied by the sound of begin. I immediately loaded my firearms with ammunition. The item Jamer needs is in the lowest area, and the lowest level is the 7th basement, which undoubtedly makes things more complicated. What's more troublesome is that the person in the next room is Yuyona, and she is from the white group. If I want to move to the next level through the corridor, I will inevitably encounter her. At the same time, Yuyona also realized there was someone in the next room. She tentatively asked, "Which group are you in?" Then, she stated that she was on the white side, but seeing that the other party didn't respond, she realized they must be from the black group. Since we've already encountered each other at the start, it's time to take the initiative. Yuyona decisively opened the door, but the next second, she was stunned on the spot, because she never expected that the first person she would encounter was me. For a moment, both of us were silent. I originally thought she would attack without hesitation, but instead, she didn't move at all. Moreover, I noticed that Yuyona seemed a bit nervous, just as I expected. She was very flustered now. To her, as her opponent, she had no confidence at all. Just then, I suddenly raised my hand. Unexpectedly, this action startled Yuyona, but I was just feeling itchy and wanted to scratch. The reason Yuyona was so nervous was also because of my performance in the midterm exams. She didn't want to confront me directly, but the corridor outside was too narrow, and no matter how she dodged, she was within the range of the handgun. However, soon Yuyona remembered that in the past, she had always observed my battles. Perhaps this time, it was a good opportunity for her to experience my strength firsthand. At this moment, I was still wondering whether Yuyona would actually fight or not, but the next second, she suddenly made a move. By the time I realized it, the handgun had been knocked away. Then, Yuyona had whipped it away with her whip. However, she herself was stunned when she got the handgun. She never expected to succeed so easily, making her doubt for a moment. Did I overestimate him? Then, she said smugly, "No matter how capable you are, without a weapon, you can only be eliminated." However, the moment she looked down, Yuyona suddenly discovered that the handgun had disappeared. The next second, she looked up sharply and saw the gun back in my hand, immediately asking in shock, "When did you take it back?" I calmly replied, "Just now." Yuyona became even more puzzled. "Did you use mana?" I couldn't be bothered to explain, so I casually said, "Let's just say it was mana." But in reality, just to be safe, I always had the handgun tethered with an ether cord. As the handgun was loaded, Yuyona found nowhere to hide. She knew well that my gun could even penetrate protective energy, and being hit would definitely be painful. Moreover, if she were eliminated this early, her ranking would inevitably plummet. Just when Yuyona thought I was going to shoot, no pain came. Only after I was far away from Yuyona did I finally cry out in pain. It's a good thing she was only aiming for the handgun, otherwise, my hand would surely have been broken. When I reached the 4th floor hall, I found it unexpectedly empty. Could it be that all the students had gathered elsewhere? So, I opened my watch to check the situation. All students participating in the simulation battle were wearing life signaling device, which convert each person's physical strength into numerical values to determine whether students can continue fighting. As long as I set up the device location on the laptop, the data could be synced to the smartwatch. Soon after the connection was completed, I immediately searched for Jamer's location. She was in the restroom on the 7th floor but hadn't moved, presumably waiting for the right moment to retrieve the item. After confirming Jamer's position, I continued to check the locations of others. Rachel and Chai Nayun had not yet engaged in combat, and on the 5th underground floor, there were Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak. What's more, the two had already encountered each other. After finding a nearby CCTV, I eagerly began to watch, but before I could continue watching the battle, a sudden loud noise erupted around me. Startled, I suddenly became puzzled, my mood for watching the fight thoroughly disturbed, so I decided not to delay any longer and headed straight to Jamer's location. Meanwhile, on the other side, a member of the black team, when confronted by someone ahead, immediately and decisively said, "I surrender." As soon as the word was spoken, the man of blindfold that had obscured vision appeared again. As for the person who defeated him, it was Chai Nayun. Now, Chai Nayun had already defeated 3 members of the black team. Having just switched to being a swordsman 3 months ago, she couldn't help but feel amazed at her own strength. I really am a genius. Just then, Lee Ji-yoon suddenly ran over. It turned out she had been discovered by the black team and had been dodging them, even depleting her arrows in the process of running away. Seeing that Lee Ji-yoon was safe, Chai Nayun was also very happy. After all, Lee Ji-yoon used buff skills, which would definitely make her sword even more powerful. With the assistance, Chai Nayun excitedly urged Lee Ji-yoon to hurry and score points. However, Lee Ji-yoon suddenly said, "Rachel is also on this floor." This statement startled Chai Nayun, but at that moment, she seemed to hear something. So, she immediately told Lee Ji-yoon to stop talking. From the staircase, hurried footsteps could be heard. Chai Nayun immediately positioned herself in front, ready for battle, but when they saw who it was, they lowered their guard. It turned out it was Yuyona. Seeing Yuyona drenched in sweat, Chai Nayun couldn't help but be curious. "Who did you run into?" When Yuyona mentioned that person, Chai Nayun immediately understood. Was it Kim Ha-jin? Lee Ji-yoon thought Yuyona had already eliminated me, but Yuyona was momentarily at a loss for words, embarrassed to speak. It turned out, just now, I hadn't actually shot, but merely tapped Yuyona on the shoulder and said, "The training is just just started. There's no need to take it so seriously. Yuyona then personally realized his strength is indeed very strong. Seeing that both were curious, Yuyona directly said, "No, I didn't eliminate him." Then, Chai Nyan curiously asked, "Where did he go then?" Yuyona guessed he might have gone to scout. However, before she could finish, Lee Ji-eun suddenly chimed in, "I think he might have gone to find Rachel." This statement made Chai Nyan confusedly asked, "Why would he do that?" Lee Ji-eun naturally replied, "Because Kim Ha-jin likes Rachel." Hearing this, Chai Nyan was completely dumbfounded, even imagining a scene of me and Rachel in love. Coming back to her senses, she quickly asked, "Is that true?" However, Yuyona decisively denied, "That's just a rumor." Since the simulation battle carried significant weight in the final score, she didn't want to waste time, so she directly asked Lee Ji-eun, "Do you know where the relic is?" Unexpectedly, she actually had it in her hand. It turns out, Lee Ji-eun had encountered an NPC while running away and had conveniently obtained the relic. As the two discussed how to get the relic to the first floor, Chai Nyan was still somewhat confused. Then, she suddenly stopped Lee Ji-eun, saying, "Just like Yuyona said, Kim Ha-jin liking Rachel must be just a rumor, probably because they are in the same group and it was misunderstood." At this point, Lee Ji-eun thought it over and felt it made sense. Seeing this, Yuyona, who was nearby, understood everything, but she didn't say much, just secretly smiled on the side. However, just then, another voice was heard. The moment Yuyona looked up, a stealthy attack came at the door. She quickly realized and immediately warned Lee Ji-eun, "Be careful." Yuyona immediately acted and blocked the attack. The attackers were wielding sharp arrows. After confirming Yuyona was unharmed, Chai Nyan couldn't contain her anger and shouted fiercely, "Who did this?" The attacker, failing to hit, voluntarily revealed themselves. It was a team of 5 members from Black Team. At this moment, while Chai Nyan was still furiously accusing them of sneaking an attack, Rachel had already raised her sword and coldly commanded, "Everyone, attack." Immediately, the members of the Black Team surged forward all at once. Seeing this, Yuyona immediately told Lee Ji-eun to hide. But just then, an archer above targeted Lee Ji-eun again. Seeing this, Chai Nyan wanted to quickly provide support, but she was blocked by 2 enemies right in front of her. The 2 students from the Black Team looked at Chai Nyan, thinking, "Together we can stop her." However, Chai Nyan's face was grim, and she coldly spat out 2 words, "Move aside." The 2 momentarily thought they had heard wrong, but the next second, Chai Nyan's sword suddenly doubled in attack range. The unexpected change knocked down the 2 students instantly. On the other side, Yuyona's battle was still ongoing, but she had to fight while also protecting Lee Ji-eun. Thus, her stamina was draining faster. At this time, one of the Black Team finally sensed something was off. "Why is she constantly stopping us from getting close to Lee Ji-eun? Yuyona isn't the type to sacrifice herself. Could it be that Lee Ji-eun have the relic?" Realizing this, he quickly relayed the information to his comrades. The shout from the opponent significantly increased the pressure on Yuyona's side. Soon, the student with the bow had successfully locked onto Lee Ji-eun's position. Fortunately, Chai Nyan returned in time to defend, but before she could protect Lee Ji-eun, a surge of sword energy fiercely struck, interrupting her steps. Seeing the ground sliced open by the sword energy, Chai Nyan was shocked. An attack with this much power? The only person with a technique that has this much power would be. Quickly turning around, Rachel already charged at Chai Nyan. However, Chai Nyan reacted quickly, jumping back to dodge the attack. Despite this, Rachel seemed unfazed and continued her pursuit. Her sword moves were swift and dense, leaving Chai Nyan again shocked. Normally, rapiers rely on speed to win, yet I was overwhelmed by her strength. Moreover, Rachel was well aware that Chai Nyan's swordsmanship was still not proficient. Thus, she relentlessly pursued, continually pressing her. Just when Chai Nyan was almost at her limit, she finally stopped holding back. Immediately afterward, her talent, Sea of Mana, was activated instantaneously. Combined with the mana sword I gave her, the tide of battle suddenly changed. Faced with this wide-ranging violent attack, Rachel struggled to get close. She could clearly feel the change in the airflow. This meant that Chai Nyan possessed terrifying magical power, but fortunately, Chai Nyan had not yet mastered it completely, so Rachel decided to dodge while looking for her weak spot. However, the tilting ground suddenly made her lose her balance. Seeing this, Chai Nyan was also surprised. She hadn't expected Rachel to lose focus during the battle. Immediately, she decisively pursued her advantage. Chai Nyan's attack was domineering and fierce, with outrageously high power. After narrowly dodging, Rachel had to look for an opportunity to close in again, but just then, the ground under her suddenly cracked. In an instant, Rachel lost her balance. At that moment, Rachel fell right in front of Chai Nyan. The huge noise attracted everyone's attention. As for Rachel herself, she was powerless to resist. Everything happened too suddenly, and she could only fall to the level below. Fortunately, Rachel was not seriously hurt. She just didn't expect that Chai Nyan's move could actually break the floor. But now is not the time to dwell on these things. She must quickly return and regroup with her teammates. However, just then, a burst of footsteps suddenly came from nearby. Rachel slowly turned around, only to unluckily encounter Kim Suho. Seeing this, even though she was not in good shape, Rachel still forced herself to stand up. At the same time, Kim Suho instantly charged towards Rachel. On the other hand, compared to their intense battle, my movement had already successfully reached the 6th basement level. Since there are surveillance cameras all around, I had to be extremely careful with every move to avoid suspicion. So, I began to pretend. It seems like there might be a relic in the restroom. Muttering to myself, I pretended to casually go in to check. However, when I opened the door of the restroom, there really was an NPC holding a relic. I didn't hesitate and snatched the relic from his hand. The NPC immediately showed a terrified expression, even crying and begging me to spare his life. Seeing this, I felt a chill in my heart. They actually made the character design this realistic, but since I unexpectedly obtained a relic, my score for this exam is at least secure. With that settled, I can focus on dealing with Jamer. According to the location on my watch, Jamer is waiting in the restroom on the 7th floor. With only 15 minutes left until the designated time period, I must get to the 7th floor, deal with Jamer, and get the item. Then, an idea came to me: the ventilation duct above my head. It must connect to the 7th floor. Thus, I decided to use the power of the stigma to create a smoke that would hypnotize Jamer. The power of the stigma indeed did not disappoint. Within just a few seconds, under my control, the hypnotic smoke spread through the ventilation duct to Jamer's location. She tried to wave the smoke away, but found it completely ineffective, because the smoke created by the stigma only obeys my commands. With the enhancement of Thousand Mile Eye, I could clearly see Jamer starting to get confused. Although she desperately resisted the drowsiness, she soon collapsed powerlessly. Having successfully dealt with Jamer, I waited calmly for the right moment. When there was no one in the 7th floor control center, I quietly sneaked in. Sure enough, on a table in front, there was a box. I slowly opened it, and the contents inside actually shimmered with golden light. It was an item, Gimlet of Weakening. Its surface was endowed with high-level mana. Seeing this, I couldn't help but be startled. Is this actually real? And it's a high-level item? Even though it's not a relic, it's worth at least several hundred million. But now, it belongs to me. This unexpected find greatly lifted my spirits. Plus, the surveillance footage has been completely erased. No one would find out I had been to the control center. But when I safely returned to the 6th floor, I unexpectedly saw that Rachel was here too. She looked quite disheveled. I called out to her softly, unexpectedly giving her a fright. After seeing it was me, Rachel's heartbeat finally calmed down. Curiously, I asked her what had happened. Rachel sighed and then briefly recounted her experience. It turns out, she had tried to ambush someone but failed. Afterward, she encountered Kim Suho, and although she managed to escape that danger, she was soon caught up by Chai Nayun and Yuyona. Barely escaping from the two, she was then hit by another mage. After hearing her ordeal, I finally understood why she was so disheveled. Then, Rachel curiously asked me, "How many people from the white team did you take out?" When I told her that I hadn't eliminated anyone, I followed up by asking, "What about you?" She replied with a hint of disappointment, "I've only eliminated one. The scores this time matter a lot, and once the gap widens, it becomes very hard to catch up. Unlike Rachel, I just need to maintain a mid-level performance, but her goals are much higher." After some thought, I handed over the relic I had obtained to her. "Please transport us to the top floor. You're faster than me." Upon hearing this, Rachel was momentarily stunned, then confusedly asked, "Why are you giving the relic to me?" My reason was simple: I just want to help you. From my eyes, Rachel saw only sincerity, and she understood that I was serious. At that moment, I also reminded Rachel, "There is an emergency exit at the far right. If you go that way, you should not encounter anyone." Just as Rachel was hesitating, suddenly, the sound of people came from behind. She quickly turned around, and it was Chai Nayun and the others who had caught up. The situation was completely reversed. The white team had more people. At the same time, Chai Nayun also noticed me, but soon, her attention was drawn to the relic in Rachel's hand. "Where exactly did you steal that from?" However, I really didn't feel like explaining. I just said to Rachel, "Don't hesitate, go now. I'll hold off the people from the white team as much as I can." Seeing this, Rachel's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The next second, she no longer hesitated. She gripped the relic tightly, thanked me, and then turned to leave. Seeing this, people from the white team immediately tried to stop her, but just as their arrows would hit Rachel, I intercepted by a precisely aimed bullet. The opponents had not anticipated that my shooting skills would be so superb. While they were considering whether to continue pursuing Rachel, Yuyona spoke up to stop them. "With him here, you can't get through. He is too tough to handle." Chai Nayun then frowned, looking at me puzzledly, and asked, "Are you crazy? Do you really think you can take on 6 people by yourself?" Of course, I didn't want to, so I quickly surveyed my surroundings, and immediately noticed many structures suitable for jumping. With parkour skills, I could make a perfect escape. I then directly responded to Chai Nayun, "We'll only know after we give this a go. After all, my goal is just to buy time." Seeing that neither Chai Nayun nor Yuyona made a move, Kim Byung-go couldn't wait any longer. He was completely unaware of why everyone was intimidated, but in his view, a gunman was nothing to fear. So, Kim Byung-go took the lead in attacking. Unfortunately, this kind of hothead is exactly my favorite type. The next second, I rapidly fired several shots at him. Just as the bullets were about to hit Kim Byung-go, Yuyona and the other white team member finally acted. Both of them intercepted the bullets at the same moment, and their attacks came at me. Seeing this, I decisively activated my skill, bullet time. Under the enhancement of my skill, I easily dodged Yuyona's whip and then quickly fired back, despite the arrow being wrapped in mana. Once the bullet hit the head, it was immediately deflected. What Kim Byung-go didn't expect was that the deflected arrow would fly back at him. He had no time to react and was instantly hit by the arrow. This scene even surprised me. The other members of the white team were also stunned. Kim Byung-go fell heavily to the ground, and Chai Nyan quickly inquired about his condition. After recovering, Kim Byung-go roared furiously, "Why are you attacking teammates?" At this moment, the instructor's mana manifested. It turned out that Kim Byung-go's health had dropped to 0. Thus, he was declared eliminated. As for Yuyona, she now felt even more that my strength was terrifying. To think you had calculated even the angle of the ricochet. Hearing this, I was helpless. I never calculated that thing. It was just a fluke. By this time, Rachel had already successfully left the 6th floor. She had never believed those rumors, and always told herself that Ha-jin liking her was impossible. But deep down, she knew she was just deceiving herself. In reality, she had always known the truth. She was simply avoiding the feelings in her heart. Soon, Rachel finally encountered members of the black team. Upon seeing her, everyone was surprised, but someone quickly noticed the relic in her hand. Before Rachel could explain, someone immediately shouted, "Rachel has retrieved a relic." This statement instantly reignited the fighting spirit of the black team. However, the more Rachel thought about it, the more she felt she shouldn't have accepted the relic. She didn't deserve to build relationships with others. She had already decided to give up everything for her country, her parents, and the Imperial Guild she was destined to inherit. But if things continued this way, Rachel knew she would become increasingly dependent on me. She couldn't help but think, could it be that deep down, I still haven't been able to let go of everything? At that moment, Rachel interrupted everyone's discussion. Then, she told everyone, "We need to go rescue someone on the 6th floor." However, when everyone arrived at the 6th floor, they were shocked by the scene before them. It was supposed to be a rescue, but on the ground, there were several eliminated members of the white team. Seeing their confused faces, Rachel had to explain, "It seems he handled it himself." She hadn't expected that. Even in a 1-against-6 situation, I could still eliminate 3 people. Just then, from behind, a new student appeared. Rachel thought it was me coming back, but when she turned around, she realized it was someone else. The newcomer was Shin Jong-hak. It turned out that just moments before, on the 5th basement floor, Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-hak had encountered each other. One was ranked first among the first-year students at Cube, and the other was ranked second. Both had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Upon meeting, Shin Jong-hak immediately taunted, "Kim Soo-ho, you wouldn't be thinking about how to run away, would you?" To this, Kim Soo-ho decisively drew his sword and scoffed, "Run? How could I possibly run?" All along, Shin Jong-hak thought that Kim Soo-ho was all bark and no bite, so he urged, "Stop the chatter and make your move." Hearing this, Kim Soo-ho didn't hold back. The next second, he struck with his sword and also coldly warned, "I won't be going easy on you." Shin Jong-hak smirked and said, "Just don't show me a pathetic performance." Then, the two officially crossed swords. During the battle, Shin Jong-hak's spear grazed Kim Soo-ho's clothing. Seeing this, Shin Jong-hak believed he had found a vulnerability, but just as he was about to continue his attack, Kim Soo-ho easily dodged, and Shin Jong-hak's spear ended up heavily stuck in the floor. At this moment, Shin Jong-hak wanted to continue the attack, but the next second, he suddenly realized, "My weapon, it won't come out." He had not expected that the floor would be so fragile. Seeing this, Kim Soo-ho naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. Immediately, he fiercely kicked Shin Jong-hak. Although Shin Jong-hak finally managed to pull out his weapon, by that moment, Kim Soo-ho's sword was already pointed at his throat. Hearing Kim Soo-ho emphasize again, "I told you I wouldn't go easy on you, didn't I?" Shin Jong-hak just coldly sneered, "The fight isn't over yet." The next second, he suddenly smashed a nearby pipe. Just as Kim Soo-ho was curious about what he was doing, he suddenly noticed a flow of air gushing out from the pipe. Then, more gas burst forth. In an instant, the smoke choked Kim Soo-ho. By the time he opened his eyes, Shin Jong-hak had already disappeared. As for Shin Jong-hak, he had already reached the next floor. Meanwhile, back in the present, after encountering other members of the black team, Shin Jong-hak casually replied, "I just happened to be passing by," dismissing their questions without much concern. However, he soon noticed Rachel nearby, but neither of them spoke, and for a brief moment, an awkward silence filled the air. Then, another student spoke up, "These people on the ground, did you take them out?" Upon hearing this, Shin Jong-hak said without hesitation, "Yes, it was me." However, his statement somewhat displeased Rachel. In fact, just shortly after Shin Jong-hak's defeat, he had strategically retreated to the 6th floor. He happened to encounter an agile student entangling Yuyona. Thus, Shin Jong-hak took the opportunity to eliminate 2 students with his spear. Although it is true that he benefited from others' actions, Shin Jong-hak didn't feel he had said anything wrong. After all, he was the one who eliminated those 2. Then, he took the initiative to suggest, "Give me command of the black team." In response, the others were very happy and even wanted Rachel to join as well. However, Rachel directly rejected, "No, I'll act alone." The other members still wanted to persuade her, but Rachel simply thanked them and then turned to leave. In her heart, she didn't want to team up with someone who steals the credit of others. Rachel had already convinced herself that I was the one who eliminated the white team members. As for Shin Jong-hak, he immediately felt wronged. Then, the relic war quickly proceeded. Shin Jong-hak gathered the remaining black team members, and in the end, they successfully seized 2 relics. Rachel also relied on her guerrilla warfare, achieving multiple victories and making great contributions. As for Kim Soo-ho, he also displayed strong combat power and leadership skills. With the relics in Lee Ji-yoon's hands, they successfully transported a total of 5 relics, ensuring their ultimate victory. As for me, after escaping from Chai Na-yoon and Yuyona, I used an unconventional method to survive. During this time, I stayed hidden in the restroom, quietly watching everyone's battle. However, when the test ended, I felt like I had forgotten something. Meanwhile, Jamer on the 7th floor finally woke up. She thought she had just accidentally fallen asleep. At that moment, Jamer remembered she had to get something. When she looked at the time, it was already 3 p.m. To this, she assumed her watch had malfunctioned. However, when she took out the student watch, she was shocked to find that indeed, a lot of time had passed. What shocked her more was an unread message on the student watch. Opening it, she read, "The relic war has ended. The white team has won with 5 relics." At this point, Jamer finally realized what had happened. She rushed out of the restroom, looking around the entire bunker, which was dead silent. Everyone was gone. She was the only one left. Meanwhile, during the break, as the instructor counted the students, he grew increasingly frustrated. What was Jamer doing? Why hadn't she come out yet? Subsequently, the instructor officially announced the best students of both teams. MVPs of the black team, Shin Jong-hak and Rachel. MVPs of the white team, Kim Soo-ho and Chai Na-yoon. In the end, the white team won with 11 survivors and successfully obtained 5 relics. When the victory was officially announced, students from the white team cheered loudly, but there was one person who couldn't be happy at all. That person was Chai Na-yoon. This team match made her somewhat depressed. Not only did she fail to confront Rachel head-on, even with a 6-to-1 advantage, she still couldn't catch me. But what frustrated her even more was the rumors she heard about me liking Rachel. As a good friend, Yuyona immediately noticed her mood and asked, "Are you upset because of what Lee Ji-yoon said?" Upon hearing this, Chai Na-yoon immediately denied it in a panic, but Yuyona revealed a meaningful smile. What if someone steals him away? Although she didn't quite believe that rumor, she still casually reminded her, "Maybe it's because you've always been pushing him away that he might turn to someone else's embrace." To this, Chai Na-yoon fell silent. In a whisper, she muttered to herself, "If Ha-jin is so fickle, then he never met my standards from the start." Seeing her reaction, Yuyona couldn't help but tease her. "So let me ask you, between Kim Soo-ho and Kim Ha-jin, who do you like more?" Teased by Yuyona like this, Chai Na-yoon's face turned bright red instantly. Then, she yelled, "I don't like either of them. There's nothing like that at all." However, her voice was too loud, and it directly attracted someone's attention. Hearing her shout, Shin Jong-hak immediately came over to offer his attentions. Seeing him, Yuyona immediately showed a happy smile. As for Chai Na-yoon, she immediately asked Shin Jong-hak to share his thoughts on losing the match. But Shin Jong-hak wasn't angry at all. Though he lost, being the MVP of the team wasn't so bad. Then, he confidently said, "Chai Na-yoon, with you in the white team, it's indeed impressive." Hearing this, Chai Na-yoon immediately felt proud. Indeed, that's right. Just then, Jamer finally showed up, late as she was. The instructor immediately asked her to explain, "Why did you spend the entire test huddled in a corner?" At this, Jamer herself was bewildered. She had no idea how she had suddenly fallen asleep. Seeing this, everyone showed puzzled expressions, completely unable to understand what was going on with Jamer. At this moment, Shin Jong-hak waved goodbye, and Yuyona also said goodbye. But before leaving, Shin Jong-hak specifically told Chai Na-yoon, "Remember to contact me if you need anything." His words left Chai Na-yoon somewhat perplexed. Seeing this scene, Yuyona's mood suddenly dropped. She had thought that Chai Na-yoon was not interested in Kim Soo-ho and Kim Ha-jin, so she asked, "Could it be that you actually have feelings for Shin Jong-hak?" However, the response she got was Chai Na-yoon's face full of disgust. Seeing this, Yuyona also understood that Chai Na-yoon could never like Shin Jong-hak, but the more she realized this, the worse Yuyona felt. Thus, the midterm's last large-scale practical training, the Relic War, came to an end. Back at the dorm, I was incredibly tired. Initially, I had not planned to fight the contest to the end, so, just in case, I chose to stay until the last. But thinking about it now, knowing the outcome would be so satisfactory, I might as well have been eliminated voluntarily after getting the item. Just then, hearing the sound of me opening the door, Evangel came up with small quick steps. After picking her up, I casually asked, "Did you have fun?" Evangel confirmed positively. Plus, with all the spirit animals around on the ground, I thought she wouldn't be bored. But the next second, Evangel suddenly started searching on me and then asked, "Where's the food?" Hearing this, I had a bad feeling. I was really tired today, and when I came, I actually forgot to bring any food. Seeing that there was no food, Evangel immediately teared up. The next second, I hurriedly explained, "I had already ordered takeout when I came. It should be on the way now. Just wait a little longer." After soothing her, I excused myself, saying, "I'm going to the restroom." Then, I immediately started frantically placing orders, quickly confirmed the order with my watch, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, a news alert popped up on my watch. The masked demon guild successfully conquers the Suwon's den of devils. Seeing this news, I slowly opened the stock market. Previously, I had invested about 1.5 billion. Now, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Indeed, after going public, the stock price soared. My 1.5 billion instantly skyrocketed to 13 billion. With this, even after paying back the academy, I would still have a lot left. In any case, I have truly become a genuine tycoon. But what followed was an inexplicable feeling of emptiness. Having so much money seems to be of no use. After all, once back in the original world, this wealth would ultimately disappear. Meanwhile, in another city, Jane was carefully selecting missions. She was checking if there were any suitable missions for apprentice mercenaries. To officially join Geronimo, one must meet certain challenging conditions. For example, taking on assassination missions with targets who truly deserve their fate. Not long after, Jane finally found a suitable mission. She immediately reported to the captain. The target is an Italian mafia, suspected to be a djinn. After hearing this, the captain thought it was a good mission. On the other hand, Jane had a question. Is Kim Ha-jin really willing to join the Geronimo mercenary group? As for the captain, she believed my response was positive. She also mentioned that the day she handed me her business card, I had already said if I had the time, I would contact her. Hearing this, Jane calculated the time, meaning Kim Ha-jin hadn't responded for at least 2 weeks. However, the captain firmly believed that I would contact her soon. Subsequently, she instructed Jane to accept the mission and then hung up the communication. Having no choice, Jane had to follow through. In any case, she follows whatever the captain orders. She then pressed the allow button. The next day, since I had something to do, I went near the girls' dormitory, but it wasn't long before I saw someone familiar. So, I called out to Rachel. Hearing the voice, she also spotted me. After I walked up and briefly inquired, I found out that she was on her way to the library. The reason was that she needed to study for the midterms, but I felt she was overdoing it a bit. After all, there was still some time before the exams. There was no need to wear herself out like this. But soon, I suddenly understood something. Rachel's diligence was very likely because of me. So, I curiously asked her, "Why haven't you been asking me about homework lately?" Rachel paused slightly, then replied, "Learning to solve problems on your own is important, and besides, you need to study too. I don't want to bother you." However, this was not her real thought. After listening to Rachel's words, I said, "If you really can't figure it out, just ask me. I don't mind being disturbed." Upon hearing this, Rachel quietly thanked me, and then indicated that she had to go first. I was just about to say goodbye to her, but unexpectedly, Rachel had already quickly left. I puzzledly watched her retreating figure, wondering why the rush to study. Not long after, I arrived at the agreed-upon location. I greeted Yuyona briefly, and she asked with some curiosity, "Did you seek me out for something special?" Without hesitation, I mentioned the pharmaceutical company that Yuyona had started. Hearing this, she appeared surprised, but she did not hide it, as she had never intentionally kept it a secret. So, she casually asked, "Why do you bring this up?" Immediately after, I took something out of my backpack, and then I threw it directly to Yuyona. She caught it instinctively, opened it, and was instantly stunned. I calmly said, "It's a 5-year-old ginseng. I found it on Gamuk Mountain, and since then, I've been thinking about how to use it. Since I already have enough money, there's no need to sell the ginseng. Turning it into an elixir is the best option." Unfortunately, when I thought about this, I found that with my current stigma power, I simply cannot achieve it. So, I need someone with connections and the equipment support to help make an elixir, and Yuyona is undoubtedly the best choice. Upon learning that I was actually going to give the ginseng to her, Yuyona seemed somewhat incredulous. I corrected, "To be precise, it's an investment. Use it for research purposes for now, then repay the favor through a good quality elixir." To this, Yuyona was quite tempted. Recently, even her own Violet Banquet has had trouble obtaining ginseng. Seeing me ask again, "Is that okay?" Yuyona agreed right away. "Although it will take some time, I assure you, I will return it to you with interest." Seeing this, I also felt relieved, although I already knew she couldn't refuse. After all, in my novel, Yuyona's pharmaceutical company is destined to thrive. But that's 10 years from now. Right now, they probably can't even recruit a proper ginseng harvester. Just then, Yuyona's watch rang. From her suddenly serious expression, I could tell this call was probably very important. So, I decided to eavesdrop quietly. But hearing this directly scared me. It turned out, the person on the phone told Yuyona that recently, at Daehin Hospital, the nurses were spreading a rumor. They said they saw Chai Jinhyeon's finger moved. After Yuyona hung up the phone, I asked what was that about, but Yuyona noticed my expression was clearly off. She didn't understand why my face suddenly looked so awful. "It's nothing." After responding, I quickly said goodbye to Yuyona. Seeing me leave in such a hurry, she quickly shouted, "Thank you for the ginseng." After speaking, she murmured to herself in confusion, "What's wrong with him?" After quickly returning to the dorm, I immediately opened the Book of Truth. Then, using mana, I asked, "When will the demon seed inside Chai Jinhyeon sprout?" However, due to insufficient mana, I couldn't get the specific date. So, I settled for a different question. To what stage has the demon seed grown? As the mana slowly drained from the stigma, the Book of Truth gave the answer. The growth progress of the demon seed had reached 89%. Seeing this, I felt relieved. At least, the seed had hadn't sprouted yet. Could it be that Chai Jinhyeon's finger movement was just a spasm? I had set the incubation period for 5 years. Now, there's about half a year left. It seems the time left for me is indeed running short. Just then, the captain sent a message. When do you plan to contact me? Seeing this, I made plans in my heart. After this winter is over, I must kill Chai Jinhyeon before spring begins. Meanwhile, at Daehyun Hospital, the night was already deep. However, Chai Jinhyeon's body seemed to be undergoing a transformation. His vital signs were gradually recovering, and his fingers actually began to tremble slightly. By the following week, during the break after class, the class president announced to everyone, "This week, the class competition is about to start. Everyone must choose an event to participate in." Hearing this, I just remembered that indeed I had written about such an activity. The class competition is a contest between classes. As for the content, it's rich in variety, including combat-related sports, as well as arts and athletics competitions, covering almost all areas. It can be seen as a large-scale sports event. At that moment, I casually asked Rachel about her intention, and she said she planned to participate in the quiz event. However, the class president immediately disagreed upon hearing this, saying, "The registration for the quiz has already closed." It turns out that in the short time we had been talking, many people had already rushed to register for the simpler events, and events like soccer and basketball were already full. The remaining events were mostly things like singing. Seeing me still considering, the class president suggested, "Why don't you participate in archery?" Hearing this, I couldn't help but turn around and look towards Chai Naeun. To this, Chai Naeun asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me? I'm not participating." Since that's the case, I didn't think much and just signed up for archery. I thought this popular event would also be full, but surprisingly, there were still spots available. Soon, all the students had chosen their respective events, including Jamer, who was sitting at the back. Just then, she had just received a response from the Truth Agency. Now, she was pondering whether the other party was reliable or not, but regardless, as long as she could find out the exact whereabouts of that person, that would be enough. Meanwhile, I also noticed Jamer's gaze. Last night, Hosup had contacted me. He had submitted his resignation and planned to join the information guild that I mentioned. Besides telling me it was a good choice, Hosup also provided information on Argus Benjamin, Jamer's father, something I had asked him to investigate. At first, I was just surprised to see news about him, but what I didn't expect was for Hosup to reveal that he had already passed away. The next day, the class competition officially began. Fortunately, today is not my turn to compete, so I continued to ponder Jamer's situation. Her father's death was indeed unexpected. No wonder even the Book of Truth couldn't find any trace of him. Now that the opportunity to win over Jamer is gone, and with the main storyline about to unfold, I decided to settle things with her first. Once Jamer's matter was resolved, Chai Jinhyeon would be next. Thinking about all this, I felt depressed and simply left the competition venue. However, Yuyona noticed my departure. Not long after, I found myself alone in a church. I wanted to calm myself down here. I thought this place would give me some peace, but it didn't help at all. Then, I started looking through my chat records with the captain. Yesterday, I had a brief chat with the captain, and it was then I officially decided to join the Geronimo mercenary group. Originally, in the novel, this group was a villainous organization. Although they have a principle of no unnecessary killings, in matters like murder for gain and dark dealings, they are no different from the evil syndicate. But for me, joining the chameleon troop is undoubtedly the most advantageous choice. First, with me there, I can ensure the plot does not deviate from the main storyline. Second, it also helps to handle unexpected situations. Most importantly, with their help, I can really kill Chai Jinhyeon. However, what troubles me is, can I really kill people like they do? For me, this world is no longer just a simple novel. As I hesitated, Kim Suho suddenly appeared in the church. He walked up to me and casually asked, "Are you a Christian?" To this, I denied it directly. Then, I countered by asking him, "Are you?" But Kim Suho also shook his head. "I'm not one either. It just reminded me of the past." Seeing this, I decisively asked, "Did you used to come to this church often?" Hearing this, Kim Suho pondered for a moment, then replied, "It's a similar place." Following that, I asked him several names of churches, but Kim Suho denied each one. The next second, I tentatively said, "Could it be that the place you used to go to, is it a religion from another world?" At this, Kim Suho paused slightly. Then, he denied it. However, he countered with a question, "Hajin, do you really believe that there's another world? Just like it's written in the books, invasion from another world?" What Kim Suho didn't expect was, I answered without hesitation, "I believe there is. Rather than monsters suddenly appearing on Earth, I am more inclined to believe that they came from another world for a certain reason." Hearing this, Kim Suho wanted to continue questioning, but unexpectedly, I suddenly said, "The content just now is part of Dr. Jair's otherworld theory. An invasion from another world is itself an absurd story. I just think that this conclusion has its persuasive power." My words made Kim Suho smile lightly. It could be possible, I guess. Seeing his demeanor, I could somewhat understand Kim Suho's situation. Thinking about it, actually, we are somewhat similar, but the difference is he came to this world as a child, and he has a new family. At the very least, he won't be lonely. But from his expression, perhaps this was just my wishful thinking. After a while, I stood up and said goodbye to Kim Suho. As I was leaving, I casually suggested, "Do you want me to introduce you to an agent?" Originally, Kim Suho was planning to look for one slowly on his own, but hearing that I had a suitable candidate, he thanked me in advance. The reason for getting Kim Suho in touch early was to make him stronger faster, since the novel's world had already changed. Then, Kim Suho is the only one who can deal with unknown dangers. He is not only my sole option, but also my most trustworthy partner. However, as I turned to leave, Kim Suho's hand inadvertently clenched tightly. Soon after, I continued to battle with a friend from the game. Her progress was so fast that I couldn't help but remark, "In a few months, I might not be able to beat you anymore." After stopping the battle, I curiously asked, "Didn't you say there was an activity at school? Why aren't you resting now?" Hearing her say she couldn't sleep, I casually asked, "Is something bothering you?" However, when I hit the nail on the head, "Is it a love problem?" Chai Nayan's character immediately blushed. She quickly denied, "It's not a big deal," but I said with a smile, "I'm really good at listening." Seeing me insisting on asking, Chai Nayan finally began to speak slowly. In summary, that person to her felt somewhat like chicken ribs, tasteless but a pity to discard. At this point, not knowing Chai Nayan's real identity, I had always thought she was a boy, so I couldn't help but ask for her true intention. Chai Nayan said, "There's no particular reason." However, from her shy demeanor, I guessed the girl she likes must be very beautiful. Immediately, I said, "If it matters to you, why not seize the opportunity and try? Otherwise, missing it might lead to regrets." Hearing this, Chai Nayan stammered, "Even if I miss it, it doesn't matter to me." But I still encouraged her to try. "It might seem okay now, but you will definitely regret it later. After all, finding someone you really like, you will only care about her more and more." The next day, the archery competition officially began. The matches between the acceptance class and the cultivation class had already ended. Currently, the highest score is 320 meters. In the spectator stands, Chai Nayan couldn't help sighing, appearing listless. Seeing this, Yuna casually asked, "What's wrong?" Chai Nayan replied, "It's nothing." She then looked around and suddenly noticed, "Why are there so many mages?" Hearing this, Yuna explained, "Today, an 8-star mage is here. Everyone is here for her, hoping to catch a glimpse." Soon, the match between the Veritas class and the Devotion class began. The representatives were me and Baru Moraine from the Devotion class. The rules of the archery competition are similar to the bet Chai Nayan and I had before. Each round, the distance to the target increases. The player who hits the farthest target wins, and each player only has one chance. The difference is that in the official competition, mages will interfere with the players. I was the first to go, shooting at 50 meters, but just as I drew the bow, a mage used an interference spell, making it hard for me to maintain balance. Although I already knew about this rule, I still felt that the interference I received was a bit too severe. Just as I thought, the person responsible for the interference was indeed the 8-star mage, Ahane. From the discussions among mages from the neighboring academy, I heard a crucial piece of information. It turns out, Baru Moraine is her nephew. While Ahane was praising her nephew, she also took the chance to make a sharp remark, saying, "Compared to that underdeveloped guy next to him, Moraine is obviously better looking." After watching for a while, Ahane seemed a bit bored, so she casually asked the teacher from the Cube Academy, "I can take over from 350 meters onwards, right? Anyway, no one can shoot that far. Although in principle, this is not allowed." But the teacher, thinking of the academy leadership's instruction to accommodate Ahane as much as possible so that she would be more willing to come to the academy to give lectures, agreed right away. After all, this was just a simple event. Soon, we arrived at the 300-meter competition. I shot first and successfully hit the bullseye. Seeing this, Baru Moraine finally spoke, "Your archery is not bad." Hearing this, I couldn't help but ask him, "Aren't you tired?" Moraine, full of confidence, retorted, "There's a gap between your level and mine. How could I possibly be tired from this level of shooting?" Hearing this, I really got angry. "Just now, your aunt was targeting me. Do you think I wouldn't be tired?" Unexpectedly, Moraine actually thought I was just making excuses because I was afraid of missing the target. But the fact is, in the previous rounds, the intensity of interference I faced was almost 10 times that of Moraine's. It wasn't long before we moved on to the 350-meter competition. Now, it's Moraine's turn to shoot. In my novel setting, Moraine is Ahane's dearly beloved nephew, but I didn't expect that she would be biased to this extent. Just as Moraine was about to shoot, Ahane's interference magic quietly activated. Initially, Moraine was startled, but when he regained his composure and looked, he saw it was just some plants, and they looked rather harmonious. However, I could tell that Moraine was still frightened. At this point, he finally released his arrow. The result was that not even the edge of the target was touched. Seeing this, I couldn't help but mock. As an archer, the most important thing is to remain calm. On the other hand, Ahane was also somewhat helpless. She hadn't expected that her nephew would still be affected. But anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. This is the last round. As long as that foolish guy next to my nephew is eliminated, the match can end in a draw. Soon, it was my turn to shoot. However, just as I was preparing to draw the bow, the plants began to grow wildly. They even spread directly to the center of the field. And no matter how you look at it, the magical plants in front of me are extremely unfriendly, being targeted from the beginning. Even though it's just an event, I was already angry. The next second, I activated bullet time, but as soon as as I did, I was stunned. The opponent's magical plants completely blocked the direct line between me and the target. Ahane's underhandedness was beyond my imagination. With this, even if I could see the target, it was impossible to hit it. Fortunately, I suddenly remembered something. That is, my random enhancement skill. Identify can enhance the essence of a target, and both arrow and bout possess flexibility. Immediately, I decisively used the enhancement effect. As the arrow was shot, the surrounding magical plants couldn't stop it at all because my arrow miraculously turned multiple times in flight. Finally, it directly shattered the target 350 meters away. This scene completely dumbfounded Ahane and the teacher. Moraine was so shocked that he was left speechless, having never seen an arrow that could turn. Thus, he angrily accused me. "You must have used mana." To this, I retorted with a sneer. "If I had really used mana, wouldn't your aunt have noticed?" My words left Moraine speechless. After the match, I suddenly slammed the bow down in front of Moraine and I coldly told him, "This is what you call a difference in skills." In the end, I ranked first overall with a score of 350 meters. Watching my stylish exit, Chai Nayun, recalling the words of her senior, her face couldn't help but turn red. She felt like she was going crazy, finding herself paying more and more attention to me. Time came to Sunday, and the class competition concluded successfully. In the end, the Veritas class won the championship. After the competition, everyone also held a celebration banquet. Shin Jonghak, still in his usual habit, showed off on social media. As for me, I was enjoying some rare downtime with Evangel. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long, as I soon received an email from the Geronimo mercenary group. They had arranged an assessment task for me as an intern mercenary. The objective was to kill the trusted aide of the branch director of the Korean family, Siemens. The target had committed countless heinous crimes. There were even rumors that Siemens might be a jinn. The difficulty of this task was not simple, because the Korean family is a massive mafia organization and has formed a quasi-national level of power. They are directly linked to the midterm main storyline, and the minister's trusted aide has the strength equivalent to a first to second class lower tier hero. However, if the opponent really is a jinn, then I think I would feel less guilty about killing him. Just as I was pondering this, my thoughts were interrupted. It turns out that Evangel was eagerly asking, "Can I have another serving?" Hearing me say, "You can have as much as you want," she immediately excitedly opened a new box of fried chicken. As for me, I still had serious matters to attend to. Although I don't plan to immediately carry out the mercenary assessment, I decided to still prepare in advance. That is to enhance my constitution. In this world, constitution and talent are very similar. For instance, some people are born with a strong recovery ability. Others absorb mana more easily. Simply put, it's the talent of the body. And what I need to do is to create a constitution that suits me best. Its name is Body That Can't Use Mana. This constitution has two core characteristics. First, it allows mana to only remain within the body, unable to be released externally. Second, the accumulated mana within the body can be transformed into physical vitality, thus, in a short period of time, doubling my physical capabilities. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, it's considered a terribly negative constitution, but I originally cannot use mana, so there is no loss at all. More importantly, the mana of the stigmata is unrelated to the mana inside the body. To my surprise, because this constitution has so many restrictions, the SP points it consumes are actually very few. As I pressed the confirm button, my accumulation of luck finally activated. Luck added an extra effect to my constitution, transforming a small portion of accumulated vitality into a permanent increase in capabilities. In other words, as long as I keep fighting and recovering, my capabilities will continue to grow. Even if it's only by 0.01 each day, that would still be an incredibly terrifying rate of growth. This sudden surprise made me so excited that I shouted out loud, which unfortunately angered Evangel, who was eating. Afterward, I went to retrieve the bracelet that had been engraved. After Jin Hosung's engraving, the bracelet now has two new effects. First, some of the damage received can be converted into mana. It can even actively absorb magical molecules from the air. Second, it has an intermediate magic power enhancement effect. When I first received the bracelet, Jin Hosung specifically reminded me that this enhancement can only be used once, but I think, during the engraving, he probably didn't realize that the bracelet also gained an automatic charging effect. Thinking of Jin Hosung, I can't help but remember his excellent speed at changing faces. If I recommend him for a job at Yuyona's magic tower, it might be a good choice. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind Kim Ha-jin. I turned around, and it was Park Soo-hyuk who had come. Under his guidance, I came to Soo-hyuk's new office and took the opportunity to look around. Now, his talent agency has expanded to 11 employees and has successfully signed exclusive contracts with 5 hunters. Park Soo-hyuk also specifically mentioned this office was invested in by Mizu. After entering the warehouse, I finally saw the motorcycle he had helped me purchase previously. This was also the main reason I came here today. This bike is indeed expensive, but fortunately, its performance is top-notch. Immediately, I expressed my gratitude to Park Soo-hyuk. After all, securing such a bike must have kept him busy for a long time. Upon hearing this, Park Soo-hyuk dismissed it, saying, "No need to be polite." But just then, he suddenly suddenly noticed something moving inside my back. Thus, Suhyuk couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's that?" The next second, a golden puppy came out from the bag. This cute appearance immediately caught Park Suhyuk's attention. However, I did not tell him the specific origin of the puppy. Just then, Suhyuk received a phone call, seeming to have urgent matters to handle. Seeing this, I let him go ahead. After all, I don't have anything to do right now. After bidding farewell to Park Suhyuk, I also left the office. Next, I took the puppy to a deserted area. After confirming there were no cameras around, I began adjusting the motorcycle's settings. The next second, I activated the motorcycle directly with the power of the stigmata. The modified motorcycle instantly transformed and gradually shrank into a briefcase. Just now, I specifically added a portability setting to it. From now on, with just a small amount of mana, it can be shrunk and carried at any time. After making adjustments, I called to the puppy in the backpack. Immediately, Evangel reverted to her original form. Then, I planned to take her to a truly tasty place. Time flew by, and we arrived at the city center. At the same time, a woman called out to Yuyona. She pointed around, smiling, and said, "Take a good look, because, in the future, all of this will be yours." This woman was none other than Yuyona's mother, Jin Yojun. She is also a well-known real estate mogul in the country. Yuyona calmly responded, "Don't worry, Mom. I've already thought about how to utilize them." Hearing this, Jin Yojun was very relieved. "That's my girl. You really are reassuring. Not like your father, who is so childish." The nearby bodyguards, hearing this, showed a subtle expression on their faces. After all, the famous berserker Yu Jinhyuk is just a normal husband at home too. Yuyona just smiled. "Dad has been much better lately." The murmuring not far away caught Yuyona's attention. She turned around, and to her surprise, he saw me. However, more than that, she, like the passers-by around her, was drawn to Evangel, whom I was leading. Yuyona has known me for so long, yet she had never seen this child, so she prepared to come over for a closer look. But the next second, Jin Yojun suddenly grabbed her. "Yinxia, you need to meet with the tenants of the building now." Despite Yuyona saying she had urgent matters, Jin Yojun still didn't let go. "You must go. All this property will be passed on to you." When she turned back towards my direction, she saw that Evangel and I were already walking further away. Yuyona wanted to catch up, but ultimately, she was still forcibly taken away by Jin Yojun. Not long after, I had already brought Evangel to a restaurant. She was completely conquered by the delicious taste after just one bite. This was also Evangel's first time eating out. I patiently cut her food, and her adorable appearance attracted the attention of many people around. Once the food was cut, I whispered to Evangel, "This weekend, I need to go out, and you need to stay home, okay?" Hearing my words, Evangel was momentarily stunned. Seeing her not even eating, I quickly comforted her. "As compensation, you can buy whatever toy you want today." Although she agreed verbally, Evangel's expression was still obviously sad. Fortunately, at that moment, the restaurant's waiter brought a new dish, tomahawk steak. Evangel, who had never seen this kind of food, instantly snapped out of her sadness. "Quickly cut it for me," she urged with shining eyes. After dinner, I took Evangel to pick out toys, but it wasn't long before she suddenly stopped walking. It turned out, she was captivated by a heterochromatic white kitten nearby. Just one look, and she fell in love with the kitten, while I was somewhat surprised to find a cat ear. At that moment, Evangel grabbed my hand and whispered, "I want to play with it." Even she had already given the cat a name, Whitey. To this, I naturally agreed. The cat is indeed quite cute. Plus, the dormitory is big, and having one more cat is not a problem at all. However, before actually adopting it, I still asked, "What if, after we go back, Whitey fights with your spirit friends?" Hearing this, Evangel immediately replied, "I will make sure they don't fight." So, I extended my pinky and made a promise with her to take good care of the cat and her spirit friends. The next day, Whitey indeed bit a spirit, and Evangel scolded it as promised. Seeing this scene, I was completely reassured. Afterwards, I said to her, "I'm going out now," but Evangel was too focused on scolding the cat to pay any attention to me. However, this was actually better. After all, she had a new playmate. After some time, I arrived in Turin, Italy. At this point, I was already in possession of fake credentials provided by the Chameleon Troupe and had adjusted my identity information. In a special place like Italy, acting under the guise of a mercenary was quite a novel experience for me. In my novel setting, Italy is a rather special nation. The reason lies in the presence of the mafia here. However, the mafia in this world, compared to the concept in reality, is somewhat different. On the surface, they are in opposition to the Italy government, but when monsters attack the city, they still choose to fight alongside the government. Even some of the mafia established a guild and are able to operate their businesses both in the shadows and in the sunlight. And this time, my target is a member of one of the strongest mafia forces, the Korean Mafia. Thinking about having to hunt someone from such a major family, I felt the task was quite challenging, but I have a feeling that the person who issued this commission is likely someone from within the Korean Mafia itself. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. "In turn, over here." I slowly turned around, only to find that the captain had personally come. For ease of movement, I directly took out the motorcycle. Afterward, I tended tentatively asked, "Are you here to help?" However, the captain directly said, "No, I will not be assisting you." But immediately after, she sat down on the back seat of my bike and said, "Drive. There's a lot of time left, so let's go take a look around Turin." Meanwhile, on the training ground at Cube, Chai Nayun had trained until she just collapsed. During her rest, Chai Nayun asked in confusion, "Yona, why aren't you starting your training today?" However, Yona did not respond at all, as she was still lost in yesterday's thoughts. That child couldn't possibly be Kim Ha-jin's daughter, but if she were a niece, that doesn't seem right either. After all, Kim Ha-jin grew up in an orphanage from a young age. However, Chai Nayun, left hanging for a long time, suddenly felt some dissatisfaction and jokingly said, "Hey, what are you thinking about? Could it be Shin Jong-hak dumped you?" This comment hit a sore spot for Yona, as she had asked Shin Jong-hak to study together, only to be decisively rejected. With this, Yona immediately retorted, "Chai Nayun, Kim Ha-jin says he hates you." Her confident demeanor made Kim Suho nearby unable to help but wonder, "Really?" To this, Yona confidently said, "This matter has spread throughout the whole academy." She even added ruthlessly, "If I were Kim Ha-jin, I would definitely prefer Rachel more." Hearing this statement, Chai Nayun finally became enraged. "Have you said enough yet? Why do you care? Didn't you say before that you don't like Kim Ha-jin at all?" The air suddenly became tense. The two looked at each other, neither speaking. The sudden change in atmosphere left Kim Suho completely confused. After a moment of silence, Chai Nayun turned around and left without looking back. Kim Suho scratched his head and asked around, but no one responded. Left with no choice, he ended today's sparring session. At the same time, in Italy, I was driving the captain around Turin, but I was well aware that she wasn't just out for a simple ride. Sure enough, after reaching a sparsely populated area, the captain finally spoke. "Tonight at 9, the Turin branch of the Korean family will host a social gathering and the target will appear at there." The captain then told me to head into the woods near the mansion where an abandoned church stood. Soon, we arrived at the destination. This place was chosen because the church's spire is perfect for sniping. After getting of the motorcycle, I quickly looked around. Then, using my parkour skills, I made several jumps and easily climbed to the top of the spire. Standing there, I could clearly see the mansion in the distance. Just as the captain had said, this is indeed an excellent sniping spot. At that moment, the captain below looked up and said to me, "Can I watch you complete the mission from here?" However, I flatly refused. "It's uncomfortable for me. Please leave this place." Although she was reluctant, in the end, she turned and left. After confirming she had gone far, I then activated 1000-mile eye to observe the target area. After some estimation, the distance from the spire to the mansion is about 1 kilometer. Under normal circumstances, most heroes can run this distance in 30 seconds, and it would take at least 30 seconds for the enemy to lock onto my position. That means I have a whole minute to escape. More importantly, around the mansion, there is a mana barrier. However, since the party has not officially started, the barrier is relatively weak. So, I began to prepare in advance. After taking out the sniper rifle, I used a random enhancement to enhance the bullet. Unfortunately, today's luck is just average, and the enhancement effect wasn't as great as I had hoped. However, this didn't matter because I had infused the bullet with the power of the stigmata, giving it anti-demon properties. Additionally, to eliminate any evidence, I made sure the bullet would oxidize after it passed through the target. In other words, there was no need to worry about failing the mission. I will kill him in one shot. My first mercenary mission was a success. While perched on a roof, with my sniper rifle aimed, I suddenly remembered that the claim of the target being a djinn was just a rumor, not a proven fact. If he was human, then I would become a murderer. Even though this was the novel I had written, and I knew they were all characters I created, after spending so much time with them, they felt like real, as if they are really alive. However, this was all a necessary part of the process. To go home, I would have to stay in this world for at least 10 years, maybe even longer, so I had to get used to these situations. Even if they felt like real, living people, this is not my reality, it's just a novel. The next second, a gunshot rang out, and the target was headshot on the spot. Someone's been shot. The mansion immediately descended into chaos. The captain, hiding in the shadows, saw everything. At that moment, she and I both understood the target was unequivocally human, because jinns don't bleed. After escaping the scene, I sat alone just outside a coffee shop. I was silent, deep in my own thoughts. The captain suddenly appeared and called my name. "How did you know I was here?" "I tracked you down." I didn't know the captain could do such things. Nonetheless, she then praised me for a job well done. But with just a glance, the captain noticed my trembling hands. It was apparent that the mission had taken a significant toll on me. The captain was able to deduce that this was the first time I had killed a person, so she asked me how I felt. I didn't try to act tough and told her it was a bit difficult. The captain said that earning money was never easy, but for people like us, money was all we could rely on, especially since we had no families and had survived on our own. She had undoubtedly investigated my identity in this world. I agreed with her words. I was indeed all alone. Hearing me agree with her and seeing that I had calmed down enough to order a drink, the captain grew to like me even more. She had witnessed the entire kill. The power I used to shatter the mana barrier was the power of anti-magic. Her eyes wouldn't deceive her. She became more and more convinced that one day I would become the ace who could kill a certain person. Previously, other members had wondered why the captain had specifically chosen Kim Ha-jin. If it was just about anti-magic abilities, with a little searching, they could surely find someone stronger than Kim Ha-jin who also possessed anti-magic powers. The captain had answered the question, saying it was because of Kim Ha-jin's eyes. Others might not understand, but the captain knew clearly that Kim Ha-jin's eyes were filled with a loneliness that seemed to reject everyone, just like hers on that day. That's why the captain couldn't help but care about Kim Ha-jin. She truly didn't want me to walk the same path. At that moment, I asked the captain if the mission reward could be given in physical items instead. She asked what I needed. You can decide what to give. I did this because the captain had many valuable and expensive items but didn't know their market value. I thought I might be able to obtain items worth far more than the reward. After the captain agreed, she was about to begin discussing my joining of their group, but unexpectedly, I told her I hadn't decided to join yet. It was too early to make a decision. Hearing my words, the captain didn't say anything, just felt that I was once again hard to figure out. Time quickly passed into the dead of night. Hearing the door open, Evangel woke up, rubbing her eyes. She called my name. I was also surprised to see Evangel, not expecting her to be sleeping on the sofa. Evangel explained that she had been waiting for me to come back. Welcome back, Ha-jin. You worked hard today. Evangel's words left me stunned for a moment. Then I slowly extended my arms and held her tightly in my embrace, feeling a warmth spread through my body and soul. I had known for a long time that they were no longer just novel characters, but living, breathing beings. But if I wanted to go home, what happened today would be repeated over and over. I just didn't know how many more times I would have to go through it. A few days later, the second semester's midterm exams began, but this time, it was far less lively than the first semester. This was because there had been casualties during the last exam, so Cube was now strictly prohibiting outsiders from entering. Although this deviated from my original story, I didn't care that it did. This was just a part that I'd vaguely written without much detail. I don't even remember the original content that much either. However, the others were clearly having a hard time. After finishing a few subjects, they were all complaining that today's exam was too difficult. In any case, the day ended quickly for me, so I was preparing to go to the nursing home that Hosup mentioned. But at that moment, Chai Nayan called out to me. She asked if I was going to the library. When she heard I was going out, Chai Nayan was completely stunned. When I added that I didn't need to study, she had to switch gears and ask for my summary notes. The result was me saying I had never taken any. Desperate, Chai Nayan begged me to help her because her written exam today had also gone badly. However, Chai Nayan had heard that memorizing the key points could raise her score by at least 10 points, so she wanted to ask me to help her highlight the key points. Please help me cram for that. Hearing this, I wondered why she didn't ask Yona, who should be better at organizing notes. Chai Nayan looked troubled but eventually told me that she and Yona had a fight. Then, Chai Nayan said she would treat me to something good after the exam as a reward for helping, but before I could refuse, I had already disappeared. Sometime later, I arrived at the Sunshine Nursing Home. This was the last place Fernand Jesus, also known as Argus Benjamin, had lived. This was Tomer's father. Soon, after hearing my knock, an elderly nurse came out. Just as I was about to state my purpose, the nurse's face broke into a smile. Long time no see, Ha-jin. Her words left me puzzled for a moment, but then I realized I had inherited everything from this body's original owner, Kim Chun-dong. He was a background character in my novel, but he also had his own life and relationships. At that moment, the old nurse kindly invited me in, saying we hadn't seen each other for about a year. Long time no see. Have you been well? Well, this place is always the same. Following the old nurse inside, many of the elderly residents also noticed me and greeted me one after another. Everyone actually knew me. This familiar and intimate feeling surged from deep within my body. But what brings you here today? So I finally stated my purpose, which was about Mr. Argus. The nurse immediately remembered the old man from South America. Argus was a very quiet person. He used to only talk to you, Ha-jin. Hearing this, I guessed it was another storyline left by the other author. I then pressed on, asking if the old man had left any belongings. After some thought, the nurse and I simultaneously mentioned that there was a letter. Seeing her reaction, I was relieved that this setting hadn't changed. The old nurse wondered how I knew, but I was just anxious to know where the letter was, giving the reason that Mr. Argus and I had made a promise. Hearing my words, the old nurse first took off her glasses. If it's Ha-jin, he might indeed have entrusted something to you, because you always took the initiative to approach the elderly, willing to listen and chat with everyone. Finally, the old nurse told me to go check the Siaho Memorial Park. The letter and Argus's ashes were placed together. A short while later, I arrived at the memorial park. It didn't take long for me to find the storage spot for Argus's belongings. Inside, there was indeed an old letter. It hadn't even been touched. I was about to open it directly but hesitated. I already knew the contents of the letter, so there's no need for me to open it. At least, I shouldn't be the first one to read it. However, I was worried the other author had changed the letter's content. Thinking this, I pulled out the letter without hesitation. Meanwhile, on the Violet Banquet website, Yona was listening to her subordinate's report. It turned out someone had found records of Kim Ha-jin volunteering at orphanages and nursing homes multiple times before entering Cube. Upon hearing this, Yona connected it to my frequent outings. The rumors that had brought me negative attention turned out to have such a heartwarming truth behind them. A person who grew up in an orphanage, then awakened their talent to enter a military academy, and finally got into Cube. This was undoubtedly a brilliant comeback story. Yuyona thought that if it were her, she might have thrown away her past like trash. She never expected that I not only hadn't forgotten my past, but had also gone back to help people from it. However, Yuyona also understood that this was the Kim Ha-jin she had come to know. He never flaunted his strength, only showing it silently when necessary. Although this completely went against Yuyona's values, she had to admit Kim Ha-jin was indeed a remarkable person. Beyond this, the people from Violet Banquet couldn't find any other information on Kim Ha-jin's past, like his birthplace. The next matter was a commission from the Korean mafia. The reason was that a high-ranking member of their family had been assassinated, and the culprit seemed to be from K-country. Hearing this, Yuyona had wanted to make contact with them anyway to learn about unconventional routes for ancient artifacts, perhaps even proposing more favorable terms. Would we be able to track that assassin down? Seeing Yuyona's interest, her subordinate recommended a newcomer named Kim Hosup, who was very skilled in tracking. On the other side, I had finished reading the letter. The content was exactly as I had said it. I put it back in the envelope. Now, I was much more at ease. He quickly sent the letter to Tomer through the Truth Agency, Violet Banquet. A short while later, Tomer quickly checked the notification. The Truth Agency informed her that they had found Fernand Jesus. As long as she paid the full fee, she could obtain the relevant information. The next day, all the written exams were over. The instructor told everyone to go back and rest. After class, I was about to buy a drink. Chai Nyan called out to me. "What are you going to do now that the exams are over?" Hearing I was going to prepare for the practical exams, she was completely dumbfounded because the practical exams didn't start until next week. Then, Chai Nyan started rummaging through her bag and took out a notebook. "Thanks for lending it to me." Chai Nyan thought I had just left yesterday, but I was just in a hurry and I offered the notebook when I returned, and she even praised me for my well-made notes. However, these well-organized notes were just taken from Yuyona's character database. To express her gratitude, Chai Nyan offered to treat me. After the practical exams were over, she would treat me and Kim Suho to a big meal at Handgun. That restaurant, it was the pinnacle of K-country's cuisine. Although my mouth was watering, the next second, I decisively refused to go. After all, there would be a very important main storyline after the practical exams, so I needed to be fully prepared. So I said I didn't have much time. Instead, she and Kim Suho can go. "Could it be that you are jealous right now?" I was speechless at what nonsense Chai Nyan was spouting, and she quickly withdrew her statement. In short, her goal was to repay me, not just for this time's help, but also for the big meal I had treated her to before. However, I still waved goodbye. Seeing this, Chai Nyan was very helpless. She actually wanted to say we could go just the two of us, but it seemed to her that I wouldn't agree to that either. On the way back, I took a detour, planning to buy some snacks for Evangel, but after just a few steps, I heard a familiar voice. Walking closer, I saw it was really Tomer. From her phone conversation, it seemed she wanted to get an advance on some money, but Tomer's leader stated that a task that should have taken 2 weeks to complete, she hadn't finished in 2 months, and had even lost what the team leader had given her. While spying on their call, I realized the item was the one I had taken from her. Tomer said she really needed the money right now. However, the other party told her to finish the work at hand first, and the call was ended. Everything going wrong made Tomer very frustrated, but just as she turned around, she ran right into me. Seeing me smile and greet her, she had many questions in her mind. Since when was I here? Did I overhear the call? However, she was relieved that she hadn't exposed her identity as a djinn. "Do you need to borrow money?" Tomer couldn't help but turn back. Realizing what had happened, she deduced that I must have heard everything. "You don't even know how much, and you dare to lend it to me?" To this, I told her that mages have many ways to make money. As long as she wrote a promissory note, I would definitely lend it. Hearing this, Tomer sighed, thinking I couldn't afford it. Although I may not look like it, I'm quite rich. Time flew by to the next week, and today the practical exams began. The rules were similar to the individual battles of the first semester, except this time it was a team battle. The first match of the first day, the attacking side was Rachel's team. The defending team's captain was named Yohei. Entering the exam field, I found that the terrain had many obstacles, which was incredibly advantageous for me. Next, Rachel began to assign positions. She and Jin Hosung would be responsible for the frontal assault, while the others would follow behind to provide support. Just as she was about to march forward, I had already jumped onto a tree. Rachel was curious about what I was doing. I told them to go on ahead, and I would provide support from above. Seeing this, Rachel understood that I wanted to seize the high ground. After she gave the command to move out, I also jumped to a tree further ahead. When I reached a very tall tree, I was about to observe the situation below when I suddenly sensed danger. The next second, I quickly drew my handgun and accurately shot the incoming arrow. To be able to hit me at this position, it must be the opponent's archer. This meant there must be other team members nearby, but I didn't need to search carefully. Just looking down from the tree, the defending team's captain, Yohei, was leisurely lying there. I didn't understand his relaxed state. Even with an archer's protection, he was too unguarded. After all, Yohei's opponent was the third-ranked Rachel. Just as Rachel's sword was about to strike, he finally drew his sword. Rachel was very surprised that Yohei could block her attack. Even I was impressed from such an attack. At this moment, Jin Hosung also arrived. He then fiercely attacked Yohei. Jin Hosung, being a giant axe warrior, had very high attack power. However, the result was beyond my expectation. Not only was Yohei fine, but he could even hold his own against the combined forces of Rachel and Jin Hosung. I felt something was very wrong. There must be something strange going on, because I knew Yohei couldn't be this strong. In the midst of battle, Jin Hosung was also surprised. He and Rachel were attacking together, yet the opponent could successfully block them. There must be someone in Yohei's team who could cast buff magic. Then I immediately saw through their formation. Yohei was responsible for blocking at the front line. The archer provided support in the middle, and finally, the mage in the rear continuously applied buffs. The warrior and the support must be protecting the mage. That means this is a one-man strategy that focuses on Yohei. As the defending side, their tactics were indeed good. It was just a pity they ran into me, because it's over once the mage is dealt with. I immediately began to search for the mage's trail. I saw the 3 members of the defending team in the rear, but the warrior was able to spot me immediately. Over there, a shooter in the trees. This made me realize I did not have any talents in stealth. To think the shooter would come here alone. What on earth are you thinking? However, I just raised my hand and aimed at the mage to fire. This kind of shot was easily blocked by the warrior. With the use of parkour, I was able to change positions easily and quickly. The support was perfectly defending the mage, that the magical buffs were not hindered at all. The defense of the 3 was indeed quite good, but if I shot from above, I thought I could hit with 100% certainty. At this time, the support told the warrior that he could protect the mage by himself. Hearing this, the warrior rushed up to grab me, but this was exactly what I wanted, because in this kind of complex terrain, it was almost impossible for anyone to catch up with me. Being led on a wild goose chase by me, even the support couldn't stand it. The support started to chant a spell. Suddenly, he created many magic shields. These shields tightly wrapped around the mage. Is he an armadillo or something? At this moment, the warrior's attack came again. Easily dodging it, I took the opportunity to leap above the shield formation. No matter what kind of defense it was, as long as it was a shield, there would inevitably be a weakness. With the help of the 1,000-mile eye, I instantly spotted the gap in the shield formation. The bullet flew straight into the shields, but just as it was about to hit, the bullet curved into slip inside the gaps of the defense, knocking out the mage in an instant, which the referee also announced her elimination. I didn't expect a one-shot kill. The mage could have casted a barrier spell, but it must have been preserving his mana for the buffs. The dejected team called me a coward, but I just said that it was actually a strategic decision. On the other side, after losing the buff magic, Yohei, facing the onslaught of Rachel and Jin Hosung, was losing his strength rapidly. Meanwhile, Tomer also circled behind the opponent's archer. I, on the other hand, made it impossible for the warrior and support to do anything. Soon, our team won with an overwhelming victory. Afterward, Rachel thanked everyone for their hard work. She seemed to be in a very good mood. Even the sound of her voice and her actions were different from usual. Rachel even called me out specifically. She said that we were only able to win because I took out their mage. Jin Hosung put his arm around my shoulder and said I was the team's hero. The support didn't expect me to dare to go alone at that time. When we were leaving, Chai Nayun arrived as I was complaining about my sore shoulder. It turned out that Kim Suho had asked her to tell me that I put up a good fight. Like Kim Suho, Chai Nayun was also curious about the reason my bullet turned. My explanation was talent, although Chai Nayun thought it was a boring explanation. Unfortunately, her team was scheduled for the afternoon. She really wanted to compete soon. While chatting with Chai Nayun, I also saw Yuyona and Shin Jonghak outside, but the way Shin Jonghak looked at me was even more terrifying than in a horror movie. Why are you glaring at Kim Hajin like that? Facing Chai Nayun, Shin Jonghak's face instantly changed. I wasn't glaring at anyone. At this time, I asked about Yuyona's match. She also informed me that hers was next. As I walked over, I secretly asked Yuyona to give me about 600 rounds of 5.56 bullets, which are used for assault rifles. She was curious about what I was going to do, but I didn't tell her. Although it seemed like a lot, for Yuyona, it was a piece of cake. After agreeing, she also said that the ginseng could be made into an elixir in 2 weeks, but the quantity was still a bit short. I then said that although I couldn't guarantee finding it, but if I did, I would need to exchange it for shares in the pharmaceutical company. Hearing this, Yuyona happily agreed. At this time, Shin Jonghak asked Chai Nayun very loudly, "Why are you getting so close to that guy? Didn't you say you hated him before?" Fearing I would be upset, Yuyona quickly explained that Jonghak just didn't know me, but I just waved goodbye without caring. Actually, I was still a little uncomfortable. It was just that I understood Shin Jonghak's character. He was a descendant of a prime minister who had served the monarch, and also the grandson of Shin Myung-chol, the great hero who saved K-country from famine. So Shin Jonghak would always be arrogant. Not long after, back in the dormitory, Evangel came to welcome me as usual, but her appearance was different from before. Seeing Evangel with teary eyes, I quickly asked what happened, but the next second, Evangel stretched out her hand and told me that Whitey had scratched her. I thought it was something serious, but it was just a squabble with the cat. I was curious why this happened. I don't know. I hate Whitey. Whitey is bad. She hadn't done anything and got scratched. This was odd because, upon checkup, Whitey had a grade 4 assessment in mana affinity. This meant Whitey was not only very smart but also had a very long lifespan. A smart cat like Whitey wouldn't harm without reason. Just then, I noticed the abundant amount of cat treats. I had previously instructed Evangel to only give one snack a day. Why are so many of the snacks I bought for Whitey torn open? Hearing this, Evangel suddenly fell silent. Wait a minute, were you eating them yourself? Evangel saw how much Whitey liked them, so she tried a few bites. Helplessly, I had to tell her not to do it again next time, as that must have been why Whitey got angry. At this time, my watch received a new message. It was from Rachel. She wished me a happy birthday and even sent me a cake. At the same time, she invited me to go singing together after all the exams were over. After reading it, I finally realized that today was actually my own birthday. Meanwhile, Chai Nayan was very bored in her room. She found that as the exams ended, everyone's social media platforms became very active. Yuyona's group had even gone out for a meal. Chai Nayan's second guest celebrating with her group because their presentation went poorly, so she was still angry with them. Thinking of Yuyona, Chai Nayan realized that they hadn't spoken since that day. Actually, Chai Nayan knew she was the one who was wrong first, so she really wanted to make up. But the dilemma was not knowing how to start. After struggling in bed for a long time, Chai Nayan chose to first like Yuyona's post. After doing so, she continued to browse the students' social media platforms. Shinjonghack's team's group photo looked just like a gangster gang. Chai Nayan wondered when will he stop being so childish. She then stumbled on a picture of me and Kim Suho. After a while, Chai Nayan became bored of browsing. It seemed there was no new news, but then she saw that it was Kim Ha-jin's birthday today. Chai Nayan then thought of sending me a gift voucher, but quickly rejected the idea. It would be better to buy him a gift in person, but giving it in person seemed too much. We aren't in that kind of relationship. After much thought, Chai Nayan finally sent me a message. Ha-jin, today's your birthday? However, after waiting for a full 5 minutes, she still hadn't received a reply, so she continued with another message. Happy birthday, why didn't you mention anything? And with that, I finally replied with a thank you. Seeing this, Chai Nayan had to put down her watch. She felt I was too cold and started to get angry herself. By Thursday, all of Cube's exams for this semester were over. I should be able to smoothly enter the top 200 rankings. It seems I can even live in a more spacious room in my second year. But for now, the most important thing was the supplies in front of me. I had prepared a top-tier magic bag filled with various supplies I had bought over the past few days. Soon, my watch received a new announcement. There were no classes at Cube next week, so it was announced that all students would have a field trip. However, the true reason for suspension of classes was because of the external investigation. This will ultimately fail because the Jins are laying low for the time being. The important part of the message is that the field trip is being organized by the Jinsung Foundation, open only to first-year applicants. It was the next main plotline, because the main characters of the tour will be caught by the wraiths of the past. It's an important event that will provide tremendous growth to everyone. That's why I had prepared supplies in advance. Ha-jin, Whitey ate the chicken. I said it was fine, that nothing bad will happen to Whitey, but that was the last piece of fried chicken. In the afternoon, Yuyona brought the bullets I had requested earlier, giving me a total of 900 rounds. Thank you, that was fast than expected. At this time, she handed me a wrist guard. She then said that the wrist is the most fragile part when shooting, so she chose a wrist guard as a birthday gift for me, even though she was a little late. I'll see you around, Kim Ha-jin. After seeing her off, I couldn't help but feel emotional to think I'd be receiving gifts from Yona of all people. But looking up at the time, I didn't realize it was already so late. I was going to be late for my appointment. Not long after, Jin Ho-sung and the others saw me arrive. Do main characters always make a grand entrance? I explained that I had something to do before coming here. Rachel asked everyone expectantly if we could go in. Then our group walked into the KTV. Jin Ho-sung went to get a room for everyone. Hearing it was room 17, Rachel couldn't wait to find it. Everyone went in one by one, and I followed behind them. To my surprise, Chai Nayan came out of the adjacent room 16. The next second, we came face to face. Seeing it was me, Chai Nayan was also very surprised. Chai Nayan didn't understand why I was here, and she was concerned since she dressed very casually today. Are you here to have fun too? Chai Nayan told me that after the exams, everyone said they wanted to go sing to de-stress. She wanted to see who I came with, but looking at room 17, she found it was Rachel. However, she also understood that it meant I came with my team. I asked Chai Nayan if she was going to the Jinsung Foundation field trip. Yeah, I am. Are you going too? I didn't have anything planned, so I signed up as well. Nayan, it's your turn. Let's talk about this again later. But seeing me leave so decisively, Chai Nayan was still a little affected. It's been a while since I did karaoke, although I didn't go much in the real world either. Suddenly, Jin Ho-sung grabbed my hand. He looked at me with a face of despair and told me to run. I was confused by his words, and everyone else in the private room had fainted. Only Rachel was singing alone. It was then that I remembered a quirky setting I had added. That is, Rachel loves to sing, but she is a super tone-deaf person. Rachel's singing even shattered the glass. But in the end, we still had a happy day. The next day, I had successfully enchanted the seedling powder onto the bracelet. The problem now was how to naturally give it to Rachel. According to the original plot, Rachel awakens a new power while she was with Kim Suho. So now, I had to find a way to make her awaken as soon as possible by delivering the bracelet to her. But even if I gave it to Rachel, Rachel. Just wearing it wouldn't activate the properties of the sprout powder. Just as I was worrying, Rachel actually sent me a message. It turned out she wanted to ask me about how to control magic power. To this, I was very surprised. Rachel wants to learn from me, but this seemed to be a good opportunity. Later that evening, Rachel indeed came to meet me. She didn't expect me to be so early, and she thanked me for accepting the sudden request. However, is there really something you can learn from me? Hearing this, Rachel told me not to say that. After she reviewed the teen battle that day, she found many of her own shortcomings. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have achieved such good results. That's why Rachel wanted to learn from me. Please teach me. What should I do to become as strong as you? Are you willing to try my training method? Rachel, with a face full of determination, promised she could persist. The first step was to have Rachel sit down like me. Seeing her seem to have difficulty crossing her legs, I said she could just switch to a comfortable sitting position. At first, she told me she could do it and didn't need to change, but in the end, she couldn't. After Rachel sat with her knees bent, I told her to extend her hand. Rachel thought it had some special purpose, but unexpectedly, I suddenly put a bracelet on her. I also said it was just a small gift, and the bracelet was very ordinary, so there's no need to worry. I told her to straighten her body, as if her head was being pulled upwards. After maintaining this state, she should then focus on the flow of magic power. Make it flow from the tip of your fingers to your legs. After doing as I said, Rachel felt it was indeed stronger than usual. Actually, this was just a meditation method I had looked up on the internet, but if it works for her then it should be okay. The groundwork was pretty much laid. This time, try to let the mana circulate from your left wrist, as if spreading the aura of the bracelet to your whole body. Although a little confused, Rachel still did as I said. As her mana surged into the bracelet, the next second, the bracelet enchanted with the sprout powder suddenly emitted light. Soon, Rachel felt a familiar sensation, as if nature was talking to her. By the time Rachel opened her eyes, many small points of light had gathered around her. Rachel immediately recognized that in front of her were spirits. I congratulated her on mastering the ability to communicate with spirits. She was a spiritualist. Then I asked if Rachel had ever done a spirit affinity test. She also said she had done it when she was a child, and the result was not bad. But because she didn't have a method of communication, she gave up. The reason for this is that the current cultivation and communication methods were not developed in the modern times. Therefore, it was indeed difficult for her to realize it on her own. However, the sprout powder that had seeped into Rachel's body could become a bridge for communication with spirits. From now on, her understanding of the power of spirits would be unimpeded. Thank you so much for helping me, Hajin. I was also happy for Rachel. Just when I thought she wouldn't have problems moving forward, Rachel suddenly stood up and drew her sword. The moment she swung her sword at me, I couldn't react at all. The next second, Rachel's terrifying sword move came crashing down. Although it was aimed behind me, it had already scared me half to death. Someone over there is targeting us. Turning around, I spotted the target, quickly guessing that the other person's target couldn't be me. The person in the dark was a little surprised. He thought it must have been the spirits who told Rachel of his existence. Rachel, you are still the same as before. You can't do anything without relying on others. You there, you should be careful, because one day, your affection for Rachel will turn into a blade and backfire on you. Hearing this, I immediately stood in front of her. That's not something you should worry about. If it was for a sneak attack, you could have done it when we weren't on guard. Why are you bothering Rachel to this extent? What is your purpose here? It's because of his hatred for me. Princess, you are truly arrogant. Do you really think I'd do this just because of my hatred towards you? He said the princess wasn't even the target of his revenge. The one Lancaster truly wanted revenge on was the B country's imperial family itself, which had discarded his loyalty, insulted and framed him, and finally exiled him. The princess is just one of the means for his revenge. Rachel didn't understand why things had turned out this way. The princess should know very well. Trying hard for others, in the end, only hurts yourself. Well, I'm just here to talk today, so there's no need to worry about anything, but have this farewell gift. The next second, a figure was thrown down and crashed heavily in front of us. The tragic state of the body had left us speechless. Lancaster then informed us that this person was an agent who had been protecting Rachel. I'll always be watching you, princess, and then instantly disappeared. Lancaster's actions completely deviated from my original novel, because in the original plot, he would only send a few assassins, but I didn't expect him to be so brazen as to kill someone in the open. Even if I reported it to Cube, it would probably be useless, because the higher-ups were already in league with the Jinns. As for Rachel, she was completely immersed in self-blame. Later, in her own room, Rachel contacted the butler in the royal family. She told him a series of events. But I can't believe he really just left. Something's not right. Before, he had even sent assassins to harm me. The butler asked her to describe in detail what happened tonight. However, just as she mentioned that a friend had given her a bracelet, the butler realized something. Perhaps Lancaster had misunderstood the relationship between Rachel and her friend. Because Lancaster had lost someone important, the butler guessed that he wanted Rachel to experience that feeling too. Rachel found it absurd and ridiculous. If that was the case, then Lancaster was greatly mistaken. She had no time to share her feelings with others now. When Lancaster said that the affection given to her would eventually turn into a blade and backfire, Rachel didn't even dare to look at Hajin's face. She was afraid of of seeing Ha-jin's expression, afraid that Ha-jin would be disappointed in her. After a moment of silence, Rachel said she was fine. She thought if Ha-jin naturally distanced himself from her, that would be fine too. Princess, you have really changed a lot. The reckless little girl from before has truly grown up. In any case, the butler said he would arrange for a new guard and would inform her of the details later. Rachel wanted to know if the agent who died today had a family. Hearing that he didn't, her heart became even heavier, so she asked the butler to give him a grand funeral, which she would also attend. After ending the call, Rachel felt terrible because someone had died to protect her again. This situation had repeated many times, so there was no time. She had to become stronger as soon as possible. When Rachel moved her hand from her eyes, the bracelet shone particularly brightly in the cold moonlight. It's just a normal bracelet, so you don't need to worry about it. She felt exceptionally warm. Gently stroking the bracelet, Rachel's originally agitated heart finally calmed down as she fell to sleep. But not far from the dormitory, Lancaster was silently watching. Affection is not something that won't arise just because it's not given. Time flew by to the day of the tour. This was also the beginning of the new main storyline. But because I was 2 minutes late, Shin Jong-hak was very angry. The participants for this tour were the same as in the original story, except for me. Our destination was Gamik Mountain, 800 meters above sea level in the suburbs. The summary of the plot was that on Gamik Mountain, Kim Soo-ho and the others would be caught by the wraith of the past. The spirits would take the protagonist group back to 1970, which was the period of the global mana explosion and the invasion from another world, the Outcall. But strictly speaking, it was just a magical dimension that recreated the past. Gamik Mountain is the property of Shin Jong-hak's family's Jinsung Foundation. Because of the mana explosion 50 years ago, the mana concentration on Gamik Mountain is very high. The purpose of everyone's tour this time was actually to practice meditation and sparring on the mountaintop. To this, I couldn't help but smile. I knew that it might be fun for them, but it's surely eventful. Although in the original work, everyone had a tough time, but this time with me following, there would certainly be no problem. They don't know that they should be thanking me right now, but my unintentional look of self-satisfaction left Yuyona confused. However, when we arrived at Gamik Mountain, I realized my big mistake. At this time, we had just entered the mountain for a short while. Kim Soo-ho felt something was wrong. Has anyone seen where Ha-jin is? For Yuyona, today was the first time she was so close to Gamik Mountain. After all, this was the territory of the Jinsung Foundation. Chai Nayan's mood was very good now. She told me it felt like going on a picnic. Hearing me agree with her, Chai Nayan thought I must have caught some silly illness. Next, the staff informed everyone that a villa had been prepared on the top of the mountain. The special guest invited by Jinsung was expected to arrive late at night. Hearing this, Chai Nayan was very curious about who the invited special guest was. However, Shin Jong-hak kept it a secret for now, just saying it would definitely surprise everyone. With everything ready, we began to ascend the mountain. At first, everything was normal. Everyone enjoyed the natural scenery as if on a picnic. However, after an hour, the group finally noticed something was wrong. Does it usually take this long to walk? Normally, they should have already reached the mountaintop. Everyone realized they were actually walking on flat ground at this moment. Hearing Kim Soo-ho say Ha-jin was missing, Chai Nayan was saying he was just behind them, but when she turned around, she found I was not there at all. Seeing this, Yuyona was terrified, because Kim Ha-jin was indeed behind them just now. Shin Jong-hak told everyone to calm down. He thought I had seen some precious herbs in Gamik Mountain and was distracted picking them, so the group decided to find me first. Unexpectedly, the next second, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Everyone was thrown into a panic by the earthquake, but when Yuyona looked up, she saw the sun being gradually devoured. Then, the ground instantly shattered, but no one fell. Instead, they suddenly found themselves in a patch of dense weeds. The vibration just now had also disappeared, but these weeds that reached their shoulders made Yuyona feel something was very wrong. Although the mana concentration on Gamik Mountain was high, it shouldn't be to this extent. But at this moment, Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-hak simultaneously sensed another presence. It turned out someone was approaching them from the front. The stranger thought it was some monster or wild beast, but it turned out to be just a group of children. The one approaching with a flashlight was a middle-aged uncle. He was curious what the group was doing here. Thinking Kim Soo-ho and the others were lost, the uncle informed them that this was a dangerous area where a mana explosion could happen at any time. Yuyona had only seen this slightly familiar term mana explosions in textbooks, but mana explosions were frequent only during the 3 years of the Outcall because the ground's mana was unstable. In modern times, it hardly ever happens. Although everything was shrouded in mystery, Kim Soo-ho believed that for now, only by following that uncle could they leave this place. Maybe they could even meet up with Ha-jin at the mountaintop. However, after walking for a short while, they came to a deserted place. This was obviously completely different from Gamik Mountain, so Kim Soo-ho asked where this was. Don't you guys even know about Gwangyang City Hall? After all, this was the only safe place nearby. Hearing this, Chai Nayan said they had just passed Gwangyang City Hall by car, but what was in front of them was clearly a ruin. It was only now that Kim Soo-ho finally realized, what day is it today? Seeing the uncle's state of not having counted carefully, Kim Soo-ho said an approximate date would be fine. After thinking for a moment, the uncle told everyone that it should be around 1972. The moment he said this, Kim Suho understood all the abnormal situations he had encountered before. The suddenly flattened mountain and the dangerous area with a mana explosion, as well as the ruins that were completely out of step with the times. This meant they had actually arrived in Gwangyang City in 1972. Just as Kim Suho was wondering why this happened, a man appeared next to him. The other party grabbed Chai Nyan's hand, but Shin Jong-hak fiercely grabbed the man and warned him to let go immediately. Seeing this, the uncle told Shin Jong-hak to be gentle with his partner because they were not bad people. With a snap of the uncle's fingers, many thugs and hooligans appeared all around. Realizing they had fallen into the other party's trap, Kim Suho immediately took out the Godslayer stick, but he found that he couldn't use his magic at all. Lee Yonhan and the others next to him also discovered this, but the hooligans had already approached with ill intentions. The number of hooligans was very large. In a few seconds, they had completely surrounded the group. Kim Suho asked what was the reason for doing this. The uncle casually said that it was just because they could do it, but just as his words fell, a piercing gunshot suddenly rang out. The next second, several hooligans were injured. "He's back. That monster is here." Then the hooligans began to retreat frantically. The uncle even said to quickly inform Lord Ashura. However, the deadly gunshots rang out again. At this time, the remaining hooligans were all shot in an instant. In just a few seconds, the hooligans who had surrounded Kim Suho and the others were all lying on the ground. Yuyona and the others were curious who the helmet-wearing man was. However, Shin Jong-hak charged forward with a spear. The helmet-wearing man waved his hands in a panic, but it was already too late. As the helmet was knocked off by Shin Jong-hak, I couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Rubbing my grazed chin, "At least give me a chance to explain before attacking. Long time no see, everyone." Just before we had entered the magical dimension, I had thought that being in the same time and space, I would fall at the same time as the main character group. But at that time, I was only careless for a moment, and the next second, I suddenly fell into the space of the past, 5 weeks before Kim Suho and the others would arrive. Although it was a bit difficult at first, arriving early seemed to be a good thing. After some investigation, the Jin who dominated here had indeed been strengthened, much stronger than in the original work. While waiting for Kim Suho and the others to arrive, I had been busy preparing. First, I found a base far from the enemy, from where I could observe them. At the same time, I constantly attacked the Jin's subordinates to hinder their growth. After 40 days of eating alone, growing stronger alone, and fleeing alone, I finally reunited with them. Seeing that Kim Suho was still a bit confused about the situation, I reassured him. We are indeed in Gwangyang City in 1972, and it's 1 year and 3 months after the outcall. The world is now almost in a state of chaos. Then, Kim Suho wanted to know how long I had been here. I wasn't sure for a moment, but I had revealed that a whole year has passed. Realizing their shocked expressions, I told them that it was a joke, and it's only been 5 weeks. I explained that this was the truth, and that I've been doing pretty well, and the reason for my long hair is due to the high density of mana. At this time, Shin Jong-hak asked if I had figured out the reason. To this, I said we should go to the base first, but when we arrived at the base, the dilapidated ruins disgusted Shin Jong-hak. "Hajin, have you really been here for a year?" Seeing this, I emphasized again that it was really only 5 weeks. Yuyona was also very disgusted. "There was nothing here." But Chai Nyan retorted, saying there was something. It was a cockroach crawling by. Nyan then gave me a thumbs up, respecting that I was able to survive in this state. As for me, I was busy infusing the stigma's mana into the magic tent. The next second, a large tent appeared. With the tent, Chai Nyan immediately regained her spirit. Then I also said we should get something to eat first. This made the group instantly change their gloomy expressions. But before that, there was still a problem. We needed to butcher the meat first, because I had already eaten all the ready-made food. Hearing this, Kim Suho volunteered, saying he was very good at butchering. "Kim Suho, you're suited for being a butcher." Shin Jong-hak, "There's a stream nearby. Getting water is on you." But before he could complain, I also asked Chai Nyan to go with him. Seeing this, Shin Jong-hak quickly changed his tune as Chai Nyan came over. Meanwhile, Yuyona was visibly upset that she wasn't picked. "When they come back with the water, I'll cook some ramen." Hearing this, Yuyona came over to make sure. "Is something wrong? Does it not suit the taste of you rich people?" Yuyona tried to hide her excitement, claiming that it's better than starving to death. Sometime later, Yuyona had already cleaned up the dining area. At this time, she asked me why she couldn't use mana here. So I told her that this was an era when the other world had just descended, and the mana concentration was very high and dense, but it was also more violent and difficult to control. It would take a few days to get used to it. After the meat was roasted, I told them not to be picky and to eat quickly. Meanwhile, Kim Suho and Lee Yanghan were already eating with great gusto. I informed them that the beast's meat contained a lot of mana, and that eating it would help them recover their mana faster. And Shin Jong-hak finally picked up a piece of meat and ate it. Seeing this, Chai Nyan had no choice but to do the same. Unexpectedly, as soon as the meat was in her mouth, Chai Nyan was completely stunned. This was simply beyond her imagination. She even asked why was it so delicious. Of course it is. The mana concentration was higher in the past. It's probably tastier than most high-quality meat. Hearing this, Chai Nyan no longer held back. She began to take multiple pieces at a time. Seeing this, Yuyona also couldn't care about her image and quickly sped up her eating. Soon, everyone was full. After resting exhausting for a while, I took out a simple map and told them to listen carefully. This regression was the work of a ghost. Just as Shin Jong-hak's rebuttal, regression is the highest level mysterious phenomenon. A ghost indeed couldn't cause such a miracle. I then asked Shin Jong-hak if he knew about the Tower of Time on Gamuk Mountain. He said that in the year 2000, it had already been conquered by his grandfather. After a tower is conquered, it will gradually condense into a mana crystal, which possesses unimaginable power. Like the floating stones of Clancy Island before, it is a form of mana crystal. When a tower condenses into pure mana, whatever can't be stored dissipates into the atmosphere, and with time, it forms crystals. That ghost used the remains of the Tower of Time to pull everyone into this recorded world. Simply put, we haven't really gone back to the past. We are just in a magical dimension of that period of history. I also informed them that there was another Jin, called Azura, brought into this place by the spirit, and that person was even using the mana crystals to strengthen himself. Hearing this, Yeona had a question. The method of using mana crystals was only developed after the year 2000. The Jin here couldn't possibly have the supporting technology. I said that just eating it would do. Normally, it would be life-threatening, but that Jin seemed to have a way to digest it without side effects. I said that perhaps it was a special ability obtained after joining forces with the ghost. Hearing this, Li Yonghan felt that the other party must be very dangerous, but actually, there was no need to worry too much. The Jin who called himself Azura was indeed stronger than in the original work, but his subordinates were not to be feared. The only thing I was dissatisfied with was that I had clearly given him a good name, but this Azura, whose real name in Chanhua, wanted to use a different name, as if the one I gave him wasn't good enough. Next, it was time to explain how to go back. The medium that maintained the dimension was the remains of the tower. The Jin, Azura, has placed these remnants of the tower in various locations. Without this kind of crystal, the past cannot be recreated, so we just need to steal those crystals. What everyone needed to do was very clear. I marked on the map for everyone that the crystals were scattered in 6 locations, guarded by Azura and his subordinates. What we had to do was defeat them and then seize the crystals. Tonight, it was Chai Nyan's turn for night watch. Seeing me, she was a bit surprised that I had gotten up so quickly. To this, I joked that I was just making sure she was on duty properly. However, seeing Chai Nyan's big reaction, I explained that since I had arrived here 5 weeks early, I had developed the habit of short sleep to prevent sneak attacks. Hearing this, Chai Nyan thought I was too nervous, but I didn't respond and just told her to get off my motorcycle. Your hair is so long, isn't it uncomfortable? It's almost as long as mine. I said that it was indeed very inconvenient, but there was no choice, because the other party had a cursed sorcerer. Once the cut hair fell into their hands, it would bring great trouble. There are cursed sorcerers here, too. This indeed needed to be handled with care. After chatting for a while, Chai Nyan suddenly stared blankly into the distance. Then she asked me if Seoul's St. Mary's Hospital was far from here. I estimated that it would probably take about 30 minutes by motorcycle. Then I wondered why Chai Nyan was asking this. She told me that her mother was born in St. Mary's Hospital in 1972, so she wanted to try and see if she could meet her mother as a child. However, the recreated area only covers the immediate vicinity. She can't get into the central part of Seoul. What a pity. Time quickly passed, and a week later, Chai Nyan was sparring with Kim Suho. Chai Nyan seemed to have the upper hand, because now she had successfully adapted to the concentrated mana. I had told her before, as long as she used mana during her actions, her body could adapt faster. But Kim Suho's sudden smile made Chai Nyan very confused. It should be her who had the advantage. Unexpectedly, Kim Suho's power suddenly surged, and Chai Nyan was knocked to the ground. I lost again. Then, a dark shadow suddenly flashed in front of her. It turned out to be Shin Jong-hak handing her a piece of clothing and telling her to cover up quickly. Meanwhile, Yeona was distracted by the roar of a motorcycle. The food is here now. Chai Nyan asked what food I had brought today, but I told her to check it herself. The new dishes I brought for them today were very tempting, and so, the whole group gathered at a table and began to eat. The usually picky Chai Nyan said that if this continued, she might not be able to adapt to the food of the original world. I told her to eat more, so that her mana would accumulate faster. Speaking of mana, Chai Nyan had a question. Every time she used mana, her heart would hurt a little. I explained to her that it was because her mana was gathering in her heart. She needed to use the mana to release the gathered pressure inside. Hearing this, Chai Nyan didn't understand why I didn't need to train. To this, I said that I had already trained many times before, so I didn't need to now. Of course, the main reason was my body trait. Because I am a mana-incapable person, my body permanently absorbs accumulated mana. I had already gained a 0.25 point increase in all attributes. This feeling of gaining attributes without training was simply amazing. Plus, a year in this space was actually only an hour in the original world, so there was no need to worry about time. However, we couldn't stay for more than about 4 weeks, because the past will start to erode away. After the meal, I took out the map again. Now I told them the locations to attack in the first round. First was Kim Min-gyo at the water tower in the northwest, and second was Ju Parang at the steel tower in the south. These 2 places had weaker forces, so we would start with them. I set the official operation for 3 days later. The team was divided into 2 groups, led by Kim Suho and Shin Jong-hak. Then I formulated the attack route. 3 days later, it was the day of our raid, but what dissatisfied Shin Jong-hak was why he had to be in a group with me. To this, Chai Nyan told him not to be such a child and just do what he's been told. Ha-jin must have a reason for this distribution. Helpless, Shin Jong-hak turned to me. Why did you put me in a group with you? The real reason was that Kim Min-gyo had the strength of a mid-tier hero. The others probably won't have the will to kill the opponent, even if this was only a magical dimension. However, my answer to Shin Jong-hak was that since I was the weakest, I had to be in a group with the strongest to balance the strength. Hearing the words the strongest, Shin Jong-hak was no longer angry. Shin Jong-hak was visibly happy and decided to go with the plan now. Soon, Shin Jong-hak and I arrived at the water tower. When we arrived at the destination, I put away my motorcycle. Seeing Shin Jong-hak in a bad mood, I reminded him that I had told the others to finish within 2 hours, so we had to speed up. But he was still brooding. He couldn't believe he was sitting on my back seat one day. Hearing my indifference, Shin Jong-hak emphasized that he was really uncomfortable. Due to the noise, we were discovered by a nearby patrol. To my surprise, he even said it was my fault we were discovered. Seeing no one was paying attention to him, the patrolling man decided to teach us a lesson. However, the already furious Shin Jong-hak found an outlet. The next second, the man was knocked unconscious. There were about 20 more of these guards. I told Shin Jong-hak to wait in the dark while I dealt with them. He didn't understand why I was the one to act while he had to wait. I told him that only by taking care of the small fries could the bosses fight undisturbed. The guards were just minding their own business when a bullet struck one of them, but before the other guard could react, he was also shot in the head. In a short while, I had already taken out 5 people. Although I knew they were not real people, they still seemed so alive in this world. I had been killing too much recently, and it was taking a toll on my mental fatigue. I still hadn't completely gotten used to this feeling of killing. I turned my head towards the steel tower on the other side. I wondered how Kim Suho and their battle was going. However, at this moment, Yuna accidentally had a few strands of her beautiful hair cut off. Just now, when Kim Suho and the others arrived at the steel tower, they began to discuss their strategy. According to Yuna's analysis, the steel tower had been imbued with magic, and it would be difficult to take it down. Chai Nayun and the others observed that there were at least 40 people below, most of whom were at the average level of cube students, but the difference between the ranks of heroes was large. Therefore, a high-level hero could often easily handle 10 people below their own level, but Yuna knew that Kim Suho's strength was definitely far superior to everyone else's. Yuna quickly gave a battle plan. Kim Suho would attract most of the enemy's firepower, then the 3 of them would deal with those near the iron tower. After dealing with the scattered enemies, they would then provide support. Hearing this, Chai Nayun was worried that Kim Suho would be in great danger, but Kim Suho felt that Yuna's plan was very good. As the mana in his body surged, the next second, Kim Suho rushed down like a cannonball. At this time, the guards below had not yet discovered the impending crisis. However, with just a turn, they were met with a direct blow from Kim Suho. Holding the Godslayer stick, his strength became even more formidable. Kim Suho was not being subtle, landing in the middle of their camp. Hearing his comrades shouting about a sneak attacker, most of the guards gathered around. Seeing this, Chai Nayun and the others knew their opportunity had arrived. After a while, Yuna and the others successfully subdued the enemy. Now that the area around the tower was mostly cleared, Chai Nayun asked Li Yanghan to take control of the tower. She and Yuna would go to support Kim Suho. Then Chai Nayun shouted that it was time to go. Hearing this, Yuna let go of the bald man on the ground. Unexpectedly, the man rushed at her with a blade. Fortunately, Yuna sensed the danger in time and quickly swung her whip. Even though she subdued the bald man again, she still had a few strands of her hair cut off. The thought of her cherished hair being damaged made Yuna want to just crush the other person's head. After all, he was not a living person, but after a struggle of thought, she ultimately chose not to kill him. Instead, she heavily slammed the bald man unconscious. Coincidentally, at this time, Li Yanghan's cry for help came. It turned out that while he was climbing the tower, he was chased and trapped by people who had arrived. Not long after, everyone had successfully completed the mission. At this time, we had already returned to the camp. Although there were some hiccups in the process, it was fortunate that there were no major dangers. At this time, Li Yanghan even asked if I wanted to eat. Unlike me who wasn't hungry, Kim Suho and Chai Nayun were practically starving. It was probably because of the large amount of mana they needed. Anyway, I said that everyone had worked hard today. From now on, we would just break them one by one. However, Yuna seemed a bit off. Hearing Chai Nayun's concern, she said she just felt a tightness in her chest. But I had a bad premonition. I realized that her hair had been cut. Why are a few strands of your hair missing? She said they were cut off during a fight. Hearing this, I felt dizzy. This was my mistake. Knowing that Kim Suho's team wouldn't kill, I hadn't reminded them. Now I was certain that the hair had fallen into the hands of the cursed sorcerer. From Yuna's condition, it should be a weakening curse cast by the cursed sorcerer. Yuna didn't understand what was wrong, why my gaze was so strange. I then told everyone that there was a cursed sorcerer among the enemy. If the fallen hair fell into their hands, then Yuna's sudden chest tightness might be caused by the curse. I also seriously stated that this could be life-threatening. Chai Nayun also remembered that I had told her that night, but she had forgotten. Seeing Chai Nayun blaming herself, I said it was my problem for not informing everyone. The once cheerful atmosphere instantly froze. close. Uyona, however, told everyone not to be so serious. Even if it was a curse, she believed that with her willpower, she could easily get through it. But at this time, Shin Jong-hak gently stroked her hair. Shin Jong-hak's appearance was completely different from usual. He said that if she felt unwell, she should say it and not force herself. I, on the side, was stunned. Is that the kind of thing that bad boys do? After comforting Uyona, Shin Jong-hak picked up his weapon. He thought that the enemy must be busy cleaning up the raided places now, so it was best to strike while the iron was hot and destroy the other places before dawn. Shin Jong-hak was curious if he was the only one who thought so. This time, I agreed with his idea. If it really was a curse, then we didn't have much time left. Kim Suho agreed and said we should depart immediately. Uyona wanted to go with them, but was stopped by Chai Nayun. I told Uyona not to worry. With so many people, we'll be able to come back soon enough. Plus, with Shin Jong-hak's ability, the angrier he got, his physical attributes would be greatly enhanced. With Shin Jong-hak as the secret weapon, we captured the water tower, the steel tower, and the weapon storage in one night. Azura was displeased at this report by his subordinate. Fortunately, he thought it was no big deal. Anyway, he had already figured out the other party's identity. From the records brought back by his subordinate, Azura recognized that the people who had fallen into the past space were the two seeds of Cube, Kim Suho and Shin Jong-hak. If he could take care of these two, Azura estimated that becoming an executive of the evil of destruction is a foreseeable future. He immediately ordered all the remaining crystals to be brought back to the city hall. Azura was preparing to set a trap and wait for us to bite. He already knew that the cursed sorcerer had obtained the hair of one of us, so Azura firmly believed that we would inevitably come to kill the cursed sorcerer to save our companion. He looked forward to seeing us mess everything up because of our emotions. By the next day, it was as I expected. Uyona was slowly losing the strength to move. As for us, when we arrived at the next crystal location, we found that the crystals have been moved to the town hall. By day 2, Uyona's eyes were already lifeless. On the third day, she didn't even have the strength to get up. A week later, today's Uyona couldn't even eat a bite of food. If this continued, we all knew that Uyona would definitely die. Kim Suho and Shin Jong-hak came back from scouting. There wasn't a single person outside the city hall. Azura's actions were already different from the original work. Because of the curse, he was just waiting for everyone to walk into his trap. Shin Jong-hak couldn't stand it anymore. Since there was no other way, he'd do what the enemy wants. Wait, are we going to attack the town hall? There's only 4 of us against all of them. At this time, I said the situation won't be as bad, because when the crystals gather together, the past will become more unstable. That Azura's subordinates could only have 100 to 200 people who could fight, and that only 10 of them could be dangerous to us, so we already had a chance of winning. It's just 200. I feel like I can defeat all of them. But Kim Suho brought up a key issue. We couldn't leave Uyona alone in the camp. Before killing the cursed sorcerer, someone had to guard her, but she couldn't go to the battlefield either. I was suddenly attracted by the bag in my hand. It was the remnant crystal we had taken. I quickly had an idea. I told everyone that I would protect Yona. Li Yanhan was a little worried, because there could be a lot of enemies that may show up for me. I told them not to worry, since I still had my motorcycle. If things went bad, I could at least escape with Yona. After thinking for a while, Kim Suho opened his eyes, agreeing with my plan. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to agree. Shin Jong-hak swore he would tear Azura to shreds. Later that night, Kim Suho and the others had already sneaked over. Chai Nyan found that the closer she got to the city hall, the more the grass around her withered. This was a sign that the past was beginning to collapse. They soon arrived at the main entrance, but still, no one came out even though the enemy must have already discovered their presence. Just then, a voice called out from above. Children are forbidden here. He was Azura's right-hand man, Yu Donsik. But Shin Jong-hak just angrily told Yu Donsik to get lost and bring Azura over. What if big brother Azura is not here? Shin Jong-hak immediately attacked. The mana he emitted also surprised Yu Donsik. Shin Jong-hak cursed the enemy again, and then fiercely swung his spear. But Yu Donsik was able to dodge it. The next second, the place where he had just stood was immediately split open. That sure was scary. However, big brother Azura is really not here. Shin Jong-hak, who was about to continue his attack, finally realized what was happening. You forgot to bring the crystal with you. It was expected that the camp would be targeted, but no one would have thought that Azura, the boss, would personally attack the base. Li Yanhan was anxious to go back and provide support, but they were already in the enemy's main camp. In just a few seconds, hundreds of people surrounded them. Shin Jong-hak and Chai Nyan were even more panicked. If they didn't go back, both Uyona and Kim Ha-jin would be in danger. Unlike the panic of the three, Kim Suho couldn't help but laugh. He even started laughing out loud. Seeing this, Chai Nyan thought he was crazy. Yu Donsik was the same. Are you saying your boss went by himself? At the same time, Azura appeared in front of me. My gamble was a success. I had specifically waited here for him. I knew very well how much Azura wanted the mana crystals. As I expected, he couldn't resist taking the bait. Uyona immediately told me to leave her and run, but I turned back and looked at Uyona. You have nothing to worry about. Simultaneously on the other side, Kim Suho told his group the same thing, even adding to it, Ha-jin is even stronger than me. The reason Azura could find our location so accurately was because the ghost told him the location of the crystal. The odds were against me. I had to protect both the crystals and Yuyona. Azura couldn't help but feel that this was going to be easy. He thought I was pathetic. After all, the reason he gave up being a human was to avoid this kind of useless human emotions. You talk too much. So you came alone? Hearing this, Azura said he came with a legion. Seeing that I didn't believe him, Azura emphasized again that he had at least 2,000 troops. He was clearly talking big. I mocked his statement, claiming that if there were 2,000 troops, I had 100 golden calves myself. This time, Azura was really angry. He couldn't tolerate a small character looking down on him. The next second, Azura's talent was activated. Soon, many doors appeared behind him, and from them walked out some strange creatures. This was Azura's talent, consuming mana to summon creatures from the demon world. He commanded countless demons to prepare for attack. Looking at the approaching danger, Yuyona grabbed me again. She wanted me to leave quickly. To this, I told Yuyona to rest assured. It would all be over soon. Just take a good rest, and when you wake up, you'll be safe. And she, unable to hold on any longer, fell down. Seeing that Yuyona seemed to have fallen asleep, I confidently took out the Desert Eagle. Then I activated the Stigma's mana. This time, the Golden Eagle had turned into a rifle. With the addition of ether, the rifle's destructive power and performance were greatly enhanced. The only thing I needed to do was pull the trigger. Additionally, I used a random enhancement on the rifle. The numbers surprisingly reached the maximum value for my current level. It seemed my luck was still off the charts today. With the weapon preparation complete, I injected a little of the Stigma's mana into the remnant crystal. Thus, I began to control the power of the crystal. At this time, the ground suddenly shook. The next second, the surrounding soil was instantly lifted, and soon, high walls formed behind me. Azura didn't expect me to know how to use the power of the crystal too, but he didn't understand. Even if I changed the terrain, what difference would it make? To this, I simply answered that there was a big difference. While I was confronting Azura, Yuyona thought about the past. Every day everyone laughed at their family calling them hounds, but Yuyona didn't care. She always believed that one day, she would make everyone bow their heads. To improve the family's reputation and strength, that was something she had to accomplish alone. Perhaps it was because of my back that she woke up at this moment and thought of her former self. The way I did everything by myself had reminded her of herself. Just as Yuyona was looking at me, I also pulled the trigger of the rifle. Countless bullets instantly pierced through one monster after another. Yuyona was impressed at what I had done. I had actually established a position that could not be surrounded. I was even accurately hitting the vital points of the incoming monsters. The monsters that swarmed like a tide were disappearing like foam before my rifle. This was truly near perfect marksmanship. Now, Yuyona felt very warm inside. It turned out that being protected was so comforting. At the same time, on the other side, Kim Suho and the others were also in a fierce battle. With the help of the Godslayer stick, Kim Suho once again launched an attack on Udon-seek. Although Udon-seek blocked it, anyone who got slightly closer was immediately sent flying. Seeing Kim Suho rush forward, he raised the metal pillar to block. But the more they fought, the more surprised Udon-seek became. What you said just now wasn't true, was it? The guy left in the camp, is he really stronger than you? Hearing this, Kim Suho smiled and said he wasn't good at lying. Udon-seek thought it was the conclusion of many sparring sessions between the two. I've only fought with Hajin once. Just then, many panicked screams came from the side. It turned out that Azura's subordinates couldn't hold on any longer. Their opponent was Shin Jonghak, who showed no mercy. Udon-seek asked helplessly, is he as strong as you? But even though the strategy was disrupted, Udon-seek still intended to continue fighting. Kim Suho said there was no need to continue fighting. You are just being used by a ghost-possessed villain. But Udon-seek didn't care. In this era, the strong ruled. Kim Suho understood that words alone could not convince the opponent. Then, the mana of the sword Saint appeared again. That pure golden mana, combined with the Godslayer stick, instantly brought Kim Suho's power to its peak. Seeing this, Udon-seek was particularly excited, so he no longer held back. After dropping the weapon in his hand, Udon-seek used his own talent. In 1 second, he transformed into a tall giant. At the same time, he reminded Kim Suho, hoping he could hold on and not let him down. On the other side, I was in a fierce battle with the monsters. At first, Azura just saw me as a child, but in just a few minutes, I had made him change his mind because I was facing a continuous stream of monsters, and I handled it with ease. As I fired a volley of dense bullets, Azura quickly hid behind the monsters. He couldn't believe that he had already summoned hundreds of monsters, but couldn't even get close to me. Azura also found that my reaction speed was out of this world. No matter what angle he attacked from, or when he seized the opportunity when I was reloading, the result was useless. If this continued, Azura knew his army would soon be depleted. But still, I thought that he was able to summon way too many monsters. Is it because of the contract with the ghost? At the same time, I wondered what Azura's purpose for the contract was. But before he could answer, I raised my gun and fired again. Seeing this, Azura quickly summoned monsters to defend. But just as I was about to fire the next shot, the golden rifle made an empty sound. I thought it was a jam, but after trying for a while, I realized it was really out of bullets. I searched my clothes, and it turned out that the magazine I brought was empty. I actually don't hate you that much, and I understand. You must have attacked us out of necessity to become stronger. You're just out of bullets, so you are just trying to talk your way out now. I then pondered the purpose of the existence of supporting characters like Azura. They had no background, they were just tools for the protagonist's growth. I have plenty of bullets. However, Azura, the character I created, his story ends here. I then took out a magazine. Azura thought I was still stalling for time, but in the next second, countless bullets came again. Azura was dumbfounded. He didn't even react. It was indeed over. For the last shot, I transformed it into a desert eagle form. Just as I killed the last monster, unexpectedly, Chai Nyan's voice came from behind. She anxiously asked about my and Yuyona's situation. Seeing this, I happily greeted her, and Azura looked back and saw a large group of people rushing over from behind. To his surprise, Yu Dong-sik and the others were also there. Azura understood that everyone had betrayed him, but in the end, Azura blamed everything on me. Now he couldn't find any chance of winning, but at this moment, the ghost in Azura's body underwent a strange change. Knowing that his defeat was certain, the ghost wanted to directly escape from its body. Although Azura wanted to stop it, the ghost soon rushed out. Having lost the power of the ghost, he didn't even leave behind a physical body. The spirit in Azura's body wanted to attack us. Li Yanghan was worried by the sight of the ghost. I told everyone that the ghost itself couldn't cause any harm. At the same time, I called out to Kim Suho. The Godslayer stick can become stronger by gathering souls. As Kim Suho touched the ghost with the Godslayer stick, the next second, it turned into energy and was absorbed. That ghost would also exist with Kim Suho from now on. Although I don't know how he convinced Yu Dong-sik and his group, the current ending was almost the same as the original work, so it was enough. I'm not physically tired at the moment, but I am mentally exhausted. At this time, my watch received many messages. The one that made me happiest was undoubtedly the 330 SP I received after intervening in the main storyline. My sharpshooter also reached level 5, and because I killed so many monsters, Ether even gained the darkness attribute, which would make my weapons more powerful. But the best reward was of course the SP, because it was more direct. But my inner joy didn't last long, as I was getting a little uncomfortable with Chai Nyan staring at me. I then asked her why she kept looking at me. Chai Nyan was a little incredulous. The others were the same, because in front of them was a mountain of monster corpses. I said that when the mana dissipated, the monsters would disappear as well, but Chai Nyan said it wasn't like that. Chai Nyan was feeling embarrassed that she even worried for a second. Then I changed the Desert Eagle into a rifle and took it out. This time, I was able to defeat Azura thanks to this rifle. After all, the opponent had too many monsters. Swinging a sword a few thousand times would definitely not be possible, but pulling the trigger a few thousand times was not difficult. They were attracted by this sparkling rifle. Next, I asked Kim Suho if he had brought the crystals. He quickly placed the 3 crystals in my hand. Li Yanghan was curious if we were going back now, but I told them to put the crystals back in their original places. Seeing everyone's confusion, I said that this was a space unaffected by real time, and it had a richer mana. It was undoubtedly an excellent training ground. It would be a pity to leave now. I said that we could leave in 2 days, and now there were so many people to practice with. Hearing this, the bruised Yu Dong-sik and the others could only smile awkwardly. The group met up the citizens of the city. They gave Kim Ha-jin a big red bag. It was full of food and ingredients. This is in return for driving away Azura. This was the citizens' way of showing their gratitude. Kim Suho decided to accept their kindness, and another lady invited us to eat with them as they finished cooking. Soon, Li Yanghan and I started cooking the meat, and while I was eating and grilling, I overheard Chai Nyan talking to the citizens. Hearing that everyone was also familiar with the situation in Seoul, Gangnam has been divided into Shinmyeongchul and Chaijukyo. Shin Jonghak quickly asked what they thought of Shinmyeongchul. Thanks to Shinmyeongchul, many places were able to become peaceful. However, when the citizen mentioned that the hero Shinmyeongchul was still saving many people, Shin Jonghak's smile suddenly disappeared. A hero like that probably won't appear again. Even though they were all praising his grandfather, Shin Jonghak's mood was very gloomy. Just as Chai Nyan was anxiously asking about her grandfather, Chaijukyo, the citizens thought that he was very unreliable and as cunning as a snake. Hearing this, Chai Nyan was stunned on the spot. I didn't understand why Shin Jonghak reacted negatively to Shinmyeongchul. He supposedly greatly respected his grandfather. I realized that there might be a problem with the setting, so I excused myself and followed Shin Jonghak. Not long after, he walked into the depths of the woods, but suddenly Shin Jonghak stopped. He asked why I was following him. To this, I couldn't just say I was checking the setting. I then told Shin Jonghak that the meat was already cooked. Seeing Shin Jonghak's faint response, I knew I had gotten away with it. I suddenly tried to think of what to ask him, since I followed him without a plan. But Shin Jonghak asked me first, "What do you think about Shinmyeongchul?" This question was exactly what I wanted. Maybe I could discover a setting change. So I said he was a great hero who saved the world. He was a person worthy of everyone's respect. It seems that commoners all think the same. It was another negative reaction, so I kept testing him. The hero Shinmyeongchul did not like to classify people by rank. However, just as I said this, Shin Jonghak suddenly swung his fist at me, but with the use of bullet time, I dodged his attack. From the intensity of the damage on the ground, if I had been hit, my bones would have been broken. Shin Jonghak was already under the effect of his anger constitution. His strength greatly increased by his anger, that trait known as Berserker. I didn't understand why Shin Jonghak's reaction to his grandfather's story was so big. I wanted to calm him down, but Shin Jonghak claimed that I was part of the problem, that if people weren't so weak, then his grandfather wouldn't have needed to sacrifice himself, and he would still be with them now. Hearing Shin Jong-hak's words, I was stunned. Catching me off guard, I was cleanly hit, knocking me to the ground by a punch. Looking at the still angry Shin Jong-hak, I said that Shin Myung-chul wouldn't regret his decision. Shin Jong-hak grabbed me and said that I didn't know anything. I continued to say that Shin Myung-chul's sacrifice protected his family. Is that not why you respect your grandfather? Hearing this, Shin Jong-hak calmed down. I was silently relieved that I made it out alive, but Shin Jong-hak called to me again. Don't tell anyone about today's events. Although he knew I wouldn't do that, but he still had to remind me, and he walked away, leaving me alone. I realized that there was no setting change. Shin Jong-hak was still that person who was not bad at heart. What I didn't know was how much he missed his grandfather. It seemed that even if I made these characters, I still don't know much about them. But the next second, the watch connected to the computer rang. It said I didn't have access to change the settings of Shin Myung-chul. If there was a change with Shin Myung-chul, it would definitely bring about a huge change in the plot. This notification and the talk with Shin Jong-hak left me wondering what exactly was going on. Later that evening, Lee Yong-han handed me a bowl of porridge. He asked me to bring it to Yuyona to help her recover. Hearing me wonder why it was me, Lee Yong-han told me that everyone else was busy. Yuyona was extremely excited, thinking the person who entered was Shin Jong-hak. She was shocked that it was me who brought her food. You're purposely acting unwell, aren't you? Yuyona quickly said that she didn't even have the strength to hold a spoon. I directly scooped up the hot porridge and put it in her mouth. She was confused, but I told her that I fed her since she can't do it. It was obvious that she must have devised something in order to lure Shin Jong-hak. Yuyona asked if there was anything else to eat since the porridge was too bland. I said there was still a bowl of instant noodles, but I said she could have it after she finishes the porridge. But soon, Yuyona finished all the hot porridge. I asked her to come out to chat with the others since she's recovered by now, but Yuyona said she didn't have the strength. Just as I was about to go out, she called out to me. Then she said thank you to me. She felt like it was always her who received help. Then when are you going to pay me back? She said she was the kind of person who would even pay back with interest. After getting my approval, Yuyona also said that we could be able to become good comrades. Considering her bright future, becoming comrades was indeed very good. But then Yuyona mentioned that she could help me get together with Nayun. I said that was not necessary. She wondered if I had really switched to Rachel. Even though I explained I didn't choose any of them, Yuyona still didn't believe me and told me to be honest. Being annoyed, I claimed that she isn't getting instant noodles anymore. However, hearing Yuyona's protest, I still asked Lee Yong-han to cook some instant noodles. Sometime later, as I was about to leave, hearing Kim Suho asked where I was going, I replied that I was going to get something. It was an item I had written in the setting back then, but I didn't use it when I was writing the novel. I thought it must still exist. On the last day of our stay, I was staring at my new hairstyle. Kim Suho and the others all thought it suited me, but what I cared about was that it had increased my charm by 0.5. So I asked him what his name was. Seeing how satisfied I was, the barber said his name was Kim Woo-seok. The citizens next to him even revealed that his child's name was Kim Ha-jin. Hearing this, I thought that I should find this kid, since talent is surely inherited, but they were still very regretful because they learned that we were going back today. In fact, in the 2 weeks we lived with the people of the past, we not only trained. After defeating Azura, when there was a mana explosion or monster invasion in the city, we would also fight alongside the citizens, so everyone naturally became very close. Lee Yong-han and Chai Nayun would even play with the children every day. Shin Jong-hak even formed a group of people. As for Kim Suho, during that time, he helped the residents repair various facilities. At that time, I couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the protagonist, but I was also puzzled. The citizens knew I had killed many people, but no one feared me. They were still very kind to me. Now, looking back on the 2 days I spent with everyone, I have indeed made many happy memories. In these 2 days, everyone not only improved through training but also fully immersed themselves in this simple life with the citizens. Unfortunately, now we had to leave. At this time, I thanked everyone for their care these 2 days. They said that they were the ones who should be grateful. They even looked forward to seeing us again. Some citizens felt that we were people who would do great things, and they would definitely see news about us in the newspapers in the future. We didn't tell them the truth. I think sometimes it's better not to know that this place was simply a record of the past. Later that evening, I went to the rooftop of the city hall. However, before long, Shin Jong-hak arrived and threw a crystal to me, which I caught easily. Meanwhile, his little brothers were very reluctant to part. Shin Jong-hak said that he will never forget them. Lee Yong-han also came back with a crystal. He threw it up from below. Next were Yuyona and Kim Suho with a crystal. Yuyona noticed Chai Nayun walking towards the rooftop. Then, before Kim Suho and I could say more, she pulled Kim Suho and left. By the time Chai Nayun came up, only she and I were left. Chai Nayun planned to stay and watch. I told her to do as she pleased. Next, I used the Stigma's mana and injected it into the 6 crystals. A fused sphere of crystals then appeared in my hand. With just a light squeeze of my fingers, the next second, the crystal sphere shattered. At the same time, the entire world was slowly tearing apart. Watching everything, Chai Nayun suddenly sighed. So this is what forgetting is like. I asked what she was talking about. Chai Nayun said she was just thinking if memories would also shatter shatter and disappear like this. She looked into the distance and murmured that she could no longer even remember her mother's voice. Those happy memories were now also very blurry, just like the world at this moment, slowly disappearing. They say that a flower that doesn't wilt doesn't have a scent, since it gets forgotten. Maybe that's what makes them more precious. Although I said that, I was also afraid of forgetting, so I took something out of my pocket and gave it to Chai Nayun. She was confused about what it was. Think of it as a ticket that will let you smell the fragrance of a flower for a while. In my hand at this moment was the time capsule I had gone to get earlier. So it's a time capsule? Chai Nayun was curious about what this time capsule could do. I told her by entering the corresponding year, one could briefly go back to that time. To be precise, it's like exploring memories buried in the subconscious. But she was puzzled why I didn't use it myself. I then made up a story, saying that I could no longer remember their faces clearly, so it was useless for me to have it. But in fact, the reason I went to find the time capsule was because my memories of my parents were fading, but I had synchronized with everything of Kim Chun-dong, so I couldn't be sure if the capsule would show my memories or Kim Chun-dong. In the end, it was better to let Chai Nayun use it. Hearing this, Chai Nayun said she wouldn't use it either. She felt it was a disloyal act. I urged Chai Nayun to use it already, before she regrets it. Those memories will not shatter and disappear. You cherish them so much, so don't miss this opportunity. I told Chai Nayun not to worry and to go and meet them happily. I was curious as to which year Chai Nayun planned to return to. March 13th, 2013. As Chai Nayun turned the numbers, she disappeared before me. The next moment, Chai Nayun had really returned to her past memories. On the table in front of her was a cake and a pile of many gifts, but someone behind her called her softly. Chai Nayun turned her head towards the familiar voice. It was her brother, Chai Jin-yoon, wishing her a happy birthday. Chai Nayun really wanted to cry, but she held it back. She wouldn't cry, because today was the only birthday she had ever spent with her entire family. Chai Nayun's father, Chai Shin-hyuk, and her grandfather, Chai Juchul, both gave her their blessings and gifts. Just then, a gentle female voice came. The woman first apologized, saying she was late because she was wrapping a gift. Chai Nayun's eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. Chai Nayun's mother greeted her happy birthday. At this moment, her steps quietly quickened. Then Chai Nayun threw herself into her mother's arms. She cried and called out "Mom" over and over again. The woman asked Nayun what was wrong. Chai Shin-hyuk said that maybe she was afraid her mother was not there just now. Chai Juchul agreed, saying was still young. So the woman hugged her daughter tightly and comforted her. "Mom will always be by your side." The next moment, they also started to unbox the presents. After putting the candles on, it was time to make a wish. Chai Nayun's mother said that if you make a wish before blowing out the candles, the wish will come true. But in fact, Chai Nayun's wish had already come true, because she had seen her mother again. But if she had to be a little more greedy, she wanted to be able to always clearly remember this day, and to see her sunny and righteous brother again. And when I opened my eyes, I was already back on the beautiful Gamok Mountain. The first sound I heard was Chai Nayun waving at me. To my surprise, the capsule, used once, did not disappear. For some reason, a setting appeared on the capsule. When the mana was fully charged, it could be used again. But I checked with my watch, and it would take 15,000 mana units to fully charge. This was too difficult to achieve for normal mana levels. Therefore, I left the capsule with Chai Nayun so she could charge it. Just as I received a new message, Chai Nayun was curious where the others were. But just as she turned around to ask me, she saw that the direction I was walking was down the mountain. I told her I was going home. Chai Nayun was puzzled about what happened to the original training. To this, I said I was very tired. At the same time, I asked her to tell the others for me. As I was leaving, Chai Nayun called out to me. She thanked me for everything I had done today. When she got back, she would definitely treat me to a meal. Although I didn't know what kind of past she had seen, I thought it must have brought her happiness. Not long after walking down, I stopped to check the notifications. The message just now was from Tomer. She gave me an account number to send money in. Before going to Gamok Mountain, I had signed a loan agreement and a magic oath with Tomer. Now that I had the account, I started to transfer money to her as promised. Immediately, I received another new message, but this time it was from a client on Violet Banquet. It was Tomer, so I sent her the detailed information about her father. Just as I clicked send, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded from nearby. Turning around, I didn't expect it to be Chai Nayun. Her expression was very anxious and serious. I was initially puzzled why she was like this, but I quickly guessed the answer. The only thing that could make Chai Nayun so anxious was that Chai Jin-yoon in the hospital might have woken up, so I chased after her in the direction she was heading down the mountain. I soon saw Chai Nayun at the exit. It looked like she was struggling with how to get back quickly. I summoned my motorcycle from my stigma. I loudly called out to Chai Nayun and quickly asked where did we have to go. Not long after, we arrived at our destination, the hospital where Chai Nayun's brother is. At this time, the guards had been waiting for her to arrive. The head of security informed her that she needed to go to the patient's room to see the detailed situation. Just as I was about to follow, another guard stopped me because only family members were allowed in the patient's room. Just as Chai Nayun was about to stop and say something, I immediately told her to hurry inside. Chai Nayun thanked me as she left. Watching her leave, I gradually fell into silence. But just then, another familiar voice appeared from behind. Turning around, I didn't expect it to be Yuyona. I was surprised that Yuyona had come so quickly. She explained that the Yu family needed to attend all major events of the Chai family, so after learning the news, she immediately took a helicopter to get here. As for Kim Suho and the others, they would arrive later. She had come alone first. Is something wrong, Kim Ha-jin? The reason was that I suddenly remembered that the Book of Truth had previously predicted that there were still some days before the demon seed in Chai Jinyun's body sprouted, but I had completely overlooked the possibility that he might regain consciousness before it sprouted. If Chai Jinyun woke up early, it would affect my assassination plan and the entire main storyline. Seeing me even breaking out in a cold sweat, Yuyona was amazed at how much I cared. She first took out a handkerchief to wipe my sweat, and then told me not to worry. Chai Jinyun had not yet regained consciousness. It was just some signs of improvement. There was no real hope yet, but they seemed to make a big deal about it. But for Chai Nayun, it's difficult to stay calm for even a minor improvement. She understood that I must have brought Chai Nayun here and thanked me for it. She also handed me the handkerchief. After thanking Yuyona, I got up to leave, but she was a little confused. Why was I in such a hurry to leave? Weren't I going to wait for Chai Nayun to come back from her visit? I replied that this was not a place I should be. Hearing that emotionless answer, Yuyona was stunned for a moment. She couldn't understand me. Sometime later, Chai Nayun finally came out of the patient's room. She originally had a listless look, but upon seeing Yuyona, she immediately became very happy. The next second, Chai Nayun threw her arms around Yuyona. After sitting down, Yuyona asked about the current situation. Her brother's condition was completely different from before. The doctor predicted he would wake up within 3 months. However, Chai Nayun was asked to leave because the doctors needed to stabilize her brother. After so many years of waiting, there was finally hope. In front of Yuyona, Chai Nayun finally stopped pretending, and she couldn't help but cry. Watching the weeping Chai Nayun, Yuyona could only silently comfort her. Chai Nayun couldn't stop crying tears of joy. Yuyona really wanted to say that she understood how Nayun felt, but she knew that would be a lie. After all, she had never lost anyone. Yuyona couldn't imagine Chai Nayun's 5 years of waiting, gradually moving from anxiety to despair. Just when she had finally convinced herself to give up, hope suddenly came. Yuyona understood that she couldn't possibly know how Chai Nayun felt. Just then, Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak and the others finally arrived. Chai Nayun didn't expect even Yoon Sung-ah to be there, but she suddenly noticed someone was missing. Where's Kim Ha-jin? To this, Yuyona said that I had left. Even now, she still didn't understand. If I was worried, why didn't I wait a little longer? She wondered what was with the serious expression on my face as well. Meanwhile, I felt dizzy and out of breath. I assumed that it was because of the sudden anxiety. Suddenly, I received a message. It was from the captain. She thought I didn't have a Violet Banquet account, so she registered one for me. Now she sent a message for me to log in and see. At the same time, she would also send me the reward for the previous mission. I thought that I was lucky that he didn't wake up today, but there's no telling what might happen next time. A person lying unconscious in bed, and a person who has regained consciousness and opened their eyes. It's obvious which one would be easier to kill. The captain asked when I could take the next mission, and despite this path being all new to me, it's the only lifeline I can count on. So I answer that I can start right away. A few days later, at the creator's Sacred Grace Guild building. At this time, Yoon Sung-ah's secretary was congratulating her because her hero ranking had recently risen to 250th. Yoon Sung-ah asked if there was any noteworthy news recently. The secretary remembered that there were recent rumors that the Chameleon Troupe had a new member. Hearing this, Yoon Sung-ah's interest was immediately piqued. Her team's main job was to eliminate jinns, so they often needed outside help. The top mercenary group, Chameleon Troupe, having a new member was indeed good news. Next, the secretary presented the collected information. Currently, it was only known that the new member was skilled in sniping and assassination, and that there wasn't much additional information. However, what they did know was the codename, Fenrir. The codename Fenrir made me feel a bit of pressure. Fenrir is a god-level monster in Norse mythology. At first, I had suggested to the captain to change it, but she surprisingly thought it suited me very well. Just then, Evangel called out to me. I walked into the living room after getting dressed. It turned out she had created a new spirit companion. It was a small, all-silver wolf. Whoa, what is this? You made this so well. Evangel then presented the little wolf as a gift for me. To this, I was very puzzled. Evangel then poked the little wolf's body. The next second, the spirit wolf grew in size. It seemed that Evangel's power had given it life. However, what I didn't expect was that the spirit wolf suddenly rushed towards me. Before I could dodge, it had already drilled into my chest. The impact also made me fall to the ground. We were silent for a moment until Evangel started to hold in her laughter. I started to tickle her because I thought she was pulling a prank on me. Although exhausted and lying on the ground, Evangel still protested that it wasn't a prank. Just then, I saw that there was now a wolf marking on my chest. It turned out that the spirit wolf had recognized me as its master and had attached itself to me. I gained new abilities. In a life-threatening scenario, the giant wolf would appear. The gift she mentioned turned out to be this. I immediately hugged Evangel and apologized to her, but Evangel clearly didn't hear my apology because she had fallen asleep from exhaustion. I thanked Evangel from the bottom of my heart, not only for keeping me company but also for giving me such a good gift. I carried the sleeping Evangel to the bed and gently tucked her in. Just then, why Whitey called my attention. From its stretching state, it probably wanted to sleep next to Evangel. At first, I thought they would always bicker, but from the looks of it, Evangel and Whitey were very close. Not long after, when I logged into the account the captain gave me, a new message immediately came through. It should be the reward from before. As I pressed the confirm button, the Violet Banquet logo began to emit mana. Soon, an item was teleported from it. It was top tier under armor. It could increase strength, stamina, vitality, and speed by 0.3. The stored mana could activate acceleration and advanced defense barriers. When worn, it could automatically adjust to my body shape for stealth. It could even let me breathe freely in water. The moment I activated it with the Stigma's mana, I was enveloped by this mana-formed armor. This level of equipment is worth at least $1 billion. To this, I sent a thank you message to the captain. She replied that she had already found the next mission for me. On the other side, at the Sunshine Nursing Home, a young nurse was on duty today. Coincidentally, a hurried guest arrived. It was Tomer, looking for a specific patient. Argus Benjamin, a Latin-descended man like her, but much older. Seeing that the nurse had no idea, Tomer took out a photo from her pocket. Seeing the young man in it, the nurse finally realized who it was. But then the nurse hesitated and then informed her that Argus had already passed away. That was 2 years ago. The moment she said this, Tomer couldn't believe it. Although the Truth Agency had previously mentioned that her father was dead, Tomer didn't believe it. Now that she got the same answer, she also understood that this was the truth. The man who pushed her into the abyss and then ran away not only lived in such a comfortable environment, but even died so peacefully and serenely. Tomer's heart was almost broken. She gritted her teeth and asked again if the other party had left any last words or belongings. But before the nurse could answer, she needed to know Tomer's relationship with Argus. Tomer said Argus's real name was Fernand Jesus. As for her, she was Tomer Jesus. Reluctantly, Tomer revealed that Fernand Jesus was her father. She even provided her mage's certificate for verification. The nurse said that she actually didn't know much either. However, there was a student who used to chat with Argus, and this student had come here not long ago. The nurse said that if there were any belongings, that person might know. Hearing this, Tomer quickly asked for the other person's name. While the nurse was checking the records, Tomer's watch received a message from the evil organization. It turned out that she had not completed her mission, and her superior told her to go back and accept her punishment. They even mocked her for being demoted. Seeing this, Tomer directly took off her watch, because her goal was about to be achieved, and she couldn't be bothered to deal with those jinns anymore. At this time, the nurse also found the student's name. She then told Tomer that the other party was called Kim Ha-jin and was a top student at Cube. The nurse's words left Tomer stunned. Could it be the same Kim Ha-jin I know? Time quickly came to the next day after class. There was an abundance of couples by the autumn trees. The beautiful autumn trees were landscaped carefully to preserve aesthetics and mana density, but in the end, it became the best dating spot in a no-dating school. Just then, someone poked me from behind. Turning around, the other person complained that I was thinking about something and didn't respond when they called. It was Yuyona, handing me an envelope with something inside. Do you remember the ginseng you gave me last time? They used half of it to process into an elixir, but I immediately noticed the word half. Yuyona said that they would use the other half for other research projects. At the same time, she told me to rest assured. She would not only compensate me with shares, but if the research was successful, I could also get another elixir. But I can be rest assured since Yuyona isn't the type to betray someone. If anything, she's the one who might get betrayed instead. She's only 17, so it's understandable that she is so trusting, but being in the power struggle of such a huge guild was still too complicated for a 17-year-old girl. Thinking of this, I remember that Yuyona's incident occurs around winter break, a scandal involving abuse of power. Snapping back to reality, Yuyona just finished explaining the properties of the elixir. I comprehended that I can only take 1 pill per day, and that the pill is worth 100 million. I was immediately shocked. I wondered if it was really worth that much, but Yuyona said that it was just a marketing gimmick. After all, they could make hundreds of regular pills from 20 elixirs worth of ginseng, but if they weren't sold at a high price, they would actually lose money. I opened the window to look at the detailed information. The ginseng pill was a mid-grade item. Taking it could increase strength and mana values for 24 hours. In terms of effect alone, it was much better than I had imagined. So as a return gift, I also handed Yuyona something. When she opened it, it was actually another ginseng plant. Yuyona was very curious how I had obtained such a rare medicinal herb again. I didn't hide it and directly told her I got it from Gamik Mountain. I jokingly said that we should return the ginseng to the proper owner, Shinjonghak, but Yuyona took the ginseng and put it away. At the same time, she said that Shinjonghak had not given her a gift on her birthday, and this would compensate for it. After settling the matter, we both said goodbye and left. However, just as I turned around, I remembered something else. Today, Tomer had sent me a message. She had changed her watch and used her fake name at the academy to add me. I guessed that Tomer had probably already gone to the nursing home. She must be feeling very conflicted at this moment. When I got back to the dormitory at night, the captain sent me a new mission to attack a truck of the Jin organization, Jihan, which had trafficked humans that needed to be rescued. The location was in Sea Country. After class tomorrow, I plan to teleport there immediately. In my setting, there is a lawless zone between our country country and sea country. There, power rules everything. It is also a nest of jinns who have committed all kinds of crimes. It is a chaotic land occupied by jinns. This lawless zone is a smuggling route that is favored by the jinns, which they surely will use this time as well. The next afternoon, I successfully arrived at the road they had to pass. This was a mid-danger zone where monsters frequented, so it looked a bit desolate. But before I went out, the captain gave me a reminder. Not all jinns are the same kind of jinn. A jinn is a being whose negative emotions have been amplified through a contract. The weaker and lower ranking they are, the more they resort to brutal crimes without limits. Since they are truly monstrous people, even if I killed them, I would not feel guilty. But I didn't know if that was a great relief or not yet. But just as I had just arrived, the targets appeared. I instantly summoned my sniper rifle and covered it with ether to enhance its power. For the first shot, I decided to prioritize the driver of the truck. As my bullet was fired, its powerful force immediately pierced through the truck and the driver. Seeing this, the other jinns were panicked for a moment, but my next bullet followed closely. Another shot accurately hit the enemy's head. The death of the two truck drivers immediately made the enemy stop to check. They guessed there must be a sniper nearby. The next second, a gunshot rang out. Another enemy instantly fell. This time, the jinns finally spotted me. Seeing that I was alone, they all rushed towards me. I casually ate the ginseng pill from before. The energy throughout my body was boosted, and the Under Armour's haste effect was activated. Then finally, activating bullet time, my various attributes were greatly enhanced. Before the jinns could get close, I fired a series of shots, all hitting right on the head. The battle swiftly ended, and I began to check the supplies and hostages they were transporting. Just as I was about to release the hostages and complete the mission, a burst of hurried footsteps came from behind. Unexpectedly, there was a surviving jinn. The distance was too close, and I couldn't dodge in time. Just as his knife was about to stab into my chest, I realized I had let my guard down. But the next second, a blue light appeared on my chest. Then, a huge wolf's mouth bit down on the jinn. It was the spirit wolf Evangel had given me. It pinned the jinn to the ground and tore at it crazily. I was a little surprised, but I quickly remembered that it had come out of my body. The window had previously shown that the spirit wolf would appear to protect its master when in danger. In a short while, the jinn simply vanished. After picking up the watch from the other party's body, I opened the door of the truck. The hostages inside all looked at me with fear. Seeing this, I threw the watch over. Then I said that the jinn organization outside had all been killed. You can use the watch to call for a rescue, then go home. I sent a message to the captain, confirming the accomplished mission, and she replied that they can handle the cleanup. On the other side, the captain had shown my battle to the other members. You all saw it clearly, right? Today, the chameleon troop was to evaluate the combat capabilities of the candidates. However, only 5 members were present for the evaluation in this new headquarters, killing 20 people in just 21 seconds. How is that gun so strong? That's a unique talent. But Jane told him that it was a man-enhanced weapon. They speculated that my talent was to change the system of the weapon. She then asked the man for his assessment of my combat power. To this, the green seat, Kim Yuhan, decisively stated that I was at least upper mid-tier. This shocked Jane because it was surprisingly high. She said the Kim Yuhan didn't care what the tier meant, claiming that 10 people could take him down. There's no way. At least 100 would be needed. The question was then directed to Jane. Her assessment was mid-tier, at the same level as Kim Suho. Although she didn't know my one-on-one strength, it was clear that I would be of great help when dealing with multiple people. At this time, Kim Yuhan interjected that Junk Young was better at combat assessment, and then asked if he was still in the demon realm. That boar went in and hasn't even thought about coming out. Coming to a realization, Jane asked Drun if he had found out the origin of the silver wolf in the video, but Drun didn't take it to heart. It was probably just Kim Ha-jin's pet. The captain told Jane to rest assured. She would ask personally. Hearing this, Jane was puzzled if Kim Ha-jin would reveal his secret easily, but the captain was surprisingly confident. Kim Ha-jin trusts me completely, so if I ask, he'll tell me anything. Regarding this point, Jane always remained skeptical. Meanwhile, I had already returned to the dormitory. Evangel, thanks to you today, I was lucky enough to survive. Its various stats were beyond my imagination. The Under Armour buffs seemed to fit more on the wolf than me. I felt like one day, it might really turn into Fenrir. Just then, Evangel rubbed her eyes. Seeing me sitting by the bed, she happily called my name. Evangel thought it was time to eat. We'll eat after you sleep a little longer. I don't know when it started, but Evangel has become a big comfort for me. I have been in this world for a year now. When it's all over, can I really return to my original life? The things that happened here, the people I met, can I forget them? By the next day, I was not in good spirits because I only had 1 hour of sleep. At this time, I wondered why hasn't Tomer contacted me yet. After returning from the Memorial Park last time, I've set up a plan to make her a trustworthy ally. Could it be that she still hasn't found the letter? Just then, a professor told a student to find their seat immediately. Surprisingly, it was Tomer that had sat beside me. As the class started, she suddenly wrote something on a notepad and handed it to me. Tomer asked if I had done volunteer work before. Although the person who did it was Chun Dong, I still answered that I did. Did you happen to meet someone named Argus Benjamin at a nursing home? Yeah, we were fairly close. She wanted to know what kind of person was he. He always looked kind of lonely. Tomer then wondered how we met. She heard that he he never opened up to the nurses at all. I told her that it was because Argus and I were in similar situations. Both of us didn't have families. When I wrote down why she was asking, Tomer's expression turned serious. But what surprised me more was she revealed that Argus was her father. Tomer herself didn't expect that she would meet someone at Cube who was very familiar with her father. At the same time, she said that that person had killed her mother. Tomer really couldn't understand why a guy who killed his wife and abandoned his daughter could die so peacefully in such a good environment. So Tomer wanted to know if that person had left anything behind. Seeing this, I understood that Tomer must not have seen that letter. It was probably because she met another nurse when she went, because the real situation was that Argus did not abandon Tomer. So I wrote that there was a letter. The moment she saw this sentence, Tomer immediately perked up. She quickly asked where it was. I then slowly wrote on the notepad that the address was at the Siaho Memorial Hall. Not long after the class ended, the teacher reminded everyone to prepare for the final exams. Tomer, on the other hand, suddenly stood up. Before leaving, she said that she would quit Cube today. As for the money, she promised that she would definitely pay me back. To this, I wasn't worried at all. It wasn't much to me anyway. Watching Tomer leave, I thought that she should be able to solve it herself now. Now that the matters at hand were basically settled, I planned to take a good rest this week. Unexpectedly, Chai Nayan suddenly appeared and patted my back heavily. She probably didn't feel it, but my back felt like it was caved in. At this time, Chai Nayan had a big smile on her face. She asked if I had forgotten about our promise tomorrow. She also reminded me not to be late. Hearing this, I was a little confused. I couldn't remember having any appointment with Chai Nayan. Seeing my confusion, she immediately understood that I must have forgotten. Then Chai Nayan reminded me that during the midterm theoretical exams, she had said she would treat me and Kim Suho to a meal. Hearing this, I finally remembered, but I had refused at that time, saying that it should just be the two of them. But Chai Nayan cleared it up, saying it was all of us together. At this time, Yona also said that all the members of the travel group would go together. I had no impression of their arbitrary decision. They continued, saying that they would go to the karaoke afterward. I was about to say that I didn't have time tomorrow, but unexpectedly, Chai Nayan suddenly reached out to fix my hair. This startled me, and she said my hair was a little messy. You better come that day, or I'll add you to the group chat. Later that night, Tomer finally arrived at the memorial hall. After a frantic search, she finally saw Benjamin's name, but when she got closer, Tomer was a little confused, because there were many flowers next to it. She casually picked up a flower, and on it was written from Kim Ha-jin, April 2024. Tomer understood that I came to visit Benjamin every year, and these flowers had also been magically processed, so they would not wither. That man not only died peacefully in a serene environment, but someone also came to bring him flowers every year. This kind of treatment made Tomer even more angry. The next second, she threw all the flowers to the ground. Having confirmed her father's death, Tomer instantly lost her purpose. Her struggle now seemed so pointless. But Tomer remembered the letter I mentioned. She picked up the letter. The letter was addressed to my daughter. As I write this letter, I'm overwhelmed with mixed emotions. A part of me hopes you never read this and another hopes you do. And I wonder what you'll feel when you read this. I know no words can heal your wounds, but letting you live your whole life in doubt is not what a father should do. My wife, your mother, was consumed by a jinn and sold her soul. It turned out that many years ago, one day, Benjamin anxiously found his daughter. Tomer was being led by her mother to go to an amusement park, so Benjamin quickly suggested that his daughter go home with him. Benjamin just said that daddy and mommy had something to talk about. Knowing that she had been discovered, the woman didn't say anything. After sending Tomer back to her room, Benjamin questioned his wife. Was she planning to sell their daughter to a jinn? So what if I am? She even directly laid her cards on the table and said that if she could become stronger than now, she would do even more excessive things, and their daughter would understand. Benjamin was shocked at her words. The woman pushed Benjamin away and then went to call Tomer to come out and play, but she didn't know that Benjamin had no intention of continuing this. He won't let her harm his child. Benjamin's body moved uncontrollably in an instant. In the end, he still attacked his wife, but it happened so suddenly, and Tomer also came downstairs. He couldn't let anyone know that his wife had become a jinn. Tomer would get punished by association if that happened, so Benjamin told her to go outside for help. As for the reason, Benjamin directly said that he had killed Tomer's mother. Tomer couldn't help but be in tears as she continued reading the letter. I hoped you would go to K-Country and live a stable life, so I gave everything I had to a friend and asked him to take care of you. But years later, when I came to K-Country, you weren't there. I tried to find you, but I couldn't find either you or my friend. She then crumpled the letter and was about to throw it away, but she soon found that there was something else in the letter. It was the birthday watch Tomer had given her father. It was the same color as the brooch her father had given her on her birthday, and in the envelope was a brooch and a watch. Meanwhile, back at the dormitory, Evangel and I said goodnight to each other. Just as I closed the door, my watch happened to receive a new message. It was a thank you from Tomer. After this text message, Tomer completely disappeared, but she always insisted that she would give me the money. After all, the magic contract had still not been forcibly broken. Although I had no news of Tomer after that, I always had a premonition in my heart that when we meet again, she will definitely become a very reliable ally. Inside the Handgun restaurant, the most high-end place place in K country. The food inside tasted even better than I had imagined. Chai Nyan told me to look forward to the oncoming food. I was dumbfounded at the softer tone in Chai Nyan's voice. Today's gathering reminded Chai Nyan of eating together in Gwangyang City. She also said that thanks to the training there, she hadn't lost a single battle since she came back. Didn't you lose to Rachel? To this, Chai Nyan immediately retorted that it was a draw, not a loss. While eating and chatting, Shin Jong-hak called out Kim Suho. He wanted to know how Kim Suho was preparing for the final exams. Kim Suho said he did just enough and returned the question to Shin Jong-hak, but he confidently said that he never needed to prepare. He thought that someone like Kim Suho who needed to work hard could never understand. I was surprised at how well they were getting along. If it were according to the original work, the relationship between Kim Suho and Shin Jong-hak should have been very intense. Now it has deviated a lot from the original work, but my thoughts were interrupted by the delicious food. Every piece of meat melted in my mouth. Just as I finished one piece, someone immediately handed me another plate. It was Chai Nyan, gesturing with her eyes for me to eat more. I wondered if this change in her attitude was because I gave her the time capsule, but if it wasn't for that, did Chai Nyan start to like me? As if sensing my gaze, Chai Nyan turned to look at me. She thought I wanted more meat and immediately asked for a few more servings. Seeing this, I thought that Chai Nyan probably just wanted to thank me for giving her the capsule. Soon after finishing the meal, our group went to sing. During that time, they live streamed the karaoke on social media. Without exception, they received a lot of praise. I naturally sang a few songs too. Compared to the others, my singing voice was surprisingly much better. Meanwhile, Chai Nyan was still immersed in the afterglow of my singing. Yuyona understood what was happening. After all, I did sing very well. Just then, Yuyona's watch received a message. When Yuyona went outside, I greeted her by calling her buddy. Yuyona was clearly not impressed, and I had to explain that buddy also meant comrade. Then she told me not to joke and to quickly tell her what she was here for. I then handed her an envelope with something inside and asked Yuyona to help me make bullets by grinding the contents of the envelope. Hearing this, she said it was very simple. They hacked the highest level of magic craftsmanship, so there is nothing they can't make. Curiously, she found a tender green branch inside. Even if I ask, you're not going to tell me what it is, right? In any case, she took the envelope and agreed to help me make it. I then said I was leaving and asked Yuyona to tell everyone when she went back. I said that ever since I sang, Shin Jong-hak's eyes looked like he was going to kill me. Hearing this, Yuyona also understood the situation. Just as Yuyona was about to go in, she suddenly received a new message from the Violet Banquet. Master, I have something urgent to report. Yuyona's subordinate informed her that they had discovered a suspicious incident while investigating Kim Ha-jin. The people from Violet Banquet, through recent investigations, found that Kim Ha-jin was born during the Gwango incident, but the news about this incident had been completely covered up. However, while they were investigating this matter, an intelligence agent was attacked. Seeing this, Yuyona quickly asked about the agent's condition. Fortunately, the intelligence agent was not seriously injured. Knowing that the matter was not trivial, Yuyona had the people from Violet Banquet send her the information they had already collected. The investigation would be suspended for now. Everyone's safety was more important than intelligence. For Yuyona, the word Gwango was very familiar, and then she realized it was a word she had seen in her father's diary when she was a child. But at that time, she was still young and didn't understand the content of the diary. What made Yuyona remember it so clearly was because her father had scolded her for reading the diary. But if Kim Ha-jin was really related to the Gwango incident, Yuyona thought she could use this to properly repay her partner. Coincidentally, her father was on a business trip this week. Yuyona decided to check when she got home. She then was about to go back to the karaoke room, but turned around to see Chai Nyan. Yuyona was curious why she had come out, but Chai Nyan said helplessly that she had come out to call her because she wasn't coming in. But from Chai Nyan's looking around, Yuyona immediately told her that I had already gone home. Hearing this, Chai Nyan anxiously asked what was going on. Seeing this, Yuyona couldn't help but laugh. Then she even teased Chai Nyan. Yuyona really liked her dishonest and cute appearance. I have no idea what you are talking about. Time quickly came to the day of Eugene Hughes, Yuyona's father's business trip. Just as the butler was closing the door, Yuyona happened to come back from school. Her arrival was a pleasant surprise for the butler. However, the butler regretfully informed her that the master and mistress had already left. Yuyona told him not to worry. She was just here today to look at her father's study and check on a book. After arriving at the study, Yuyona went straight to her target. Even after a long time, she still remembered it was under the desk, and she lifted a translucent carpet off of the floor. Surprisingly, Yuyona found a locked safe with a password. She had to think of what to do next. Since this wasn't here 10 years ago, Yuyona tried different combinations. Her own birthday, her mother's birthday. Both were wrong, but it only meant one thing: the combination of her birthday and her mother's. Sure enough, the combination lock opened with a click. To this, Yuyona was very happy. Her father's password was always like this. Inside was the diary that she was trying to find. The intelligence agent from Violet Banquet sent a new update. They compiled the information on Kim Ha-jin, and that I was also registered to an orphanage shortly after the Gwango incident. Seeing this information, Yuyona knew she was getting closer to the truth. Now she began to search for the word Gwango in the diary. diary. After flipping a few pages, Yuna quickly found it. Recorded on September 9, 2008, Yu Jin-hyuk received a report about Gwangho that day. What happened in Gwangho that day, I probably will never forget for the rest of my life. Meanwhile, in my dormitory, Evangel was watching cartoons with Whitey. They were both very focused and didn't pay any attention to me. Whitey's IQ was very high. It could even understand the content on the TV. At this time, I took out the Homer's ring that I had obtained earlier. It could increase the wearer's intelligence. I thought, could this effect only be effective on humans? I then took out my laptop and modified the effect of the ring. I made it so that it could gain 0.01 intelligence every 12 hours. When I changed it to be effective on non-humans as well, it only took 40 SP to complete the modification. Then I wanted to try what would happen if the wearer was changed to a human. With this change, it required 250 SP. I was concerned for Evangel since I was always out. Perhaps their bond could help protect Evangel, so I decided to spend 40 SP to make the modification. Then I also put the ring on Whitey's tail. Meanwhile, back in the study, Yuna's face was breaking out in a cold sweat. She looked at the words in the diary with a terrified face, and after hiring the assassin, he put me in charge of the massacre. Yuna couldn't understand what it was implying at all. The man Jin Young-hwan. Yu Jin-hyuk thought that he was an upright person with a wide network of contacts, a righteous man who fought against injustice, but the president of K-country at that time, Kim Seoko, saw him as a thorn in his side. He also determined that he was a spy for the Jins, but perhaps the president was too scared of his secrets being exposed. But the reason he had to carry out the plan was that Chai Juchul also wanted Jin Young-hwan dead. Considering that Jin Young-hwan was a very prestigious person with many subordinates, if he was assassinated alone, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Therefore, Chai Juchul and Kim Seoko ordered a massacre. Yuna turned to the next page. September 8th, Yu Jin-hyuk received an emergency request for help from Jin Young-hwan. But in the diary, Yu Jin-hyuk clearly stated that the monster that caused the disaster was actually planned by him. He also ordered that the citizens must be protected first. This left Jin Young-hwan with no way out. In the end, when they were trying to protect the citizens in the Gwangho shelter, the assassins finally sneaked in and killed Jin Young-hwan and his subordinates. Reading this, Yuna's hands couldn't stop trembling. She was already a little afraid to continue reading. Her own father was actually a participant in a massacre. Yu Jin-hyuk also wanted to bury everything in his heart, but on that day, he received a report. One of Jin Young-hwan's subordinates had a wife who was about to give birth. This passage made Yuna quickly check the next page. In the report Yu Jin-hyuk received, there was a shocking fact. That is, there were signs of childbirth in the shelter. Even in the face of death, that mother still gave birth to the child. But no infant was found in the shelter. Combining the new information from Violet Banquet, Kim Ha-jin was taken in by an orphanage near the shelter. But it turned out that when Yu Jin-hyuk learned that there was a survivor, he even planned to find this infant himself and kill it. But at that moment, I suddenly thought of my daughter, born in April, a child who couldn't do anything on her own, yet just by existing and breathing, she makes me happy. Such a mysterious being. My daughter, Yona. In the end, I deliberately omitted the report about that baby. Even so, I left that child in danger and killed their parents. There's no denying that fact. I've already lived a life full of cowardice, and no more filth will change that. Yet the reason I write this down in a journal, is it a shred of conscience, or just pitiful self-consolation, or maybe lingering resentment toward Chai Jukyul? I can't tell the difference anymore. The diary ended, and Yuyona's whole body lost its strength. She thought of those experiences with Kim Ha-jin. The boy who fought desperately for her and protected her many times was also her only ally. Thinking of the scene when I called her buddy last time, Yuyona's heart had already collapsed. She didn't know what to do. The reason her trusted partner and ally became an orphan was actually caused by her father's participation. The thought of this made Yuyona's stomach start to hurt. She couldn't stop her painful roars in the study. As for me, of course, I didn't know about Yuyona's situation. At this time, I received a message from the travel club. Next Saturday, they will organize everyone to go to the festival in Busan. To be honest, I didn't really want to go, because every time the travel club had an activity, something would happen. But in the end, I still sent a message to participate. After all, participating basically could get SP points. Speaking of next Saturday, I seem to have no plans. Then I called Evangel and suggested we go out together next Saturday. Hearing this, she excitedly asked where we were going. I told her we would go to the festival in Busan together next Saturday. Hearing that she could go out, Evangel was very happy and looked forward to next week. Friday had come and we arrived at the luxurious suite of the Lotus Hall, the most high-end hotel in Busan, and also our resting place for the night. At this moment, Evangel and Whitey were looking at the photos on the desk. Today, I thought of coming a little earlier, so I brought Evangel to Busan as soon as class was over. We visited many places together, and Evangel even tasted more delicious food. And the location of the Lotus Hall where we were staying was very good, overlooking the scenery of the entire city. Normally this would be hard to reserve, but thanks to my luck stat, there was a last-minute cancellation. Even though they were far below me, I still noticed a particular couple. This man made me feel strange unconsciously, but unexpectedly, the man actually turned back to look at me. This reaction was frightening. The luxurious suite of the Lotus Hall was on the top floor. However, the man could actually sense someone was looking at him. The man's expression clearly showed that he had discovered me. I even had an ominous feeling because of this. As the original author's intuition, I thought, could he be the one from the same other world as Kim Suho, a seeker of evil who was the complete opposite of Kim Suho? He was also the final boss of my original novel, but I quickly became puzzled. The person I just described doesn't smile so casually. The man's whole presence was completely off. I wondered if the co-author had changed the setting for a cheap twist as the girl turned around. Just then, the girl noticed me and her aura changed. A strong killing intent made me, who was on the top floor, felt a chill down my spine. At this time, I heard the man call the girl Sayuk. I couldn't believe this change by the co-author. The final boss and Kim Suho in the original novel were completely opposite in terms of personality, philosophy, and belief. But to think the co-author would also make the final boss the opposite gender. This person was definitely Kim Sayuk. The man asked, "How about the guy looking at us from above?" Her answer was that I looked very weak. Kim Sayuk and Kim Suho were of the same level of power, but she had a faster and greater growth potential. She is the greatest enemy of the final arc. If the bullets of the Godslayer stick were ready, I would spend all my SP points to shoot and eliminate her at this moment. The main thing was that I didn't expect us to meet so soon. However, if the woman was Kim Sayuk, then I had no idea who this man was. The man told Kim Sayuk to train her perception more, and gave her a lesson. He's at a height where he can clearly look down at us, and he's got the nerve to lock eyes with you. That alone means he's no ordinary guy. Then the man told Kim Sayuk not to stare anymore. Are you trying to fight him or something? Could it be that he has a crush on you? Instead, she threatened to blast me with mana. The two's crazy words also made me withdraw my gaze. In short, the man pulled the angry Kim Sayuk and told her to hurry up and go, but before leaving, he once again gestured to me with his eyes. As the two gradually walked away, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although it was lucky to have grasped Kim Sayuk's appearance in advance, what was the relationship between that man and her? In the original work, Kim Sayuk would only be close to her subordinates. Just then, Evangel appeared and asked if she could swim with Whitey. Hearing this, I agreed, but I was curious if Evangel could also swim. She affirmed it, and even changed into a swimsuit using mana. While she played with Whitey, I realized that the main plot is starting again soon. As for Kim Sayuk's matter, I'm sure I would see her again soon and find out more later. The next day, I came back to wait for everyone from the travel club. Not long after, Oh Han-hyun arrived. He didn't expect me to be so early. Actually, I had brought Evangel back to Seoul early this morning, but I didn't go to the Cube dormitory, but to the new apartment I bought in Seocho. Although I felt bad for leaving her alone in a strange environment, with Whitey there, Evangel probably wouldn't feel bored. At this time, Kim Suho and the others also came. Even Kim Suho was surprised that I was early. To this, I just told them that I was looking forward to it. Just as Oh Han-hyun was checking who hadn't come, Chai Nyan said that Yuyona was not feeling well and would come to meet everyone later. After asking him what happened, Kim Suho told me she even got hospitalized. Apparently, it was stress-induced gastritis. Yuyona's condition had been bad, but no matter what Chai Nyan asked, she didn't answer. Hearing this, I also realized that I hadn't seen Yuyona much this week. I didn't expect she was sick. Fortunately, Chai Nyan said that Yona was much better last night and would be here in a while, so I didn't think much about it. After all, Yona often eats snacks. Maybe she ate something bad. Then our group stepped into the portal. The next second, everyone arrived in Busan. Today, we would first go shopping. There were many shops on the streets of Busan. Oh Han-hyun told us to follow him, because Busan was his hometown. I thought of checking out an antique shop, hoping my luck stat would fetch me something nice. But suddenly, Chai Nyan put a hat on me. I was incredibly confused, but she just said that she'll buy me the hat since it suits me well. I said there was no need, but Chai Nyan had already bought it. Unable to do anything, I accepted the hat. On the way, Chai Nyan bought a lot of food again, and she stuffed it directly into my mouth. But Chai Nyan didn't eat any of it. She mumbled that she would get an upset stomach from eating street food, so she bought all this for me to eat. I thought her cheerful demeanor was because of Chai Jinyan's improvement, but I couldn't help but have a doubt in my heart. Was it really appropriate for Chai Nyan and me to become so close? At first, I was unwilling to get close to her, so I ignored and was cold to her many times. I was about to distance myself from her, but unexpectedly, Chai Nyan bought a scarf and put it on me. Her action made the words in my mouth unable to come out. Chai Nyan said thoughtfully that the weather was turning cold, and this scarf was just right for me. Her gentleness gave me a new idea. Maybe it would be fine as long as I wasn't found out. As long as Chai Nyan didn't find out, it should be fine for us to be a little closer. But her gentleness was still a bit too much for me to handle. Although Chai Nyan didn't care what the people around her thought, I still threw the scarf at her and left in a hurry. Seeing this, Chai Nyan was worried that it would really get cold at night, but no matter how she called, I still ran away without looking back. Later that night, we arrived at our last stop of the trip, the amusement park. Despite the fun atmosphere, there were some smugglers hiding in the dark. According to the original plot, there would be a conflict during the smugglers' transaction. After Kim Suho settled the chaos, he would meet Kim Sayuk. At the same time, Chai Nyan saw that Yuyona had arrived. Yuyona got out of the car with a sad expression. Upon Chai Nyan's question, Yuyona confirmed she was feeling better now. Not long after, Oh Han-hyun told everyone to line up for the ticket wristbands. I couldn't help but ask if she was still sick. Although Yuyona said she was fine, it didn't seem like it. I wondered if the food poisoning was not the real problem. But before the pairs were decided, Yuyona had chosen me as her partner. Seeing this, Chai Nayan was a little shocked. Why is she acting like this out of nowhere? This was the first time I had seen Yuyona with such a solemn expression. Did she have something to say to me alone? But that didn't seem like the case, since Yuyona was silent all the way. All she did was glance at me and sighed over and over. There's no way she invited me on the Ferris wheel for a date. So I asked Yuyona if there was something wrong. Was the bullet processing too difficult? Hearing this, she finally said no, and confirmed that the bullets could be processed next month. I then said that if there was any leaf left after it was done, it could also be used for research, since it was a special kind of leaf. After all, we were partners, or rather, I was also a shareholder of the pharmaceutical company. As if she had mustered up her courage, Yuyona loudly interrupted me. Then she said with a solemn face that she had something to say to me. Seeing this, I wondered what it was about. Unfortunately, before Yuyona could speak, the Ferris wheel shook violently. Looking down, it seemed like there was a power outage. But what really surprised me was the situation on the ground. Kim Suho and Kim Sayuk finally met. You are very famous here, but thanks to that, I was able to find you so quickly. As for Kim Suho, he couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't understand why Kim Sayuk was also here. Seeing that he could still recognize her at a glance, Kim Sayuk couldn't help but smile. You don't think you were the only special one that day, do you? Hearing this, Kim Suho understood that he was indeed wrong. Tell me why you're here. Seeing this, the nearby Chai Nayan was scared, seeing Kim Suho like this for the first time. You don't need to know why I'm here, and you've even forgotten to use honorifics now. No matter how the world changes, you shouldn't forget our past relationship. You don't have the right to say that. I always have that right. You've grown arrogant, you punk. I'll fix that attitude of yours. Chai Nayan couldn't stand it anymore. Although she didn't know what their relationship was, she defended him, claiming he's one of the nicest people she knows. So she was also certain that Kim Sayuk herself was the scumbag. The next second, Kim Sayuk blasted Chai Nayan far away. Kim Suho couldn't even react, and Chai Nayan was already fiercely sent flying. Lying on the ground, Chai Nayan was unable to get up. Kim Sayuk's mana lingered with a menacing look on her face. In a panic, Kim Suho quickly checked Chai Nayan's condition. However, Kim Sayuk mocked him for turning his back. Then she condensed dozens of weapons with her mana, manifesting into different weapons before him. Multiple spears, swords, and axes hovered around Kim Sayuk. Meanwhile, I had observed everything from the Ferris wheel. The difference in strength was too great. If this continued, both Chai Nayan and Kim Suho would be in mortal danger. So I apologized to Yuyona that we have to delay this discussion. Then I opened the door of the cabin. Just as I was saying I was going down, Yuyona grabbed my hand. She said tremblingly that it probably wouldn't be possible later. If it passed today, she seemed like she would never be able to say it. Seeing this, I was also stunned. I then realized that the abuse of power scandal could have been starting now. I then pushed Yuyona's hand away. Then you don't have to say it. Even if you don't say a word, I will definitely still help you. So that thing you were worried about, it'll all work out just fine. After jumping down from the 100-meter high Ferris wheel, I quickly found Chai Nayan. I could tell at a glance that Chai Nayan had suffered internal injuries. After calling out to Chai Nayan to pull herself together, she was finally able to call out my name. Before Chai Nayan could say more, I directly poured the potion into her mouth. This was a medicine for internal injuries. On the other side, Kim Sayuk reminded Kim Suho to stop worrying about useless things. Kim Suho questioned how she had changed so much. Hearing this, Kim Sayuk didn't answer. I told you to use honorifics when you talk to me. Facing Kim Sayuk's mana weapons, Kim Suho picked up a nearby iron pipe. The next second, those mana weapons rushed towards him. With the mana-wrapped iron pipe, Kim Suho blocked the attack. Kim Suho didn't understand why Kim Sayuk had to be like this. There was no reason to fight. Kim Sayuk told him that he didn't get to decide that. She mocked him for thinking a pipe was enough to block her attack. As mana spears appeared above Kim Suho's head again, faced with the oncoming weapons, he was forced to be defensive. And at this time, I had already taken Chai Nayan to hide in the bushes. I had been watching the battle between the two. Kim Sayuk's powerful mana was the source of her power, but Kim Suho needed a weapon. He didn't have the Godslayer stick with him. Those weapons compressed from mana were not something ordinary weapons could withstand. Sure enough, after blocking so many attacks, the mana spear easily shattered the iron pipe. The spear struck him right on the chest, and soon more attacks followed, finally crashing him into the ground. Kim Suho was almost incapacitated. Seeing this, I could no longer just watch. Something bad would really happen. Kim Sayuk then approached Kim Suho step by step. Her eyes were filled with pure killing intent. Then I stopped Kim Sayuk from continuing. But what I didn't expect was that she actually remembered me. At this time, she was puzzled if I was Kim Suho's teacher. Just as I was saying no, unexpectedly, Kim Sayuk suddenly attacked. In the blink of an eye, the weapons stabbed into the wall around me. But from Kim Sayuk's eyes, I knew the attack was not over. But in the state of bullet time, even if Kim Sayuk's attack was very fast, I could still quickly dodge. Seeing that I could do it so easily, Kim Sayuk even praised me a little. Let's call it a day. After all, neither of us brought our weapons. Suddenly, she asked again if I was a teacher. After a few seconds of silence, I told her I was just their friend. Hearing this, Kim Sayuk cursed cursed me angrily and told me to mind my own business. Knowing that she would not retreat easily, I began to prepare. Kim Sayuk was inherently arrogant and easy to be careless, so my provocation plan would definitely succeed. I had manifested a coin using the ether. At this, Kim Sayuk was visibly annoyed. She was disappointed that my weapon was this. However, this coin contained the stigma's mana with the buff from the ginseng pill, and lastly the random enhancement of 40%. I threw the coin right at her. The atmosphere was very quiet, but the sound of the coin falling to the ground was particularly clear, and Kim Sayuk's head was already bleeding from the hit. That really hurt, you bastard. But I had already expected that I couldn't knock her down. However, that one blow made her brain unable to operate her mana clearly. Just then, the person I had been waiting for finally appeared. The man traveling with Kim Sayuk stopped her, but Kim Sayuk stubbornly said she could continue to fight. Your brain is already injured. Now you can't even control your mana well. Then he knocked Kim Sayuk unconscious with a single chop. Next, he needed to take Kim Sayuk back for treatment. The man also thanked me for my help with that blow. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to subdue Sayuk. We've met before, right? In the future, I probably won't be letting my guard down. After speaking, the man left with Kim Sayuk like the wind. It wasn't until I confirmed their presence had completely disappeared that I finally collapsed to the ground in relief. Not long after, heroes and guards finally arrived at the amusement park. At this time, the man who had taken Kim Sayuk away was watching from a high building. He was thinking about the battle just now. The man didn't expect me to be able to grasp Kim Sayuk's personality so quickly, and he was impressed that I disrupted her magic control by attacking her brain. The man felt that I was really interesting, but then, someone behind him called out. Although she had the disguise of her talent, the man still immediately called out Jane's name. Long time no see. The man asked if the little one had come. I'm worried about her, because the captain can't beat you. As for today, Jane was just here to see how the man was doing. It seems you have found a new kid. The man couldn't help but smile. She's my student, but she's too desperate to kill me. With a single glance, he disrupted Jane's disguise. You've grown pretty confident, Jane, or maybe you've just lost your fear. You once said that if you have something to protect, you can't act rashly. Even if Jane couldn't beat the man, it wouldn't be difficult to kill an unconscious person. Hearing Jane's words, the man showed a gratified smile. He commended her point and said he was leaving. The captain has a new black seat. A wolf hired just to kill you, and he's right over there. The one who devoured the king of the gods, Fenrir. Unexpectedly, the man actually wished me good luck, and he thought it seemed there really was such a possibility. The smugglers who had caused the chaos at the scene had already been arrested. The report tomorrow would most likely be about them. As for Kim Sayuk, they were not found. Have you finished drinking the potion? Kim Suho said he would pay me back for the medicine, but my focus was not on this. Although I knew the story between him and Kim Sayuk very well, I still asked Kim Suho if he knew the woman just now. To this, he evasively said only a little, but hearing my question again, Kim Suho's eyes were filled with an indescribable emotion. He soon called me with a serious face. However, Kim Suho found it somewhat difficult to explain, because his and Kim Sayuk's experience was too complicated. I didn't continue to ask. I just said that no matter what, I hoped you wouldn't be too sad. Hearing this, Kim Suho forced a smile and replied that it wasn't that bad. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sigh. I then reached out and messed up Kim Suho's hair. He was very surprised at what I was doing. I told Kim Suho I was really leaving. To this, he could only watch me leave helplessly. Kim Suho saw Kim Sayuk from the same world, and the feelings of loss and loneliness from losing his hometown all welled up in his heart. I understood that it was a similar emotion to my own, but there was also a difference. Kim Suho no longer had any hope of going back. Sometime later, in a luxurious hotel in Busan, Yuyona was contemplating alone on the balcony. Her mind was full of the words I said when I jumped off the Ferris wheel. Just as she was thinking that she would tell me the truth next time, Chai Nyan came in, bouncing with energy. She had easily recovered because of the potion I gave her. Next, Chai Nyan said she would send me a thank you message. Seeing this, Yuyona made a choice in her heart. Chai Juchul was a grandfather Chai Nyan respected very much, but Chai Juchul was also part of the massacre. Yuyona wondered if should she tell Chai Nyan that Chai Juchul was one of the culprits who killed Kim Hajin's parents and forced Kim Hajin to be alone. But Yuyona couldn't say these words either. If possible, she hoped Chai Nyan would never know the truth. So after calling out to Chai Nyan, Yuyona suddenly fell silent. Just be good to Kim Hajin. Hearing this, Chai Nyan didn't understand why. Yuyona, with her back turned, said to listen to her. At least she wouldn't regret it so much in the future. The next day, I went to the apartment to pick up Evangel and Whitey and bring them back to the cube dormitory. At this moment, Evangel and Whitey were sharing a fried chicken leg, although this was the result of their long argument. As for me, I was checking my gains from last night. Currently, I have a lot of SP points, so I was thinking if I could add another custom trait for me. I had written several setting ideas before. I went to the room to look for it, and I found the notebook of ideas for useful settings to add. Because I would need a lot of elixirs to assist me in the future, I conceived an ability to remember and reproduce drugs. After entering the setting into my laptop, to my surprise, it required 1,000 SP points, but considering that it could permanently increase my abilities, this was still within my acceptable range. As I pressed save, my powerful luck activated again. This time, the effect of the medicinal memory body setting was enhanced. The medicinal memory body has a total of 3 effects: memory reproduction and adaptive enhancement. Memory can remember part of the effects of the drugs I have taken. When the memory reaches 100%, the body can secrete and reproduce that drug. Adaptive enhancement means the more I take, the stronger the effect. After completing the setting, I immediately took a ginseng spirit pill for an experiment. After taking one, several of my stats increased. The body remembered 4% of the effect of the ginseng spirit pill. This meant I needed to eat 25 ginseng spirit pills before I could use my constitution to replicate it. Just as I was thinking it was not bad, a sharp pain suddenly came from my arm. I fell to the ground uncontrollably. This feeling was all too familiar to me. I quickly rolled up my sleeve and saw that the stigma had new patterns. Although I was looking forward to it, the accompanying sharp pain made me very helpless. But at this moment, Evangel's voice came in. This made me force myself to hold back the urge to scream. I understood that I couldn't scream like before, otherwise it would definitely worry Evangel. Just like that, I passed out in the sharp pain. The next day, I woke up in a panic. I was sleeping on the ground. The sunlight outside was already particularly dazzling. I didn't expect to be out for the whole day. Just then, I found Evangel and Whitey sleeping by my side. She was still mumbling in her sleep, "You'll catch a cold sleeping on the ground." Seeing this, my heart was filled with warmth. In the end, I still worried Evangel. A few days later, in the Cube coffee shop, Yuyona and the others were studying together. However, during that time, Kim Suho was frequently messaging someone. "You're chatting with Sana, right?" Then she wanted to see what they were talking about, but Kim Suho quickly said it was just very ordinary talk. Shin Jonghak didn't expect that a student like Kim Suho could chat privately with a guild vice leader. Just as Chai Nayan continued to tease Kim Suho, the annoyed Yuyona had to tell them to focus. After all, the final exams were just around the corner. Speaking of this, Chai Nayan suggested that everyone set a date for a trip because she had to attend her little brother's training camp after the exam. So Chai Nayan wanted to set it for the week after the final exams. Hearing this, Kim Suho said that he didn't have time that day. Chai Nayan was shocked. She quickly asked what the appointment was. Kim Suho was about to say it was to conquer a dungeon together with me, but instead, he said that we were going for a drive. Yuyona and Chai Nayan were a little surprised just imagining that scene. Yuyona suggested that the trip could be rescheduled for later, but Chai Nayan had lost her earlier liveliness. She was lost in thought. She was jealous that Kim Suho had a day together with me. Time quickly passed. At this moment, I was in the forest, looking at the dilapidated house hidden deep in the dense forest. Then I called out if anyone was there, but the next scene shocked me, because the spirit wolf actually rushed out. The spirit wolf bit a giant bat. This guy was actually hiding in the trees in the dark. The giant bat's strength was at mid-level 6. This would have been bad if it weren't for the wolf's protection. The suburbs were already known for monsters, so I didn't understand why she asked me to come here. And hearing the commotion outside, the captain in the house came out. After entering, the captain was curious if there was something in the previous contract that I was dissatisfied with, because I wanted to renegotiate something. To this, I said I was satisfied with the contract. It was just that I had a very important request for her help. Hearing this, the captain told me to say what it was. Although I had thought about it many times on the way here, I still wasn't sure if I could persuade the captain. "I'd like your help killing someone, so please assist me. I've been researching ways to kill Chai Jin-yoon on my own, but the result was that it was almost impossible. The security of the VIP ward at the hospital was too tight. Even if I could break through those security measures, it would be impossible to hide my identity. I had a bond with my friends that I was unwilling to let go of. Even now, I still thought about getting along with them." After listening to my so-called request, the captain's confusion came a little late. She wanted to know who it was, so I handed her the organized information. After looking at it for a short while, the captain's eyes couldn't help but narrow. She casually threw the information down and asked me if I had any special reason. The photos that had fallen to the ground scattered. Some of them were photos of Chai Jin-yoon and Chai Nayan when they were children. I looked at the photos on the ground and lowered my head even more. I didn't directly say the reason. I said I would do the deed myself and asked the captain to help me create an opportunity, but the captain hesitated. We were both silent for a moment, but my crossed hands exposed my nervousness, and I once again requested her help, calling her captain. For today, I had never called her captain before. As time passed, today was the final exam of the first year of Cube. The instructor announced that the content of the final exam was to climb a tower. I only wrote details for the first semester exam, so I was not very clear about this part of the year. After announcing the rules and precautions, the instructor had everyone line up to enter the simulated tower. Not long after, it was my turn. Just as I stepped inside, a feeling similar to teleportation spread throughout my body, and my surroundings were still in darkness. I then activated the 1000-mile eye, planning to check the surroundings in advance. From the structure of the surroundings, it looked like a building on the surface. It seemed very spacious inside, and there was a path on the right side. Fortunately, the environment soon became bright. On the wall above were 3 precepts: cooperate with white to climb, be careful of traps, and trust, and be calm. It was clear at a glance that this place was not simple. I always felt that there would be Jins or Lancaster intervening. After all, at this point in the plot, 30% of Cube had been infiltrated by Jins. space. Next, I went to check the path on the right. Although there was only a very narrow bridge ahead, it was not a problem to cross. But after just a few steps, I immediately sensed a crisis. The next second, bullet time was instantly activated. After a perfect dodge, I even caught those arrows with my hand. Then I threw the arrows back. As the wall exploded, the trap that shot the arrows was also directly destroyed. I had been practicing with Rachel recently, and this speed was no match for her sword. But before I could be proud for long, I found I was suspended in midair. This quick unfortunate event had me dumbfounded. Plus, there was nothing to grab on all sides, so I could only fall helplessly into the bottomless space below.